Chapter 741. Captain, is there any problem? Caesar asked. I understand. Flesh and blood are the key, or rather, the flesh and blood of this world are the key. Flesh and blood? Caesar was puzzled. Outsiders cannot directly break into this world, but they can be summoned through special rituals. That is to say, our bodies will be rejected, but our consciousness will not. So we need to create a body for the descending consciousness through a sacrificial summoning ritual. However, foreign consciousness comes from the outside world after all, and will assimilate the body that descends unconsciously. I call this process alienation. When the alienation degree reaches a numerical limit, it will be rejected by the rules of the world. And there is only one way to eliminate rejection. What method? Caesar looked up. Dilution. Caesar seemed to understand something. So the captain just gave me that finger to eat in order to dilute this alienation degree? Mu Xing nodded, yes. Caesar was puzzled, but why? Mu Xing then shook his head. Insufficient intelligence, maybe this is the real purpose of the survival system to issue exploration missions. Caesar narrowed his eyes and said, this is important information, I need to report it. Mu Xing pointed to the sky, you go back first, I will find a way to create a permanent carrier for you to descend, and you arrange the next person to descend. Okay. Caesar nodded, and with a thought, he left the undead zombie. When the undead zombie lost its will, it quickly collapsed and turned into dust. Only the finger still retained its activity. Mu Xing picked up the finger, and he saw the buds on the finger wriggling, which was still very active. He took the finger back to the mercenary, and when the broken fingers were connected, they healed and grew quickly, and grew back into one. Divine Seal, scan it. Mu Xing summoned the Divine Seal, and began to scan the corpse in front of him. Master, the body is intact and active, but the mind is empty, and the soul and consciousness are completely collapsed. Are there any signs of artificial modification? Master, a lot of modification traces have been detected, and the body's blood and flesh activity and resistance have been greatly improved. The most important thing is the modification of the brain. Brain modification? Its brain is different from that of ordinary people, and its structure is also different. It has a very high resistance to abnormal conditions, and has strong adaptability. Mu Xing touched his chin. These bodies are masterpieces of chaos, and they should have mastered some means of advent. They use permanent advent, so their strength will be limited by this flesh and blood body, and limited by the rules of this world. But even so, they have to carry out permanent advent. Why is that? Just then, the lazy voice of the evil spirit sounded in his ears. That's because the number of temporary advents is limited. With the increase in the number of temporary advents, the world's repulsion to them becomes stronger, and they are eventually completely restricted. Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit with some surprise. How do you know? Guess, otherwise why would those chaos go to such great lengths? Of course, you could also let Trix give it a try. Mu Xing reserved his opinion. This theory still needs to be verified. Then what do you think chaos wants when they come here? Mu Xing continued to ask. The evil spirit pointed to the castle on the hillside in the distance. Of course, it's the secret left by your chief ancestor. Mu Xing was silent. What kind of secret did this ancestor hide? Did he actually alarm chaos? Just as he was thinking, a man rushed into the ruins in the distance. Lord, it's bad. Mu Xing stopped the guard. Don't worry, talk slowly. The robbers in the forest attacked the town. As the guard was talking, a loud bang came from a distance. Victor and the others also rushed over at the first time. Lord, the robbers suddenly attacked Hamlet. Let's go back first. Mu Xing quickly gathered the guards and retreated from the ruins. As the cannon sounded, the mercenaries and nobles who were originally exploring and fighting in the ruins ran out of the ruins in a hurry. What happened? Where did the cannons come from? Damn, it was the bandits in the forest. There was a lot of discussion, and the nobles had different expressions. At this time, Mu Xing squeezed out of the crowd. Don't worry, everyone. The dangerous monster in the ruins, the necromancer Saren, has been killed by me. The crisis of the ruins has been successfully resolved. Mu Xing casually threw out a hideous skull, which was completely black and exuded a terrible breath of death. The nobles were so scared that they quickly retreated away, fearing that they would accidentally touch it. Did the Lord really kill the necromancer Saren in the depths of the ruins? Of course, as you can see, this is the head of the necromancer, and I also seized his staff. As he spoke, Mu Xing raised the staff and laid with the death gem. Someone recognized it at a glance. Yes, that is Saren's staff. I didn't expect that the Lord really killed that terrible monster. In the future, there will be no need to worry about powerful undead threatening the safety of the town in the direction of the ruins. Long live the Lord! Someone shouted loudly, stirring up everyone's emotions. The surrounding voices gradually rose, and at this moment, Mu Xing's reputation reached a new height. Mu Xing pressed his hand. Everyone, now is not the time to cheer. Although we have just won a great victory, those damn bandits dared to invade our homes and rob our property. Do you agree? No. The surrounding mercenaries roared and raised their weapons, and the heroes were furious. The nobles were shocked by the momentum at the scene, and some of them turned pale. They wanted to use the opportunity of exploring the ruins to weaken the reputation of the new lord, or even kill him. But they never thought that the young lord not only killed the necromancer Saren, but also escaped unscathed. Now he is using the invasion of bandits to win people's hearts. Seeing that it was about to form a tsunami, some people finally couldn't help it and stood up to oppose it. No, don't be impulsive. Those bandits are numerous and fierce, and they also have that powerful heavy artillery. We are no match for them. Yes, that group of bandits is invincible. Let's go back and collect the gold coins. As long as we pay the protection fee, they won't hurt us. There is no good end to resisting those demons. Do you want to become the bones in the mass grave? A few nobles fanned the flames and calmed down the angry mercenaries. Everyone was silent. Someone silently touched the scars on his body, which were left by the bandits. Paw! A crisp slap sounded. The nobleman turned 3 times before falling heavily into the mud. A bunch of bullies, who only fear the strong and bully the weak, are useless. Are you worthy of being Hamlet's nobleman? Baldwin's cold voice sounded. You. The nobleman covered his face. If you dare to hit me, kill him for me. Who dares? Mu Xing took a step forward, and a powerful aura gushed out. Chapter 742. Anderson, you are just a new boy. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The noble pointed at Mu Xing and roared with a ferocious face. That's right, those bandits are not comparable to those unintelligent undead and skeletons in the ruins. They have guns. Do you want to completely destroy Hamlet? The noble next to him echoed. Mu Xing sneered. So you give in again and again and let those bandits run rampant? How many years has this ruin stood here? It's not that you don't have the ability to destroy it, but that you simply don't want to. If Hamlet is no longer in danger, how can you, a bunch of small-town parasites, suck blood openly? Bullshit, Anderson. Although you are the nominal lord, you are not qualified to insult other nobles at will. Mu Xing stepped forward and slapped the man to the ground. I not only scolded you, but also beat you. He stepped on the fat face covered with powder. Mu Xing lowered his head and leaned closer. You still know that I am the lord? I thought you were the master of Hamlet. Hamlet has fallen to this point today because of you idiots. The nobleman immediately let out a pig-killing howl. Ah, what are you still doing? Kill this little bastard. If he dares to step on my face today, he will dare to step on your heads tomorrow. Everyone, let's unite and tell him who is the real master of Hamlet. The nobles around drew their weapons, and even their mercenaries were ready to move. Mu Xing suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, like a tiger out of a cage. You want to attack me, the Lord? According to the laws of the kingdom, those who disrespect the Lord will be killed without mercy. Puff. As soon as the words fell, Victor raised his knife and directly cut off the head of a small noble. Blood spurted, staining his armor red. The blood spurted 2 meters high, the head flew out, and the headless body kept twitching on the ground. This knife directly shocked all the nobles. Mu Xing stepped on the noble's face, pressing down continuously, stepping him into the mud. The nobles around him, who had drawn their swords, were frightened and took 2 steps back, and the mercenaries were also shocked by Mu Xing's ferocity. Crack! Mu Xing broke the noble's neck, killing him on the spot. Then, he took out the flower scarf that Adele had redeemed and wiped the mud off his face. Don't be nervous, I'm not a demon who kills without blinking an eye. I just want to tell you that I am the real master of Hamlet. Anyone who wants to get involved in this position will end up like you tomorrow. Of course, I will not be stingy with those who are willing to follow me, and there will be generous rewards. He clapped his hands. Raymond and Eloise brought out a big box. The moment Mu Xing opened the box was filled with gold and silver coins, which almost blinded the eyes of these mercenaries. Today, each mercenary who follows me into the ruins will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. As soon as these words came out, the mercenaries' eyes turned red. Mu Xing grabbed a handful of gold coins and threw them into the crowd. Immediately, there was a rush of looting. Who is willing to follow me, Anderson? You can stand up now. I will not only clean up this ruin, but also lead you to take back what belongs to you from those robbers. The mercenaries stared at the box of gold and silver coins, and someone stood up immediately. "Lord, I am willing to follow you." Mu Xing gave Raymond a look, and Raymond directly took out a purse and stuffed it into the man's arms. Feeling the heavy weight, the mercenary was overjoyed and knelt on one knee. "I will follow the Lord till death. After the first one, there will be the second one. I am willing to follow the Lord." "I am willing too. Add me." These people stood up one after another, knelt on one knee, and expressed their loyalty to Mu Xing. Of course, there are also those who are blind. A 2-meter-tall warrior wearing heavy armor squeezed through the crowd and suddenly rushed towards Mu Xing. "Go to hell." "Oh no, it's Cossins under Viscount Bernardo, Hamlet's strongest warrior, Black Bear." Seeing this, Victor rushed forward without hesitation, trying to stop the opponent. He chopped out with a short knife in his hand, but was blocked by the opponent's heavy axe. Cossins smiled grimly and flipped him dozens of meters away, slamming him hard into the ruins. Victor spit out a mouthful of blood. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, murderous intent surged. Before he could make a move, the white-robed figure behind him moved. Baldwin wore a golden mask and pulled out the broken sword. The heavily armored warrior saw the broken sword and sneered disdainfully. "You will die together." He swung the heavy axe in his hand. Under the golden mask, Baldwin's eyes glowed with a faint golden light. He looked thin, but he swung the broken sword without hesitation. With a dang sound, the violent airflow overturned the people around. Everyone thought that the heavily armored warrior had a sure win, but who would have thought that Baldwin's strength was even better? He not only blocked the attack, but also launched a defensive counterattack. The broken sword swung the giant axe away, and Cossins lost his balance and leaned back involuntarily. Baldwin took a step forward and jumped more than 2 meters high. Holding the sword with both hands, the broken-tipped sword chopped down heavily. Boom! The heavily armored warrior tried his best to block, and his body quickly pressed down, kneeling directly on the ground. The power transmission was like hitting a bull from a distance. His arms and spine were constantly broken, the armor behind him was pierced, and the spine burst out of the armor. When Baldwin landed lightly with a backflip, he was as light as a feather, which shows his control of power. So strong. Raymond and Eloise couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have thought that the Black Bear known as Hamlet's strongest warrior? He was killed instantly. The mercenaries and nobles around him were almost scared to death. Mu Xing was not surprised at Baldwin's fighting ability. He was only hindered by leprosy before, but now he is recovered from leprosy. Although his body is not as good as before, it is not comparable to a barbarian from a small town. When the twisted body of the 2-meter-tall warrior fell to the ground, everyone's heart seemed to be hit hard. Mu Xing looked up. So who agrees? Who opposes? When Baldwin returned to Mu Xing, the mercenaries looked at Mu Xing with completely different eyes. We are willing to be loyal to the Lord. Mu Xing waved his hand. Raymond, give me money. The mercenaries were immediately grateful and wanted to kowtow to Mu Xing. Behind him, Baldwin's low voice sounded again. Excuse me, money can't buy true loyalty. Mu Xing shook his head and chuckled. I don't want their loyalty. A cup of mint tea appeared in his hand. Look at the tea leaves in this cup. Have you ever seen a tender bud resist boiling water? He suddenly raised his hand and splashed the tea into the air. The water condensed into beads, and each drop reflected the faces in front of him. Or flattery, fear, or greed. When desire penetrates into the bone marrow, greed will turn into a string. What I want is their sober indulgence in knowing that they are being manipulated but willing to accept it. Sometimes, money is more effective than loyalty. Chapter 743. When Baldwin heard Mu Xing's words, he showed a thoughtful look on his face. The mercenaries and nobles in front of him were even more enthusiastic about joining Mu Xing's team. He used carrots and sticks to make these guys obedient. Baldwin's voice sounded faintly. The manipulator behind the scenes will not give up. It is said that it is easy to dodge an open spear, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Mu Xing chuckled, showing strong confidence. Governing a territory is the same as governing a country. You should know the importance of both kindness and severity better than me. Moreover, when you are in a high position, don't think about making friends with powerful officials. You have to make them look up to you, or even fear you, so as to inspire awe in their hearts. Otherwise, you can only rely on yourself to pick up the sword and personally chop off the heads of those disrespectful people. Baldwin was silent. He looked at Mu Xing, and felt for the first time that the young lord in front of him was not ordinary. Beside him, the little maid couldn't help but mutter, Young master, why can't I understand a word you said? Mu Xing rubbed her little head. I killed these nobles, are you afraid? Adele nodded and shook her head. I used to think they were scary, but later I found out that they are also afraid and scared. It is their nature to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Mu Xing laughed. Little girl, you understand very quickly. On the other side, Victor has finished registering them. As he expected, 90% of the mercenaries had chosen to join his camp. There are still about 10% who are still stubborn. He doesn't force them, and it doesn't matter. As long as he can win the hearts of the majority of people, it will be fine. Moreover, in his eyes, these people are just a group of cannon fodder bought with money. As long as he has money, there will be a steady stream of mercenaries rushing here. However, the attitude of those nobles surprised him. These people are very arrogant, but they kneel very quickly. Although some of them are unwilling, the general trend cannot be changed. Seeing that the time is ripe, Mu Xing directly stood up. Everyone, our homeland is in crisis now. Those damn bandits come every year and every month. If we don't eliminate them, they will always be a nightmare hanging over our heads. Only by completely eliminating these bandits can Hamlet have a bright future. I can forgive the mistakes made by some people in the past, but from now on, I need to see your performance. He waved his hand. Let's go. Hundreds of people were immediately united and began to move towards Hamlet. At the same time, the god seal was emitting fluctuations that distorted the spirit and was trying to affect their consciousness. God seal, is there a way to transform them into zombies? Mu Xing asked. Master, there are some problems. First, my ability is suppressed, and only 1/10 of it remains. Second, the mental resistance of people in this world is extremely high, and it is extremely difficult to be distorted, so it may take some time, and what's wrong? And through my research on the DNA of these people, I found that their genetic composition is extremely strange. Just like clones, right? Yes, they are like split bodies split from the same ancestor, which seems to be similar to the corpse variant. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me, they are all mutated corpses? Of course not, I mean. Similar to aggregates. Mu Xing stared at the distant horizon. What is going on in this world? He felt that more and more mysteries began to emerge. Is there a way to transform it? I can try, and I need to borrow the power of the obelisk. Mu Xing nodded. Leave it to you. I hope you can bring me some surprises. Putting back his thoughts, when passing by the castle, an orange cat jumped out of the bushes next to it, and quickly climbed onto Mu Xing's shoulder. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Mu Xing saw that the evil spirit had a very serious expression. The bandits are coming, and it seems that they want to capture Hamlet. I suspect that there are a lot of chaos hidden among these bandits. Mu Xing chuckled. No doubt, there are indeed a lot of chaos hidden. Have you found their lair? I found it, deep in the forest. Damn it, that place is really not a place for cats. Some witches have made it a mess. And chaos seems to have reached some deal with the witches in the wilderness. You should be careful. Chaos is so weak, they are actually trying to contact and win over local forces. Mu Xing's tone was full of contempt, but the evil spirit's next sentence made him shut up. Guess who I saw? Your old acquaintance, Chaos Prince, Bai Huan. Mu Xing couldn't help but grin when he heard the name. I played tricks on that guy several times in Yan'an Town. I'm afraid he has already held a grudge against me. If the two meet, it's probably a fight to the death. Although the guy is a little conceited, he is not a loser. Mu Xing felt a strong sense of threat. He quickly contacted the God Seal. Don't try to transform these people yet, concentrate resources, and help me prepare. I need 2 descending containers. Understood. The God Seal received the order, and immediately started to act. From a distance, Mu Xing heard the fierce sound of artillery. In this era of magic and guns, even ordinary cannons have incredible destructive power. With the blessing of various runes and formations, the old red cannon can also play the effect of modern heavy artillery. With a loud bang, a cannonball landed in the center of Hamlet Town. Although solid cannonballs will not explode, their physical destructive power is more concentrated. It directly blasted the already broken statue into pieces. That was the statue of his ancestor Baron Dire Sis, which now completely collapsed, as if foreshadowing the end of an era. Mu Xing began to deploy his troops. He divided the team into 3 groups. One group was to encircle the right wing, one group was responsible for cutting off the robbers' retreat, and the last group was led by him personally. Lord, do you need me to call the castle guards? Baldwin asked. Mu Xing shook his head. No, they have finally escaped leprosy, and should not die on the battlefield. He looked at Baldwin. Of course, I would be happy if you were willing to help me. I am very happy. Baldwin put his hand on his chest very seriously, and lowered his head slightly. The little maid Adele beside him could not help but whispered, "Master, I think Baldwin does not look like a noble at all. How can he be the king of the southern kingdom, and hang out with a group of lepers all day long?" Mu Xing smiled. "You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the sea. Kings are also people, and they also have the right to pursue their own freedom. Why do you have to live the way others want you to live?" Adele pouted and twisted her face. "Master, I don't understand." "Ha ha, you will understand later." Mu Xing rubbed her little head again. Only Baldwin, who kept walking behind Mu Xing with his head down, was in a turmoil and couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 744. From a distance, Mu Xing saw a group of fierce bandits blocking the entrance and exit of the town. Some innocent townspeople were grabbed out of their rooms by them. They pulled their hair and gathered them together on the road, regardless of their cries of pain. Around the road, the corridors of the buildings next to them, and the roofs were all filled with ferocious bandits. Mu Xing stopped within 100 meters and raised his right hand. 100 people behind him drew their weapons in unison. This momentum was no weaker than those bandits. But the timid nobles rolled their eyes and looked around, not knowing which side to lean towards. Just then, a particularly tall guy came out from the group of fierce bandits after a shove. This guy was obviously extraordinary, at least a small leader. There were about 100 bandits, who entered the town to rob. Mu Xing noticed that these bandits were not afraid of their mercenary team, but licked their lips one by one, looking bloodthirsty. "Who among you is the new lord?" The little leader looked around and scanned the group of nobles. "I am. You can call me Anderson, or Lord Anderson Durexus." Mu Xing took a step forward and took the initiative to stand out. "So you are a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. You are the one who will inherit Durexus castle and territory?" Mu Xing stared at the little leader in front of him, but his attention was not on this person, but on the guy sitting on the second floor balcony behind the group of bandits and watching the fun. Mu Xing knew that man, the second leader of the bandit group, Dirk Blood Axe. His wanted posters were posted everywhere in Hamlet. He seemed to be only the second leader, but his power was no less than that of the first leader. "So what?" Mu Xing said bluntly. The little leader grinned. "As usual, offer half of your territory's tax revenue this year as protection fee. This way we can continue to protect Hamlet with all our heart and soul. Otherwise, if those skeletons and monsters outside break in, what can you do to resist them? Is that right, everyone?" "Yes." The robbers behind him laughed in unison. It seemed that this had happened more than once. "Protect? Is that how you protect Hamlet? Catch him on the street and make him kneel among you to protect him?" Mu Xing sneered, not giving him any face. The little leader grabbed a girl next to him. In the girl's horrified eyes, he dragged her out of the crowd, grabbed her hair, and looked at Mu Xing with playful eyes. A sharp knife appeared in his hand and was pressed against the girl's neck. "Lord, don't blame me for not reminding you. Compared to before, we are very gentle now." He moved his face closer and rubbed his beard on the girl's cheek, which frightened the girl so much that her limbs trembled, and she was terrified. Mu Xing said expressionlessly, "Why do you think that I, a new lord who has just arrived, can pay half of Hamlet's taxes? I don't care. We will find whoever is in power in Hamlet otherwise." The cold blade gently scratched the girl's neck, leaving a shallow blood mark. At this moment, Mu Xing moved, raised his gun instantly, and shot the little leader in the middle of his eyebrows. The lead bullet penetrated his head, and it was a direct headshot. When the little leader's body began to lean back, and then fell heavily to the ground, a cry of surprise rang out. He killed Captain Oak. At the same time, Mu Xing waved his hand without hesitation. "Kill!" He has never been a person who sits and waits to negotiate with this group of bandits. If this group of scum can negotiate, they will not become bandits. Mu Xing's sudden killing intent caught the bandits off guard. They didn't expect that Mu Xing would attack them without caring about the lives of the captured townspeople. "Kill these guys for me." On the balcony on the second floor behind, Dirk Blood Axe, who was pretending to watch the show, couldn't bear it anymore, and a violent breath gushed out. Mu Xing fired another shot without hesitation. With a bang, the bullet flew towards his forehead. But at this time, a nimble figure seemed to flash and block the man. Like a knight in the night, the rapier in his hand actually cut the high-speed lead bullet in half. "Second Commander, are you okay?" the man asked. "Get out of the way. Do I need you to save me?" He pushed the swordsman in front of him away and took out a bloody axe from his back. It is worthy of the name of Blood Axe. The fierce aura on his body is even stronger. "Go kill him." He waved his right hand, and the swift figure next to him rushed directly towards Mu Xing. At the same time, Raymond and Eloise rushed out together, trying to stop the other party. But the opponent was extremely fast and agile, flashing like a phantom, and appeared in front of Mu Xing in almost an instant. The rapier stabbed at Mu Xing like lightning, so fast that ordinary people could not see his movements clearly. However, the seemingly fragile new lord in front of him had a speed that made the assassin feel incredible. While dodging, he did not forget to talk freely. Leonardo Phantom Blade, a bounty hunter from the province of Cracer, was hunted down and rewarded for offending a noble. I came to Hamlet a year ago and joined a bandit group in the wilderness. As far as I know, you are not a bloodthirsty and greedy person. Why do you associate with these evil bandits? Mu Xing looked at the eyes with the masked eyes, and the two communicated in lightning-fast attack, defense and dodge. The other mercenaries around saw the strength of this young lord for the first time. Although it seemed that he could only be forced to fight the enemy, he was able to remain unscathed in the continuous and rapid attacks, and seemed to be at ease. He walked lightly, his legs moved quickly, and he left a shadow like a cheetah. "Lord, do you need help?" Baldwin asked loudly. "No, he can't kill me. Go and stop the blood axe." The assassin named Leonardo on the opposite side narrowed his eyes. "I don't care who they are. I just want you nobles to die." Mu Xing shook his head. "There are good people and bad people in this world, and of course there are good nobles and bad nobles. Paranoia can't bring you true salvation." At the same time, the blood axe was ready to kill, swinging the axe in his hand, and immediately killed several mercenaries and townspeople. The blood stained his mail red, revealing a bloodthirsty and manic expression. "I meet you." Baldwin jumped and chopped. With a bang, the blood axe actually blocked Baldwin's jump. The air wave rolled, and all the mercenaries and bandits within a radius of 5 meters were thrown out. The surrounding mercenaries and bandits rolled and crawled away, fearing that they would be affected and become cannon fodder in the battle between the two sides. Mu Xing was still fighting with the assassin. He jumped up and broke a branch. "Let's put it this way. If I can defeat you with this branch, I want you to submit to me." Leonardo looked at Mu Xing. "What if you lose? I give you my life, and you can do whatever you want with it." "Okay, that's what you said." Leonardo was like a gossamer, and he did a backflip to distance himself. 5 afterimages appeared instantly. Chapter 745. 5 afterimages condensed, as if 5 more Leonardos appeared at once. And only one of them was real, the others were fake. "Is this your famous skill, the Phantom Blade?" Mu Xing smiled while holding a branch. After he absorbed enough experience points, although the strength of this body was still fragile, he could still exert extraordinary strength with his rich combat experience and combat awareness. He was not arrogant, but confident in himself. Besides, he also had the God Seal to help him see through the Phantom, and he was a natural nemesis of the assassin in front of him. When 5 phantoms plus 1 real body surrounded him from all directions, Mu Xing turned around without hesitation and pointed at the phantom on his upper right. Leonardo, who was attacking him, panicked. He didn't expect Mu Xing to see through his phantom at a glance. The branch pierced out, as fast as lightning, lightly tapped, and quickly retracted. At this moment, Leonardo disappeared in a flash, and then appeared behind Mu Xing, with the sword in his hand pointing at the back of his head. "You lose." Mu Xing shook his head and turned around. He pointed at the assassin opposite, and then pointed at his heart. The assassin frowned, and he subconsciously looked down, and saw that a small hole had been pierced through the leather armor on his chest. However, he stopped there, and did not go any further. He was stunned for a long time, and finally put down the rapier in his hand. "I lost." He knew very well that if Mu Xing had not held back, the previous blow would have been enough to pierce his heart. But he had no reaction at all, and did not realize that he had walked through the gates of hell. "I didn't expect that there is someone in this world who can defeat my Phantom Blade with a branch." With a clang, the rapier fell to the ground. At the same time, he raised his head and closed his eyes. "You can kill me now." However, after waiting for a while, he did not wait for Mu Xing's killing intention. He looked up at Mu Xing in confusion. "Why don't you kill me? As the Lord of Hamlet, Baron Diarcis, I declare that I will provide you with territory protection. From today on, as long as you are in Hamlet, you will no longer be a wanted criminal." The shocked assassin opened his mouth, and could not utter a word for a long time. Is this young lord still the greedy and cruel nobles he had seen? "Leonardo, you useless person, you actually surrendered to a little lord who hadn't even grown all his hair?" Blood Axe was fighting with Baldwin, but he didn't expect that the assassin known as the sharpest assassin in the bandit group would surrender in one round. His face became extremely ugly. "Give the order. Fire, blow up Hamlet for me." However, After waiting for a while, there was no sound of the cannon. Instead, there were shouts and cries of killing coming from the hillside. An undead wizard was commanding a large number of skeletons to attack the turret. Mu Xing took 2 steps closer to the blood axe, and was about to kill it, but several bandits with a chaotic aura surrounded him. "Be careful, little brat, it's all chaos." The evil spirit jumped out from nowhere, and warned Mu Xing. "You came just in time, I was just trying to force out the mastermind behind them." As he was speaking, the sky suddenly darkened, the sunlight was blocked, something blocked the sun, casting a large shadow. The bandits and mercenaries, who were fighting fiercely, suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw a huge hot air balloon flying from afar, slowly falling towards Hamlet. Mu Xing saw the familiar face on the hot air balloon at a glance. Although he was less arrogant and more calm than when they first met, the white clothes showed his original intention. And behind him, the fierce and evil ones were all descendants of chaos. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. How did Bai Huan, a peak apostle, enter this fantasy world? He realized that chaos held many secrets about the fantasy world that he did not know. However, he was very sure of one thing, that Bai Huan and the chaos descendants behind him were not the real bodies that descended. It could be some kind of possession, or the descending of consciousness. Their strength was obviously severely limited. The only thing that worried Mu Xing was how much power they could exert beyond the limits of this mortal body. When the hot air balloon descended to a height of 100 meters, Bai Huan and several chaos descendants jumped directly from the sky and landed smoothly. Such an action not only shocked the bandits, but also the nobles and mercenaries. Some even shouted that the gods had descended, and knelt on the ground and bowed. Bai Huan did look quite immortal. If Mu Xing hadn't seen what he looked like, he would have believed it. He looked down at Mu Xing. "I don't know why, but your eyes disgust me." Mu Xing grinned and chuckled. "Long time no see, Bai Huan." Bai Huan on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and the whole person exploded. "Bastard, is it you? I kill you." "Wait!" Mu Xing stretched out his hand and shouted. "What? You little bastard, are you scared too? Don't worry, I put you on the grill and eat you up bite by bite." Facing Bai Huan, who was like a ferocious bull, Mu Xing was not worried at all that he would rush over and attack directly. The opposite Bai Huan was not polite at all, and grabbed Mu Xing with one hand. The right hand transformed into a sharp beast claw, as if he could crush Mu Xing's head with just one move. "I am the Lord of Hamlet. You can kill me, but believe me, I will destroy the key before you kill me. Besides, this is just an ordinary mortal body. What if you destroy it, but you will never get the key?" As soon as these words came out, the claws that Bai Huan stretched out on the opposite side suddenly froze in place. Mu Xing still had a confident smile on his face, but his heart was like a roller coaster, going up and down on the narrow curve for a while. He was different from Trix and others who came, because he was not sure whether he could be resurrected if Bai Huan killed him. He was betting. He was betting that these chaos had entered the fantasy world in a similar way to the Advent. He was betting that they came for the key. Obviously, he won the bet. Bai Huan's claws finally stopped less than 10 centimeters in front of him. "You are good." He retracted his claws, and turned them back into his white right hand. He made seals with both hands, and released some magic, and a formation diagram rose under Mu Xing's feet. "If I can't kill you, I can make you live a life worse than death." It seemed that he wanted to take the initiative and control Mu Xing. Mu Xing still had no expression on his face. Boom! Just then, a cannon shot sounded, and a powerful solid cannonball flew towards them. Bai Huan's face suddenly changed, and he quickly dodged. But when he saw that Mu Xing couldn't move, he quickly untied the restraints. The cannonball almost grazed Mu Xing's scalp. With a loud bang, the house behind him collapsed. On the hillside, the necromancer Saren had controlled the bandit cannon at some point, aiming at them from above. "Bai Huan, I think we should sit down and have a good talk instead of fighting all day long. You said that civil servants, like us, who are sent to such places with great difficulty will be in trouble if we mess up things, right, brother Bai Huan?" "Brother Lousy, if you weren't a bastard, I wouldn't." Bai Huan realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly shut up. Mu Xing smiled as if it was just as expected. Chapter 746. Why don't we exchange intelligence and see if there is any chance for cooperation? Mu Xing had a smiling face, and she was no longer nervous. Cooperation? A mere survivor is worthy of cooperating with me, Bai Huan? TSK. Bai Huan, the first battle zone was defeated, and the Chaos Lord Dark Eater, your backer, was killed. I guess you must have had a hard time recently. Mu Xing waved to the little maid next to her, and Adele immediately handed her a bottle of water. Mu Xing ignored the angry faces of Bai Huan and the chaos descendants around him, and calmly gulped down the water. Would you like a bottle? Pure natural and flawless mountain spring water. Bai Huan's expression changed several times. Boss Bai Huan, this guy is really dishonest. Let's just kill him. The chaos descendants were about to take action. Don't move. Bai Huan raised his right hand, and although his expression was tangled, he finally compromised. He knew very well that Mu Xing in front of him must know something, otherwise he would not be so arrogant and think he could completely control him. Captain, we can't keep this kid, or he will be a disaster sooner or later. A teammate began to use consciousness to send a message to Bai Huan. No, if we kill him, where can we find the key to open the underground secret door? Captain, the key is in his hand. We can get it back by killing him, or we can search the entire hamlet. I don't believe we can't find the key. Shut up. Don't you know our current situation? The first line of defense has lost its power, and its foundation has been constantly squeezed out and swallowed up by other lines of defense. If we continue to sit and wait for death, our first line of defense will be wiped out by those bastards sooner or later. A descendant of chaos sighed. Ah, no wonder we lost to the survival line. The strength of the first line of defense was damaged. The other lines of defense did not want to help each other, but wanted to come over and bite hard. Bai Huan said in a low voice. So, this kid can't be killed for the time being? When I get what the first Chaos King needs, it won't be too late to kill him then. He clenched his fists. As for those who bully and humiliate us, one day, I will make them pay the price. At this time, Mu Xing on the opposite side saw that several people were stunned, and knew that they were communicating with each other mentally. He spoke directly. Bai Huan, I forgot to tell you that this key is bound to my identity as a descendant of Direxus. If I die, none of you can open the door. As he spoke, an illusory key appeared in his hand, and he used the divine seal to release an enlarged projection. And I also know that the other half of this key should be in your hand, right? That's right. Mu Xing only had half of the key in his hand, and he realized at the moment he got the key. The key in his hand seemed exquisite, but it lacked a key part. Only one key can't open the secret door. I saw a key in Bai Huan's hand, which was the other half of the key. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and he really guessed it right. But he didn't know how Bai Huan got this half of the key. Bai Huan retracted his hand and took back the key. In this case, I will spare your life first. Remember, I will take your head with my own hands sooner or later. Mu Xing grinned, looking like he deserved a beating, and stretched his neck. I wait for you to take my head. Bai Huan's fingers turned white from pinching, and he wished he could take action right now and pinch Mu Xing to death. But in the end, he calmed down. I can cooperate with you to open the key to the underground secret door and explore the secrets underground. In this case, don't waste time here. Hey, wait! Mu Xing suddenly stopped him. What do you want to do? Bai Huan was furious. Information exchange. Mu Xing hooked his finger at him. Bai Huan gritted his teeth and threw a piece of information directly over. Mu Xing also threw over a document he found in the ruins. Mu Xing flipped through the document, and sure enough, it was information about the forest and wilderness. The document recorded the anomalies in the forest and wilderness, witches, bandits, and the current situation around the town. Not only that, but even the situation in the Bay Area was recorded. The records about witches were particularly detailed, which was exactly what Mu Xing wanted. Can we go now? Bai Huan growled. Mu Xing shook his head. First, we need to find a guide. Guide? The witch in the forest. Why are you looking for her? To tell you the truth, I have seen the blueprint of the dungeon. There are various guards inside, like a maze. Open the secret door and enter the dungeon. Neither you nor I know what is inside, but I know there is someone who knows the situation of the dungeon. Bai Huan narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about the witch? I have read the diary of my ancestor. The witch followed my ancestor for several years. Although I don't know why they parted ways later, what do you think? Bai Huan narrowed his eyes and thought, in that case, let's go back to the forest and catch the witch first. Mu Xing observed Bai Huan. This guy knew the pros and cons and knew when to advance and retreat, but he was arrogant, so in many cases, he could not fully maintain the most rational judgment. Mu Xing could use this. Mu Xing clapped his hands, and the mercenaries quickly gathered behind him. Lord, are we not going to fight? Don't worry, these bandits can't turn the world upside down for the time being. The communication between him and Bai Huan was mysterious and difficult to understand, so they didn't understand what happened. It just seemed that the Lord had reached some kind of deal with the mysterious man in white in front of him. Bai Huan also waved his hand. signaling all the bandits to call off the battle and put away their weapons. At this time, the second leader of the bandits, Xuefu, was not happy. "Damn it, so many of my brothers have died, and you're stopping now? Have you asked for my opinion?" However, the next second, Bai Huan rushed forward and ripped out his heart with one claw. The fierce blood axe didn't even have time to react before Bai Huan took out the bloody heart. Then the gentle young man in white grabbed the heart and started to eat it. It seemed that he was not biting the heart, but a sweet red apple. This scene scared everyone, whether it was the mercenaries or the bandits. Heart eaters, they are the group of heart eaters that suddenly appeared in the wilderness. A mercenary exclaimed. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Thoughts in his mind turned rapidly. It seems that this group of chaos came to the fantasy world in a different way, just as he thought. If they want to maintain their existence in this world, they must eat flesh and blood to dilute the alienation degree. Otherwise, they will be directly expelled by the rules of this world. If so, Mu Xing will feel at ease. The spiritual rival is the advantage of chaos, but also their weakness. As long as they grasp this weakness, they can rely on this weakness to turn defeat into victory when they officially turn against Bai Huan. "Let's go, everyone follow me to the forest." Bai Huan waved his hand, and a group of robbers followed him to leave Hamlet. Mu Xing pointed at the frightened townspeople. "Call the guards over, treat the wounded, treat the sick, and help repair the damaged houses." "Yes, Lord, I do it right away." Victor nodded respectfully. Chapter 747. The wilderness and forest outside Hamlet town were once a beautiful and fertile land. The climate at the seaside is warm and humid, the 4 seasons are like spring, and the land is fertile. But with the emergence of various strange things, the fields have become wilderness and a den of robbers. The forest began to be abnormal, with large mushrooms growing and dangerous miasma. After entering the wilderness, Mu Xing realized the badness of this land. The gloomy sky seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of haze, and the sunlight was completely blocked, leaving only a weak light through the clouds, barely illuminating this barren land. In the wilderness, withered weeds swayed in the wind, making rustling sounds. In the distance, several twisted dead trees stood like ghosts, with branches like dry arms reaching towards the sky. Broken stones and rotten wood debris were scattered on the ground, and occasionally some rusty weapons and armor could be seen. The air was filled with the smell of decay, mixed with the smell of soil, and occasionally a cold wind rolled up the dust, making people feel chilly. The residents of Hamlet have not dared to set foot in this wilderness for many years. Mu Xing squatted down and picked up a wisp of dust. The withered land seemed to have been drained of all vitality and nutrients by some force. The power of pollution penetrated into the soil, turning this place into a lifeless Jedi. As they moved towards the end of the wilderness, a strange forest suddenly appeared in front of them. It was incredible that a forest grew on this polluted land. The forest was like a cursed area, shrouded in dark shadows. The towering ancient trees soared into the sky, with twisted and rough trunks and deep cracks on the bark. The branches and leaves were dense but lifeless, with black poisonous thorns growing on them, and dark yellow leaves rustling in the wind. The bandits seemed to have long been accustomed to this environment, but the nobles and mercenaries brought by Mu Xing were all very nervous. As they stepped into the forest, the air suddenly became humid. The ground of the forest was covered with thick rotten leaves and moss, and it felt soft when stepped on. The brown vines were wrapped around the tree trunks and rocks like snakes, and occasionally they would suddenly wriggle as if they had life. The air was filled with damp, musty, and rotten smells, suffocating. The light could hardly penetrate the dense tree canopy, and only sporadic spots of light were sprinkled on the ground. Occasionally, a cold wind rolled up the fallen leaves, revealing the bones and rusted weapons hidden under the rotten leaves. As they continued to go deeper, the forest was gradually wrapped in strange mushrooms. Those huge, irregularly growing mushrooms devoured the vitality of the forest. Some of them can grow to dozens of meters high, with colorful umbrellas, while others grow like lichens, crawling on the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of mushroom spores. Everyone wore a mask. Before coming, Mu Xing prepared spare isolation masks for them. At least, they could avoid losing their combat effectiveness due to inhaling too many spores. When Mu Xing's voice sounded, the mercenaries and nobles hurriedly put on their masks. Some nobles even wore 3 layers of masks out of fear. The bandits also had a way to deal with it. They wore strangely shaped masks with filters on them to prevent them from inhaling spores. Mu Xing noticed that Bai Huan and the Chaos also wore masks. Obviously, even as the offspring of Chaos, after the consciousness descended, this body still had to follow the environmental restrictions of the material world. Baldwin and Raymond guarded Mu Xing on the left and right. At the end of the team, the necromancer Saren asked the skeletons to push the robber cannon. I don't know if the witches in the forest sensed the danger in advance. Not long after the team entered the forest, some disgusting slime monsters crawled out of the dense forest. These filthy slimes flowed on the ground. Undigested bones could be seen in their translucent bodies. When they stood up, they were about a meter tall. In addition to these slimes, some sleeping fungus grabbers and fungus parasites crawled out of the mushrooms. These monsters infected and parasitized by fungi were once residents of the forest and wilderness. Of course, there were also some adventurers who entered the forest to explore. Their bodies were severely alienated, and they grew terrifying spores and mushrooms. They lost all their rationality and turned into terrifying fungus monsters. Prepare for battle, Mu Xing shouted. Bai Huan, who was not far away, stood up. Wait! He shouted towards the depths of the forest. We are here to visit Grace, a bunch of lowly creatures. Get out of here. However, what was waiting for Bai Huan was the corrosive liquid sprayed by the slime monsters. Bai Huan dodged the corrosive liquid sideways. His face was ugly. He didn't expect that he would fall to this point today. Not only was he excluded and ridiculed in the defense line, but he was also ignored by these damn slime monsters when he came to this small fantasy world. He was immediately enraged, and a killing intent burst out. Go ahead, kill all these lowly things. He waved his right hand, and the bandits behind him rushed forward with their weapons raised, attacking the mushroom people and slime monsters. Mu Xing also commanded the mercenaries behind him to attack. Everyone, you will be rewarded with 1 gold coin for killing a monster. Everyone, hurry up. Mu Xing shouted. There must be brave men under a heavy reward. The mercenaries who were originally timid and dared not to move forward were all red-eyed. Killing a monster rewards 1 gold coin. Many people are afraid of becoming rich overnight. Mu Xing walked to Bai Huan. TSK, Your Highness, don't be angry. If you get sick, no one can replace you. Your Highness must have a hard time recently? Shut up. Bai Huan glared at him fiercely. Why don't you join our survival line? I introduce you. Maybe you can even become a general. Bai Huan grabbed Mu Xing's collar, his eyes red and murderous. Don't think I don't dare to kill you. Mu Xing still had a smile on his face and raised his hands. Your Highness, don't be used as a pawn without knowing it. Whether it's human or chaos, wise people can't escape desire and ambition after all. Want to turn the tables by this trip to the fantasy world? You should be more careful. Why did they choose you? Is it really that you, Bai Huan, are so talented that you have to be the only one? Bai Huan's fist came directly over. With a bang, it was blocked by Mu Xing's fist. He frowned. The power of Mu Xing's descending body was not to be underestimated. Stop talking nonsense. Don't think you can be complacent just because you won a game. It's still unknown who will win in the end. He turned around and rushed towards the mushroom monsters and slime monsters without hesitation. Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly. The previous test had made him realize more weaknesses of Bai Huan. He could make good use of them. At the same time, taking this opportunity, Mu Xing began to create a carrier for descent. After entering the forest, he was worried that there would be a fierce battle. In any case, summon 2 teammates to descend first. Before his body is recovered, they are the basis for his foothold in this world. Chapter 748. The manufacture of a carrier is not an easy task. First, it must strictly follow the rules and restrictions of this world. Second, according to Mu Xing's in-depth research on those chaos mercenaries, pressure resistance is a crucial indicator. The higher the pressure resistance, the more calm you can be when facing those dangerous monsters. Thanks to the help of the Divine Seal and the Obelisk, the manufacturing speed of the carrier has been greatly improved. As the team continued to go deeper into the forest, 2 new carriers were born. Mu Xing communicated directly with Xinqi Xinghe and began to contact Vigo. One of the people he planned to summon this time was Vigo. Mu Xing hoped that Vigo could bring the observer tower with him. If the tower could successfully descend into this world, it would be able to establish a close connection with Trix in the outside world. At that time, they could even use this connection to transfer items. However, when Mu Xing tried to summon Vigo through visualization, he encountered obstacles. He found that he could not summon directly, as if there was an invisible film blocking Vigo's consciousness from descending. Does it have to be in the battle arena to descend? In order to verify this conjecture, Mu Xing decisively attacked a group of mushroom people and dragged them into the battle arena. Sure enough, the battle arena can only be entered in the copy, and it cannot be triggered in the town. Mu Xing muttered to himself. No wonder he failed to activate the battle arena system in Hamlet before. In an instant, he was on the stage again. On the left were Baldwin, Raymond, and the necromancer. And on the right were 2 slime monsters and 2 fungal parasites. When it was Mu Xing's turn, he did not rush to attack, but began to summon carriers. Necromancers can not only summon skeletons, but also zombies. The unconscious carriers created by Mu Xing are equivalent to zombies. When the 2 zombies were summoned to the field, Mu Xing tried to communicate with Wei Gu again and guide him to descend through visualization. Although there was still a blockage this time, the descent was successfully completed in the end. When the zombie opened his eyes, the confusion in his pupils quickly dissipated. "Captain?" Vigo asked tentatively. "I'm under the stage," Mu Xing responded. Vigo moved his body slightly uncomfortably. "Is this the mysterious battle stage system?" "Yes, according to my experiment, only here can your consciousness be successfully guided to descend. By the way, did you bring your observer tower in?" "No." Vigo shook his head. "Sure enough, I took it for granted." Mu Xing shook his head, slightly disappointed. "Don't worry, Captain. Although I can't bring the tower down directly, we have done experiments on the spaceship. Maybe I can summon my tower in other ways." "Summon? We know if it works or not after we try it." "Wait a moment. I have to guide another person to come." After that, Mu Xing continued to visualize and guide the second person to come. When the second zombie opened his eyes, a flash of blood flashed in his eyes. At the same time, bloody lines began to appear on his body. Without further ado, the identity of the visitor was clear. "Madman, how do you feel?" Mu Xing asked hurriedly. Madman moved his body. "I feel okay. Although this body is a little weak, my combat power has been greatly improved with the blessing of my God of War lines." Wei Gu asked, "Captain, do you want to summon Gu Yan as well?" Mu Xing shook his head. "Gu Yan needs to help me contact Terra City, and if he is on the same team with Madman, the 2 of them can fight each other without the pressure reaching 100. Upon hearing this, Vigo couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Okay, let's adapt to the body first and prepare for the battle," Mu Xing said. The first to attack was the Madman. He held a double blade, and under the blessing of the battle pattern, the double blades were stained with fire, and instantly killed a fungal parasite. Vigo tried to summon his tower. Although it was only a phantom, it could also exert a certain combat power. Although the observer tower cannot be summoned all at once, with multiple summons, the connection becomes deeper and deeper. "I am confident that I can summon part of the observer tower to appear." Good news came from Vigo. "Very good." Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction and controlled Baldwin and Raymond to kill the 2 slime monsters. "You have killed the monster, obtained 4 gold coins, obtained the slime monster's body fluid, poisonous mushrooms, and parasitic fungus core." When the battle stage disappeared, Vigo and the Madman did not disappear with it. After they had their own exclusive carrier, they could stay in this world for a long time, which was equivalent to permanent arrival. "Eat these 2 balls first." Mu Xing handed over 2 balls. The 2 took the red balls and swallowed them without hesitation. Vigo's expression was distorted. "Captain, what did you give me?" "Compressed blood and flesh balls." "Ah?" He lay on the ground and began to vomit, but after a long time of dry heaving, he didn't spit out anything. Because once the balls were swallowed, they merged with his body. "Madman, how do you feel?" Mu Xing looked at the Madman expectantly. His originally slightly thin body muscles began to fill up, and red lines appeared on his back and chest. "It feels good. Eating this pill not only strengthens your body, but also makes the connection between your consciousness and this body more stable." Mu Xing said, "This is a super concentrated pill I made specifically for you. 1 pill is equivalent to 10 people. Ugh, Captain, please stop talking. I always feel like I swallowed 10 people alive." Wei Ji's face was pale. Mu Xing handed them clothes. "Change clothes first. I have something new to tell you." After the 2 changed their clothes, they looked like Hamlet's mercenaries, without any flaws. Then, he told the 2 that he had temporarily formed an alliance with Bai Huan. This news shocked the 2 speechless. "Captain, have you really formed an alliance with Bai Huan, the Prince of Chaos? Is there a trick?" "Don't worry, I know my limits, and it's still unknown who is tricking whom." Mu Xing showed a sinister smile. Seeing Mu Xing's sinister smile, the 2 knew that the game was settled. At this moment, Victor, who was advancing in front, rushed back. "Lord, the old witch has come out, and the bandits are confronting her." Mu Xing and Madman Wei Gu exchanged a glance. "Let's go and take a look." Sure enough, a big reward will always bring brave men. Under the temptation of money, these mercenaries killed a large number of monsters along the way, and advanced to the heart of the forest in just half an hour. Although they lost a lot of people, when those brave mercenaries charged with a large amount of gold coins, their eyes were still full of fighting spirit. The corpses of fungal parasitic monsters were lying all along the way, and there were even some fungal giants among them. These tall mutants were extremely strong, but now they were almost cut into pieces. It was obvious that they were the work of the Chaos Children. When Mu Xing approached the confrontation point, a strong stench hit him. The stench was mixed with a hot and humid mist. If they were not wearing masks, ordinary people would faint after smelling it twice. Chapter 749. This is the witch's lair, and it is also a dangerous place called the Corruption Nest by adventurers. Surrounded by a filthy swamp, the air is filled with a foul smell. The ground is covered with mud and rotten vegetation, and dead trees are twisted and stretched towards the sky. From time to time, low gurgling sounds can be heard in the swamp. At this time, the two sides are facing each other. On the left is a combination of mercenaries and bandits, and the weapons in the hands of the descendants of chaos are rhythmically shining with a strong glow. This scene caught Mu Xing's attention. The weapons of the Gundu are obviously better than his own. On the other side, there were slime monsters, fungus men, mad dogs, spore giants, and some forest witches wearing dirty robes and holding deadwood staffs. The two sides confronted each other, and neither of them took the initiative to attack. In the center of the swamp was the base of the forest witches. Their nest was a dilapidated hut, part of the roof had collapsed, and the walls were covered with vines and mold. Wild mushrooms grew into towering trees behind the hut. In front of the hut, a huge iron vat was placed on a blazing green flame. Thick liquid rolled in the vat, with a layer of greasy foam floating on the surface, and occasionally a few bubbles emerged, emitting a pungent stench when they burst. A witch with a huge body, like a beast, and a severely deformed body caught his attention. The witch was hunched over, wearing a tattered robe covered with dried blood and unknown stains. Her fingers were like dead branches, with long and black nails. She was holding a rusty iron spoon and stirring the food in the vat. In the jar floated pieces of rotten meat that had turned black, as well as some unknown internal organs and bones, mixed with sticky mushrooms and herbs. Beside the cauldron, several mushroom men huddled together, whimpering in a low voice, as if waiting for the witch's blessing. On the other side, a huge spore giant was crawling, facing the mercenaries and bandits, who had entered the depths of the jungle. The witch, known as the Cannibal Witch, laughed sharply. She scooped up a spoonful of food from the jar, poured it into a worn-out bowl, and handed it to a mushroom man. The mushroom man took the bowl with trembling hands and began to swallow greedily, making creepy gurgling sounds. Then, the mushroom man trembled all over, and his body began to expand rapidly, as if he had been injected with hormones. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a skinny mushroom man into a huge spore giant. It beat its chest vigorously, opened its mouth wide, and roared threateningly at Mu Xing and the others. "I'm not here to fight, Grace. I think we can have a good talk." Bai Huan raised his head and looked down at the witch who was still stirring the rotten meat in the tank. Hee hee. The Cannibal Witch laughed strangely. "Filthy, filthy fellow, you are looking for death." The Chaos Descendant beside him was angry, and wanted to rush over to kill the Cannibal Witch. Bai Huan grabbed him. "Grace, follow me out of the forest and go to Hamlet. I need you to take us into the underground maze." His words were full of unquestionable tone, which seemed not to be a negotiation, but an order. "Either kill me or be eaten by me, you can make your own choice." Unexpectedly, the witch ignored Bai Huan's threats and grinned. "You?" Bai Huan's expression was ferocious, and his right hand kept changing between claws and palms. He seemed to be unable to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. "Don't be impulsive, young man." Just then, a hand pressed on his shoulder. Who else could it be but Mu Xing? Bai Huan turned around and grabbed Mu Xing with his claws. But before he got close, he was grabbed by the madman next to him. Bai Huan frowned. This person actually suppressed him with his strength? Who is this person? Bai Huan quickly calmed down after being stopped by the madman. "Bai Huan, you are indeed not suitable for negotiation. Let me do it." Mu Xing turned his head to look at the witch Grace. "Ms. Grace, I wonder if you still remember directions." The witch turned her head and looked at Mu Xing, who was standing at the edge of the swamp in the Lord's uniform. Her expression suddenly became surprised, and then became angry. "Are you the descendant of that old bastard Direxus?" This anger even turned into murderous intent, which frightened the mushroom people next to them, and made them retreat in fear, curling up and trembling. However, Mu Xing felt sadness and disappointment from this murderous intent. A letter appeared in Mu Xing's hand. "Miss Grace, this is the letter I found in the castle. It is locked in the most precious secret box of my ancestors. It must be something very important. He pointed to the signature of the recipient on the letter, which was Grace. Give it to me! Give it to me! The witch roared, eagerly, with a rare brilliance in her eyes. The envelope in Mu Xing's hand flew out, spun across the swamp, and was finally lightly pinched by the witch's rough fingers. She dropped the spatula she was using to stir the cauldron, and carefully opened the letter. The envelope looked like it had been there for many years. The words on the yellowed letter paper had become blurred. In order to see the words clearly, the witch even put on dirty glasses. Soon, dark green tears flowed down from her eyes. The emotions that had been brewing for a long time finally burst out, and the whole forest was filled with sad cries. The sound made the bloodless robbers on the opposite side shrink their necks. The cannibal witch cried for 3 minutes before she raised her head and calmed herself down. Do you want me to take you to the underground maze? Yes. Mu Xing nodded. The witch shook her head. That place is extremely dangerous. Even powerful magicians and paladins will die if they go in. Mu Xing stared at her. I guess you also want to know the real secret hidden by my ancestor, right? What kind of person is my ancestor? I guess only when we get there can we really know. The witch was silent for a moment, and finally stood up. Her alienation was more serious than expected. She was more than 3 meters tall when she stood up, and her body was square with the same length and width. It was full of oppression. It was hard to imagine what she had done to her body to make her look like this. Let's go, I go with you. She kicked the mushroom man next to her away, and walked to the edge of the swamp with heavy steps. With a wave of her hand, a large number of slime monsters emerged from the swamp, carrying her huge body forward. No wonder the witch was so fearless. There were thousands of monsters hiding in the surrounding swamps. When she passed by Mu Xing, she threw the envelope in her hand back to him. I know the letter is fake, I just want an answer. Mu Xing looked at the witch with a dull face, not expecting that his trick had been discovered long ago. Don't worry, I won't blame you for your lies, but... She suddenly lowered her head and said in a very low voice, as if whispering, don't think that this inheritance is a gift to you. Your ancestor has never been a generous person, even after his death. Mu Xing frowned and raised his eyebrows. What does this mean? Chapter 750. When everyone walked out of the jungle devoured by various strange mushrooms, a group of witches in ragged clothes joined the bandits and mercenaries. They surrounded the cannibal, which like stars surrounding the moon. Her bloated body sat on a wide palanquin made of hardened mushrooms. It was carried by 4 spore giants nearly 4 meters high. It looked heavy, but the speed was not slow at all. Behind the cannibal, which, a large number of mushroom parasites followed silently. Unlike the strong hostility when they first met, now these mushroom parasites all look pious, as if the cannibal witch is their master. Go back. When they were close to the edge of the forest, the cannibal witch Grace turned around and called the mushroom parasites, who had been following her, to stop. Then, they saw these mushroom parasites kneeling down devoutly, as if to say goodbye. This cannibal witch doesn't seem to be as ferocious and scary as the rumors say. You see, those parasites seem to worship and respect her very much. Vigo looked at the scene in front of him with a look of surprise. At this time, Baldwin, who had been quietly following Mu Xing, spoke up. The cannibal witch Grace actually had another name for many years, Herbal Scholar Grace. Because of her passion for studying herbs and fungi, she traveled to many places when she was young, and left her footprints and legends in many kingdoms. In that era when witches were still respected, Grace moved many princes and nobles with her beautiful appearance and kind qualities. However, Grace was not interested in the princes and nobles who were pursuing her, and devoted herself to the study of herbal medicine. In her eyes, there seemed to be only the suffering masses. Over the years, countless mercenaries, poor people, and even slaves have survived her kind treatment. As he spoke, Baldwin looked at the plague doctor Paracel next to him. I guess Paracel should be very clear about these past events? The doctor girl nodded. Herbal Scholar Grace is my idol. It was because I heard her story that I resolutely walked out of that remote village, and became a plague doctor who saves lives. Vigo glanced at Paracel, and the witch on the huge palanquin. He didn't expect that in such a dark world, there would be so much human brilliance. What happened later? How did she become like this? Mu Xing's curiosity was also aroused. Baldwin sighed. I heard that the kind and beautiful herbalist came to this place called Hamlet, the southernmost seaside, and everything changed. She received an invitation from the Baron. I don't know what kind of magic potion your ancestor gave her, so that Grace fell in love with him at first sight, and fell madly in love with Sis. So she chose to stay in the castle and work for him. What happened next? Mu Xing asked hurriedly. Baldwin coughed. And Mu Xing subconsciously looked up and saw the cannibal, which on the huge palanquin glaring at them. Baldwin, you are no longer a king, but now you have learned to gossip about people behind their backs like those mercenaries? Baldwin touched the broken sword awkwardly, but stopped talking. Mu Xing and the others also turned their heads away in embarrassment. It was indeed inappropriate to talk about someone behind their back, especially when the person was right in front of them. Young man, are you interested in my past? Mu Xing was stunned. He saw a slime-like mud monster under his feet suddenly condense into Grace's face. The face was so lifelike, except that it was still translucent. Every mole and every trembling pustule could be seen clearly. Her eyes were fixed on Mu Xing, and a terrifying fierce light burst out of her eyes. Mu Xing looked at the witch's face without changing his expression. I'm just curious about the past of my cheap ancestor. Please don't get me wrong. After glaring at Mu Xing, the face quickly retracted and turned into a pool of mud again. Although you are far inferior to your ancestor, you only inherited 3 points of his courage. Mu Xing raised his eyebrows, and could hear how highly the witch thought of his cheap ancestor. My performance could only be rated 3 points. As the team slowly walked out of the jungle, before they returned to Hamlet, they saw the bloody skull flag waving on the hillside in front of them. There was also a green ghost flag in the distance. Mu Xing stopped, and Bai Huan took a step forward and appeared next to Mu Xing. The two looked at each other. Although they were enemies, they were now temporary allies. It's the bandit group in the wilderness, and the ghost pirates in the bay. How did they get together? Bai Huan frowned. Obviously, these people were not arranged by him. Mu Xing shook his head. Bai Huan, as the Prince of Chaos, you can't even completely take down the bandits in the wilderness. You are not a good Prince of Chaos. You? Bai Huan pointed at Mu Xing angrily. There are more than 1 or 2 bandit groups in the wilderness. Although I took down the blood axe, there are still many powerful bandits entrenched around. First, time is limited. Second, these idiots are not worth my effort to recruit and control. Hearing Bai Huan's serious explanation, Mu Xing chuckled and shook his head. This is not the Prince of Chaos I know. It seems that you have really failed in the Chaos camp. Not to mention that there are only so few soldiers, there is no support from outside. Mu Xing saw Bai Huan's murderous expression and continued, by the way, you are not the main force of chaos to explore this fantasy world, right? You didn't sneak in, did you? This completely angered Bai Huan. For the first time, his right hand transformed into a white tentacle. It whipped towards Mu Xing. The tentacle turned into an illusion in an instant, as if it didn't exist. Next to him, Wei Gu made a direct move, and his Aurus appeared on his right hand, and an illusory shield was formed to block the tentacle. At the same time, he took the opportunity to counterattack. With a crackling sound, the surrounding air trembled violently, which faintly affected the space and caused a slight distortion. Observer? Bai Huan recognized Wei Ji's profession at a glance, and his tone was as cold as it could be. Both sides retreated immediately. Bai Huan stopped attacking, and Wei Gu quickly returned to Mu Xing's back. Humph, Blood Moon, you are sharp-tongued, don't show off your quick words. I don't want to waste time talking to you now. I advise you to shut up and kill those guys with me first. Mu Xing heard Bai Huan's sullen tone and became serious. What's wrong? I smell a smell that I hate. A smell that you hate? Mu Xing was puzzled. A voice that deserved a beating came from the opposite hillside. Hey, isn't this our Prince Bai Huan? I thought you had been recycled by Chaos Doctor. I didn't expect you to escape from the Chaos Front and become a Chaos deserter. I am really ashamed of you. Metis Yuanhua. Bai Huan almost gritted his teeth and shouted this name. Mu Xing, who was standing by, even heard the sound of his fingers pinching. Silently retreated to the back, protecting Bai Huan in front of him, showing an expression of watching the fun. Chapter 751. Although I don't know what grudges there are between these two people, it is said that enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. If they were not separated by a mountain, I am afraid they would have already fought. The other party stared at Bai Huan and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Today, I, Metis, will represent the third Chaos Front to capture you, the deserter. Bai Huan, you can't escape, just surrender. Of course, as long as you are willing to be my slave, I promise to spare your life. The guy who turned into a fierce robber was shirtless, and had extremely strong muscles. There is a ferocious wolf head tattooed on his chest. But when he looked at Bai Huan, although he had hatred, he did not hide his desire for Bai Huan. It was the kind of desire to forcibly possess Bai Huan. TSK, you Chaos Camp City knows how to play. Bai Huan ignored Mu Xing's ridicule. Tell me, what conditions are you willing to join forces with me? Mu Xing folded his hands on his chest. I want your Chaos's secret method of advent. Bai Huan frowned. Your appetite is a bit too big. This is our Chaos Front's secret. Since you have become a traitor to the Chaos Front, this sincerity shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Mu Xing held the back of his head and took a step back with Crazy and Vigo. It doesn't matter who we cooperate with, right? What the hell, doesn't that Metes have to cooperate with me anyway? Bai Huan gnashed his teeth and growled. Don't be complacent. Metes is suspicious and cruel by nature. Do you think he will cooperate with you? Mu Xing looked indifferent. It doesn't matter. I can't afford to offend him. But can't I avoid him? Seeing that Mu Xing was not eating or drinking, he could only compromise. Okay, I promise you. But I want you to help me hold back those ghost pirates, and I will deal with this guy myself. Pay first. Mu Xing stretched out his right hand towards him. Do you think I, Bai Huan, will default on my debt? Sorry, I don't trust Chaos. Mu Xing looked as if it was a matter of course. Bai Huan took a deep breath, suppressed his inner emotions, and threw a sealed Chaos stone over. Inside is the Chaos Front's fantasy world advent method. Mu Xing held the Chaos stone in one hand, checked the contents inside, and happily put it away. He waved his hand. Is there anyone who wants to go with me to fight the ghost pirates? Killing a ghost pirate will reward you with 10 gold coins. Killing a pirate captain will reward you with 100 gold coins, and killing a leader will reward you with 1,000 gold coins. As soon as these words came out, the mercenaries seemed to be crazy, with red eyes, as if only round gold coins were left in their pupils. Even those nobles who usually put on airs, but actually lived in extreme poverty, couldn't help but be moved. Killing a pirate will reward you 10 gold coins, and killing a captain will reward you 100 gold coins, which is enough for them to spend lavishly for a long time. Some brave mercenaries have already received rewards for attacking the forest before. Their pockets are bulging, and the sound of gold coins colliding can be heard when they swing their money. I am willing to follow the Lord till death. Mu Xing grinned. Gold coins are really useful. There must be brave men under a big reward, and no one can escape the law of true fragrance. However, the cannibal, which did not intend to attack, but took out a bag of swamp snails, stepped aside, and ate them one by one like eating melon seeds. She looked at Mu Xing with interest. If you can cut off the head of the woman and the ghost pirate, and give it to me, I can give you a surprise. Woman? Surprise? Mu Xing frowned. What does this mean? But since there is a surprise, it must be good. No problem, Ms. Grace, leave it to me. Mu Xing patted his chest loudly. Then he waved his hand. Brothers, outflanking on the right wing. As for Bai Huan, he is naturally the main force. Mu Xing knows how to observe Duodu, and will wait for the two waves of chaos to fight before taking action. Vigo was puzzled and asked, why did this group of chaos break up, fighting each other? The madman next to him said calmly, Chaos is not a monolithic entity, and is even more chaotic than the survival line. Although we are mixed with good and bad people, we have the survival system above, and no one dares to confront each other openly. But Chaos is different. They are actually a powerful camp. Although they have set up a so-called Chaos Council, they basically fight each other. In the past, the 7 Chaos Lords could maintain the operation of the Chaos Council, and when making decisions, the minority obeyed the majority. But now, with 3 against 3, many things are not as easy to reach a consensus as before. The first line of defense collapsed, and the Chaos in other lines of defense wanted to take the opportunity to take a bite, and swallow the power that originally belonged to the Chaos Lord Dark Eater into their own stomach. Now that Bai Huan has lost power, it is not surprising that he will be coveted by Chaos Princes on other fronts. After hearing what the madman said, Vigo suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that the Chaos forces are not an iron barrel. This is a good thing for us, right? Mu Xing grinned. The more fiercely they fight, the more advantages we will gain. But Captain, aren't you worried that they will join forces to deal with us? Mu Xing shook his head. Don't worry, they won't, and even if they do, I'm well prepared. When the madman saw Mu Xing's expression, he knew that this was a sure thing. He has been with Mu Xing for so long, and he knows Mu Xing's character very well. He always looks ahead and plans ahead, and wins the battle thousands of miles away. Soon, the battle began to develop as Mu Xing expected. The fight has started, the fight has started. Victor, who is responsible for monitoring the situation over there, came to report in a hurry. Mu Xing waved his hand. Brothers, speed up. There are many different opinions about the origins of the ghost pirates. Some say that the ghost pirates come from the depths of hell, while others say that the ghost pirates are monsters cursed by the deep sea. The more common saying is that those ghost pirates were all pirates killed by Lord Diarcis. Their resentment condensed and transformed into evil spirits, returning to the human world to avenge Hamlet. It is precisely because of their appearance that Hamlet's once prosperous port trade has been cut off for decades. As long as a ship dares to enter their territory, it will be surrounded by those ghost pirates with ghost fire on their bodies. Not surprisingly, all of them were buried in the sea. To deal with these ghosts, you must use effective restraining power. For example, the holy light of the church. For example, flames, etc. Among these mercenaries, paladins are extremely rare, and there are not many mystics who can control flames. However, Mu Xingshan has his own tricks. Just as the team began to move forward quickly, Mu Xing opened a small vest and started selling flame enchantment items. Flame enchantment runes, flame enchantment scrolls, only 10 gold coins apiece. 10 gold coins? Why don't you go and rob them? Usually, they are only worth 5 gold coins at most. Mu Xing put on the vest. Now is the critical moment. If we can kill the ghost pirates, 10 gold coins, won't we make it back in minutes? As soon as these words came out, the mercenaries were immediately excited. Give me 1. I want 2. Give me 3. Looking at the crazy scene in front of him, Wei Gu couldn't help but let out a sound of tisk. This guy is interesting. He can seize the opportunity to make a fortune. It's a pity that I'm not well prepared, otherwise I can make some rune equipment to sell. The madman on the side tried to hold back his laughter. Don't make a fuss, that guy is the captain's vest. What? Wei Gu was confused. Chapter 752. Ghosts are beyond common sense. Even those mercenaries, who have experienced hundreds of battles, and are fierce and vicious, will feel an irrepressible chill in their hearts. When the mercenaries, who were blinded by money, rushed forward, they stopped unconsciously. Over the years, it is not that no mercenaries have tried to attack these dangerous ghost pirates, but most of them returned in defeat with heavy casualties. The ghost pirates are burning with the flames of hellfire, just like real ghosts. The eyes are glowing, and when they roar, wisps of blue fireworks are ejected from their mouths. Seeing the incoming mercenaries, they all drew their weapons and prepared to meet the enemy. Boom! At this moment, fierce artillery fire sounded. The ghost pirates, who rushed to the front, were directly blasted into pieces by the shells. Then, the shells exploded, and the magma-like flames splashed out, igniting dozens of ghost pirates. These pirates were like ice, melting when they met fire, screaming and turning into ashes in the flames. Mu Xing put one hand on the robber cannon, his face grim. What are you still doing? The cowards who dare not attack will get out of my territory tomorrow. After the provocation, the mercenaries no longer hesitated, roared, and rushed towards the monsters with fire-enchanted weapons. In addition to the ghost pirates, there were many strange and hideous sea monsters behind them. Disgusting shipworms, grotesque fish monsters, twisted jellyfish, electric spikes, etc. Fortunately, this is land, and these monsters cannot exert their full combat power, giving them a good opportunity to destroy these sea monsters. Boom! The sound of the cannon sounded again, and the molten fire shells modified by Mu Xing fell into the monsters, causing tons of damage to them. With the support of the cannon, the mercenaries were more confident. They formed teams and attacked together. The advantage of human beings is unity and wisdom. An elite team can often exert unimaginable combat power. Mu Xing and Madman Vigo looked at each other, and together with Baldwin and the Plague Doctor, they formed a commando team. They locked onto the Siren boss standing behind the ghost pirates, Siren. It was a mermaid with an extremely beautiful appearance, like a noble princess of the sea, protected in the middle by a group of jellyfish monsters. Her upper body is in the shape of a woman, with a charming face and soft curves. Her skin is pale, as if it has been soaked in sea water for too long, with a morbid beauty. Her eyes are deep, exuding an indescribable attraction. Her lower body is a dark blue fishtail, reflecting the shimmering colors of the 7 colors in the sun. She hums a melodious tune softly, and ordinary people will be affected by the song and their minds will be attracted involuntarily just by hearing it. Some mercenaries have been bewitched and walked towards the mermaid with dull expressions. As a result, before they even got close, they were entangled and strangled by those strange jellyfish. Wake up! Don't be bewitched by the mermaid singing! Mu Xing shouted. His voice was extremely penetrating, and at the same time mixed with the power of mental shock, which brought the trance mercenaries back to reality. When these mercenaries just woke up, where was the beautiful mermaid in front of them? It was completely a hideous and terrifying deep-sea monster. The beauty and elegance were gone, revealing her most terrifying fangs. The scaly claws grabbed a mercenary, who tried to escape, and bit off his head in one bite. Blood sprayed on her smooth skin, and she screamed excitedly. The team organized by Mu Xing took the opportunity to avoid those ghost pirates. Kill the output first on the battlefield. Compared with the Ghost Captain, who was like a meat shield, this sea monster was obviously more threatening to them. After closing the distance enough, Mu Xing directly drew his gun and shot, pulling it into the battle stage. On the left are Madman, Vigo, Baldwin, and Plague Doctor. Besides the Siren, there are 3 sea monsters on the right. It's a pity that Caesar, the super tank, has entered the cooling state of Advent, otherwise with him standing in the front row, the battle would probably be easier. The Madman growled, and his upper body clothes shattered, revealing the bright red lines on his chest. 2 chain blades fell from his hands, burning with flames, like magma surging. Mu Xing clicked on the Madman, and got his information. The inheritor of the God of War. The Spartan warrior who has inherited the God of War. The more angry he is, the stronger his combat power will be. Skills: Whirlwind, Roar of Fury, Charge, Chaos Blade. Passive skills: Raging Fury, Damage Reduction Aura, Raging Attack, Furious Stance. Because only 4 skills can be used in the battle stage, these are the combinations carefully selected by the Madman. With the passive of the Damage Reduction Aura, standing in the front row, he can also act as a meat shield. At the same time, with Raging Fury, he can gain a lot of rage when attacked. The more rage, the stronger the damage reduction. At the same time, taking into account the attack power, all attacks can be made to carry rage attacks by consuming Raging Attack. After the rage reaches a certain level, it can also transform into a violent state. Mu Xing clicks on the Siren opposite with his right hand to obtain her data. Siren, after being sacrificed to the ocean, the monster transformed by the deep sea has a fatal beauty, and its singing can often lead people to depravity. Skills: Charm, Tide, Pressure, Collapse, Bleeding Damage. Passive: Ocean Shelter, Song of Desire, Murloc State. Madman, use Whirlwind Slash. Mu Xing unceremoniously let Madman take the initiative and clear out those monsters first. The Madman growled and jumped into the monster group with a chain blade in his hand. The double blades in his hand spun, and the flame whirlwind caused huge group damage to the 3 monsters in the front row. Flames restrained these marine creatures, and the 3 monsters were directly hit by 2/3 of their health. The disadvantage of permanent advent was revealed, and the Madman's combat value was severely compressed. He still needs to further adapt and strengthen himself to continue to become stronger. Parcel used poison. The Plague Doctor suddenly splashed out a bottle of green poison. The poison spread out AoE damage, making all the monsters, including the boss, light up with poison signs. Baldwin used Jump Slash. According to Mu Xing's calculation, the poison should be able to kill these monsters before a round, so he locked the attack target on the boss. Baldwin jumped over and slashed, and a bright red number burst out, a critical hit. The Banshee boss screamed, and her health dropped a lot. However, Mu Xing still underestimated the boss's health and defense, which were higher than he thought. Only 1/10 of the HP was taken away. Mu Xing clicked on Vigo to obtain his information. Vigo, a mystic scholar with a broad vision, he has rich knowledge and wisdom, and can often see the essence of things. Skills: Weakness Insight, See Through, Energy Control, Summoning Tower. Passive skills: Wisdom Aura, Calmness, Knowledge Guardian, Hatred Reduction. Most of the skills Vigo chose are auxiliary. Weakness Insight allows him to mark the weakness of the monster, doubling the damage caused by his companions. See Through can see through the enemy's illusion or disguise, and can also restrain skills such as Charm. Mu Xing did not let him launch an attack, but marked the weakness of the Banshee, and tried to deal more damage in the next round. When Mu Xing's round ended, at the beginning of the opposite Siren's round, the 3 small monsters in the front row died on the spot, killed by poison. She made a strange cry, and the tide surged, directly summoning 2 ocean guards with strong defense. Chapter 753. This is not over yet. When the Siren summoned the monster, her charm ability was activated at the same time. But when her charm skill fell on everyone, it was blocked by the halo rising from their bodies. This is Vigo's passive skill, Wisdom Aura, Knowledge Guardian. Wisdom Aura can improve one's own wisdom and cognition, so that one's companions will not be easily bewitched. At the same time, Knowledge Guardian can improve abnormal state resistance and completely block the Siren's charm skill. I saw the light flashing on their bodies, and the charm icon was shattered. Siren saw that the charm didn't work, so she took the initiative to let the summons attack. As a meat shield, the Madman raised his double blades to block the attack, and the battle pattern on his body gradually filled up, which was a sign of rising anger. Any attack from the enemy can increase his anger. After just a few attacks, the battle pattern on his body turned red. After the anger was accumulated, the madman released his anger without hesitation and entered the violent posture. In the violent posture, not only did his attack and defense increase significantly, but he also allowed him to release 2 skills in one round. He roared first to increase his combat power, and then the double blades burned with terrifying flames. Chaos Blade. In the terrified pupils of the siren, the flame double blades were reflected. Boom! The red flame shot up into the sky, and people seemed to smell the aroma of charcoal grilled sea fish. The 2 guardian summon monsters were burned to ashes. The blood volume on the head of the siren seemed to be installed with a bungee jump machine, and the blood volume dropped from 90% to less than 10% in an instant. With the various buffs of the madman and the damage increase of Vigo's weakness mark, the siren was almost killed in one hit. Even if the madman failed to kill it, he could still end the battle in this round. Baldwin used Slash. Baldwin rushed forward and slashed down with a broken sword in his hand without mercy. The HP dropped from about 9% to 1%. The siren on the opposite side seemed to have unlocked the HP, and the HP was locked at 1%. But Mu Xing knew that it was not the opponent who was cheating, but Baldwin who was holding back. The siren's huge body shrank rapidly, turning from a ferocious fishman into a petite human. What's going on? Mu Xing quickly asked Wei Ge to use the see-through skill. This was not a disguise, but more like a return to nature. The battle stage actually dissipated automatically, indicating that the battle was over and the monster was destroyed. Baldwin actually spoke. Lord, Serena is just a poor ordinary person. I beg you to let her go. Mu Xing turned his head to look at Baldwin. Do you know her? I have seen records about Serena in those burned records. She came from the far north and was invited by your ancestors to come here. Because of her unique temperament and beautiful appearance, she soon attracted your ancestors and they fell in love. According to records, she fell into the sea due to a mistake. Your ancestors even built a magnificent mausoleum in the bay to commemorate her. However, at this moment, a jar of sound rang out. She did not fall off the cliff due to a mistake, but was a poor person deceived by lies and ambitions. Everyone looked behind them, and saw the spore giant carrying the witch. Didn't you fall off the cliff? Mu Xing frowned. The witch Grace looked at the woman in front of her. Do you still remember me, Serena? The woman who was curled up in fear couldn't help but look up after hearing the voice. Although the witch Grace's face was ugly and hideous at this time, she still recognized the person at a glance. Are you Grace, the herbalist? It's really rare. I didn't expect that you still remembered me when the whole hamlet had forgotten me. Selena covered her head, her expression painful, her thoughts quite confused. Give her this, otherwise it won't be long before she will completely turn into a monster because of the deep-sea curse in her body. Grace handed over a pill. Her right hand was swollen and mutated, but the pill exuded a strong fragrance. Mu Xing hesitated for a moment, but still took the pill and gave it to the woman. After taking the pill, her breath began to calm down, and she fell asleep on the ground. Mu Xing looked at the witch. Didn't you ask me to take off her head? Why did you save her again? Because when I saw that she was more pitiful than me, the hatred in my heart dissipated. Hatred? Or jealousy can be better described. Are you? Yes, she is my rival in love. Back then, we came to Hamlet almost at the same time and soon became good friends. And we fell in love with that guy almost at the same time. My ancestor, Baron Diarsis? Yes, I used to be stubborn, with strong self-confidence and possessiveness. I thought Diarsis would definitely fall in love with me. But in the end, he chose Serena, and I was completely crazy. But what I didn't expect was that not long after, Serena fell off a cliff and died in the sea. Since then, Diarsis has become a different person, becoming manic, cruel, and ambitious. For a long time, I thought he went crazy because of Serena's death. Later, I realized that I was wrong. He didn't change. He just gradually revealed his true mask. Mu Xing looked at the witch with a puzzled look, hoping to get more information about the ancestors' past from her. The witch didn't intend to hide it. Do you know why Hamlet has become like this now? Mu Xing said, the land has changed, bandits have grown, and strange forces have invaded Hamlet. The witch nodded. Yes, but these are just superficial phenomena. Do you know what the real truth is? Why did the land change? And where did the strange power come from? Mu Xing frowned. Is it because of my ancestor? Witch Grace nodded. Once, I was a herbalist full of hope for the future. I was shocked by the defeat here when I first came to Hamlet. Disease and plague coexist, hunger, cold and hardship coexist. The upper-class nobles only care about their own pleasures, and have no time to care about the townspeople who are living in dire straits. Although I tried hard to change all this, I am just an ordinary herbalist after all. Until one day, a young noble sent me an invitation. He hoped that I could help him change all this. At first, I doubted his determination and thought he was just an idealist who was only enthusiastic for 3 minutes. Until later, his behavior touched me. He actively sought to contact the civilians and recruited mercenaries from all over the world. While pretending to be friendly with the nobles, he secretly accumulated strength. That night, he held a grand dinner and walked into the castle with the poison I prepared for him. Chapter 754. What happened next? Mu Xing asked hurriedly. Grace shook her head. No one knows what happened that night. When the gate opened, only Dionysus walked out of the castle covered in blood. At that moment, he felt like a different person to me. It was also from that day that several nobles in the town fell into decline. Your young ancestor took control of the entire town and began to completely transform the fallen hamlet. Under the leadership of this lord, Hamlet flourished. From then on, there were no nobles who only knew how to exploit all day long, and everyone lived in harmony. The port and foreign trade were in full swing, and the castle on the top of the mountain was no longer a symbol of power, but more like a guardian of Hamlet. I saw something called hope flourishing in this land. It was also from that day that Dionysus showed extraordinary learning ability and rich knowledge and experience. It was the first time I met a scholar who had more profound knowledge of herbs than me. From that day on, I decided to stop forever and stay here. What happened next? Mu Xing had long known the witch's choice. No one would have thought that a herbal scholar who had traveled all over the continent would actually stay here because of a man. Then I fell hopelessly in love with this wise man. Love made me lose my mind. It was not until a long time later that I suddenly woke up and realized that I had taken the wrong path. Wrong way? What happened? Mu Xing asked curiously, vaguely feeling that something might have happened to his ancestor. Grace looked at the ghost pirates fighting with the mercenaries not far away with deep eyes. I think you should get rid of that thing first, she reminded him. Mu Xing waved his right hand. Madman, the ghost captain is in your hands. Madman bumped his fists. Hee, no problem. Wait for me for 5 minutes. As he said that, he led the 3 people directly to the ghost captain. Then, Grace continued, I don't know when it started, but I found that Dionysus had changed. After he read all kinds of books in a very short time, he was no longer satisfied with the mortal world and began to try to get in touch with the dangerous witchcraft full of unknowns. He spent a lot of money to buy all kinds of books on alchemy, witchcraft, etc. from all over the world. Then he began to hire alchemists and wizards to be his teachers at high salaries. Gradually, he began to explore the realm of life and death. He invited some priests and necromancers to the castle without telling anyone. At first, I just thought he was just curious about these mysterious and dangerous things. But soon, I realized something was wrong. Because I found that Baron Dionysus actually began to perform some terrible sacrificial summoning rituals. At first, he secretly bought death row prisoners for experiments, and later began to secretly capture those vagrants and wilderness robbers. Later, he asked for more and more materials, and even reached out to the civilians in the town. It was also from that time that I discovered his secret. I tried to dissuade him, telling him that if he did this, he would be in trouble sooner or later. I don't know if my dissuasion worked. He began to restrain himself and no longer used humans as experimental subjects, but used other substitutes. However, his experiments became more and more crazy, and he and those evil believers and necromancers performed summoning rituals day and night. As a result, a large amount of evil energy has infiltrated from the other world. Some monsters run out of control from time to time. Mu Xing raised his head. No wonder Hamlet is so evil. Although he didn't have the blessing of the main body, he could sense the abnormality of this place. Time and space are chaotic, and the energy is abnormal. He looked at the witch. If something like this happens, it will be exposed sooner or later, right? Grace nodded. These abnormalities have finally attracted the attention of the townspeople, because those mysterious monsters have caused harm to many people. People finally realized that the Lord, who had saved them from danger, might be conducting some evil experiments. The townspeople began to protest, and even surrounded Dionysus's castle, and destroyed the facilities outside the castle. This made the Lord, who is always kind in the eyes of the public, furious. He asked the necromancer to summon a large number of undead skeletons to stop the angry townspeople. As a result, he found that relying solely on these undead skeletons was no match for the townspeople. So, he secretly recruited a group of vicious bandits from other places, and used his alchemy to make several powerful cannons for them. Relying on these bandits and cannons, Dionysus quickly suppressed the rebellious townspeople. Mu Xing touched his nose. Could the bandits in the wilderness today be one of the works of my ancestor? Grace nodded. I think you should understand a truth. If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. If you keep snakes all day, you will be bitten by them one day. Those bandits, who gained huge profits, became ambitious and bid Dire Sis fiercely. They not only demanded an astronomical hiring fee, but also threatened to collect protection fees every month. My ancestor would definitely not agree to such a threat, right? Mu Xing smiled. Mu Xing probably already understood the character of his ancestor. How could a ruthless person who could kill all the nobles overnight compromise with a group of bandits? Grace said. Of course, he is Dire Sis, and the other side is just a group of brainless bandits. How could they threaten him? He found those pirates, who had been wandering on the sea for many years at the cost of huge profits of the port. He gathered these pirates, formed an alliance with the pirates, and completely defeated those land robbers, who raised the enemy for their own benefit. They joined forces to kill a large number of robbers, and destroyed most of the alchemical cannons. Only a few robbers fled into the wilderness and jungle, and never dared to come back. What a good trick to drive the tiger to devour the wolf, but are these pirates reliable? Mu Xing expressed doubt. Which Grace suddenly laughed. Pirates and robbers are essentially the same. They are a group of villains who forget their principles when they see profit. But this time, from the beginning, Direxus was ready to face betrayal. He sneaked into the pirates' warship the day before, and cast a dark curse on the anchor and the cabin. Sure enough, that night, the pirates just defeated the robbers and started to ask for more, and threatened to attack the harbor. Dorichis first pretended to agree to their lion's mouth, and promised to prepare the gold coins demanded by these pirates the next day. Then he cast a curse after all the pirates boarded the warship. Finally, the curse took effect, and the heavy anchor dragged the entire ship and all the pirates into the dark ocean together. Chapter 755. When Mu Xing looked at the ghost pirates, they were being crushed and slaughtered by the team led by the madman. Although they seemed very powerful in front of ordinary people, they were quickly defeated by the madman and Vigo. At this time, the ghost captain with the cursed anchor tied to his body was fighting with the madman. The dark blue soul fire collided with the red anger, igniting the dead trees on the hillside and burning many ghost pirates to death. Mu Xing looked back at the sleeping Serena on the ground. What happened to her? Grace glanced at Serena. I used to think she was hateful, but later I just felt pity for her. Her beauty and singing attracted the attention of the romantic lord, and the two soon fell in love. This could have become a good story. But she seemed to underestimate the madness of your ancestor. After several rebellions, Direxus consumed a lot of money. In order to continue his plan, he began to trade with those dangerous creatures living in the deep sea. Deep sea, merpent? Mu Xing said. You actually knew that? Mu Xing shook his head. Isn't it described in many legends that there are mysterious merpents living in the deep sea and so on? Grace looked at the distant ocean and pointed to the high cliff where the castle was. Direxus got in touch with the ancient deep sea race through ancient spells and made a deal with them. The merpents in the sea promised that as long as Direxus sacrificed a beautiful girl, they would satisfy his pursuit of gold and treasure. So, on the night of the full moon, Dire Sis took Serena to the back mountain, promised to give her identity and love, deceived her into wearing a wedding dress, and pushed her off the cliff as a sacrifice when she was most looking forward to it. The next day, there was a broken wedding dress on the coast, and a large box of gold and silver treasures. Mu Xing was silent. He didn't expect that the cheap ancestor was so bad. From the necromancer in the ruins, the bandits in the wilderness, the witch in the forest, and the ghost pirates in the bay. The initiator of all this turned out to be the ancestor who seemed righteous, but was actually corrupt. But what on earth did he want to do by doing all this? Mu Xing looked up at the tall castle again. Perhaps all the mysteries could be explained in the basement of the castle. When he turned around, the ghost captain's hideous head had been chopped off by the madman. Goliula's head rolled dozens of meters away. Wrapped in red flames, the soul fire in his eye sockets began to extinguish. The body tied to the cursed anchor collapsed, and the ghost pirates around him fell to the ground one after another. Is it over? Mu Xing suddenly narrowed his eyes, walked quickly to the side of the skeleton, and picked up the ghost captain's skull with one hand. He lifted up the messy hair like seaweed, and saw a mark on its forehead that was very familiar to him. The pattern of the old seal? That's right, Mu Xing actually saw the pattern of the old seal on the forehead of this pirate, which was similar to the old seal of Cthulhu in his hand, but it looked more ancient. Could this world be related to Cthulhu? He touched the mark with one hand, and the mark glowed with a faint light. Ah! He heard a strange howl coming from the sea. Boy, throw away that head. You will awaken the monster in the deep sea. Monster? Mu Xing turned his head suddenly, and the divine seal appeared beside him. He looked at the sea, and at the same time he began to share the divine seal's sight. What did he see? Under the ocean, there was a huge fishman figure floating. It seemed to rise from the darkest ocean. The fishman was 8 points similar to Dagon, but he lacked 3 points of divinity, and had 7 points more wildness. Its huge fins swayed underwater, as if attracted by the mark, and began to swim towards the coast. Mu Xing quickly stopped his action. He thought he could contact his lost old mark through the communication mark, but he didn't expect to summon a terrible deep-sea monster. When the mark fluctuation stopped, under the observation of the divine mark, the huge black shadow also began to slowly sink into the sea. At this time, the madman handed over a box. What is this? The drop from killing the ghost captain. Take a look at what's inside first. Mu Xing took the box and frowned the moment he opened it. How is this possible? What he took out of the box was nothing else but a statue that looked like Cthulhu. If you look closely, you will find that it is just a likeness. It is younger and more arrogant. Mu Xing concluded that the statue is not Cthulhu. Behind. After seeing the statue, the witch Grace subconsciously asked the spore giants to carry her back a little. What's wrong? Mu Xing looked at her in confusion. Hurry up and throw away the dangerous deep-sea cursed object. It will bring you curses and misfortunes. Do you know who this statue represents? Grace shook her head. I only know that some strange guys will worship this statue. They think the statue will protect them. No one knows where these statues come from, but the fish people are very interested in them. It carries an evil curse, so don't touch it easily. Mu Xing held the statue, but didn't feel uncomfortable. It seems that if there is time, it is necessary to explore the depths of the ocean in this world. Maybe more secrets can be found. It's a pity that my aunt is not here, otherwise she would definitely know something. The observer's tower is the key. He must find his tower as soon as possible. What surprised him was that he could clearly sense that his tower was in that castle. But he searched the entire castle, and still couldn't find the observer's tower. Now that he thinks about it, he may have to open the secret door underground to find his tower. After dealing with the pirates, Mu Xing led his men to the main battlefield from the flank, whereby Huan was fighting fiercely with Name Tez. The two sides almost fought a real fight, and both sides wanted to kill each other. At this time, Mu Xing led his team to kill and caught Name Tez off guard. The bandits under his command were defeated. Ha ha ha, Name Tez, my reinforcements are here, just surrender. Bai Huan laughed, waved his white tentacles, and took advantage of Namix's confusion to launch an attack, directly piercing his chest. I saw a glimpse of illusory consciousness quickly detaching from this body. Bai Huan, don't be complacent. My real body is leading the Chaos Army to the fantasy world. It won't be long before the entire fantasy world will be in my pocket. When the time comes, I will catch your real body, and make you wish you were dead or alive. Noisy! Bai Huan snorted coldly, and the white tentacles lashed out fiercely. The consciousness screamed sharply, and was directly smashed into pieces. A resentful voice sounded, just wait for me, Bai Huan, I can't coexist with you. As Meta's clones were killed, the surrounding Chaos descendants saw that the situation was not good, and they decisively chose to cut off their tails to survive. They committed suicide and left this world. Bai Huan's men were about to chase, but he stopped them. Don't chase, it's just a group of clones' wills. We must find that thing before the Chaos Army arrives. At this time, Mu Xing quickly approached. The battlefield was immediately tense. The two looked at each other, and both raised their right hands at the same time, signaling their men to put down their weapons. Chapter 756. Mu Xing didn't expect that Bai Huan had some tricks up his sleeve. He wanted to take advantage of the two Chaos Princes fighting each other, but he didn't expect that Meteors was so weak. Not to mention that Bai Huan was both injured, he didn't even have a scratch on his body. Mu Xing pointed in the direction of the castle with a disappointed look on his face. Now that we have solved the enemy, we should not waste time. It's time to explore the underground. At this time, Mu Xing was eager to explore the secrets hidden under the castle. The Chaos Army is about to attack, and they don't have much time left. Give me one night. I need to reorganize the bandit forces in the wilderness. Believe me, exploring the underground will require a lot of cannon fodder. Bai Huan stared at Mu Xing and said, It seems that you are not completely ignorant of the castle dungeon. Mu Xing's meaning is very clear, asking for information sharing. Bai Huan directly threw a record over. Although Metis is a waste, he did bring a lot of useful information. Mu Xing quickly flipped through the record book, which seemed to be written by a survivor who escaped from the castle's underground. It recorded a lot of information about the castle's underground city. The maze-like underground city was full of dangers, weirdness, and horror. The handwriting became more and more sloppy and crazy. I'm afraid the recorder had gone completely crazy in the end. In that case, I will wait for you in the castle. We don't have much time, you better hurry. Mu Xing handed the record book back to him, waved and led everyone back to the castle. Bai Huan watched Mu Xing leave. As soon as he climbed over the mountain in front of him, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body softened, and he half knelt on the ground. Your Highness, how are you? The loyal descendants of Chaos rushed over, and supported the shaky Bai Huan. Damn Metis, this guy has the power of the Star Snail Master. Even though I was prepared, I was still injured by that power. As he said this, he took out a badge that had been broken into several pieces in his arms. The first line of defense cannot be without a master. We must complete the task assigned by the first Chaos King, and get what he wants. But your Highness, how is your health? Don't worry, I can hold on. This injury won't break me down. Bai Huan shook off the arms of several people who were supporting him, and tried to stand up straight. Go and gather those rubbish in the wilderness. I need enough blood and flesh to recover. Yes. At the same time, Hamlet. Mu Xing and his team's return was welcomed by everyone. Hamlet hadn't been so lively for a long time, and the townspeople all had bright smiles on their faces. They had received news that the young lord not only defeated the bandits in the wilderness, but also eliminated the ghost pirates. Even the witch in the forest had chosen to surrender. From then on, the threats in the ruins, wilderness, forest, and bay were swept away. Mu Xing waved to everyone in the carriage, which once again attracted a round of warm cheers. Captain, why don't you just kill Bai Huan? He was obviously seriously injured in the battle with Metis. If we attack suddenly, we may be able to kill him directly. Weigo, who was sitting in the back, asked in confusion. Mu Xing shook his head. It's easy to kill him, but the key is in his hand. The Chaos Army is coming. We have the same goal as Bai Huan for the time being. The trump card in his hand can help us share some danger. Weigo raised his head. Captain, do you mean that the dungeon will be very dangerous? Why do you think I invited Grace? Vigo scratched his head. I thought the captain was moved by compassion. The madman beside him interrupted. The fantasy world hides huge secrets, and danger is always with it. It seems that we have to find a way to summon the real body to come, not just a clone. Mu Xing nodded. I agree with the madman's idea. I got the Chaos Camp's method of coming before, and combined with my intracranial eye visualization method, I have found a way to guide the real body to come. But it still needs some verification. As he was talking, the convoy had already reached the foot of the castle hillside, and the guards who were waiting to greet them had already lined up in 2 neat rows. Let them disperse. We have to hurry up and prepare for the underground exploration. Looking at the towering castle in front of him, he seemed to see a faint dark breath seeping out from the ground. It turned into a huge skeleton covering the entire castle. What a nostalgic place. Grace arrived in front of the castle at some point, her eyes like torches, staring at the castle gate in front of her. Although your ancestor is disgusting, this place carries many of my beautiful memories after all. She took a step forward, and she turned from a bloated and mutated old witch into a young girl wearing a long skirt and carrying a medicine box. She raised her head, and the sunset dyed her hair red. Her beautiful face was not old, and her eyes were filled with endless nostalgia. And behind her, those spore giants and fungal parasites actually restored their human form when they stepped into the castle gate. What's going on? Mu Xing was puzzled. Curse, the curse your ancestor planted on us. Grace turned and looked at Mu Xing. I exposed his evil deeds back then and refused to go along with him. In order to shut me up, that cruel man planted a curse on me and expelled me into the wilderness, turning me into a well-known evil witch. Later, those who dared to disobey him in the castle were cursed by him and expelled together. I was researching the antidote for the curse in the forest while saving those poor people who were cursed. I accidentally discovered that the power of mushrooms can suppress the spread of the curse, so I made a kind of mushroom soup. Although this will make them ugly, it can save their lives and prolong their lifespan. Now, 100 years have passed, and the curse has expired. When I come back here again, it will be the day when the curse is lifted. Mu Xing opened his mouth, his face full of disbelief. Grace looked at Mu Xing. Also, I have a hunch that your smart ancestor may not be dead. What? This news really shocked Mu Xing. It is understandable that the witches lived for 100 years, because she lived in symbiosis with mushrooms and gained a long life at a huge cost. But his ancestor was just an ordinary person. And if he didn't die, why didn't he continue to control his castle? What about the inheritance letter? Grace said, Of course, this is just my guess. He has studied necromancy deeply, and he must have studied how to live forever. As for why he disappeared and chose to hide himself, I don't know. Perhaps only by going deep underground can we get a glimpse of the truth hidden by that man. Obviously, Grace came to the castle to find out the secret of her cheap ancestor. This is a good thing for Mu Xing. After all, one more person means one more strength. Just as they were about to enter the castle, Victor hurried over. My lord, it's bad. A pigman ran out of the dirty sewer. Chapter 757. Pigmen? Mu Xing is no stranger to this kind of monster. For many years, some ugly pigmen often appeared in Hamlet's sewers. These creatures have low intelligence, cruel temperament, and are extremely aggressive. According to statistics, hundreds of townspeople have died tragically at the hands of pigmen, and countless people have been injured. Many people have ventured deep into the sewers to try to find a pigman's nest, but most of them have never returned. In order to curb the threat of pigmen, the townspeople blocked the entrance to the sewer and sent special people to guard it. This measure effectively reduced the number of pigmen attacks. Raymond, take some people to deal with the pigmen that escaped. No, I go there myself. Mu Xing suspected that these pigmen might be related to the ancestor summoning ritual. These pigmen are obviously not ordinary creatures, but more like monsters from another world. He had seen a pigman's corpse in the attic, and perhaps he could find more secrets about his ancestors from them. Young man, I advise you not to provoke those disgusting pigmen. Grace suddenly tried to dissuade him. Why? What's so special about these pigmen? Believe me, if you go there once, it will leave an indelible shadow on your life. The more Grace tried to dissuade him, the stronger Mu Xing's curiosity became. Since you said so, I have to go there even more. Grace frowned. I finally admit that you are his descendant, because you are as stubborn as he is. As she said that, she handed over a map. This is the map of the sewer? Yes, it will lead you to the Beast Cave. Beast Cave? The pigmen you are looking for are all there. Mu Xing took the map, knowing that Grace would never be willing to step into that place. Thank you. After thanking her, Mu Xing quickly assembled the team and prepared to set off. This time, he did not bring Baldwin and the Plague Doctor, but chose the assassin Leonardo Phantom Blade, who had just followed him. When they arrived at the scene, a group of mercenaries were surrounding a pigman that was emitting a foul odor. This pigman is about 1.7 meters tall, hunched over, with strange limb proportions. It has a pig's head, but a human body. It is covered with rough, mottled black-brown hair, like long unclean dirt. Its skin is rough and cracked, covered with irregular scabs and dark red ulcers, emitting a rancid smell. Its nose is huge, wet, and constantly twitching, with burnt yellow fangs protruding toward the sky. It makes a shrill and strange cry, waving a rough black iron sword in its hand, trying to scare away the surrounding mercenaries. The mercenaries just surrounded it, waiting for the Lord's order, and did not dare to act rashly. Just then, Mu Xing and his group arrived. The madman pushed away the mercenaries in front of him. His upper body was bare, the lines emitted a faint red light, and the chains were wrapped around his body, which made him look particularly fierce. He was a head taller than the pigman, and his body was more burly. When the pigman saw the madman, he immediately showed fear, obviously feeling the terrifying murderous aura on him. Not far away, the gate of the sewer had been destroyed, and the pigman came out from there. The madman took a step forward, his murderous aura surged, and the pigman turned around and fled in fear, but the madman grabbed his hind legs and pulled him back. The pigman screamed in fear and waved his iron knife wildly, but the madman smashed the iron knife into pieces with one punch. Don't step on it to death. Mu Xing walked out of the crowd, and his appearance caused cheers from the townspeople and mercenaries. Come on, a few people, dig up this sewer. At Mu Xing's order, the mercenaries immediately took action and completely dug up the broken sewer entrance. A strong stench permeated from the sewer, and everyone retreated. Mu Xing glanced at the sewer and quickly located the location on the map. When he turned back, the madman had strangled the pigman's neck with an iron chain, and a little force could suffocate it. Leave some people here to guard, and the others can disperse. Mu Xing waved his hand and decided to go to the Beast Cave to find out before entering the dungeon. The madman and Vigo followed closely behind, and everyone wore protective equipment. Mu Xing handed Huanren a gas mask. Put it on, there may be poisonous gas down there. Huanren put on the gas mask without hesitation and followed Mu Xing into the sewer. Hamlet's sewer has a history of 100 years. The ancestor built a huge sewer project to dig underground, and it is still operating normally. Except for the occasional pig monster, Hamlet rarely encounters floods despite being close to the sea. After entering the sewer, they found that it was more spacious than they had imagined. The sewer is about 3 meters high and extends in all directions from the castle to the seaside. They are close to the coast, so they need to explore in the direction of the castle. The red divine seal floats beside Mu Xing, and the long-dormant evil spirit suddenly wakes up. What the hell is this place, you stinky boy? Why is it so smelly? The evil spirit looks around with disgust. You finally woke up. Where is this? Hamlet's sewer. Are you born in the year of the rat? Do you like to go to such places? It's the pigman. The monster summoned by the ancestor ran out of the sewer. I plan to go deep underground to find out what's going on. The evil spirit sniffed the air and then retched, Ugh. It lay on Mu Xing's shoulder and complained. Can I go out first? No, it's not clear what dangers are in the beast cave. You must go in with me. Mu Xing flatly rejected the evil spirit's request. How? At this moment, the pigman, who was chained by the madman, suddenly let out a shrill howl. Mu Xing stopped immediately and narrowed his eyes. Did you hear that? The madman raised his 2 swords without hesitation and protected Mu Xing behind him. A white eye appeared in Vigo's hand. Go! The glowing eye quickly flew into the depths of the dark sewer. Soon, they heard footsteps coming. The bound pigmen howled even more miserably. Not good, Captain. A large number of pigmen are coming this way. How many? At least a few hundred. Prepare for battle. At Mu Xing's command, everyone quickly entered combat mode. At the same time, he began to manipulate the divine seal, using the material manipulation ability of the obelisk to change the structure of the sewer and set traps. Chapter 758. Soon, a dense crowd of pigmen emerged from the depths of the sewer. These ferocious-looking pigmen seemed to be frightened and fled in a rolling and crawling manner. Looking closely, these pigmen were all ragged and skinny, like homeless pigmen. And behind them, a group of pigmen carrying big knives, heavy hammers, and wearing black armor chased them all the way. They waved their weapons at these fleeing pigmen without hesitation and chopped them to the ground. Seeing this, Mu Xing quickly blocked the sewer and manipulated the rocks to stop the pigmen from escaping to them. What's wrong with these pigmen? Beside him, Vigo fiddled with his auras and created a strange-looking headset. When he put the strange headset on the head of the pigman, who had just been caught by the madman, a human voice came out of the headset. The King's Guard. Hunting. Fear. The pigman made a tone of fear, which was converted into human language by the headset. Captain, this is a pigman language converter. This creature is recorded in the ancient book of Civilization Chronicles. I just tried to download their language from my observer tower. Through the voice conversion device, the pigman's language can be converted into human language, and at the same time, I can convert our language into the pigman's language. But the pigman has low intelligence, and can only understand part of it. Mu Xing became interested as soon as he heard it, and walked directly to the pigman. Tell me, what happened inside? The pig looked up in surprise. It actually understood what Mu Xing said. Before it could figure out the reason, the madman next to it had already grabbed its neck. Speak quickly. The pig's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Food. Lack of. We. Our food. Afraid. Running away. Although the words were not clear, they conveyed the general meaning. You mean, someone wants to kill you? Who? The king. The king's guards. Who is the king? Yes. Yes, your majesty. Mu Xing frowned. He thought these pigmen were just some beasts with extremely low intelligence, but he didn't expect that they also had their own hierarchy and civilization. At this moment, the movement on the other side of the wall stopped. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the wall quickly twisted and deformed, and slowly disappeared. Looking closely, the pigmen who had escaped had all been slaughtered. The smelly blood dyed the sewer red. The bodies were also carried away by the pursuers. Captain, those pig hunters have gone back. Vigo reminded. Let's go follow them first. Mu Xing was worried that there was no one to lead the way, and now he followed this group of pigmen, the so-called King's Guard, into the beast cave. Mu Xing looked at Vigo. In the Chronicles of Civilization, what kind of race are pigmen? Vigo said, pigmen exist in many worlds, at the bottom of the world, equivalent to goblins, orcs and other creatures. Of course, there are also some powerful pigmen who have created their own civilization, and have extremely high intelligence. Some pigmen can even break through the shackles of life and rise to a higher position. Rise to a higher position? Pigmen? Yes, such advanced pigmen possess extraordinary strength and wisdom, becoming the king among pigmen. Mu Xing frowned. Is there really a pig king in this sewer? Could it be summoned by my ancestor? Mu Xing was frowning when the madman beside him said, This may not be a bad thing. A good thing? Wei Gu beside him was puzzled. Do you think that if the ancestors can really summon a higher life form to this world, does it mean that we can also use this method to summon our higher body? When the madman said this, both Wei Gu and Mu Xing couldn't help but brighten their eyes. The madman is right. If a pig king is really summoned, maybe this will be our breakthrough. Mu Xing suddenly felt that this trip to the sewer was not in vain. He knew very well that Bai Huan was not an easy person to deal with, and must be hiding secrets that he didn't know. Moreover, the Chaos Army was coming. If he could break through the shackles first, find his true body, and summon the true bodies of others to this world, he would be able to seize the initiative. Quick, keep up! Mu Xing sensed that the king's guards were getting farther and farther away, so he quickly quickened his pace to catch up. With Vigo's eyes and Mu Xing's map, even if the sewers were crisscrossed, they could not be stopped. Soon, they came to a huge gap. Just a glance at the gap, Mu Xing couldn't help frowning. That place was even worse than the sewer environment. This place was like a rotten abscess in the sewer, hidden deep in the dirty sewer. The cold stone walls were occupied by creeping flesh tentacles. The veins like blood vessels meandered on its surface, oozing smelly pus. This was the Beast Cave, a place that even Grace was unwilling to set foot in. When they resisted the nausea and walked into this weird and disgusting place, under their feet was a broken bone floor, and every step was accompanied by a harsh creaking sound. The surroundings were full of glowing fungi, hanging from the ceiling like tumors. The air was always filled with the stench of decay and mold, which was suffocating. If they were not wearing gas masks, they would have fainted in an instant. And deep in the Beast Cave, you can see large and small pools of blood and flesh. These places are filled with sticky bubbles, soaking broken limbs and twisted organs. There are broken statues standing around, and these statues stand in the corners with twisted postures. This place is very quiet, so quiet that it makes people crazy. Even the slightest footsteps could be heard far away in the passage. This place looks like a relic. Mu Xing's fingers traced the walls covered in flesh and blood. A vague pattern could still be seen on the blue-brown bricks. This is the lost country of Ascalon. Phantom Blade, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Ascalon? Mu Xing looked back at him. I once read in an ancient legend that there was a lost country in the far south. This is a mysterious country that was once very prosperous in history. Although the country is small, it has an extremely powerful army and force. It conquered a lot of land in a short period of time. However, this country only existed for less than 100 years, and suddenly disappeared on a stormy night. Disappeared? Yes, no one knows where it went. Some people say that the entire capital sank into the ground. He pointed to the totem on the wall. I remember this totem very clearly. I not only saw it in that ancient book, but also saw antiques with this totem mark in some antique shops. Mu Xing said, how many years has it been since the Ascalon you mentioned? At least 1,000 years. Few people know about this mysterious kingdom. Wanren said, how many records do you know about these kingdoms? Wanren shook his head. Sorry, it's been a long time. I may need some time to recall. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Don't worry, let's explore inside for a while. Chapter 759. The dirty and disgusting Beast Cave is even bigger than Mu Xing imagined. It's like someone dug a huge canyon underground. And this canyon is crisscrossed, and you can't see the end at a glance. From some fractures, it can be seen that this underground canyon is not even one layer, but extends all the way to deeper underground. Broken bricks and stones can be seen everywhere on the first layer, and there are traces of artificial construction. And on the lower layer, there are only traces of pure artificial excavation. That's right, artificial excavation. According to Vigo's detection, the mining of underground rock layers is divided into multiple eras, spanning more than 1,000 years. That is to say, there was a group of people who had been digging down here for 1,000 years. What are they digging? Mu Xing stared at the crack in front of him, as if it led all the way to the center of the earth. The strange statues around him looked like Cthulhu wearing a cloak. But its body was thinner, and there were no wings behind it. The deeper you go, the more of these strange statues there are, and the clearer the carving marks are. Mu Xing took out the small statue from the box, and compared it with the big statues. They were not exactly the same, but they were 90% similar. Suddenly, the madman stopped and stopped the people following him. What's wrong? We're here. The people looked ahead cautiously. It looked like a huge and chaotic gathering place for pigmen. They built houses with mud and rocks mixed with some kind of mucus. They paved the ground with moss. These pigmen actually formed their own civilization and settlement in this deep underground. Moreover, these pigmen have clear division of labor, and seem to have a certain social organization. When the group of pigmen hunters carried the pigmen they killed and swaggered through the city, pairs of fearful eyes lit up in the surrounding houses. These pigmen looked at the pigmen hunters in fear, fearing that they would block their way. And looking towards the deepest part of the settlement, they saw a palace piled with bones and flesh. There was a dangerous breath coming from the palace. The divine seal beside Mu Xing flashed red, issuing a warning. Master, please be careful. We have detected the presence of a superior. Mu Xing's eyes flashed. As expected, there is a superior. At the same time as being shocked, a sense of surprise surged into his heart. Phantom Blade, you sneak in to scout the situation first, and be careful not to expose yourself. Phantom Blade did not hesitate at all, and his figure began to blur and enter the invisible state. Mu Xing looked at Vigo and Madman. What do you think? Madman grinned. Good opportunities cannot be missed. Maybe we can find an opportunity to summon the superior body from these pigmen. Wei Gu looked serious. I sense the aura of a superior. There may really be a superior inside. It may be difficult for us to face a superior with our strength. Mu Xing's eyes were like torches. No, not a superior, but a pseudo-superior. Pseudo-superior? The two looked puzzled. In my perception, the aura is extremely unstable, sometimes reaching the peak, and sometimes falling to the bottom. This feeling is like... Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. I understand. It is the alienation degree. Wei Gu beside him understood what Mu Xing meant at once. Captain, you mean that the rejection of the world rules makes its realm unstable and fluctuates constantly? Mu Xing nodded and said, if I guess correctly, the pigmen killed by the king's guard just now should be preparing food for the pigmen king. As a superior, it must devour a lot of flesh and blood to reduce the degree of alienation when it encounters rejection from the rules. The madman was puzzled. This place is dirty and weird. If it encounters rejection, it will be sent back to the original world at most. Why doesn't the pigmen king leave? Mu Xing held up two fingers. Two possibilities. First, because of some restrictions, it cannot leave here and can only be forced to stay in this world. If it is squeezed out, it will die. Second, there is a reason here that even the pig king is unwilling to give up, supporting it, so it must stay in this dirty sewer at all costs. Hearing this, the two people on the opposite side looked at each other, and then looked at Mu Xing. Captain, so what do you mean? No matter which possibility it is our breakthrough, so we must go this trip. But before that, we have to do two things. First, find a way to weaken the pig king. Second, summon the others. The madman immediately said, leave the task of weakening the pig king to me. Doesn't the pig king want to devour flesh and blood to reduce the degree of alienation? Then I go and add some ingredients to it. Mu Xing thought for a while, and handed a bottle of potion to the madman. What is this? Pressure potion. Taking it will increase a lot of pressure, and make the pig king become manic. A crazy superior is easier to deal with than a calm superior. The madman held the potion. Leave it to me. Remember to disguise. Mu Xing reminded. Hee, don't worry. Just as the madman followed the footsteps of the phantom blade and sneaked in, Mu Xing looked at Vigo. Cooperate with me to summon. Mu Xing glanced at the watch on his wrist. There were less than 2 hours left before Trix and the others arrived. We can start preparing the carrier for the arrival. He first used the Heart Contract Galaxy to contact Trix and asked them to prepare for the arrival, and then started to make the carrier. As a master of gene manipulation, it is not difficult for Shen to create a physical carrier. However, in order to fight against the upcoming battle with the Pig King, the strength of the carrier must be increased to the limit of mortals. Mu Xing's strategy is to use a large amount of flesh and blood to create a rough body, and then compress it. Finally, use the G-Virus to strengthen it. Yes, G-Virus. Not long ago, Mu Xing finally synthesized an artificial G-Virus through the knowledge stored in Shen. And it is a G-Virus that has been continuously improved for so long. The flesh and blood in this huge sewer is just the right medium for the G-Virus. As for Vigo, he began to plant pustule flowers in the nearby blood and flesh swamp. This pustule flower, which was born in the evil spirit world, was originally a prop used by the evil spirit to extract hope. Later, it became the key prop for Vigo to escape. He actually used the pustule flower to create the flower of hope and successfully extracted pure dark gold cells. In the end, he used these dark gold cells to complete sublimation and sneaked away under the noses of the evil spirits. In the past, it might take a long time to purify the pustule flower step by step. But now, with the personal assistance of the evil spirit, the pure flower of hope only takes less than half an hour to cultivate. You are indeed a talent. When I recover my strength in the future, how about you become my chief researcher? The evil spirit licked his paw and said. Hearing this, Wei Gu subconsciously took 2 steps back. He looked at the evil spirit with some fear. Although he knew that the evil spirit had surrendered to Mu Xing, the shadow left by the evil spirit in the past was difficult to erase for a lifetime. Mu Xing grabbed the fake hair on the back of the evil spirit's neck. Okay, stop scaring people. Work hard, and you will get benefits. The evil spirit slowly sharpened its sharp claws, and whispered with a cunning light in its eyes. I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. Deep in this beast's cave, I smell endless despair and wailing. It paused, with a hint of greed in its tone. If you plant pustules here, the dark gold cells extracted will be incalculable. Chapter 760. 2 hours passed in a flash. When a man and a woman walked out of the cocoon of flesh and blood, Mu Xing showed satisfaction on his face. Whether it was Trix or Caesar, the quality of their new bodies had reached the limit of mortals. The Super G virus improved their physical quality and mental strength, and the dark gold cells filled their inner bodies. The abundant dark gold energy rushed in their bodies, allowing them to exert more powerful combat power. If necessary, the extreme burning of dark gold energy can increase their strength to a pseudo-superior level in a short period of time. At the same time, Mu Xing also strengthened and transformed Vigo in Madman to cope with the next boss battle. Captain, can't you inject G-Virus and dark gold cells into your body to strengthen it? Mu Xing shook his head. I always feel that this body is weird, and I don't need these things to strengthen it. I can upgrade it through experience points. Experience points? Is it the mysterious black energy you mentioned, Captain? Vigo said. That's right, but you are wrong about one thing. That thing is not energy, but an invisible and intangible rule. Rules? How is this possible? You must know that only those who enter the realm of gods are qualified to come into contact with the rules. Captain, your body. Mu Xing shook his head. I haven't figured out the principle yet, because it only passively accepts experience points, but cannot actively absorb them. I want to see how far this body can go, he said expectantly. Just then, Phantom Blade came back. Lord, the monster is ready to eat. Monster? He's talking about the Pig King. The madman explained. Have you taken the medicine? Don't worry, I just wait for the Pigman King to eat it. Mu Xing nodded and pointed forward. Kill all the way. Today I will completely clean up this dirty beast cave. Everyone raised their weapons and burst into fighting spirit. Trix rushed to the front. Holding a sledgehammer, he attacked the Pigman guards outside the Pigman settlement. Before the 2 Pigman guards could sound the alarm, Trix smashed their heads with a hammer. A small Pigman trumpeter in the back immediately grabbed the trumpet. One person was faster than it, and pierced the Pigman trumpeter's neck with a sharp sword. Blood gushed out, and only a whimpering sound like air came from the trumpet. Phantom Blade pulled out the sharp blade lightly, and then killed the Pigman guards, who rushed out of the room after hearing the noise like a whirlwind. On the other side, a team of Pigman patrolmen wearing heavy armor came over. Mu Xing planned to use these powerful Pigman patrolmen to test the combat effectiveness of his teammates first. An arrow shot out, accurately piercing the sharp edge of the armor, piercing the Pigman captain's eyes, and pulling him into the battle stage. Mu Xing clicked on Trix and Caesar to get their new data. Trix, a fighting girl who loves weapons but not makeup, the heavy hammer in her hand can always give the opponent a devastating blow. Skills: Heavy Hammer Bombardment, Mass Compression, Pursuit Mark, Dark Gold Awakening. Passive: Pursuit, Crushing, Armor Breaking, Brute Force. Caesar, a natural king who carries the fate, luck or misfortune may only be a thought away, stepping over thorns, and gradually understand the true meaning of protection. Skills: Landing as a Fortress, Provocation and Taunt, Thorn Reflection, Dark Gold Transformation. Passive: Iron Bones, Fast Recovery, Immortality, Bad Luck Aura. The skills chosen by Trix are completely attack-oriented, but she did not compete for the main C position of the Madman, but focused on pursuit. By marking enemies and teammates, chasing when teammates attack, thus causing multiple attacks on the enemy. As for Caesar, after he got the scabbard, he completely became the meat shield of the team, and his tankiness was completely incomparable to the Madman. The pig patrols on the opposite side all looked like elite pigs. Wearing iron armor, holding maces and sharp blades, they were all burly, patrolling the territory of the Pig King all day long. Caesar, provocative taunting. Mu Xing taunted directly after landing, focusing the attention of all the pig patrols on Caesar. Vigo, weak spot insight. Trix chase mark. Madman, whirlwind slash. Let Vigo hit the weak spot first, Trix mark it, and Madman output directly. I saw bright red numbers light up above the heads of these pigmen patrolmen, instantly knocking down 3/4 of their health. After being strengthened, the madman's combat power was greatly improved, and it only took 2 slashes to deal with these monsters. At the same time, Trix's pursuit mark took effect, and her heavy hammer fell directly. Killed all the pigmen, with 1/4 of their health left. The battle ended in 1 round. When the black experience value floated into Mu Xing's body, he immediately sensed that his body was upgraded, various values improved. As expected of the elite pigmen, they gained much more experience points than those bandits and pirates. Keep going! Mu Xing tasted the sweetness and launched an active attack again. The strengthening of the new carrier allowed several people to reach the peak combat power of mortals, and no pigman could stop them for 2 rounds. So they almost pushed all the way and hit the pigman palace directly. The entire pigman settlement was almost slaughtered, and the experience points Mu Xing gained made his own strength surge. The Pig King seemed to have finally discovered the group of outsiders who had entered the beast cave. The Pig King's shrill howl came from deep in the palace. Rumble. The surrounding board houses were smashed, and a group of heavily armored pig knights rushed out. These half-human, half-pig knights looked more like centaurs. They wore heavy armor and held charging axes. The 4 hooves collided with the ground, making a crisp sound. In addition to these pig knights, there were hundreds of elite pigs in iron armor, pouring out from all directions and surrounding them. Not only that, there are also pigmen with different divisions of labor in the back, such as pigmen drummers, pigmen hunters, and pigmen archers. It is like an elite pigmen army. Mu Xing looked around, and knew that there was nothing to talk about with this group of low-intelligence pigmen, so he directly issued an attack order. Kill! With an order, the 4 people around rushed out directly. Caesar put on a shield, Vigo assisted the group, the madman chopped wildly with 2 knives, and Trix laughed excitedly and smashed the heavy hammer in his hand continuously. How could these pigmen be a match for this group of madmen? The formation was broken after just 1 encounter. The madman rushed into the back row of pigmen, waving the chain blade in his hand, chopping off their heads like cutting melons and vegetables. A dozen pigmen knights rushed towards Mu Xing, but were blocked by Caesar. Trix swung the heavy hammer, compressing the mass, and crushed these pigmen knights into twisted meatballs. Confused, the evil spirit on Mu Xing's shoulder waved its claws, and some pigmen began to kill each other with red eyes. In less than 3 minutes, this elite pigmen army was almost slaughtered. The surviving pigmen also lost their will to fight, and fled into the palace of the Pigman King. Chase! Mu Xing hurriedly led his teammates to chase all the way, rushing up the ladder symbolizing the power of the Pigman King. Chapter 761. When everyone stepped onto the steps, they finally saw the palace of the ruler of this filthy beast cave. The walls of the palace were made of rough rocks and soil. The walls were covered with dried blood and scratches from unknown creatures, and the air was filled with the smell of rot and blood. Countless broken limbs and arms were scattered on the ground, some of which were already rotten, and some were so fresh that they seemed to have just been torn apart. Among these debris, there were adventurers and the Pigman King's own people. They were ruthlessly abandoned here and became part of this palace. The corners were filled with broken weapons and armor. In the center of the palace, there was a huge stone throne. It was covered with thick animal skin and human skin. Around the throne, several piles of eternal green flames burned, illuminating this dark space. The Pig King sat here, wearing a crown made of discarded iron rings. His body was huge and fat, with hideous bone spurs extending from his shoulder blades. His skin was a sickly grayish-white, covered with scars and abscesses. Its head is a huge pig head, with exposed fangs and eyes flashing with cruelty and greed. In the hand of the Pig King is a giant meat cleaver. The blade is covered with blood and mincemeat. This is the scepter that it uses to maintain its power. Anyone who is unwilling to obey has died under this giant blade. Around the Pig King, there are also several ferocious pig warriors. They hold sharp blades, roar, and are ready to tear apart any creature that dares to challenge their king. Facing Mu Xing and others who broke into the beast cave, the Pig King roared violently. Dust fell overhead, and the trembling sound made the entire beast cave tremble. Mu Xing locked onto the flag of the palace at a glance, and it was the familiar crown of thorns. This thing will emerge when the pressure increases in the battle. So far, he has not figured out the principle and name of this thing. But Mu Xing is sure that this thing must hide the deepest secrets of the world, and it may be related to the lifelong pursuit of his chief ancestor. Now, it appears in the territory of the pigmen and is regarded as a totem. The crown on the head of the Pigman King was almost identical to his. This made Mu Xing pay more attention to this strange crown of thorns. At this moment, the Pigman King slowly supported his body and stood up from the throne. It was not until then that Mu Xing noticed that it was not that the Pigman King did not want to take the initiative to attack, but that the Pigman King in front of him only had half of his body. It was like the summoning ceremony was forcibly terminated halfway through. As a result, the Pigman King descended to the upper body, and the internal organs and bright red intestines were piled up casually under his body. The spreading flesh and blood was like a dense spider web, extending in all directions. The Pigman King raised the giant blade in his hand, and a strong aura suddenly rose from his body. This aura surged, and as the crown of thorns on its head began to condense, its aura was breaking through to the upper class. It grabbed the flesh and blood next to it, and stuffed it into its mouth frantically. It nodded whole, like swallowing a whole apple, and in just a dozen seconds, it swallowed up all the flesh and blood piled up like a small mountain. The intestines and stomach were scattered on the ground, but the swallowed flesh and blood did not fall out, but disappeared in its bottomless stomach. Seeing the Pigman King swallowing the flesh and blood drugged by the madman, Mu Xing knew that the time was ripe and shot without hesitation. With a bang, he and the Pigman King were pulled into the battle stage at the same time. In front of the Pigman King, 3 elite Pigman guards roared at the same time, blessing themselves and the Pigman King with buffs. And behind the Pigman King, Mu Xing saw a small Pigman soldier. It looks like the most humble and lowly Pigman slave in the Beast Cave. However, it can stand behind the Pigman King, which shows its extraordinariness. Mu Xing stared into its eyes, and he saw the light of wisdom in the pupils of this Pigman. Mu Xing clicked on the Pigman King to get the boss information. Pigman King, a higher creature summoned to this world by a special ritual of the ancestors. Because of its ugliness and stupidity, it was expelled by the ancestors and thrown into the dark sewer. Skills: destroy the flesh, group sweep, wild waving, furious crushing. Passive: thick skin, regeneration, bad temper, Pigman King. Mu Xing clicked on the piglet and also obtained its information. Pigman slave, a pigman with high intelligence, the military advisor and scout of the Pigman King, with weak combat power. Skills: scream mark, multiple mark, death scream. As expected, this Pigman King is indeed part of the ancestor summoning ritual. Apparently, he is no longer satisfied with summoning ordinary creatures, but has begun to set his sights on more powerful superior life forms. I just don't know if there is something wrong with the ritual, causing the summoned Pigman King to be ugly and stupid. This disappointed the ancestor, who threw him into the depths of the sewer in anger. But his ancestor probably didn't know that the Pig King not only survived, but also became the master of this underground beast cave. Caesar, land as a fortress. Vigo, see through. Tricks, chase the mark. Madman, charge. Facing the Pig King whose strength was unknown, Mu Xing chose a conservative approach. When the fortress shield lit up, the see-through mark appeared above the Pig King and the Pig Servant at the same time. Vigo said, "Captain, it's best not to kill the Pigman Servant first. This guy looks fragile, and he must have some special connection with the Pigman King. For example, killing him will cause him to go berserk?" Mu Xing knows all about game mechanics like this. That's right, so I suggest reducing the Pigman King's health to a certain level first, and then kill them together. What do you think? Mu Xing asked the others. The madman said, "In that case, I will control the boss first." Trix also nodded, indicating that he was fine. The madman charged forward, trying to control the Pigman King. His charge had a chance to stun the target for a round, which was a good control skill. There was only a bang. The madman hit the Pigman King hard, and the stun sign immediately lit up on the top of the Pigman King's head. Dizzy. However, before they could be happy, the Pigman King's round had begun. The Pigman Servant pointed with his right hand, and the Pigman King, who was in a dazed state, returned to normal, and marked Vigo and Trix. The Pig King howled, and swept the giant blade in his hand. Crack, crack, the shields on the two people shattered directly. Even if they blocked, they lost 1/5 of their health. What a fierce attack! Mu Xing had seen the strength of Caesar's shield, but he didn't expect it to be shattered by the Pig King in one blow. The remaining damage, with the blessing of the mark, also had penetrating damage. The other pig guards also followed suit and attacked the two. However, the attack power of these pig guards seemed weak in comparison, and only knocked off a little blood from the two. Seeing this, Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not underestimate the attack power of the Pig King and adopted a conservative approach, otherwise he would have suffered a great loss. Chapter 762. It's Mu Xing's turn again. He first lets Caesar perform. Taunt to focus all the monster's hatred on him. Then let's Vigo use energy control. When this skill is used on friendly forces, it can form an energy shield. When used on enemies, it can create a deceleration energy field to reduce the enemy's attack speed. Madman uses Whirlwind Slash to get rid of these pig guards first. Trix uses Heavy Hammer Bombardment, combined with passive armor breaking and crushing, to knock off the armor on the Pig King. After issuing the order, the taunting middle finger lit up above the Pigman King and the Pigman Servant. The twisted energy field spread in the Pigman King's camp, reducing their speed a lot. Then, the Madman's Whirlwind Slash fell, and the 3 Pigman guards in front were instantly killed by him. The last one was Trix, and the hammer in his hand stirred up the trembling dark gold energy, and fiercely slammed into the Pigman King. The Pigman King immediately bowed his head, and used the bone spurs on his shoulder to resist the falling heavy hammer. However, it underestimated Trix's violence. The various passes attached to the hammer fell, and directly broke the tough bone spurs. The Pig King screamed, and his huge body was almost thrown out. A huge red damage number popped up above his head. Not only that, a mark of a broken shield appeared on the Pig King's body. This is the armor-breaking state. Armor breaking, the armor is broken by brute force, and the negative state is deepened by 30%, which lasts for 3 rounds. The Pig King's health dropped by 1/3. Seeing that Trix's attack power was so strong, Mu Xing was not happy. He knew that the Pig King's strength was far more than that. As expected, after the Pig King stumbled to his feet, blood began to rise from his body. A blood-red crown of thorns appeared on its head. What's going on? Mu Xing stared at the blood-red crown of thorns. Generally speaking, the crown of thorns only appears when the pressure increases, and it is a dark black color. Now, the blood on the head of the Pig King is actually bright red. The status obtained is not negative, but a positive buff. At the same time, the Pig King obtains a special buff. Bloodthirst. When the Pig King's HP drops to 70%, it can be activated, entering the Bloodthirst state, increasing all attributes by 30%, and gaining a 30% damage bonus. Sure enough, it was not that simple. Mu Xing quickly patted the evil spirit's head. Add defense buff. The evil spirit meowed. The 4 people's heads lit up with light. Evil spirit protection. All defense is increased by 30%, and damage is reduced by 10%. At the same time, Mu Xing raised his gun and attacked the pig slave. According to his calculations, this shot could not kill the pig slave, and at most it would knock off half of its HP. The bullet flew out, and the Pigman servant was splashed with blood and screamed. Mu Xing's turn ended, and then it was the Pigman King's turn. The Pigman servant called out Trix without hesitation. In its view, Trix's horrible damage had seriously threatened the safety of the Pigman King, so it must be eliminated first. However, as soon as its mark fell, it collapsed directly. It was because of Vigo's passive aura, Knowledge Guardian, that blocked the Pigman servant's mark. Unable to successfully mark the target, the Pig King could only attack Caesar, who had mocked it. He raised the huge butcher knife in his hand again, and the red energy on the butcher knife surged, and the surrounding light particles continued to gather towards his palm. Caesar did not dare to be arrogant, and grabbed with his right hand, and a gorgeous scabbard appeared in his hand. The scabbard took shape, and turned into a golden shield. At the moment when the huge butcher knife fell, the golden shield was raised by him. The Pig King waved the butcher knife with his thick arms, stirring up a fierce wind. Before the blade arrived, the scattered meat and bones were crushed into powder by the violent airflow. The moment the butcher knife hit the golden shield, the bloody blade and the golden light radiating from the shield collided fiercely. When the shock wave was surging, and the bodies of the nearby pigmen were blown away dozens of meters. Caesar was knocked back 3 meters, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His life value above his head dropped by half instantly. "Caesar, are you okay?" Mu Xing asked with a worried look on his face. Caesar spat out a mouthful of blood foam, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a green light began to shine on his body. In just a moment, his lost health increased from 48% to 85%. "Don't worry, I'm a man with a scabbard. This is just a small injury. My passive quick recovery can easily deal with it. Don't be careless. This is not the full strength of the Pigman King," Mu Xing reminded. Sure enough, after launching the attack, the Pigman King raised the butcher knife in his hand again. He could actually act multiple times in one round. Mu Xing stared at the crown of thorns on his head. It was that thing. It seemed to have broken through the rules and restrictions of the battle stage to a certain extent. "Can I use the crown of thorns?" Mu Xing didn't have time to think carefully, because the second attack of the Pigman King arrived. Caesar growled and raised his shield again. At the same time, a black halo of bad luck burst out from his body, instantly covering the Pigman King and the Pigman servant in front of him. The Pigman King began to accumulate power for the second knife, and the red light became stronger, and more red particles gathered around. He slashed with a knife. Caesar did not take it hard this time, but chose to dodge. Boom! The knife fell, and the hard rock ground was cut open, extending dozens of meters of cracks. However, the knife did not hit Caesar, and he narrowly avoided the attack. Was it because of his good luck? No, it was because the opposite Pig King's luck had turned bad. Muxing noticed that a bad luck buff appeared above the Pig King's head. Bad luck buff. Critical hit rate reduced by 50%, skill hit rate reduced by 40%, and dodge rate reduced by 40%. Good. Even Trix couldn't help but cheer. The Pig King's turn ended, and the Pig servant was obviously a little anxious. Moreover, it noticed that its master seemed to be a little bit abnormal. The Pig King's skin turned red, and his eyes emitted a terrifying red light. Under the blessing of the bloodthirsty state, he became more and more manic. It roared and waved the weapon in his hand wildly. With a puff, the Pig servant didn't have time to dodge, and was directly chopped into rotten meat. Dead? Everyone was confused. Did the Pig King kill his own people? Look at the Pig King's pressure value. They quickly looked at the top of the Pig King's head. Its pressure value jumped directly to about 120, and continued to rise. Captain, it should be the medicine you gave me that took effect, the madman said. Focus all your firepower, and kill it before it can fully exert its upper combat power. Muxing's expression was solemn. This Pig King was going completely crazy. Evil Spirit, add penetration buff. Vigo, hit the weak point. Caesar, take the initiative to attack. Trix, mass compression. Madman, Chaos Blade. Continuous orders were issued, and after Vigo took advantage of the weak spot, the three of them focused their fire on the Pigman King. When Trix and Madman's attacks fell at the same time, the Pigman King's health dropped drastically, from less than 70% to about 10%. However, when Caesar was finishing off the enemy, Muxing quickly called him. Wait, don't go up. Chapter 763. What happened? Caesar suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked forward with a serious look. The Pigman King in front of him, who had only 1/10 of his health left, suddenly gushed out a terrifying blood light. It seemed as if the entire space was dyed scarlet, and the crown of thorns on its head flashed wildly, emitting a dazzling light. The Pigman King's huge body, which was originally more than 3 meters tall, began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from 3 meters to nearly 10 meters, standing in front of everyone like a small mountain. Not only that, its health, attack power, and defense power all skyrocketed tenfold. It was as if it had broken through some kind of limit in an instant. The originally rough black crown on its head had transformed into a dazzling golden crown. The internal organs and intestines piled up in its lower body began to wriggle and deform, gradually condensing into blood-red tentacles. The bone spurs on its back grew wildly, becoming sharper and denser, and its skinny chest split open to both sides, revealing a hideous bloody mouth. The butcher knife in its hand was no longer an ordinary weapon, and countless blood threads spread on the blade. In the middle of the blade, a bright red eyeball squeezed out and turned around. Roar! The Pig King roared loudly, and the violent airflow swept around, blowing away everything around. Muxing was secretly glad that he didn't let Caesar launch an attack rashly, otherwise he would have been fiercely counterattacked by the Pig King. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the Pig King had already started its attack. The animated butcher knife in its hand opened a huge mouth, as if it wanted to swallow the 4 people in front of it. The eyeballs on the blade stared at them, full of greed and murderous intent. Caesar, dark gold transformation. Muxing made a prompt decision, and quickly gave Caesar an order before the Pig King's attack round began. Caesar shouted, and dark gold energy gushed out of his body, instantly dyeing his body into a brilliant dark gold. His various attributes soared by more than 3 times in a short period of time. The golden shield in his hand also became stronger with the infusion of dark gold energy. Caesar raised his shield, ready to withstand the attack of the Pigman King with the strongest defensive posture. Boom! The butcher knife fell, and the attack of the Pigman King after transformation seemed to have a locking function, and it chopped toward Caesar with incomparable accuracy. The moment the giant blade smashed down, the shield in Caesar's hand also became more than twice as large, and withstood the attack. At the moment of the collision between attack and defense, the entire beast cave was shaking violently, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Caesar's newly recovered health was directly knocked down by about 70% by this blow. Just one blow almost killed him instantly. Fortunately, his passive ability was activated in time, quickly restoring less than 20% of his health to 60%. The thorn ring on Caesar's head lit up, and the pressure value also increased from 20 points to about 60 points. "Here it comes again, be careful," Mu Xing exclaimed. The Pig King raised the animated butcher knife in his hand again. The eyeballs on the blade stared at Caesar, as if mocking his powerlessness. Mu Xing had already started to make the worst plan in his mind. If Caesar was killed, they could only choose to retreat tactically and plan again after regrouping. When the second knife fell, Caesar was hit hard again. His health was like a roller coaster, and it was emptied in an instant. But the next second, Mu Xing was surprised to find that Caesar's health was not completely emptied, but locked at one point. Damn, is he cheating? Mu Xing widened his eyes, and looked at the battle record in disbelief. He quickly found the answer. Caesar's passive skill, Undying, was activated at the critical moment. This skill can make you immune to fatal damage when you encounter a fatal attack, and retain 1 point of health. However, it can only be triggered once in each battle. Good. Mu Xing waved his fist excitedly. As long as Caesar is not dead, they still have hope. At the same time, Caesar's passive recovery was activated again, and his health quickly recovered to about 40%. Damn it, this monster's attack is too fierce. If it weren't for my Undying passive, I would have been beaten into a meat paste long ago. Caesar stared at the Pigman King with lingering fear, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. Captain, this guy has entered the upper state. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with him, Wei Gu said solemnly. I will try to transform, and see if I can raise my combat power to the pseudo-upper state, and give it a try. Trix tightly grasped the hammer in his hand, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. However, the more critical the moment, the calmer Mu Xing became. He narrowed his eyes slightly and analyzed calmly. Did you notice the thorn ring on the head of the Pigman King? That thing is the key. The Pigman King seems to have relied on its power to successfully break through the upper limit. I observed that the thorn ring has two states. One is the black pressure state, and the other is the bloody state of the Pigman King. Mu Xing continued. Just now, the Pigman King's pressure value exceeded 120, but when the black pressure ring turned into a bloody thorn ring, its pressure value instantly returned to 0. Others seemed to understand what Mu Xing meant, and asked, So Captain, what do you mean? The Pigman King has a way to convert pressure into power, but I believe this special internal driving force must have some limitations. Mu Xing explained. Why? The madman asked puzzledly. As everyone knows, the Pigman King was summoned from another world by my chief ancestor. Mu Xing tapped his fingers. From the initial undead creatures, to the Pigman, and then to the Pigman King, the rank of the creatures from other worlds summoned by the ancestors is constantly improving. I think everyone has felt the suppression of the special rules that belong to this world. Not only does it reject foreign objects, it also rejects higher-level life forms. I think the reason why my chief ancestor took so much trouble to summon various alien creatures was to break through the restrictions of the upper rules. Mu Xing paused. Perhaps, the thorn ring is the key. Thorn ring? Everyone exclaimed. Mu Xing stared at the Pigman King. But obviously, this Pigman King in front of us did not satisfy our ancestor, so he was thrown into the castle's sewer system and left to fend for himself. So, our breakthrough point is not the Pigman King itself, but the thorn ring on its head. Caesar couldn't help asking, Then Captain, how can we break the deadlock? Pressure. The pressure value is the key. Mu Xing took a deep breath and continued. The Pigman King can break through the shackles with the help of the thorn ring and reach the upper position. It must have entered a state of pressure balance. In this state, the internal pressure and external pressure are balanced, which allows it to break through the suppression of the rules and reach the upper position. And if we want to defeat the Pigman King, the key is to destroy this balance, make its pressure unbalanced, and cause self-implosion. Chapter 764. Then how can we make their pressure unbalanced? The madman asked subconsciously. Mu Xing raised a finger. According to my test, there are many factors that cause pressure to rise. Fatigue, fear, despair, and other negative states can cause pressure to rise. In my opinion, the fastest way to increase pressure is the impact on self-cognition. For example, when those mercenaries see monsters they have never seen before, strange environments, or even supernatural phenomena beyond their cognition, their self-pressure will rise rapidly. So, we can use this to greatly increase the pressure on the Pig King. At this time, Trix interrupted. I understand. The captain means that we should find a way to shatter the Pig King's worldview, right? That's right. Mu Xing nodded. Afterwards, Mu Xing gave Vigo an order: prepare to summon the tower, and establish a visualization channel with the original body for everyone. I need you to visualize your own upper original body and form an illusion, so that the Pig King will mistakenly think that you are all upper existences, thereby causing a cognitive shock to him. Several people understood Mu Xing's plan at once and nodded. In this round, they only attack and do not defend. If the Pig King cannot be defeated in one round, defense is meaningless. After all, Caesar's undead passive has been used, and it is absolutely impossible for him to last another round. When the next round begins, when the transparent observer tower emerges, the Pig King on the opposite side is stunned. What does it see? These seemingly insignificant humans in front of it began to show the forms that frightened it. The upper body of the madman is a golden shadow of the god of war. It stands tall and straight, thousands of feet high. When the huge chaos blade fell, the Pigman King felt that the attack was about to be split in half. Moreover, this was the appearance of the madman's body, not an imaginary illusion, so it seemed more real. The Pigman King's pressure value suddenly increased from 0 to about 40. Trix's upper form is like a black hole, dark and about to swallow all matter. When the huge hammer fell, the Pigman King felt that the huge gravity was about to tear his flesh into pieces. The pressure surged by 30 points again, reaching 70 points. Caesar's upper body looked like a turbid black cloud, exuding an unimaginable bad luck. But it was surrounded by a golden ring, restraining the ever-expanding bad luck. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and bit towards the Pigman King. The Pigman King almost couldn't hold the butcher knife in his hand, and the pressure value surged by 30 points again, reaching 100 points. Wago, still a little short. Mu Xing shouted. Wago also showed his trump card without hesitation. His upper body is different from what many people think. Mu Xing thought his body would be a scholar who looked knowledgeable. But he didn't expect it to be a flower of hope with tentacles all over his body. It turned out that since the moment when Wei Gu injected the dark gold cells, he was destined to merge with the dark gold cells. The reason why he was able to escape the control of the evil spirit was because he turned into an inconspicuous flower of hope. This kid, no wonder I didn't find any traces of his escape at the beginning. It turned out that he was mixed in those flowers of hope. The evil spirit couldn't help cursing. But now this flower of hope is very different. It bears countless fruits of knowledge. Each fruit represents the knowledge he has learned from the Observer Council. It is precisely because of this knowledge that he has completed his self-transformation and reached his current height. A large amount of unknown knowledge poured into the Pig King's brain like a torrent. Even if this dull and stupid creature becomes a superior, it is still the lowest life in the superior world. As these unknown knowledge continue to pour into its brain, its worldview has changed. Some people become powerful because of knowledge, while others become brave because of blindness. The more you know, the more you fear the truth of this world. The Pig King's mind became extremely unstable, and the stress value soared from 100 to 150. This is not over yet. With the infusion of knowledge, its stress value soared to 180. The Pig King dropped the butcher knife and covered his head. At this moment, it seemed to understand its own fate and the truth of all this. The fear in its heart began to completely erupt, and the pressure surged. When the pressure value reached 200 uncontrollably, the Pig King howled, and his huge body began to collapse. The blood-red thorn ring on his head began to flash wildly. Its balance is broken, Captain! All the teammates shouted at the same time. Mu Xing understood, and he knew it was time for him to take action. He also began to create illusions through visualization. However, the illusion he created was not the illusion of his own superior body, but the illusion of his cheap ancestor. Who did the Pigman King fear and hate the most? It must be the ancestor who summoned him from another world. So, when Mu Xing appeared in the image of the ancestor in the huge portrait of the castle, the Pigman King collapsed directly. Its stress value soared from 200 to 400. Ordinary mercenaries collapsed at 200 stress points, but the Pigman King accumulated 400 stress points at this time. The Pigman King, who was just so manic and lawless, suddenly crawled on the ground and trembled with fear. Meet. Master. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. This guy was indeed one of the ancestors' experiments. He didn't say anything, but tentatively stretched out his right hand towards the Pigman King. Give it to me. Yes, Mu Xing had his eyes on the thorn ring on the Pigman King's head. He found that this thing could break through the shackles of the world. Maybe as long as he got this thing, he could get a glimpse of the truth of this world. The Pigman King was terrified. The voice of the ancestor was like an order that he could not disobey. The blood of the ancestor was rushing in Mu Xing's body, and the breath he exuded made the Pigman King terrified. It grabbed the thorn ring with both hands and took it off its head. The illusory thorn ring magically materialized. The moment Mu Xing reached out and touched the thorn ring, he immediately felt a large amount of memory and information rushing into his mind. He realized that this thing was the memory and cognitive carrier of the Pigman King. Fortunately, this was not the first time he faced this situation. With his experience, he quickly began to accept this violent knowledge. Mu Xing emptied his mind and began to filter out the redundant information with the help of the divine seal. What's more, he actually found the name of a thorn ring from countless confusing information. Iron Crown. Mu Xing felt a little strange. It was obviously an invisible and intangible regular thing. Why was it called a crown? What do the 5 thorns on the crown represent? Unfortunately, the knowledge in the Iron Crown did not give him an answer. Its level is too low, and it is probably not qualified to access higher secrets. Until Mu Xing absorbed this knowledge and memory. The Pig King still prostrated himself respectfully on the ground, extremely scared. Its whole body was shaking violently. May the Master forgive me. Chapter 765. Mu Xing was silent. He saw some vague memories of the Pigman King from these complicated memories. It was originally just an ordinary pigman soldier, living in an ordinary pigman tribe. Until one day, a voice calling himself Diarsis came from a distant world and connected with it. The ancestors gave it an iron crown. This mysterious iron crown gave the Pigman King the ability to devour other pigmen to gain power. Soon, with the help of the iron crown, the pigman soldier grew rapidly and became a powerful Pigman King in just a few months. However, any gift from fate has a price secretly marked. The investment made by the ancestors in the Pigman King will eventually require it to pay the price with its life. It was summoned to this world by the ancestors in a special way. But the summoning was not successful, and only half of its body was summoned to this world. No, or rather, it was the power of the Iron Crown that only sublimated half of its body, and the other half of its body remained in its original state. Therefore, the Pigman King was summoned in a broken and twisted posture. This so-called higher creature is not perfect. Therefore, the ancestor was very dissatisfied with his work. After depriving the Pig King of his power, he threw him into the dark sewer. However, what the ancestor did not know was that the Pig King's strong desire to survive burst into a dazzling light in this dark sewer. This desire to survive actually reactivated the Iron Crown that was originally taken away by the ancestor, allowing the Pig King to condense his own Iron Crown, and found the true balance between hope and despair. The Pig King used the Iron Crown to break through the restrictions of the upper position again. However, the Iron Crown is both a blessing and a curse. After all, the Pig King is not a creature of this world, and it will continue to be rejected by the rules of the world. And the Iron Crown that it awakened prevented it from leaving. Over time, the competition between the two forces of attraction and repulsion made the Pig King almost crazy. In order to maintain balance and survive, it can only continuously strip the new power of the Iron Crown and throw it into the darker pit. At the same time, by constantly devouring fresh flesh and blood, he reduced the degree of alienation and kept his body in a fragile balance. In this battle, the Pigman King was forced to activate the power of suppression in the face of the threat from Mu Xing and his men, and use the pressure balance to return to the upper position. And it turned out that Mu Xing's strategy was right. He dealt with the Pigman King by destroying the Pigman King's pressure balance, rather than confronting him head-on. He avoided major damage. Now, he transformed into the appearance of his ancestor, but the Pigman King in front of him was piously prostrating himself at his feet. It held up the blood-red Iron Crown with both hands, as if begging the ancestor to take back the power of the Iron Crown. Because this thing is not a gift to it, but a curse. Its existence makes the Pigman King unable to live or die, and he can only struggle in the pain of life and death every day. Now that the ancestor has appeared, it thinks that it is time for him to be free. Mu Xing no longer hesitated and grasped the Iron Crown. It immediately felt the resonance between the Iron Crown and its blood. Its power began to merge with the blood in this body. Soon, the experienced Mu Xing sensed that this fusion was not perfect. With the integration of the power of the Iron Crown, an invisible film stuck Mu Xing at the limit of the mortal class. As a person who has experienced it, Mu Xing knows too well what this state means. In the outside world, they need to go through the upgrading ceremony to give birth to the origin, and use the origin to advance to a higher position. However, the only thing missing in this body is the origin. Or, this body cannot give birth to the origin at all. Just like clones cannot give birth to souls, they can only rely on simulated consciousness for support. This is well reflected in the dead in the world of Death Stranding. As an artificial person, he is born without a soul, which is a natural defect. And the body he has now is the same, it seems to have a natural defect. It has no origin, and it cannot give birth to an origin. Perhaps the ancestors desperately carried out various summoning experiments because they felt their own defects and the limitation of not being able to give birth to an origin. Since he couldn't find the answer within, he could only seek outside. I guess the first thing he thought of was the creatures from another world. He tried to use these creatures to help him break through the shackles and reach a higher level. As for whether he succeeded or not, Mu Xing didn't know. After all, the information was limited, and Mu Xing could only draw these vague conclusions. The real truth can only be found out after going deep into the dungeon. In the name of Dionysus, I grant you freedom. Mu Xing shouted loudly. He pointed at the Pigman King in front of him. Accepting its iron crown was equivalent to bearing the pressure it was under. Without the blessing of the iron crown, the Pigman King in front of him shrank rapidly and turned into a fragile Pigman soldier again. It lay peacefully on the ground and slowly closed its eyes. When the battle stage disappeared, the others reappeared. Captain, is it over? Caesar asked with lingering fear. Although I really want to say it's over, but... Mu Xing spread his right hand, and the bloody iron crown appeared in his hand. Others quickly gathered around and observed the iron crown in Mu Xing's hand. Vigo even took out a pair of special glasses and began to observe carefully. This thing looks like a manifestation of some kind of rules. The manifestation of rules? What is that? The madman asked. According to the records in the knowledge base of the Observer Council, multi-level strongmen have begun to explore the essence of rules. It is said that if they can create new rules, they can break through the shackles of multidimensionality and reach a higher level. At that time, they will be integrated into the rules, and even become the rules themselves, gaining incredible power. They can modify reality and distort the void. Under his rules, they are absolutely invincible. And this materialized rule has a familiar name, authority. Authority? Everyone looked at each other, as if they had heard some incredible new knowledge. Trix couldn't help but say, "You mean there is a super boss hidden in this world?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were all focused on her face. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Trix was confused. Mu Xing's expression was solemn. So, the complexity of the matter may be beyond our imagination. We have to find a way to get out of this dangerous world. In just a moment, Mu Xing made up his mind to get out of this dangerous world as soon as possible. This place involves a huge amount of things. If he is not careful, even if he is protected by the old seal, he can't be saved. At this moment, a reminder sound rang in Mu Xing's ears. You have killed the boss of the Beast Cave, the Pig King, and obtained the Pig King's iron crown, the Pig King's giant butcher knife, the Pig King's upper core half, and the Pig King's broken soul. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the Pig King's upper core appeared in his hand. This core is strange, with thorn patterns engraved on it, and there is a trace of a broken iron crown in the center. Chapter 766. Why is there only half? Others also noticed this upper core. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and looked into the darkness. There is still half, coming. Just then, a strange sound was heard. Under the Pigman King's palace, they heard a gurgling sound of wriggling. Something was pouring out from under the palace. What the hell? With a loud bang, the Pigman King's palace was smashed by a brute force, and a rolling mass of flesh and blood drilled out from deep underground. That thing looked like a collection of countless pigmen's broken limbs and arms. Retreat, that thing is the other half of the Pigman King. Mu Xing recalled the scenes he saw from the Pigman King's memory. During the years when the Pigman King was tortured by the Iron Crown, in order to maintain the balance of his body, he had to strip away half of his power. After the other half representing madness, confusion, and despair was thrown underground. Deep underground, it greedily devoured and merged, and finally raised such a large group of terrifying monsters. If we face the Pigman King, we can still pull him into the battle arena and kill him using the pressure mechanism. The mixed flesh and blood in front of us might submerge the entire arena. So Mu Xing gave up the fight and prepared to evacuate. After seeing the squirming flesh and blood, the other teammates also lost the idea of fighting and stepped out of the beast cave. That thing was very fast, and wherever it passed, it was like a tide that submerged everything. The Pigman King's palace and the Pigman settlement were all swallowed up by the squirming flesh and blood. It looked like the blood tide seen in the forest world. After the death of the Pig King, it completely lost its restraints, and its greedy nature was completely exposed. It stared at the half of the Pig King's core in Mu Xing's hand and chased after it. Mu Xing wanted to throw it away, but couldn't bear to. After all, this was the superior material of the Pig King, and would be useful in the future. And if this half was allowed to be devoured by the flesh and blood, who knows what kind of monster would be born? Set fire. Mu Xing noticed that the wriggling and rolling flesh and blood would deliberately avoid the torch when it encountered it. This means that this thing is very afraid of fire. Upon hearing the sound, several teammates threw out various flammable materials, and then ignited them with fire. With a whoosh, the flames rolled, and the surging heat wave really blocked the squirming flesh and blood. Hurry, there is an exit in front. Mu Xing pointed to the road they came from, which was connected to the sewer, and they could evacuate from the sewer. The flames did not block the flesh and blood for long, and it broke through the obstacles and rushed over. Seeing that thing getting closer and closer, Mu Xing made a bold decision. He used the divine seal to twist the stone wall above, causing a large-scale collapse. The cave entrance must be blocked, otherwise if this thing rushes out, the whole hamlet will suffer. Rumble. The rock layer above began to collapse on a large scale, under Mu Xing's control, and the rolling flesh and blood were submerged by the falling rock layer. Mu Xing's face lit up, and he rushed to the exit of the beast cave. However, before he stepped out of the gap, a strong suction force attacked from behind. Captain! The teammates tried to pull their captain, who was sucked away, but the suction force was too strong, and he was pulled into the darkness in an instant. Don't worry about me, you retreat first, and do everything according to the plan. Mu Xing left this sentence, and the voice completely disappeared in the depths of the beast cave. Boom boom. The collapse continued, and the retreat path of several people was blocked by the collapsed boulders. Look at me smashing these stones. Trix swung the sledgehammer and tried to force a passage, but was pulled back by the madman. Don't go! Why are you pulling me? Hurry up and save the captain! She shouted anxiously. Don't worry, he will be fine. Didn't you hear that voice just now? He did it on purpose. The madman said. On purpose? He must have discovered something, and had no time to explain, so he could only let himself be dragged away. As expected of Mu Xing's old partner, the madman always trusts Mu Xing. What should we do now? Others couldn't help but look at the madman. According to the original plan, be prepared to explore the dungeon. As he said, he looked at the collapsed beast cave in front of him. But first, we have to set a seal here to prevent the bloody monster from running away. At the same time, Mu Xing was dragged into the darker underground by the huge attraction. The rolling flesh and blood stretched out tentacles, firmly grasped him, and dragged him deeper into the underground. But Mu Xing did not feel hostility from this thing. Also, he sensed a familiar breath deep underground. Because of this, he gave up struggling and let himself be dragged into the underground by the flesh and blood. About 3 minutes later, he was finally brought to the target point. This is a huge underground ruin. You can barely tell that this was once an ancient city. After who knows how many years, the ancient man-made buildings have long collapsed, and some have even merged with the surrounding rock formations. Ascalon? Mu Xing noticed that the ancient mark imprinted on this huge square was exactly the totem he had seen on the upper bricks and stones. The totem he had seen before was small and blurry, but now that he finally saw it clearly, Mu Xing was shocked. What did he see? He saw the totem called the Creator. The Creator, an ancient cosmic race, sowed seeds in the universe, and was committed to creating various kinds of life. Later, after they broke through the limitations of the universe and entered other universes, they still did not forget their original intentions, and continued to create various kinds of life. The purpose was to create the legendary ultimate life form. The Blood Moon was their masterpiece. He also had a close connection with them. Could it be that this Astalon is also a masterpiece of the Creator clan? Or is it just a totem worship? Mu Xing landed, but the wriggling flesh did not eat him, but brought him here on purpose. The wriggling and rolling flesh wrapped the entire square, and surrounded it. The flesh wriggled and condensed into a hideous pigman image. The huge pig head slowly approached, and looked at Mu Xing. On its forehead, half of a superior core was embedded. There was no chaos in its eyes, as if as long as it stayed here, it could stay awake. Mu Xing frowned and looked at it. What do you want me to do? Go home. The huge pig head actually spoke human language, and its lantern-like eyes stared at Mu Xing. Go home. Mu Xing was stunned for a moment, and then understood what it meant. It was summoned from another world by its ancestors, and later it was stripped by the Pig King and turned into a flesh and blood monster, with only the obsession of going home in its heart. The reason why this thing brought me here is that it sensed that I have a relationship with the Creator? Or, is the pigment in front of me also the masterpiece of the Creator? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. If so, maybe he could use this opportunity to contact his backer. Why should I help you? Mu Xing looked up at the huge pig head and began to bargain. Items, information, exchange. The huge pig head made a muddy sound. The tentacles rolled over a corpse, and the corpse was holding an iron box in its hands. Chapter 767. Although he didn't know what was in the box, the guy in front of him was so sure that the box must contain the secrets of his ancestor. Okay, deal, I can give it a try, but don't hold too high hopes. Mu Xing looked around. After all, this place has been abandoned for too many years. Soon, Mu Xing found information about the creator from the huge knowledge base of the God Seal. In the inheritance that Lan gave him, there was a lot of knowledge about the creator. At first, he stored all this complicated knowledge in the Divine Seal, but he didn't expect that there would be a day when it would be useful. At the same time, as Mu Xing observed the huge square, compared it with the information database, and then let the Divine Seal conduct a comprehensive scan, he finally came to a conclusion. Master, this may be a teleportation array. The voice of the Divine Seal sounded. Traditional array? The Divine Seal projected the square pattern that had just been scanned, and then compared it with the Creator Clan teleportation array in the information database, and there was a 90% similarity. Is it really a teleportation array? Mu Xing looked at the array diagram in front of him with some surprise. In other words, this mysterious underground kingdom is actually related to the Creator Clan. But Master, this teleportation array seems to be only a one-way teleportation array. What do you mean? According to the comparison of the information database, this teleportation array can only send people away. Mu Xing looked around and observed carefully. After a moment, he slapped his thigh. I understand. He pointed to the collapsed statues around the square. These statues looked rough, as if they were made in a hurry. I understand. This teleportation array is a device used by the underground kingdom of Ascalon to escape. But Master, how did this pig king know that this place can be returned home? Shen was puzzled. It's very simple, because it devoured some corpses that knew the truth, and the relevant memories merged into its memory. And have you forgotten? In the story told by Phantom Blade, this Ascalon was once prosperous and conquered the world with powerful force. I suspect that their secrets come from another world. A long time ago, he began to summon creatures from another world. And the reason why my chief ancestor was able to summon these pigmen is probably because he found the teleportation array left by Ascalon. If so, then everything makes sense. After mumbling to himself, Mu Xing lowered his head and pondered again. But, I still have two questions. First, where did Ascalon go? Did he go to another world through this teleportation array? Second, what did the ancestor find underground? What made him so obsessed that he summoned countless pigmen crazily? The Divine Seal beside him shone. Master, the teleportation array is seriously damaged and may take some time to repair. By the way, Divine Seal, can it be transformed into a two-way teleportation? Mu Xing asked. Master, it is possible, but we lack coordinates, and it may be difficult to locate. Hearing this, Mu Xing looked at the squirming flesh monster, and the huge pigman head was still staring at him. After thinking for a moment, Mu Xing waved his hand. Forget it, send this guy away first, Divine Seal. I will let the obelisk help you repair the teleportation array. Understood. With the blueprint in hand, the calculation ability of the Divine Seal combined with the material control ability of the obelisk, it is not difficult to repair the teleportation array. And Mu Xing was surprised to find that the power of the Iron Crown could actually activate the teleportation array. It was really an amazing discovery. Could the creator be related to the Iron Crown? However, Mu Xing quickly gave up this idea because he did not sense the breath of the creator in other places. It can only be said that the kingdom of Ascalon may be related to the creator. Soon, as the teleportation array was repaired, Mu Xing looked up at the rolling flesh and blood. The teleportation array has been repaired. I can send you back to your original world, but there are no coordinates. I can only use you as the coordinates. Whether you can be teleported to the destination depends on your luck. After a brief thought, the squirming flesh and blood agreed to Mu Xing's plan, and threw the skeleton and the iron box in front of Mu Xing. It seems that it is very eager to return to its familiar world. Mu Xing did not hesitate and began to activate the teleportation array under his feet, pouring the power of the Iron Crown into it. So far, he has not figured out what the purpose of this Iron Crown is. After fusion, it can only passively output some energy, that's all. As the energy is injected, the teleportation array lights up. The huge mass of flesh and blood curled up as much as possible. Under Mu Xing's control, the teleportation array suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Rumble. The entire underground was shaking, and the next second, the squirming flesh and blood turned into light and soared into the sky, disappearing in the teleportation array. When the swaying dust began to fall, Mu Xing slowly stood up and looked at the teleportation array that was broken into countless pieces again. Ding! At this moment, a shiny upper crystal fell to the ground and rolled in front of Mu Xing. What is this? He recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the other half of the upper core of the Pig King? So, did the teleportation succeed or fail? Mu Xing expressed doubt. Then, he repaired the teleportation array again. Since this place is related to the creator, I wonder if I can use the power of Lan to solve the unsolved mysteries of this world. He had kept Lan's location, including the other party's coordinates, hoping that his patron would wake up one day. He engraved the situation and discovery of this world on the emblem, and then sent the emblem over. When Lan saw this information, he would naturally know what happened here. As for whether he could summon the powerful creator, Mu Xing thought he could wait and see. Next to him, the crystal tentacles of the divine seal grabbed the iron box and flew in front of Mu Xing. Master, there seems to be a biography inside? Biography? Mu Xing opened the box and took out a biography with a black sheepskin cover. The handwriting was hard and focused with a rough feather pen. Mu Xing read quickly. It was more of a travelogue than a biography. The travelogue recorded the experience of a traveler who claimed to be a prophet traveling around the world. One year, the prophet got a revelation in his dream that in the distant hamlet, there was a disaster that would destroy the world. So, he went through a lot of hardships to reach this remote town on the seaside. At that time, Hamlet was just a small town in decline. However, with the rise of Baron Diarcis, the entire hamlet began to flourish. A large number of outsiders came to Hamlet and contributed their strength to the rise of Hamlet. It was also from that time that the prophet discovered the abnormality and ambition of the ancestor. The ancestor was trying to dig underground and build a huge underground city. Various abnormal events occurred from time to time. The prophet remembered the revelation of the end of the world that he had received in his dream. So he began to spread the word around the town that the actions of the ancestors would inevitably bring disaster and the world would be destroyed. The angry ancestors immediately arrested him and prepared to secretly execute this guy who spread panic. However, no matter what means the ancestors used on him, including sinking into the lake and assassination, soon after, he always returned to Hamlet intact and continued to spread public opinion against the ancestors. Chapter 768. It seemed as if there was a mysterious power protecting the prophet, allowing him to miraculously survive from the brink of death again and again. At the end of this biography, the helpless ancestor took him to the depths of the manor. There, the ancestor showed the prophet the progress of his excavation and his grand and mysterious plan. It turned out that the ancestor had excavated a huge underground ruins and built a maze. At the same time, he showed the prophet his summoning plan. The ancestor raised many necromancers to work for him, summoning all kinds of alien creatures day and night. Later, the ancestor took him deep underground and into the gate. When Mu Xing looked back, he found that all the records behind the gate had become the prophet's rumors. In the words, Mu Xing saw the prophet gradually falling into madness. His handwriting changed from messy words to a series of distorted and indistinguishable symbols. Crazy graffiti filled the last few pages of the biography. In the graffiti, one can even see unknown masses of strange shapes and hideous sharp teeth. Some pages are filled with dense eyeballs. The prophet seems to have touched some unspeakable horror. Those things gradually broke his mind, and he could no longer maintain his sanity. However, on the last page of the biography, new handwriting appeared. It came from someone else's hand. This should be left by the prophet's followers. He described the prophet's tragic end on the last page. The prophet dug out his own eyes in madness, and then fled in extreme panic and hid in the darkest corner. Mu Xing closed the biography and thought to himself. It seems that in order to cover up his secret, the ancestor not only killed the prophet, but also killed the prophet's followers, and threw the body into the deep underground. Later, the Pig King found this biography, and used it as a bargaining chip to trade with Mu Xing. Master, will we be deceived by that bloody monster? This biography does not record the secrets and truth of the ancestor. The voice of the God Seal sounded in Mu Xing's ears. No, it's just a lead to lead us to find the prophet. Only the prophet knows all the truth and secrets. The prophet? Now that 100 years have passed, is the prophet really still alive? Shanine asked back. Since neither the sinking lake nor the assassination can take away the prophet's life, time may not be able to take him away either. Mu Xing flipped through the biography again. We should be able to find him underground. Just as Mu Xing was about to leave the underground ruins, suddenly, The teleportation array on the square lit up with a dazzling light. A black conch slowly emerged. What is this? Mu Xing picked up the conch with surprise. Without a doubt, this was Lan's response to him. This meant that his powerful backer had resurrected and was in control of himself. The moment he got the conch, Mu Xing heard a familiar voice. Child, I already know your situation. Based on the information you provided, I have come up with some possible deductions. A certain civilization in this fantasy world may be related to the Creator clan. I will find a way to come and help you. Mu Xing waved his fists, feeling excited. If Ruolan could come here, even if the Chaos Army led by him came, as long as the Lord did not come in person, he would not have to worry about his safety. It must be said that this was the best news he had heard since he entered the fantasy world. At the same time, at the entrance of the Lord's castle, Bai Huan was leading a large group of bandits to gather here. Not only Hamlet's bandits, but also the surrounding bandits and robbers were taken under his command. The dense crowd, at least 1,000 people. In comparison, Hamlet's mercenaries, with less than 500 men, looked dwarfed. Hey, where's your lord? My master has arrived. Why don't you come out to greet him? A Chaos descendant stood at the gate and yelled at the top of his lungs. What about your mother? The madman kicked the gate open, and a violent aura gushed out. Instantly frightened the Chaos descendants and robbers, who were ready to move. The Chaos descendant trembled, subconsciously took a half step back, and was held down on the shoulder by Bai Huan. Bai Huan looked at the madman with a sharp gaze. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a handsome guy? The madman was not polite to Bai Huan. Bai Huan narrowed his eyes, and sensed the powerful aura of the madman. This man had reached the peak of mortals in the fantasy world. He had worked so hard for so long, and used all kinds of trump cards, but he could only reach this level in this fantasy world. The agreed time has come. Where is your captain? No, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it still dawn? The madman pointed to the sky, which was slightly pale, and the sun had not yet risen completely. Bai Huan gave a look to several of his men and took a step forward. I just wanted to come here in advance to discuss the plan with your captain. Let him come out. Boom! Trix's hammer fell from the sky and landed at the gate, blocking everyone's way. Whoever dares to take a step forward, don't blame me for smashing your dog head with my hammer. Trix then landed on the hammer handle and clasped his hands, looking down at these chaos. Clang! At this moment, both sides drew their weapons, as if they were ready to fight at any time. A chaos descendant beside him whispered, Your Highness, something must have happened to Blood Moon. He has never come back since he entered the underground beast cave. Are you sure? Bai Huan's eyes rolled. It's true. This group of people is probably stalling for time. Bai Huan took a step forward, his expression became grim. You have to enter this door today, whether you are allowed to or not. Bai Huan, do you want to fight with us? The madman was not afraid at all and confronted us directly. At this moment, with a clang, the castle gate was pushed open with one hand. Mu Xing stretched his waist and walked out of the castle. No, what are you guys arguing about so early in the morning? The moment Bai Huan saw Mu Xing, he couldn't help but frown and looked at his subordinates behind him. Didn't you say he was in trouble? The subordinates were choked with words and didn't know how to answer. Waste. He cursed in a low voice, and when he looked up, his expression had changed to a smile. Captain Shueyue, don't misunderstand me. I just received intelligence that the Chaos Army is coming. There is not much time left for you and me, so... Mu Xing appeared at the gate in 3 or 2 steps, giving several teammates a reassuring look. They immediately put away their weapons and took a step back. Since Brother Bai Huan is so anxious, I won't stop you. So please do it. Mu Xing even took the initiative to make way and open the castle gate, as if to invite him into the trap. Bai Huan's expression was a little dull, wondering what the guy in front of him was up to. He took 2 steps forward cautiously, then immediately stopped. Since it's a cooperation, we should share the joys and sorrows, and advance and retreat together. You are the Lord, and this is your territory, so you should be the first priority. This was said tactfully, to give himself a way out first. Mu Xing looked calm. If that's the case, then there's no rush. Let's eat first, and then take action after the meal. Chapter 769. When the sun rose again, the cold sunlight failed to bring a trace of warmth to Hamlet. The sunlight emitted by the red dwarf was dark red and gloomy, as if it would be completely extinguished in the next second. At this time, the Lord's castle seemed unusually lively. The mercenaries and bandits actually had a day to cooperate with each other and live in harmony. A large amount of equipment and supplies were moved into the castle. These people were fully armed, and they were equipped with sophisticated equipment from head to toe. The broken swords in their hands were replaced with sharp blades made of fine steel. However, the most common thing that everyone carried was torches. Grace stood in front of the nearly 4-meter-high iron door and solemnly warned, "Remember, after entering this door, everything you see will subvert your cognition. There is absolute darkness underground, and darkness is dangerous. Terrible monsters hide in the darkness, ready to rush out and bite your throat at any time. Protect your torches. When the light value is too dark, the chance of encountering danger will greatly increase. You must return before the torches are used up." After hearing these reminders, some people took them seriously, while others ignored them. Some fearless robbers were already eager to look inside. It was because they had heard before coming that there were countless treasures buried under the castle. If they could find some of them, they would be able to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory. As for the so-called dangers, for those of them who have been living on the edge of a knife for years, they were just stumbling blocks on the road to treasure. Mu Xing and Bai Huan looked at each other, and both took out a key and handed it to Grace. Grace took the key, put the two keys together, and then twisted them gently, and the two keys became one. She took a deep breath and inserted the key into the keyhole. Click! The crisp mechanical spring snap sound continued to sound, and the internal gears were running. However, when the key was turned to the bottom, the door did not open. Mu Xing and Bai Huan took a step forward at the same time, each pressing a door. Rumble! The heavy metal door rubbed against the ground, and was pushed open by the brute force of the two. A dull musty smell came to my face, like an ancient tomb that had been sealed for thousands of years, making me sick. Mu Xing couldn't help but raise his right arm to cover his mouth and nose, but his eyes stared into the depths of darkness. He swore that he had never seen such a deep darkness. Even the fallen area of the survival line was no more than this. The inky darkness flowed quietly, and the torch thrown in could only illuminate the small space inside. What came into view was a long corridor that seemed to lead to the underground, with strange statues on both sides of the corridor, wearing long cloaks, with wide brims covering their faces. Some people raised torches in their hands, trying to see the faces of the statues clearly. When the light of the fire shone on the faces of the statues, in that instant, they saw a terrifying bloody mouth under the wide hood. But when the torches approached, the true shapes of these statues were revealed. Each face was the face of the ancestor Baron Diarsis. "Wow, I didn't expect your ancestor to be so narcissistic." Trix on the side chuckled. Mu Xing stared at the statues, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Don't touch those statues." These things didn't give him a good feeling. Bai Huan seemed to ignore the statues, and just as Grace walked into the darkness with the soul lamp, he waved his hand, signaling his men to follow. As everyone went deeper, they found that the space around them seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and they seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. The statues on both sides became taller and bigger, and finally turned into giants standing tall. Don't be confused by the delusions in your heart. Grace's voice was like a breeze and a warning bell, pulling back those who were confused. When they woke up from their trance and looked up, they saw that there were only ordinary statues on both sides of the corridor. "Captain, the time and space characteristics of this place are very strange." Oris appeared beside Vigo and observed the surrounding situation. "It is indeed a bit strange. People's thoughts and minds will affect the surrounding time and space to a certain extent. This power will become more extreme as the pressure increases." Mu Xing looked around and said, "Stay closer to me." After hearing this, several people came closer and surrounded Mu Xing. As they gradually walked through the long corridor, what came into view was an extremely dark world. The air was filled with a sticky smell of blood, and an ominous atmosphere was wandering around. When the torches illuminated the surrounding environment, a mysterious and ancient underground city appeared. The architectural style here is extremely old, and strange patterns that do not belong to this era can be seen everywhere. Mu Xing realized that this place was not built by his chief ancestor, but should have come from the mysterious underground kingdom of Ascalon. It was just that this underground city was too old, and most of it had collapsed. After the ancestor discovered this underground ruin, he began to hire craftsmen to dig and repair it, and it became his secret underground laboratory for a long time. Those necromancers and mystic priests recruited from all over the world were working here. The ruins are made of huge stones, and the weathering degree shows that thousands of years have passed. There are 3 entrances to the underground city ruins. The doors made of fine iron are tightly closed, and each leads to the unknown dark depths. Grace said, "This is Diresis' secret underground laboratory. He once studied necromancy and evil summoning here. If you want to know the secrets he hides, You must go deep into it. I haven't been to this place for many years. The power of the curse has trapped many people here forever, turning them into dangerous monsters. You can find everything you want in there. If you need witchcraft potions, you can come to me with gold coins to buy them." As she spoke, the witch Grace began to release her witchcraft, manipulating mushrooms and mycelium to build a shack at the entrance. The spore giants who followed her and also brought her cauldron in, lit a green flame, and began to boil the strange potion. Obviously, Grace had no intention of moving forward. Bai Huan came over and said with an unhappy look, "You must take us inside to explore." Grace shook her head. "I said, I am only responsible for bringing you here. As for the specific exploration, I will not participate in it. Your Highness, let me kill this woman and take her head on the road. It can also show us the way." But at this moment, Mu Xing stopped them. "Dungeon exploration is not something that can be done overnight. We still need her help. Besides, I brought her here. I will not allow you to do anything reckless. Boy, I have tolerated you for a long time." The Chaos Heir roared and drew out a sharp blade. However, before he could make a move, he was pulled by Bai Huan. "Your Highness? Let's go, explore the dungeon first." Obviously, Bai Huan did not want to tear his face with Mu Xing at this time. Chapter 770. He ordered people to open the iron gate in front of him. When the gate was pushed open, a strong breath of death surged out. Whoosh! A black bat flew out from the passage covered with spider webs. It flapped its wings at high speed and tried to escape, but Bai Huan caught the bat with a wave of his hand. If you look closely, you will find that the bat only has dry bat wings, the flesh is dried up, and only the skeleton is left. Undead. That's right. This bat has long lost its life and turned into an undead. Bai Huan crushed the bats, pointed with his right hand, and a group of well-equipped robbers rushed into the iron gate happily. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, accompanied by a scream, a bloody robber rushed out of the iron gate. His body was covered with scars, and his face was covered with blood. His eyes were wide open, as if someone had used a tool to pry open his eyelids. Bloodshot was all over his pupils, and blood was flowing, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. "What's going on in there?" A chaos child grabbed him, and asked him harshly. The robber covered his neck with his mouth wide open. People saw something moving in his stomach. A red tentacle stretched out from his mouth. With a puff, something broke through his chest and rushed out. The chaos child was quick and grabbed the thing. It looked like a mutated octopus monster, with a bloody mouth, struggling and biting madly. "Your Highness, it's just a lowly deformed creature." Bai Huan waved his hand, and the chaos child used his right hand to crush it. Then, he reached out and grabbed the dead bandit's head, projecting his memory image. The bandit's memory image was blurry and jumping. When he escaped, his brain was on the verge of collapse, and the stress value was at least more than 150. Bai Huan waved his hand, and said people in again. Soon, the team returned safely. They made a lot of money this time, bringing back all kinds of gold and silver treasures. One of them had a small box full of gold coins in his arms. According to their report, after they entered the dungeon, they only entered 3 empty rooms. In addition to the trap in the second room, which caused some of them to be slightly injured, when they continued to go deeper from the third room, they were inexplicably teleported back. Here, Mu Xing and his team were not idle either. They opened the door on the left and began to send mercenaries to explore. The psychological pressure on these mercenaries increased significantly after seeing the miserable state of the previous robber. However, the harvest of the second team of robbers aroused their greed. Some people were eager to move, and they could not wait to organize the team and rush in. Seeing this, Mu Xing did not stop them, and let them enter the dungeon to explore. When the torches lit up, illuminating the passage. After the team went more than 10 meters deep, they were once again enveloped in darkness. "Captain, I'm afraid the space in this dungeon is also misplaced," Wei Gu said. Mu Xing looked calm. It can be seen that this dark dungeon seems to be able to be randomly arranged and combined based on the room. And the internal space is in a state of change at any time. Waited for about 10 minutes. An exploration team came out. A team of 5, only 3 were left alive, and they were covered in wounds. What happened inside? Someone rushed over and asked. Monsters, there are monsters inside. Those cultists captured Alden and Marit, tied them to the altar and sacrificed them, summoning more monsters. The captain was almost on the verge of collapse, grabbing his head and crying in pain. However, the 2 people behind him still had strange smiles on their faces, holding 2 cloth bags. Gold, gems, all treasures inside, we took a lot. When they opened the cloth bag, the 2 subconsciously let go. Bones fell out of the cloth bag, and skulls rolled far away. At this moment, the weirdness of the dark dungeon made everyone feel indescribably suffocated. But they did not gain nothing. The captain handed Mu Xing a hand-drawn map. They went through 7 rooms in total, and there were monsters in 3 of them. The monsters in the dungeon consisted of necromancers, evil cultists, and some priests. By the way, how did you get out? Mu Xing asked. The captain looked terrified. When Alden and Marit were captured and sacrificed, I only thought about escaping, and when we returned to the back room, we were teleported back directly. Just then, someone else came back. This time it was a team of 4, and except for some blood on their bodies, they were almost intact. Not only that, they also got magic equipment. The magical equipment shone brightly in the darkness. How did you get back? Mu Xing looked at them. Report to the Lord. We went through 5 rooms and encountered some mutant rat monsters. After we dealt with them, we chose to retreat. As long as you return to the previous room, you will be teleported out. Mu Xing and his teammates looked at each other. It seems that the dark dungeon is not a one-way road. You can also return in time. The madman next to him frowned. I always feel something strange. Just then, something seemed to happen to Bai Huan. Someone actually brought back a map. It was a part of the map of this huge dark dungeon. Mu Xing walked over directly. How about exchanging information? Bai Huan put away the map. It's okay to exchange information, but I want to invite you to explore the dungeon together. Oh, why? You Chaos Camp has always been conceited. Why are you suddenly willing to cooperate with me? Bai Huan said, to tell you the truth, I don't have the confidence to successfully pass this dark dungeon alone. If I want to find what I want, I must rely on external forces. You have obtained the body of the ancestor's descendant, which is your advantage. If you and I cooperate, the chances of winning will be higher. Okay, I can cooperate, but I also have a condition. Mu Xing said. You can say it. Sign a soul contract to prevent you and me from backstabbing teammates at a critical moment. Bai Huan nodded, seemingly unconcerned. No problem. Mu Xing didn't expect Bai Huan to be so straightforward. Captain, this guy might be cheating. Madman said. I know, but it seems that he knows the situation in the dark dungeon better than us. Even if we can use a large number of mercenaries to try and make mistakes, time is running out and it's too late. Captain, I go and draft the contract. Wei Ge said beside him. Mu Xing nodded. He trusted Wei Ji's work, and all the clauses must be flawless. Half an hour later, Bai Huan's bandits had lost 1/3 of their number, but this also allowed him to obtain a lot of useful intelligence. Their ability to control chaos is indeed stronger than the Divine Seal. Here, the Divine Seal can only exert mental influence, which is not as good as the enslavement control of these chaos. The results of using human heads are far higher than the careful exploration of Mu Xing's mercenaries. Chapter 771. After signing the contract, an exploration team consisting of chaos and survivors was officially established. Mu Xing brought his teammates, and Bai Huan also selected 4 reliable teammates. The torch lit up, illuminating the small space in the dungeon. The team entered from the left door. According to the conclusion drawn after repeated trial and error, after entering the dark dungeon, although the room changes in many ways, there are only 2 overall rules. Any way to the end can pass the first level of the dark dungeon. That's right, the first floor. According to their detection, this dark dungeon has a second floor. However, the boss at the end of the level is very powerful, and even the descendants of chaos were killed in the dungeon. Bai Huan also realized that it was difficult to fight the boss at the end of the level alone, so he chose to invite Mu Xing to explore together. When they just entered the first room, there were mutant rats in the room rushing towards them. You 3, I 3. Bai Huan's voice sounded. Mu Xing nodded, shoved one of the 3 on the left directly, and pulled it into the battle stage. Bai Huan obviously also has a similar ability, which is to pull monsters into the battle arena. 3 rats are not difficult, and the madman killed them all with a whirlwind slash. You have killed 3 dungeon rats, and you get sharp rat claws, mutant rat fur, and 10 gold coins. It is worthy of being a dark dungeon. Killing a rat can explode 10 gold coins. The 2 teams left the battle arena almost at the same time. Bai Huan tossed the gold coin in his hand, glanced at Mu Xing, and threw it directly on the ground. Apparently he had no interest in these things. Wait! Just as Bai Huan was about to go to the second room, Mu Xing called him. There was also a box in the room. Caesar ran over excitedly to open the box and directly took out 2 scrolls from it. It's the light spell scroll. Mu Xing threw one to Bai Huan, and this time the other party did not refuse. Everything obtained in the dungeon has its special use. continued to explore the second room. When they came out of the first room, the room behind them suddenly became dark. When Mu Xing wanted to go back, he got a prompt. Do you want to leave the dark dungeon and return to the upper level? I see. Mu Xing understood that he could return to the upper level by just going back. After clicking no, he continued to move towards the second room. The second room was empty except for the flickering candlelight on the wall. Empty room? Everyone held torches to illuminate the surroundings of the room, and there was indeed nothing. But Mu Xing noticed the murals on the wall. This mural is quite old, and the scene depicted should be what happened in the ancient kingdom of Ascalon. At that time, Ascalon seemed to still live on the ground. Some kind of sacrificial ceremony was being performed under the red sun. However, the mural is too old, and many things can no longer be seen clearly. Let's go, there's nothing to see, just some murals. Bai Huan urged. Mu Xing nodded and followed to the third room. The area of the room in front of him was much larger than the previous one. This is a gloomy sacrificial ceremony room. In the center of the room stands a black stone altar, with ancient and twisted runes carved on its surface. The runes glow faintly red in the dim light. Above the altar hangs a rusty iron chandelier, with red flames burning in the lamp, shrouding the entire room in an ominous halo. On the ground around the altar is a strange circular magic circle drawn with blood-red liquid. Several pagans in robes surround it, chanting strange spells. Kill them, don't let them summon successfully. Mu Xing's eyes condensed, and in his pupils, the altar was being activated. And the sacrifice on the altar was the robber who disappeared in the dungeon before. Bai Huan also realized the danger, and his right hand turned into a tentacle, directly hitting the pagans who were performing sacrifices. It is unimaginable how these guys lived in the dark dungeon for so many years. Because these guys are not undead, but living people with flesh and blood. However, those pagans were faster, and they directly stabbed the two sacrifices in the chest with knives. Dark red blood spurted out, and the sacrifices trembled all over. They scratched their bodies frantically, grabbed their scalps, and tore their skin off. The bloody skinless sacrifices collapsed on the altar, and some kind of evil and terrifying breath gushed out of the altar. Puff puff puff. Bai Huan killed 3 pagans on the spot. Several people beside Mu Xing also rushed to kill the remaining 2. However, the altar had already started. The altar began to melt into a pool of blood, gurgling, and red bubbles began to roll. Something is crawling out of the pool of blood. It is a creepy, twisted creature. Its body structure is extremely unnatural, with limbs and tentacles combined in a weird way. Its skin is a rotten gray-green color, covered with mucus and pustules. Its head has no clear facial features, but instead has multiple asymmetrical eyes and a twisted big mouth. The tentacles and appendages on the abdomen are covered with spikes or suckers. Its chest is also flashing with a strange purple light, and mysterious otherworldly energy flows in its body. What the hell is that? Demon! Bai Huan's voice sounded beside him. Is it a boss? Mu Xing looked at the huge monster that was nearly 3 meters tall. I don't know if the summoning is not yet complete. Half of its body is still soaked in the blood pool and can't be pulled out. It's just an unfinished summoned alien creature. Let's try it together. No problem. The two of them shouted at almost the same time, launched an attack, and dragged the demon into the battle stage. Mu Xing turned his head and saw Bai Huan sitting next to him. He didn't expect that 2 people could be pulled in here at the same time. What do you think about this stage? Mu Xing asked. It is a product of the alienation of some special rules, mixed with some residual rules of your survival system. I have to say that your survival system is indeed very insidious, and it has been laid out here a long time ago. Mu Xing was stunned. He really didn't expect that there was a shadow of the system on this mysterious stage. Just a part? What about the other part? It should be the embodiment of some kind of rules, so that this battle stage is more in line with the laws of this world. As he said, he looked at Mu Xing. You and I are both chosen people. I don't think it's necessary to stick to chaos or survivors. People like us should have a wider world. Mu Xing knew that he wanted to influence him subtly, and he chuckled. Don't talk big, aren't you also a dog for the first Chaos King? Bai Huan's face gradually turned cold. If you can't speak, don't speak. This is just a temporary compromise. Mu Xing shook his head. I think instead of gambling on an uncertainty, gambling whether the first Chaos King will keep his promise after he succeeds, you might as well join our survival camp. I guarantee you. I promise that you can realize the dream you want faster. Bai Huan snorted coldly, noisy. Chapter 772. Mu Xing smiled and stopped forcing it. People like Bai Huan are determined, and changing his mind will not be done overnight. However, The seeds of doubt have been planted, and we just need to wait for them to take root and sprout. You attack the upper part of that guy, and I will attack the lower part. Bai Huan's voice sounded. Mu Xing looked up and noticed that this demon was divided into upper and lower parts. The upper part was the part exposed on the altar, and the lower part was the part stuck under the altar. The lower part is like a glutton, with eyes on its belly, and a big mouth full of sharp teeth. The tentacle swayed, making a disgusting sticky friction sound. Bai Huan controlled his team to attack first. Mu Xing was not to be outdone, and attacked the upper body of the alien demon. Caesar taunted first, Vigo released the weakness insight, Trix put on the pursuit mark, and the Madman charged directly. With a bang, the Madman slammed into the body of the alien demon, and the angry energy vibrated and turned into a shock wave. A dizzy sign appeared on his head. Trix immediately launched a pursuit, and smashed the alien demon's head with a hammer. The heavy hammer smashed down, almost smashing the alien demon's head into pulp. However, the next second, the alien demon's head recovered rapidly. What's going on? Mu Xing looked at Bai Huan's battlefield. One of his men was being chewed by the alien demon, and a green healing number floated on his body. When the subordinate chaos air finally broke free, his health was almost at the bottom. Hey, is this possible? I'm working hard on the top to deal damage, and you're giving away your heads down there? Hearing this, Bai Huan's face didn't look good. He originally wanted to rely on the advantage of his chaos camp to suppress Mu Xing, but he didn't expect to be defeated in the first round, and almost lost a number of people. Useless. Stop close combat. Use long-range chaos spells. Bai Huan growled, controlled the chaos descendant to release chaos magic, and hit the big mouth. The black chaos flame burned, and the alien demon screamed, and its health dropped. Be careful and defend. Mu Xing quickly gave the order, knowing that the alien demon's turn had come. It first summoned two groups of wriggling tentacles, which swayed, then suddenly split open and grew arms and legs. The summoned tentacles quickly mutated and turned into two solid meat shields about 2 meters tall. This proliferation speed is faster than that of the corpse. Mu Xing quickly asked the divine seal to scan the status of the alien demon and try to analyze the composition of this guy. After summoning the meat shield, the alien demon was still able to launch continuous actions and attack Caesar. There are two types of attacks from the alien demons. One is physical attack, swinging tentacles to pierce. The other is more dangerous, with some abnormal mental energy mixed in the piercing attack. It will not only affect the mind of the attacked, increase their pressure, but also cause mental corrosion damage to them. Fortunately, Mu Xing was well prepared, and Vigo's various mental protections were activated early. When the attack falls, it directly offsets the abnormal mental energy. Pure physical attack is equivalent to tickling for Caesar. It only knocked off a small amount of Caesar's health. At the same time, a thorn shield rose from Caesar's body, reflecting the attack of the alien demon back. It caused a lot of damage to the alien demon itself. Looking at Bai Huan, he seemed to be not very used to this turn-based battle, and the control of the team was a mess. And his team ratio was also very unreasonable. 2 Chaos Mages and 2 Chaos Warriors. There was no meat shield and no support. If it weren't for the thick skin and flesh of these Chaos descendants, I'm afraid they would have been killed in seconds. Bai Huan seemed to realize this as well. He saw that in the upper half of the battlefield, Mu Xing's teams fought in an orderly manner, with clear division of labor and seamless cooperation. TSK, can you do it? Mu Xing pointed at Bai Huan's 4 teammates with low health in the lower half of the battlefield. Bai Huan snorted coldly. Just a few alien demons. When it was his turn, he whispered, Chaos Transformation. In an instant, the 4 Chaos Airs all transformed. They quickly transformed from human form to the ferocious Chaos Air form, turning into a terrifying monster. After the transformation, the data of these Chaos descendants rapidly expanded by more than 3 times. Mu Xing did not expect that they actually had such a trump card. He looked at Mu Xing with pride and pointed with his right hand. Kill! These Chaos descendants after the transformation were indeed fierce, and only 2 people attacked and crippled them. Wait a minute. Mu Xing hurriedly called him. Humph, have you seen the true strength of my chaos? A mere alien demon. I can kill it with a flick of my finger. Are you worried that I will steal your head? I can give it to you. Bai Huan snorted proudly. No, I mean, this thing can't kill the upper body or lower body directly, otherwise it will definitely go berserk. Mu Xing said seriously. Bai Huan stared with his eyes, and there were stars flashing in his pupils, as if he was conducting some kind of investigation. After a while, he waved his hand, and asked the remaining 2 teammates to stop attacking. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the next round to start, controlling Trix and Madman to attack. The two of them attacked together, directly reducing the health of the alien demon to less than 20%. Okay, attack together, Mu Xing reminded, and Bai Huan waved his hand. Vigo in the first half, and Chaos Mage in the second half attacked together. The alien demon screamed and turned into ashes. You have killed the alien demon, obtained the claw of the alien demon, obtained the core of the alien demon, and obtained 500 gold coins. After leaving the stage, Mu Xing put away the reward with satisfaction. Bai Huan walked to the altar and pulled away the rubble. Everyone gathered around and was shocked to find that there was blood and flesh stirring in the cracks of the rocks under the altar. It seems that we came in the right way, Bai Huan said. Mu Xing turned his head to look at Bai Huan. What else do you know? Bai Huan waved his hand without answering, motioning the other teammates to follow, and began to walk into the next room. When they arrived at the fourth room, they found that there was a bonfire and supplies in this room. It was obviously a camp room. Everyone, take a rest for a while, Mu Xing called out, and began to explore the room in front of him. The room looked like it had been there for a few years, but what surprised him was that someone had obviously been there before, and more than one group of people. But judging from the traces, they were not robbers or mercenaries who had just come in. The thickness of the dust indicated that this place had been sealed for several years. But it also meant that someone had come here several years ago. But without the key, who could go deep underground and come to the dungeon built by the ancestors? At this time, Mu Xing found a supply box on the cabinet. He opened the box and found some potions and magic scrolls inside. After searching for a while, he found a letter in the box. The recipient of the letter was, "To the next unlucky heir who came here." Mu Xing frowned and picked up the slightly yellowed letter. The envelope was made of waterproof craft paper, and had not been damaged by the dampness of the ground for so long. The envelope had not been opened, and the red ink was printed with the emblem of the Direx's family. Mu Xing carefully checked it from top to bottom, and inside and outside. After finding no curse or trap, he crushed the ink and pulled out the letter inside. Chapter 773. To the later ones, if you read this letter, it means you have already stepped into this cursed land. Use the key of the ancestors to open the underground door that can never be opened. I was once like you, full of hope and ambition, and was deceived by the hypocritical ancestors. Now, I am stuck in the quagmire and cannot get out. I can only leave a few words here, hoping that you can see the truth from them and avoid repeating my mistakes. The lies of the ancestors are like poison, sweet but deadly. He promised wealth, glory and salvation, but in reality, he led us to endless darkness and despair. His plans were far from what we imagined, and his ambitions devoured countless lives, and you and I were just his pawns. He used our fear and greed to trap us in this dungeon, and became the victims of his evil experiments. I can't escape, and I can't stop him. My body and spirit have been eroded by this land, but I still have a glimmer of hope, hoping that those who come after me will see this letter and find a way out. I left some supplies on the road you must pass. They may help you survive for a few more days. Remember, don't believe the promises of the ancestors, don't be confused by his words. His power comes from our fear and despair. Only by staying awake and firm can we find a ray of hope in this darkness. If you are lucky enough, you may find a way to escape. But remember, this land has been cursed, and the power of the ancestors is everywhere. His minions lurk in every corner, ready to drag you into the abyss at any time. Don't trust anyone, including those who look friendly. They may have been controlled by the ancestors, and become their puppets. Finally, I hope you can escape from this hell. I hope you can expose the conspiracy of the ancestors, and end this endless nightmare. If you succeed, please bring the truth out of Hamlet, and let the world know the evil in this land. If you fail, then, may your soul find peace in the darkness. Signed, a senior who is unable to escape. Deep in the dungeon of Hamlet. Mu Xing stared at the contents of the letter, his brows gradually furrowed. At this time, Bai Huan came to his side without knowing when. Mu Xing quickly closed the letter. No need to hide it, I have 3 more similar letters. 3 letters appeared in Bai Huan's hand. Let me see. Mu Xing stretched out his hand. Bai Huan's mouth curled up. Exchange. Mu Xing nodded and handed the letter over directly. Then he grabbed the letter in Bai Huan's hand. The letters were written on similar materials and paper, but they were from different eras and had different handwritings. The writers must not be the same person. The other teammates also noticed the situation here and gathered around. Captain, are these letters warnings or lies? Who wrote them? Mu Xing took a deep breath and stared at Bai Huan. It seems that you already knew it. Yes, I got some letters before entering the dungeon, but only you. Or in other words, only when the body you took over enters the dungeon will open the real passage. The real passage? Where does it lead to? Trix beside him couldn't help asking. Of course, it is the path to the real secret place of this world. Bai Huan grinned, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. However, Mu Xing's ability to accept was stronger than he thought. Put the letters back into the box, and take out the supplies inside. Captain, what is this letter about? Caesar asked. While distributing the supplies to his teammates, Mu Xing said, Before us, someone had come here and entered the underground dungeon. How is this possible? Is there anyone else who has the key to Hamlet Castle? No, there is only one key, and different people have owned it. Different people? Those people could be Anderson's cousin, uncle. Wait. Captain, what do you mean? That's right, I'm not the first heir to come to Hamlet. There have been batches of Hamlet heirs before us. How is this possible? If other heirs came to Hamlet, why didn't the people in the town have any impression? Mu Xing held up a finger. Do you remember the time loop we experienced in the anomaly? The madman raised his head. Could it be that? Someone is constantly resetting time like in the anomaly? No, if time is reset, what about these letters? Shouldn't they be reset together? He said with a serious expression. Trix beside him interrupted. Is there a possibility that the time reset only resets Hamlet on the ground and has no effect on the dungeon? Mu Xing looked at Bai Huan. Bai Huan, what do you think? Bai Huan nodded slightly. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. What she said is true. Your predecessors were all lured here by the ancestors in a special way. In this dark dungeon, the ancestors regarded them as tools for nutrient extraction, and after squeezing out the last bit of value, they were abandoned like old shoes. He paused, his voice became deeper. What's more interesting is that every time a cycle ends, the ancestors will restart time. That's why the townspeople on the ground are unaware of all this, because their memories are reset with each cycle. But this underground prison is independent of the time cycle. Bai Huan's fingertips gently stroked the damp wall and whispered, Only when someone with the blood of the ancestors comes, will it reveal its true face and open the secret path to the core. Hearing this, both the descendants of Chaos and Vigo and others showed incredible expressions. Mu Xing took a deep breath, as if he had accepted the reality. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Since Brother Bai Huan is confident, we should cooperate well in the next exploration. Bai Huan nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Mu Xing raised the torch and began to move towards the next room. And the madman's voice sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Old Mu, I feel that what Bai Huan said is wrong. I think this should not be a simple time loop. You see, that guy is just talking nonsense. Mu Xing said without surprise. You knew it a long time ago? The madman exclaimed. If it is a time loop, many things outside cannot be explained clearly, and the most difficult to explain are those outsiders. Mu Xing said. If it is a time loop, the outside world cannot continuously enter Hamlet. I also recruited people from outside Hamlet yesterday and asked them some questions. According to their memory, Hamlet seems to have changed its lord many times. Then Old Mu, what do you mean? That Bai Huan lied? That's right. The madman took a deep breath. It seems that we must be on guard against them. Mu Xing smiled and said, I have never believed this Bai Huan, because I have come to a second conclusion. Second conclusion? Do you still remember the replica village in the forest? The madman raised his head suddenly. Could it be? Replica? Yes, this place may be another replica village, and it is a super replica village. Do you remember what I told you about the discovery in the ruins? Old Mu, are you saying that all living things have the same flesh and blood, a similar aggregate existence? Mu Xing stared at the darkness ahead, the torches crackling in the dim tunnel. I suspect that the entire Hamlet is fake, and is a copy of the illusion. What? The madman couldn't suppress his inner shock for a moment. I didn't see any clues at all. That's because the leader behind it is much more powerful than Huanming. Mu Xing said in a serious tone. Chapter 774. Pull back your thoughts. They have entered the new room, and just after entering the door, they met the cultists again. This time, in addition to the pagans, there are also priests and liches. They summon skeletons and alien monsters, waiting for the passing explorers. Old rules, you go left and I go right. Mu Xing's voice sounded. Bai Huan nodded, without any nonsense, directly selected the team of monsters on the left. Mu Xing led his teammates to attack the monsters on the right directly. After entering the battle stage, the teammates started to discuss. Captain, what should we do now? We can only keep moving forward. I just tried to go back but failed. Mu Xing said. How about we kill Bai Huan first? No, at least we should kill the final boss first. It would be difficult for us to deal with the final boss alone. And I guess Bai Huan has the same idea. So, the moment we kill the final boss, it should be the time for Bai Huan to stab us in the back. Trix smashed 2 pagans to death with a hammer and said, when the time comes, I will smash Bai Huan so hard that his mother won't recognize him. Captain, I think we should strike first. Wei Gu suggested. No. Mu Xing shook his head. Why? Captain, do you have other ideas? In addition to the first floor, don't forget that there is a second floor in this dungeon. What do you mean, Captain? After the battle, you will return to the spaceship first. These bodies are no longer needed. I will create stronger new bodies for you. As for Bai Huan, I plan to give him the opportunity to go to the second floor and let him explore the second floor for us. But Captain, what if Bai Huan gets what he wants first? How can it be that easy? What if this dungeon has a 3rd or 4th floor? More floors? Mu Xing said, if there are 3 or 4 more floors, it may be difficult to move forward with the strength of a pseudo-superior. We have to find a way to break through to the superior level, or even to the apostle. Mu Xing's eyes were like torches, and he seemed to have a plan in his eyes. When the others saw Mu Xing's look, they knew it was a sure thing. End of chat. Several people worked together to quickly eliminate these pagans. When they left the battle stage, Bai Huan was collecting materials. Mu Xing noticed that he even took away the bodies of the pagans, as if they were of great use. Mu Xing walked over directly. Bai Huan, I have a question for you. I want to know if there is a second floor in this dungeon? Bai Huan looked up at Mu Xing. I don't know, I haven't been here before. Mu Xing nodded, stopped talking, and continued to explore forward. Several Chaos descendants began to wink at Bai Huan and secretly communicate. Your Highness, did that Blood Moon know something? Bai Huan sneered. So what if he knows? He was chosen by the ancestors. This is his luck, but also his misfortune. After killing the boss at the end of the first level, follow me to kill him. As long as he is dead, those teammates who descended will not be a problem. Your Highness is wise and brave, and you have made every possible effort. I admire you. Bai Huan coughed and said, keep a low profile. This time I come to the fantasy world. I must achieve my goal, and make those who have humiliated me regret it. The group went forward and explored 5 or 6 rooms. Most of the people they encountered were pagans or ordinary alien monsters, which they easily dealt with. Finally, they came to a strangely shaped door. The door in front of them was round, and the door frame was almost exactly the same as the Iron Crown. Before entering the door, a suffocating breath came from the room. Mu Xing and Bai Huan looked at each other. It is probably time to reach the final boss. Go in and kill the priest who may summon monsters first, Bai Huan said. The 2 teams immediately lined up in 2 rows, and then began to pour various potions into their mouths, and at the same time crush scrolls and amulets to bless them. After confirming that all members of the team were in full state, the 2 teams rushed into the room at the same time. As soon as they entered the room, a dazzling psychedelic breath hit them. Vigo quickly opened his knowledge shield to block the chaotic and foul breath. This was a room that seemed to be absolutely dark. The air was filled with a rotten and fishy smell, and something was rotting silently. The walls were covered with strange patterns, and various ancient and evil runes twisted into dazzling threads. The ground was slippery and sticky when stepped on, as if stepping on the flesh and blood of some creature. The pagans and priests they had originally planned to deal with were scattered in the corners. That's right, scattered. There was no complete corpse in the whole room. Broken limbs and arms were flying everywhere. In the center of the room, the ground cracked, like torn black muscles. There were black tentacles crawling around the cracks, and there were outrageous chewing sounds in the cracks. Occasionally, a tentacle dragged the nearby broken limbs into the big hole, and black mucus kept seeping out. Your Highness, it's the deranged terror. A chaos heir exclaimed. Be careful, that thing is coming out. Roar! With a low roar, the ground in the center of the room suddenly cracked. A huge tentacle stretched out from the crack, followed by the second, the third. The terrifying figure called the Chaos Terror slowly emerged, its body twisted and deformed, as if it was made up of countless tentacles and rotten flesh. That thing has no fixed form and changes at any time. Sometimes it looks like a wriggling mass of meat, sometimes like a huge black octopus, and sometimes like a twisted human figure. And around it, it was emitting dizzying radiation, and a huge mouth like an alien gradually emerged from its head. The red tumor-like protrusions on the top of its head were its eyes, and its spiral pupils stared at everyone. The ink-like darkness flowed out from its tentacles, turning this dark room into its domain. When the thing completely crawled out of the underground crack, everyone realized how huge it was. It was about 10 meters tall, and each tentacle was trembling. It randomly grabbed the broken limbs and arms on the ground and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing out bright red blood. Black iron crowns kept appearing above everyone's heads, and their pressure was rising. Even those Chaos descendants whose bodies had been transformed could not suppress the rising pressure. Your Highness, this thing is not right. It seems not to be a pseudo-superior, but a real superior monster. Bai Huan's face showed an eager expression. Superior? Interesting. He looked at Mu Xing. How about it? Together. Of course, this thing is not something we can deal with alone. So this thing is really not Chaos? Mu Xing couldn't help but ask back. Chaos has its own form. This thing is obviously older and darker, and it has no intelligence at all. You know, even the most ordinary Chaos soldiers have good combat power and intelligence. Obviously, Bai Huan didn't look down on the monster in front of him called Chaos Terror. But for some reason, Mu Xing actually saw a trace of fear in Bai Huan's eyes. This was something he himself didn't even notice, from a deeper level of suppression. Is this thing related to Chaos? Even higher than Chaos? Mu Xing muttered to himself. Chapter 775. As the boss of the first level of the dungeon, the deranged terror demon is beyond their imagination in terms of both oppression and combat power. Now that the retreat is cut off, the only way to move forward is to defeat this terrible monster. At this moment, the monster's body twisted, like a phantom, and it actually split into an identical clone. Just like its name, the deranged terror demon, the clone and the original body kept intertwining, and it was impossible to tell which one was the clone and which one was the original. Brother Bai Huan, choose one. Mu Xing looked at Bai Huan with a teasing look on his face. He thought that both teams would deal with this monster at the same time, but he didn't expect that the monster would use the chaotic space to create a clone. Now, both the clone and the main body must be eliminated, otherwise it will use the chaotic rules to revive again and again. I choose the one on the left. Bai Huan pointed at the chaotic monster on the left, which looked like a clone and swayed. Mu Xing stared at the chaotic monster on the right, which really looked more like a real entity. What? Are you unhappy because I chose first? Bai Huan sneered. No, the right side is the right side. Mu Xing's mouth curled up, as if the one on his side was the clone. Trix beside him couldn't help but tug at his clothes. Captain, it's not fair, we fight the original body, and they fight the clone? Mu Xing shook his head. What's the original body and clone? These two are the original body, and they must be eliminated, otherwise the two demons in the chaotic time and space can transform into each other, and revive continuously. Is that so? Trix showed an expression of realization. Mu Xing glanced at Bai Huan. Then let's see who comes out first. With a bang, he shot the chaotic demon on the right, and pulled it into the battle stage. Bai Huan's face looked as ugly, as if he had eaten a rat shit. Your Highness? Several teammates looked at Bai Huan. We use our trump card to quickly deal with the demon, and then we will kill them directly after the kid comes out. Yes. All the teammates nodded excitedly. At the same time, in the battle stage, on the left are Caesar, Madman, Trix, and Vigo. On the right is the terrifyingly shaped deranged terror. When facing this monster alone, the sense of oppression is even stronger. Mu Xing clicks on the deranged terror to get its information. Deranged terror, a terrifying creature born in the darkness, the ultimate nightmare in many people's hearts. Skills: Tentacle Slap, Tentacle Generation, Devour, Dark Embrace, Summon Deranged Terror. Passive: Deranged Dodge, Dark Resistance, Pressure Application, Dark Domination, Immune Mark, Boss Template. Mu Xing stared at these active and passive skills, and suddenly felt overwhelmed. The active skills were easy to deal with, but the tricky part was its powerful passive skills. This monster has extremely high dodge ability and resistance, and also has a powerful pressure release mechanism. Its characteristics are perfectly matched with the dark environment. The weaker the ambient light, the more its combat power increases exponentially. What's more tricky is that it can actively control the surrounding light intensity. As an elite unit with a boss template, it is not only immune to all marking skills, but also has amazing health and ironclad defense. Fortunately, they adjusted their skills before entering the battle. Especially Trix, Mu Xing made her transform from a pursuit warrior to a full output. The main point is a contrast. Because he suspected that this dungeon would record their skill system and summon monsters with restrained attributes. Sure enough, this chaotic horror seemed to be a monster tailor-made for them. High dodge is to deal with the madman's continuous fast attack, and prevent the madman from comboing and killing it. High resistance is to resist Caesar's bad luck aura. The immune mark directly destroyed Trix's mark pursuit system. The high pressure release was obviously to break Vigo's knowledge barrier. However, Mu Xing had already prepared for these situations. Everyone, the key to winning this battle is speed. We must fight quickly. I have observed that the light in this place will decrease over time. Once the monster is dragged into a completely dark environment, it will gain a terrifying bonus. At that time, it will summon a second chaotic horror demon, and we will definitely lose. Mu Xing's voice sounded, a warning and a reminder. Upon hearing this, several people used the dark gold transformation without hesitation. Their descended bodies were integrated with a large amount of dark gold energy. The dark gold transformation could push their combat power to a pseudo-superior level. And they also had the superior weapons that Mu Xing had made with the obelisk. After killing the Pig King, Mu Xing used the dropped materials and fused them with the superior crystals to forge several powerful superior weapons. Evil Spirit, buff. Here it comes! The evil spirit raised its head on Mu Xing's shoulder and meowed. 3 buffs fell on the 4 people. Defense damage reduction, damage penetration, and dark gold activation. With the blessing of the dark gold activation buff, the dark gold cells in their bodies will be activated, greatly improving their combat effectiveness. Caesar pulled out the curry stick and transformed from a defensive warrior to a full-output warrior. The same was true for the others. Trix replaced the hammer with the Pig King's butcher knife. The butcher knife inlaid with the Pig King's crystal exuded the power of a higher level. The dark gold light made the blood-red butcher knife look extremely sacred. The 2 double-edged swords made of the Pig King's fangs in the madman's hands were also superior weapons. The battle pattern on his body was fully activated, pushing him to the peak of pseudo-superiority. As for Vigo, he summoned his own observer tower in the first round. In this battle, he also changed from auxiliary to output, without adding weaknesses and negative buffs. Mu Xing knew very well that with the high resistance of the current Chaos Demon, the negative buff thrown on it would most likely be immune and resisted. Vigo's tower was constantly changing shape, and a cannon stretched out from it. This cannon was none other than the rune cannon seized from the bandits. Now that Vigo had merged it into his tower, this cannon came from this world, so it was not subject to the suppression and restrictions of the world's rules. Vigo not only improved the cannon, but also the shells. The cannon that used to require 3 people to operate was now automated. Caesar, lift the seal, charge this round, and don't attack. Caesar's right hand gently stroked the sword of the victory oath. His right hand slashed across, and dazzling golden light shone on the blade, and the seals began to be released one after another. At the same time, he began to accumulate strength, and his whole body was stained with brilliant golden light. Madman, use whirlwind slash, accumulate anger first. Mu Xing noticed that the opposite chaos terror summoned 2 thick tentacles. These tentacles looked bad at first glance, and they must be dealt with immediately. Madman shouted, swung his 2 swords, and the dark gold energy burned into flames, solidifying on these 2 superior weapons. Puff puff puff. The sword flashed, and the 2 tentacles instantly turned into ashes in the flames. However, when the whirlwind slashed heavily on the body of the chaotic horror, it only left a shallow scar on its twisted shell. These 2 genuine superior weapons could only cut off a trace of its blood. Scarlet damage numbers continued to burst from the top of the monster's head, like a jumping death symbol, indicating the terrifying power contained in the attack. It's not that the madman's firepower is not fierce enough, but that this twisted monster has already broken through the normal range of health. Ordinary attacks were completely resisted by the strange shell, and only the dark gold energy and the edge of the superior weapon could barely tear its defense. Such a high defense, such a terrifying amount of blood. Mu Xing roughly estimated that the blood volume of this chaotic horror was at least 100 times that of the alien demon. Chapter 776. Mu Xing was not discouraged, but looked expectant. Whirlwind Slash was just a preparatory method for the madman to accumulate anger, and the big one was still to come. Trix, use Gravity Slash. Trix raised the Pig King's butcher knife in her hand high, and the terrifying gravity gathered on the blade. A heavy dark golden light rose from her body, and the golden eye mask that had not been seen for a long time appeared above her eyes. Take my knife. Trix jumped high, rotated 720 degrees in the air, and slashed heavily. The chaotic demon quickly raised its tentacles to block. With a swoosh, it used 2 thick tentacles to separate the vital parts and avoid the head. The big knife rested heavily on its shoulder blade. The terrifying blade broke through its tough skin condensed by darkness, and the strong gravity was directly compressed into its body by the blade. Then, the chaotic gravity expanded in its body. A huge red number popped up on the top of its head. The blood volume on the top of the head was instantly reduced by 1/10. Good. Mu Xing was very satisfied with Trix's attack power. When she landed, she was breathing heavily. Obviously, in her current state, being able to launch such an attack would put a huge burden on her body. Are you okay? Mu Xing looked at Trix. This body is too fragile. If the main body comes, one finger can crush it to death. Trix shouted indignantly. Then Mu Xing looked at Caesar. Can you fire a shot this round? Caesar said, if you fire directly, the damage can be increased to about 150%, plus the penetration buff. It can reach 170%, but if you charge for a round, the damage can reach 400%. Then charge first. Mu Xing made a prompt decision. Understood. Mu Xing wanted to deal explosive damage in a short period of time and defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. He had to race against time to kill the chaotic demon before Bai Huan. When Vigo began to charge the cannon, he also drew out his own weapon. A pistol that could only fire 3 shots. The 3 bullets inside not only compressed a huge amount of dark gold energy, but also injected a large amount of Iron Crown power into it. After a slight aim, he pulled the trigger. With a bang, the rotating bullet penetrated the chest of the deranged terror with great penetrating power. The bullet rolled and exploded inside its body. The body structure of this monster was simply against common sense. Just now, Trix's gravity field exploded inside its body, but it failed to seriously injure it. However, this time, Mu Xing compressed the power of the Iron Crown in the bullet. When the bullet exploded inside its body, the deranged terror screamed in pain for the first time. Its health dropped by 10%. At the same time, an illusory Iron Crown rose above its head, and its pressure value soared by 100 points. Mu Xing was stunned. He was not shocked by the damage, but by the fact that the power of the Iron Crown could actually put pressure on this monster in the opposite direction. You have to know that this Chaos Terror Demon is the pressure itself. Now it has turned against Tian Gang, which means that the pressure weight of the Iron Crown is higher than that of the Chaos Terror Demon. Mu Xing subconsciously glanced at the gun in his hand. He seemed to have another trump card. Since this thing can put pressure on the Chaos Terror Demon, if it attacks other enemies, the pressure will be increased even more. Mu Xing plans to make more special bullets after this battle. Just as they were thinking, their turn ended, and the turn of the Chaos Demon began. The opposing demon let out a sharp roar, and summoned 3 tentacles at the beginning. The tentacles squirmed and grew larger, covered with spikes. At the same time, Mu Xing felt that the brightness of the surrounding light had dropped by 1 level. As the light decreased, the fighting power of the Chaos Demon would become stronger and stronger. The monster is attacking. Everyone prepare to defend. Mu Xing shouted a reminder. At this moment, a white light suddenly burst out from Caesar's body, and the white light fell, landing on everyone. With a ding sound, Mu Xing noticed that a special 4-leaf clover mark appeared above their heads. Mu Xing quickly clicked and obtained the information of the mark. Lucky 4-leaf clover. The luck value is greatly improved, which lasts for 1 round. After the luck ends, the luck value is reduced by 30%, which lasts for 3 rounds. Mu Xing remembered that this is not Caesar's special lucky ability? The lucky buff has just been added. The upper power of the Chaos Terror Demon burst out with all its strength, and this monster actually entered the 2nd stage ahead of time. The surrounding space began to twist, and a vortex-like darkness gathered on its body. Obviously, Mu Xing and his men's attack made the Chaos Terror Demon feel a huge danger, and he had to deal with the enemy in front of him as soon as possible. A dark and twisted black ball appeared in front of it, and followed the tentacles to bombard the 4 people. Faced with the threat of the Terror Demon, the 4 people almost simultaneously chose to dodge instead of blocking. 2 of them were charging, and if they blocked, the charging action would be broken. Now they have a super lucky buff. As long as their luck is not extremely bad, they should be able to dodge 100%. When the black ball fell, this attack that was enough to kill the pseudo-superior instantly was easily dodged by the 4 people. Strong, strong, strong. Even Mu Xing couldn't help but exclaimed, Caesar's luck ability was simply a bug. A 1 in 10,000 chance was a 100% dodge for them at this time. When the explosion gradually disappeared, the solid ground was torn apart by the tentacles. However, the 4 people were almost unaffected. The attack failed, and the chaotic demon roared helplessly. Ended the round in indignation. Get rid of it. After reaching Mu Xing's turn, he immediately issued an attack order. Trix started at 0 frame, and directly swung the giant blade to hit a shattering attack. The lucky buff was still there, and this attack was almost certain to hit, and the chest armor of the Chaotic Terror was shattered with one blow. While reducing the health of the Terror by 5%, the Chaotic Terror was given the armor-breaking buff. Then, the madman concentrated all his anger on the double blades. The God of War pattern was activated, and the shadow of the God of War appeared behind him. The golden Dharma image condensed, waving the double blades in his hands and falling heavily. Boom! 15% of the health of the Chaos Terror disappeared. Mu Xing expected that the other two could still knock down more than 50% of the health, and he would be the last one to finish it off. Caesar began to attack. The sword of the victory oath in his hand was raised high, and the golden sword light soared into the sky, as if to break through this dark dungeon, cut through the sky and earth, and destroy everything. Gather the breath of the stars in the sky, the flow of brilliant life, take it. Excalibur! Caesar's golden giant sword fell, and hit the chaotic demon fiercely. Golden light particles bombarded the demon's chest like a torrent. The dark shield in front of it shattered instantly, and the light string continued to penetrate its chest, and a huge number jumped out. The boss's health was directly reduced from 60% to 34%. This attack directly knocked off 26% of its health. This is not over yet. Without giving the demon a chance to breathe, Vigo's cannon has completed charging. The runes on the cannon lit up, and circles of magic circles bloomed, constantly increasing the power of the cannon. The runes on the shell flickered, and the internal energy was ready to go. With a bang, like a thunderbolt, the shell smashed into the body of the terror demon, which had not yet healed, with an indestructible momentum, and exploded inside its body. Its body could no longer support it, and it collapsed directly into a pool of mud. The hideous head fell to the ground. 34% of the health was instantly reduced by 30%. Only 4% of the health was left flickering above the head, almost in a dying state. Mu Xing grinned too strong. With the blessing of the lucky buff, all the teammates' attacks were critical hits, and all the weak point attacks triggered armor-breaking damage. Mu Xing didn't even use the pistol, but pulled out a replica of the Moonlight Sword. He poured a lot of energy into it. Die for me! Mu Xing thrust the sword in his hand fiercely into the head of the chaotic demon. Chapter 777. Bang! Energy exploded, tearing the head of the demon apart. Black brain matter splattered everywhere, and the last 4% of the blood was directly emptied by his attack. You have killed the deranged demon, obtained 3,000 gold coins, obtained the upper core of the deranged demon, obtained the tentacles of the deranged demon, obtained the eyeballs of the deranged demon, obtained the sharp teeth of the deranged demon, and the dark skin of the deranged demon. Mu Xing looked at the fallen objects in front of him. Did he cut the entire deranged demon into pieces for him? When he was puzzled, he noticed that the iron crown on the head of the pile of corpses of the Chaos Demon did not disappear. Not only did it not disappear, but it also underwent a strange change. The iron crown began to absorb the remaining power of the Chaos Demon. In a moment, the iron crown absorbed the Chaos Demon completely. When Mu Xing subconsciously stretched out his hand, the iron crown flew into his hand easily. What is this? The iron crown was cold in his hand, turned into energy, and began to merge into his body. This energy made the iron crown in his body even more powerful. At the same time, he also gained a special skill. Summoning Chaos Terror. You can summon Chaos Terror in the battle stage for 3 rounds. Note, it can be upgraded with Chaos Terror materials. Mu Xing looked at this skill with a dull expression. Why does it feel so familiar? Before he left the battle stage, he quickly asked, System, is it you? He realized that it seemed that the survival system was interfering. Then, characters flashed in Mu Xing's eyes. This system is in a hidden state. Please continue to expand the exploration and improve the system's tolerance in this world. Mu Xing was overjoyed. It was indeed the clone of the survival system. It was not completely expelled, but secretly hid in the fantasy world to develop. As he killed more and more monsters, until he just killed the Chaos Terror, the survival system seemed to have finally taken control of some of the initiative and began to distribute benefits to him. With his backer here, Mu Xing's confidence quickly increased. He quickly fed all the materials he had just obtained to the skill. The skill description suddenly changed. Summon Chaos Terror. You can summon Chaos Terror in battle for 6 rounds. This time, it can not only be summoned in the battle arena, but also in reality. Leave the battle stage. Mu Xing took a deep breath and left the stage. When he left the battle stage, Bai Huan was still fighting. This was the first time he observed the battle stage from the outside. It was like a mirror, engraving them all in the mirror world. Through the mirror, Mu Xing saw Bai Huan who was fighting. This guy really had a trump card, and those Chaos Heirs all burst out with superior strength. They had entered the third round and were about to completely destroy the Chaos Terror. Mu Xing quickly informed several teammates, brothers and sisters, prepare for the battle, don't hold back, kill a few of his teammates first. What about Bai Huan? Aren't you going to kill him directly? Mu Xing shook his head. This guy still has a trump card. If he is desperate, we will probably be in trouble. Don't give him the opportunity to use the trump card. I want to force him into the second level. Understood? Several people nodded and prepared for the battle instantly. At this time, Bai Huan and his companions just killed the terror demon and began to withdraw from the battle stage. As soon as they showed up, Mu Xing shot at Bai Huan without hesitation. The bullet hit Bai Huan's chest directly, and he had no time to dodge because he couldn't move the moment he left the stage. So this shot was a sure hit. The bullet knocked off 30% of Bai Huan's health, and at the same time, the pressure value above Bai Huan's head soared to 200. His eyes were red, and his consciousness suddenly became chaotic. He actually attacked his teammates next to him. This was a mental breakdown state caused by excessive pressure and cognitive errors. The teammates next to him didn't expect Bai Huan to go crazy and were hit on the spot. At the same time, the madman attacked the Chaos Children at the same time. These Chaos Children had just transformed and were in a weak state. The four of them focused their fire and killed one instantly. Then, they quickly switched their fire and killed the second Chaos Child. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand and summoned the Chaos Terror. The third Chaos Child was caught by the Chaos Terror's tentacles before he could react, and was stuffed into his mouth and swallowed alive. When Bai Huan woke up, 3 of his 4 teammates were dead. He opened his eyes in panic, and his tentacles had already pierced his teammate's chest, crushing his heart. No, how is this possible? Bai Huan looked at Mu Xing fiercely, and saw that Mu Xing was raising his gun, ready to shoot him for the second time. He dodged quickly and growled, "How can you be faster than me? Nothing is impossible. If you want to attack me, I will naturally strike first." After dealing with those Chaos Heirs, the 5 of them joined forces and attacked Bai Huan together. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Bai Huan quickly crushed a mysterious item and put up a shield. At the same time, he quickly rushed to the door to the second floor that had just opened. Blood Moon, wait for me. Mu Xing raised his gun and shot, intending to shoot Bai Huan again. Maybe he could use the second floor to kill Bai Huan. However, at this moment, a strong fear suddenly surged in his heart. What did he see? A familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the second floor. He was too familiar with that figure. The portraits in the castle, the statues in the town, and the stone carvings in the corridor outside were all his face. He stood in front of the ancient gate where shadows and evil intertwined. His pale face was like a withered bone forgotten by time, and the deep eye sockets flashed with crazy red light. His high cheekbones and sharp-hooked nose made his already sinister face even more cruel. His dry mouth corners slightly raised, as if mocking the ignorance of the people in front of him. He was wearing a dark red noble robe. The gold thread embroidery had long faded, and the hem was stained with dried blood and some indescribable filth. He stood quietly with an elegant posture, his hands folded, and his eyes reflected endless darkness. Ancestor. Mu Xing's pupils shrank sharply, and his throat became hoarse. I didn't expect you to be able to go this far. Among all those descendants, you are the one who has gone the farthest. But I can't let you go any further. The ancestor spoke with a cold tone, like an emotionless robot. And Mu Xing also woke up in an instant. This guy was not the ancestor, but probably just an ancestor's clone. He didn't expect that the ancestor was really still alive, and he came from deeper in the dark dungeon. What kind of monster could allow him to ignore the threats from underground? Or was he the creator of these threats? Captain, hurry up, let's stop this guy. Several teammates also made a decision in an instant. At the same time, they burst out with the strongest power and attacked the ancestor. Fragile ants. The ancestor had a grim expression, and didn't take the people in front of him seriously at all. His pupils burst into endless darkness, and tentacles surged behind him. Mu Xing raised his gun, and fired the last bullet without hesitation. The bullet carried the power of the Iron Crown, and hit the ancestor who did not dodge. Blood exploded on his chest. The ancestor was not angry, but said with interest, "Interesting, which idiot has this power? It actually created its own Iron Crown." The ancestor looked at Mu Xing. "I am becoming more and more interested in you." Chapter 778. How dare Mu Xing stay? He quickly ran towards the rear exit. As long as he ran out of this room, he would still have a chance of survival. The ancestor seemed to have a natural restraint and suppression power over his body. It was difficult for him to exert his fighting power when facing the ancestor. He had to find his body back. Boom boom. The whole dungeon was shaking violently. The walls and the ground were constantly collapsing, and countless crowded tentacles rushed out. The other teammates began to burn the last energy in their descending bodies, instantly breaking all the tentacles and blasting them to pieces. Captain, run! Mu Xing no longer hesitated, and ran all the way, rushing towards the exit. There was only endless darkness in the pupils of the ancestor, and tentacles entangled in the pupils rushed out. He wanted to catch Mu Xing himself. Several teammates burned themselves again and attacked the ancestor. Not only that, the chaotic demon summoned by Mu Xing also exploded directly. With a loud bang, the terrifying air wave stopped the ancestor, and Mu Xing had already rushed to the exit. However, the ancestor's tentacles were faster, and were about to catch up. It's over. Is God going to kill me? Mu Xing knew very well that once he was caught by the ancestor, he would definitely die, and there would be no chance of recovery. He ran faster, and the tentacles behind him were only a few meters away from him. He thought he was dead, but at this moment, a dry arm suddenly stretched out from the darkness at the door. The arm was as thin as a stick, with only rough and dry old skin attached to it. Puff! The tentacle pierced through Mu Xing's abdomen, and he could feel that the tentacle was struggling to drill into his body. The tentacles wanted to wrap around his spine and pull him back. However, faster than those tentacles was the withered right hand. This hand was dry, but extremely powerful, and it pulled him away from the clutches of the ancestor. Puff! The tentacles were pulled out, spurting out bright red blood. The withered hand continued to exert force, pulling Mu Xing into the dark gate. Several teammates saw Mu Xing escape, and looked at each other at the same time. The dark golden energy was completely released in their bodies. In order to prevent the ancestor from chasing Mu Xing, they chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Anyway, this body will be abandoned sooner or later, so why not make the most of it now? Boom, boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the entrance to the second floor collapsed rapidly. As the stones collapsed, the dark dungeon finally showed its true appearance. The wriggling flesh and blood walls hidden behind the black bricks were revealed. Countless wailing faces were embedded in the flesh walls. Those faces were both male and female, but they all looked similar to the ancestors. Obviously, these were the descendants of the ancestors. I don't know how long it took. When Mu Xing woke up from the dim light, he felt an unbearable tearing pain coming from his back. Then, a cool feeling rose from the wound. Looking back, it was an old and serious face. He held an old-fashioned silver pot in one hand, and an unknown bird feather in the other. He dipped the bird feather into the liquid in the silver pot, and applied it to his wound. When Mu Xing saw the liquid, he subconsciously wanted to struggle. But he was held down by the withered hand. Don't move if you don't want to die. Mu Xing frowned, but eventually calmed down, because he did not sense any killing intent from this person. He let the other party smear the red blood on his wound. That's right, blood, the blood of an unknown creature. However, the magical thing was that after the blood was smeared on his wound, he could clearly sense that his wound was healing rapidly. The wound pierced by the tentacles was like a blood hole gnawed by ants. As his wound grew rapidly, the blood hole was gradually filled from the inside out. A strong tingling sensation came from the wound. When Mu Xing tried to get up, the wound on his back had been completely replaced by new flesh and healed completely. What is that? Mu Xing asked curiously. Just plasma. The old face appeared and disappeared in the dim light. There were no eyeballs in the empty eye sockets, only shriveled eyelids. The mottled flames burned hard from the candle on the table that seemed to be extinguished at any time, barely illuminating half of the room. It was only then that Mu Xing had time to observe the person behind him. His withered body was like a tree trunk hollowed out by time, and his jagged back was bent into a strange arc. The ragged gray-brown old clothes wrapped around his body like a shroud, emitting a foul smell mixed with mildew and rotting flesh. The skinny body was carrying heavy iron shackles. The rusted metal had long been deeply embedded in the bones and flesh, and the edges were condensed with blood scabs and pus over the years. This body seemed to be scattered into a pile of rotten bones at any time. But there was always a dark force beyond reason that forcibly maintained this fragile body. A name popped up unconsciously in Mu Xing's mind. The Prophet. After entering the dungeon, he sent a large number of mercenaries to find him, but all returned in vain. Now he can actually see him here, in this situation. Prophet Bia? Mu Xing asked tentatively. Facing Mu Xing's scrutiny and gaze, the old prophet's voice trembled in his throat. Interesting, I didn't expect that there are still people in this world who remember my name. So you saved me? Mu Xing remembered the horrible scene before. It was the first time for him to face the majesty of his ancestors. It turns out that everything is a conspiracy of the ancestors. The ancestors attracted those descendants to come in the name of inheriting the family title, and then snipe these descendants in the dark dungeon. If it weren't for the prophet in front of him and his teammates, who stopped him regardless of life and death, he would have died today. You are the one who has walked the farthest I have ever seen. You can kill monsters like the Chaos Terror Demon, which proves that you have the potential to threaten the ancestors. Mu Xing took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "What is the truth of all this?" The prophet seemed to be lost in thought, and spoke slowly after a long time. He placed the silver pot on the table, and inserted the feather in his hand into his messy hair. A long time ago, there was an ancient kingdom on this land, called Ascalon. After a diligent young king came to power, he was determined to bring the kingdom to new glory. However, Ascalon's national strength was weak, and there were wolves around. Under such circumstances, even though the young king was ambitious, he had to succumb to reality. Until one day, a mysterious yellow-robed wizard came here from a distant continent. He claimed to be a messenger sent by the gods to save Ascalon. A messenger sent by the gods? Mu Xing had a strange expression. He couldn't remember how many legends about gods there were in this world. Even the church only believed in the great sage named Light. That man called himself the messenger in yellow. He left an annotated prophecy for the king, telling him that when the prophecy came true, the opportunity to change the fate of the kingdom would come. What prophecy? Mu Xing looked up. He said, "When the earth tears its skin, black blood gushes out from the cracks. When the lifeless rock gives birth to flesh and blood, the pulse trembles like a living thing. The fate of the kingdom is suspended between decay and rebirth." "What do you mean?" Mu Xing asked subconsciously. The prophet in front of him did not answer, but shrank back and found a comfortable corner to sit down. The heavy shackles fell to the ground and collided with the ground with a heavy thud. Chapter 779. He continued, "From that day on, the king has been waiting for the prophecy of the messenger to come true, until 10 years later, the prophecy came true. That day, an earthquake broke out. In an instant, the mountains collapsed, the houses overturned, the castle collapsed, and black blood gushed out of the earth, gathering into a blood lake, destroying most of the entire kingdom. However, it was also because of that earthquake that the secrets hidden deep underground reappeared in the world. The king knew that the prophecy was true, so he began to organize workers to dig underground, trying to dig out the source of the blood. During the excavation process, the workers encountered many incredible things. Some went crazy, and some gained mysterious abilities. All this strengthened the king's confidence in digging down. In the next few years, the excavation went deeper underground, and finally, they dug out a door leading to an unknown area. No one knows what the king saw behind the door. When he returned to the ground, his kingdom began to prosper. In just a few decades, it became the most powerful kingdom on this land. However, the extreme prosperity brings a faster decline. Then, a bigger earthquake struck, almost swallowing up the entire capital of the kingdom. From then on, the kingdom called Ascalon completely disappeared in the long river of history. Mu Xing stared at the prophet. What happened? Why did the kingdom fall? Because the king broke his promise, and those who break their promises will be punished by God. What promise? The prophet did not rush to answer, but looked at Mu Xing. As a descendant of Dire Sis, do you really understand the truth of this world? Mu Xing shook his head. Although I have some guesses, my vision is always limited, and I can't see through everything. It's like there is a fog covering the world. But I can sense that there seems to be darkness brewing deep underground. The prophet sighed. It took me a long time to understand these truths. This world is called Visorgard, which means a world that is eternally cursed. And it has another name, Dark Prison. Mu Xing frowned. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and some memory was being awakened. At the same time, there was another force resisting this awakened memory. Fuzzy information continued to flow out from the gap. Dark Prison, Dark Prison. Mu Xing suddenly raised his head. I remember that this place imprisoned an indescribable existence. The prophet opposite showed a teachable expression. It seems that your cognitive barrier has been broken a little, but this is far from enough. Mu Xing patted his head, and the memory that just came out disappeared again. He felt like he had forgotten something. Go on, what happened to the king? Did he perish along with his kingdom? The prophet shook his head. Back then, the king used the power he gained from the underground gate to push the kingdom to its peak, but at the same time, he was also keenly aware of the crisis hidden behind it. He realized that the power was very dangerous, like a rotten tumor, which would one day spread over time, and even destroy the entire world. So, he ordered the underground gate to be sealed, violating the agreement he made with the existence behind the gate. He didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly, and he didn't have time to prepare for anything. The once prosperous kingdom collapsed overnight, and was completely buried in the dark underground. What about the king? Mu Xing looked at him. The king should have died with his people, but many years later, he miraculously woke up again, crawled out of the dark underground ruins, drilled out of the corrupt soil, and finally saw the light of day. However, this resurrection was not a gift to him, but a curse. Mu Xing almost guessed the identity of the prophet in front of him after hearing this. You are the king, right? The prophet closed his eyes slightly, showing a painful expression. I thought everything would end until the baron named Diarsis came here. From the day that man came here, the fate of their family was completely changed. The sealed door broke open, and crazy whispers came out from the crack. I had a premonition that something was wrong, so I rushed here as soon as possible, but I was still a step late. The ambitious Baron Diarsis began to explore the dangerous dark realm and began to dig underground. I tried to stop him, but he saw me as a threat to his success. Finally, his mind became more and more crazy, and when he dug to the underground gate, he was almost completely crazy. Since persuasion was fruitless, I could only use violence. In order to stop this baron, I incited the nobles and encouraged the common people to fight him. But these methods were cracked and suppressed by him one by one. Finally, he caught me and wanted to kill me. I was killed again and resurrected again and again. I kept telling him that this was not a gift, but a curse. But you saw the result. He put an indelible shackle on me and took me underground to show his grand plan. I have to say that your ancestor is ambitious and smart. He knows more secrets from the underground gate and even peeks into the truth deep underground. The being imprisoned in the dark prison has already gone mad and lost itself, but your ancestor, Diarsis, wants to use that terrible being to gain eternal life. Suddenly, the prophet screamed and scratched his empty eye sockets frantically. No. His ambition is more terrible than this. He wants to replace it. He wants to become the real god of this world. I was taken deep underground and saw the indescribable terrible madness. I was terrified. I dug out my eyes and desperately fled into the deepest darkness. It took many years to gradually wake up. Mu Xing frowned. A human wanted to replace an imprisoned and indescribable existence? Why should he? But soon, Mu Xing thought of another possibility. According to the law of flesh and blood homogeneity in this world, everything in that world may have evolved from the existence in the prison. Just like in the trial space, those creatures born from the Creator, to put it bluntly, they are part of the Creator. Therefore, the ancestor is not the ancestor, and can be regarded as a tiny clone of the prisoner. It's just that this clone has its own consciousness, and its own thinking. In this way, it is not completely impossible for the ancestor to replace him. How did he do this? Replace a god with a person. The prophet leaned against the wall, groping in the darkness with his right hand, and grabbed a dry bone from the corner and threw it over. Mu Xing noticed that there were magic runes on the dry bones, which were runes of necromancy. Necromancer? Mu Xing asked. To be precise, it is a dark method of soul replacement and fusion. Your ancestor told me that he first learned necromancy to strengthen his mind and soul. Then he began to summon creatures from other worlds and began to experiment with the taboo research of projecting mind and soul onto other lives. By summoning a large number of pigmen as materials, he succeeded and successfully opened the next stage. He completely undeadized himself, turning himself into a being that was neither alive nor dead, and used special consciousness to peel off his soul and merge it into the heart of the terrible prisoner behind the underground gate. The ancestor attempted to complete control and replacement little by fusing his heart, and eventually replace him and become the only god in this world. Not only that, he also made plans in advance and prepared to break out of the dark prison. Dorichis told me that the moment he completed the fusion was the day he escaped from the underground and left the cage. Chapter 780. After hearing this, Mu Xing couldn't help but sigh at the madness of that cheap ancestor. Even he didn't dare to challenge the gods with his mortal body. Not to mention such a crazy and disorderly terrifying existence. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Wait, why did he summon us, the younger generation here? Mu Xing asked. First, no. Dorichis' blood is not strong enough. After he merges the prisoner's heart, if he wants to take the initiative, he must have a strong enough blood and spirit. Otherwise, he would be the one who would be assimilated, becoming the nutrition for the prisoners. So, when he was young, he was a playboy, and had children with celebrities and noble ladies from all over the world. After 100 years of expansion, his children were all over the world. So his plan began, and he kept sending letters, taking advantage of his children's greed for this territory and tempting them to start exploring the dungeon. Death, blood, fighting. All of these will become food for the ancestors to become stronger. Whenever a descendant fails to pass the level, he will use his ability to reset the entire hamlet and attract more descendants to come here. Day after day, year after year, the sky of this land finally dimmed. Time and space are distorted, the rules are modified, and everything is controlled by him. If so, why are you still here? Mu Xing asked. This is my destiny. Perhaps only by truly stopping the ancestors can my curse disappear, so I am here waiting for batches of successors. Without exception, they all failed. Many of them couldn't even enter the first floor of the dungeon. As he spoke, he suddenly approached and looked at him with his empty eyeless hole. And you are definitely the most successful successor I have ever seen. Not only did you control Hamlet in the shortest time, but you also successfully defeated the guardian of the first floor, the Chaos Terror. Your appearance has threatened the ancestors' plan, so he didn't hesitate to send a clone to kill you. He. The prophet laughed eerily. But how can I let him have his way? I will not only stop him, but also help you fight against the ancestors. Mu Xing thought for a moment. What are you going to do? The ancestors are powerful. I may not be his opponent. The ancestor suddenly approached and grabbed his arm with his dry right hand. I know you are from outside the world, young man. Do you want to take back your lost power? Mu Xing frowned. This prophet was more mysterious than he thought. What do you mean? Don't be nervous. I've been looking forward to the emergence of a breaker, and you are the best breaker. Let me tell you a secret. The power you lost has not disappeared, but has been hidden by our ancestors. Do you feel that it is nearby, but you can't find it? How do you know? That's because it was hidden in the past by our ancestors, in his memory, so of course you can't find it. Tell me, what do you want me to do? If you have anything to say, just ask. Mu Xing took a deep breath. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. It's simple. I want you to go to Diresis' memory, find me, and kill me. Mu Xing was stunned. What kind of request was this? The prophet sighed. Speaking of which, I also have a certain responsibility for the ancestors' path to this point. If he hadn't met me, perhaps things wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. Mu Xing was speechless. Aren't you immortal? How can I kill you? The prophet handed him a dagger made of unknown materials. Stab it into my heart, and you will kill me completely. Mu Xing took the dagger. This was definitely the most outrageous commission he had ever received. Another question, how are you going to send me to the past time and space, to the memory of my ancestors? The prophet waved at him, signaling him to follow. Mu Xing quickly picked up the oil lamp on the table, and followed the prophet to the next room. He was like a walker in the darkness. As a blind man, he knew everything in the darkness. Mu Xing followed him through the darkness for a while, and finally, he pushed open a dusty door. This place looked like an ancient royal palace. Where is this? Mu Xing held up the oil lamp and tried to look forward. Suddenly, the torches in the hall began to light up one by one, illuminating the dim hall. Mu Xing finally saw everything here clearly. The most eye-catching thing was the throne in the hall that was very similar to the Iron Crown. The prophet groped his way to the throne. When I entered the underground gate, I made a deal with an indescribable existence, and it gave me a ray of power. I relied on this power to defeat all threats around the kingdom. And now, I will use this ray of power to send you to the past. A ray of power? Mu Xing saw the prophet's right hand on the throne, and one of the thorns suddenly lit up. Without waiting for the prophet to explain, the power contained in the thorn spread out. Along with the prophet's voice, it echoed in the empty hall. The Iron Crown represents 5 different powers: rage, suspicion, betrayal, despair, and obsession. And the power I gained is the 5th kind, obsession, which is twisted greed and morbid desire. This power made me strong, but also corrupted me. Later, I sealed it on the throne and never touched it again. And many years ago, your ancestor, Baron Diresis, dug out the ruins underground and got the power of obsession sealed on this throne. And I will use the last power of the throne to send you to the past to witness the beginning of everything. Do I have any other choice? Mu Xing asked. The prophet pointed to the door behind Mu Xing. Of course, you can leave here now, but the ancestors probably won't let you leave the dark dungeon. Mu Xing took a deep breath. He knew that there was no turning back today. I understand. He sat down on the throne. I suddenly felt an unknown power permeating his whole body, and all his desires were mobilized. He quickly suppressed these desires. This obsessive power was indeed dangerous. He was a survivor who had experienced many battles, but even so, he was almost affected by just contact, let alone ordinary people in this world. I'm ready, come on. The prophet put one hand on the iron crown statue, and the other on Mu Xing's shoulder. Remember, don't try to change history, just find your things, and kill me. After the words fell, Mu Xing felt that he was about to be torn into pieces. No, it wasn't him, but his soul and spirit, which were instantly pulled out of this body, and were sucked into the vortex that emerged out of thin air. At the same time, just as he got rid of the shackles of this flesh and blood body, he saw the true appearance of the prophet. He saw a mysterious shadow in a yellow robe, suspended in the air, controlling the prophet like a puppet. The yellow robe covered the face of the shadow, and his hands were extremely slender. And under the feet of the yellow robe, countless slippery tentacles were constantly entangled and squirming. Mu Xing's face suddenly changed. The yellow robe suddenly raised his head, as if he realized that Mu Xing had seen through his true self. A dim light lit up under the robe. Obelisk. Mu Xing quickly summoned an obelisk to block him. Just as the obelisk blocked the yellow light, the vortex suddenly turned green, and quickly sucked Mu Xing in. The yellow robe did not chase him, but just chuckled. Interesting little guy, Cthulhu my brother, is this the spokesperson you chose? Chapter 781. It hurts, it hurts. Mu Xing woke up from the dirty street entrance, holding his head. The morning sun shone through the street, and onto his face. Two stray dogs were fighting over a rotten bone. It had just rained last night, and the smell of wet soil mixed with the stench from the sewer made Mu Xing frown. Subconsciously lowering his head, he saw his reflection in the puddle under the eaves, a young beggar. He looked like he was only about 16 or 17 years old, and his immature face was covered with stains. A head of weed-like hair and a rag. Not far from him, there were dozens of beggars huddled in the corners of the street. There were men and women, old and young. This early spring morning was a little cold, and some people did not wake up, and were left forever in the previous night. There were lively hawking sounds in the distance. Gurgle. Mu Xing's stomach gurgled, and a feeling of hunger surged up. Just then, a black carriage was driving in from outside the town. The carriage was a little luxurious, and there was a noble knight riding a black horse behind it. They guarded around the carriage. Suddenly, the carriage stopped and a maid got off. She waved to the beggars. This is a reward from my viscount. When they heard that there was food, the beggars swarmed over and crowded together. Before they could distribute it, the bread was scattered in the mud. However, the beggars didn't care. They rushed over like crazy and stuffed the muddied bread into their mouths. But soon, the beggars who had eaten the bread screamed and covered their stomachs, struggling in pain on the ground. Ha. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a heavily made-up face. He looked at the beggars and laughed exaggeratedly. Humph, a bunch of stinky beggars, staying here every day to affect Hamlet's appearance. All of you go to hell. Mu Xing stared at the scene in front of him with a cold face. There is no love without reason in this world, but there is evil without reason. These nobles were born with evil instincts. Let's go! When the carriage started moving again, the beggars who had eaten the bread beside them began to vomit and twitch. At this moment, several figures rushed over here quickly. The leader made Mu Xing's pupils shrink. He recognized the person at a glance. Wasn't this his chief ancestor? The ancestor in his youth. He had golden curly hair, blue eyes, and a manly beard on his handsome face. He came in a hurry, wearing a gray corset and a red bow tie. He ignored the mud on the ground and ran to the beggars. What happened? Baron, they ate poisoned bread. It was Viscount Gross. Crunch. The man's fingers turned white with anger. These bastards who take human life lightly. Quick, bring my emetic and let them drink it. Oh, and there is also an antidote. The man quickly ordered his men to get the medicine. After a while, a young and beautiful doctor came here, and she looked at the Baron with admiration. Mu Xing also recognized the doctor at a glance. Isn't this Grace when she was young? It seems that she was indeed sent to the past, or to the Baron's memory. Grace opened the medicine box and took out the medicine skillfully, and the servants hurriedly helped to feed the beggars emetic drugs. First induce vomiting, then take the antidote. After a long struggle, the beggars finally recovered. However, 3 beggars were poisoned to death on the spot because of their weak health. I'm sorry, Baron, I've tried my best. Grace's face was full of self-blame. Okay, Grace, you've done a good job, at least you saved their lives. The two looked at each other, and there seemed to be affection in their eyes. At this time, someone finally noticed Mu Xing. Didn't you eat the bread? Mu Xing shook his head and said nothing. The Baron waved his hand, and signaled the servant to hand over a basket of bread to the beggars. The beggars retreated in fear, and did not dare to take it. The Baron knew that the beggars were worried that the bread was poisonous, so he took a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. To prove that it was not poisonous, he took a bite of several pieces of bread. Only then did the beggars let down their guard, took the bread handed over, and carefully fed it into their mouths. At this time, there were bursts of noise in the distance. There were nobles sitting in ox carts parading in the streets, and in front of the cart were 5 slaves tied with ropes. He waved his whip, and kept whipping the slaves who were pulling the cart. Hurry up for me." The Baron saw this scene, his face changed again, and he wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Grace next to him. "My Lord Baron, now is not the time to tear your face with him." The young Baron took a deep breath. "I know, let's go." It was not until the Baron left for a long time that Mu Xing put the bread in his hand into his mouth, thinking, according to the development of time, it should be the Crimson Night soon, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow night. He must get the Observer's Tower hidden here by his ancestors before that. Yes. He has sensed that his tower is hidden in this memory, in that castle that is far less tall than the later generations. He stuffed the bread into his mouth randomly, and then began to walk deeper into Hamlet. Nowadays, Hamlet is controlled by a group of impoverished nobles. Although it is not developed, the coastal port transportation has also made these nobles earn a lot of money. However, all the gold coins went into the mouths of those greedy nobles, and the bottom still lived worse than pigs and dogs. Dilapidated buildings, dirty streets, people lowered their heads for fear of provoking the second-generation aristocrats parading in the streets. Mu Xing quickly passed through the town. He had to hurry. He was not sure how long he could stay in this time and space. Looking down, he noticed a countdown-like tattoo on his arm. According to the speed of time passing, he could stay here for about 3 days at most. So, he had to get his tower within 3 days. Fortunately, his consciousness and soul were strong enough, and his perception was very sharp. If he encountered any danger, he could avoid it in advance. He climbed up the hillside and came to the castle. At this time, Baron Diresis' power was far from reaching its peak. At least it would take until after the Crimson Night for his chief ancestor to rise completely. So, there were not many guards in the castle, or in other words, the noble Baron could not afford so many guards. This made it convenient for Mu Xing to enter the castle. At the gate, he saw a familiar carriage. It was the carriage of the noble Viscount, who had done evil at the gate of the town before. In addition to this carriage, there are many other carriages parked. The castle seems to have been decorated as well, as if to welcome the arrival of guests. "Excuse me, what day is today? Why is the castle so lively?" Mu Xing asked a passing man. "Tomorrow is Baron Dirk's birthday party, and these noble lords are here to celebrate the Baron's birthday." Chapter 782. Then the man looked at Mu Xing with disdain. "What are you asking about this, little beggar? I warn you, this is not a place for you to come. Get out of here." Mu Xing groaned and looked down at his outfit. It was indeed not suitable for entering the castle. He had to get a decent set of clothes first. Theft, Mu Xing didn't care. After returning to the town, he went straight to the town's casino. People came and went here, and it was very lively. Some people went there with excitement, while others returned with disappointment. Some people lost everything and were thrown out of the casino. Some people became rich overnight and walked out of the casino with a lot of silver coins. When Mu Xing approached, he was immediately stopped by 2 burly guards. "Where did you come from, little beggar? Get out, get out." Mu Xing spread his right hand, and the 2 guards' eyes were suddenly straight. Gold coins? They saw 2 gold coins lying quietly in Mu Xing's hand. At the same time, he slightly spread out his rags to reveal the silk inside. "Can I come in?" The 2 looked at each other and quickly opened the door, muttering, guessing that it was another noble's son playing role-playing. In fact, Mu Xing had no gold coins and was not wearing silk, but just used mental hypnosis. He was already familiar with the methods of the Divine Seal. Unfortunately, the Divine Seal and the obelisk were bounced away when he entered here to help him block the yellow light. Now he didn't know where they fell. Only after he got the Observer Tower and scanned the entire hamlet in all directions, he could probably find them. Entering the casino. It was full of smoke, with a strong smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and body odor mixed together, and Mu Xing almost cried. Not to mention, this casino has a lot of tricks. Dice, cards, chess, cockfighting. Divided into different areas, there are fanatical gamblers everywhere. They are red-eyed, shouting, like crazy. In the casino, Mu Xing plans to test the waters with dice first. The simple rules of betting on big or small are easy to understand all over the world. Mu Xing has a keen mental perception, so it is easy for him to bet on big or small. He looked at the size of the dice, and took out 2 silver coins to place a bet directly. Although his beggarly outfit was unpleasant, the casino was full of gamblers, and those with money were the boss. 1-3, for points, Mu Xing took his winnings without hesitation. 2 silver coins became 4 silver coins. Then he continued to bet. In just 5 or 6 rounds, he really had 2 gold coins in his hand. He occasionally lost a few times to reduce the casino's vigilance as much as possible. After having capital, he switched from dice to cards. The cards here are special cards similar to tarot cards. You can win or lose by looking at different card faces and sizes. The game here is big, with a minimum bet of 1 gold coin. Mu Xing wants to make 2 gold coins more, so he naturally needs a card table with higher stakes. Just then, a gambler who lost all his money was dragged off the gambling table. Mu Xing dodged and sat directly on the chair. Where did this beggar come from? Get out, get out! The gambler on the opposite card table growled. Mu Xing calmly showed the gold coin, and the man's face suddenly changed. Here, the rich are the boss. They don't care whether your money is stolen or robbed. At the gambling table, it's all about winning or losing. Mu Xing stared at the gambler on the other side, and instantly understood his spirit and thoughts. He knew exactly what cards he would play. There is a special rule for playing cards on this table. Whoever plays out the cards first wins. Mu Xing mastered these rules in an instant. In just 6 rounds, the gambler on the other side was defeated. He looked at the cards in disbelief. His cards were obviously bigger, but Mu Xing beat them all, and he lost all the 2 gold coins in his pocket. Then, another gambler came to the table to play. Mu Xing used mental hypnosis and mental control, which worked every time. After 5 or 6 rounds, the opponent was defeated. This scene obviously attracted the attention of many people. Who would have thought that a little beggar's gambling skills were so superb? They came up to challenge. After playing against 5 or 6 people in a row, Mu Xing lost 2 rounds and won 4 rounds. His gold coins also soared to more than 20. Mu Xing felt that he had been targeted by the casino people. He quickly left the gambling table, and just as he left the casino, someone followed him. Mu Xing rushed into the alley next to him. 2 casino thugs followed him in, and were hit by 2 sticks, knocking him unconscious. 2 idiots, why are you risking your life for the casino? Mu Xing only found a dozen silver coins on them. But he liked the daggers on their waists. After taking the things from the 2 men, Mu Xing went straight to the clothing store, bought himself a nice outfit, and then went to the bathhouse to take a good bath. After changing his clothes and walking out of the bathhouse, he looked brand new. Not to mention, this body has outstanding appearance, fair skin, and a pair of black pupils, which are the signs of nobility. Could it be that this beggar was once a noble? It's a pity that the body he stayed in froze to death last night. It was dead for nearly 2 hours before he took over, and most of its memories had long disappeared. When he put on this set of clothes, the people on the street around him looked at him differently. Noble sir, please take care. The bathhouse gatekeeper bowed his head respectfully, not recognizing that Mu Xing was the little beggar he had just despised. Now that he had the clothes, the next step was to get an invitation or find someone willing to take him into the castle. Because he noticed that if he wanted to attend the birthday party of his cheap ancestor, he couldn't get in without an invitation. If he sneaked in and was caught, with his current fighting power, he would probably not be able to come out alive. Soon, Mu Xing set his sights on a carriage that had just entered from outside the town. This carriage had a unique family emblem, and it was obviously a noble carriage. Got it! Mu Xing locked onto the carriage directly. The nobles who came to Hamlet at this time must have only one goal, that is, the banquet of the Diocese family. Mu Xing stared with his eyes, and his mind sensed the passenger in the carriage. It looked like a noble lady dressed gorgeously. Just as Mu Xing stared at the carriage, the other party just opened the curtain and saw the handsome Mu Xing on the roadside. Mu Xing smiled and took off his hat, and gave her a gentleman's salute. Obviously, his action immediately attracted the attention of the noble lady. My dear and beautiful lady, are you also a guest of the Diocese family? Hello, I am the guide who leads guests to the banquet. Please allow me to take you to the manor banquet. The carriage stopped. The woman in the carriage waved to Mu Xing, indicating that he should get in the carriage. Mu Xing was secretly happy. Being handsome makes it easier to get things done. Although Anderson's body is also handsome, he is not at the same level as this little beggar. The attraction of young boys to female nobles is fatal. In order to achieve his goal, Mu Xing did not mind sacrificing his looks. Now he had to do everything he could to find his tower first. However, just as Mu Xing was about to get in the car, he felt his brows getting slightly hot. This was a long-lost sense of danger, and his sixth sense was telling Mu Xing that this woman was dangerous and must not get in the car. He stared at the woman dressed in gorgeous and sexy clothes and took 2 steps back calmly. "Madam, I will not get in the car. Please allow me to lead the way for you in front." The other party did not expect Mu Xing to refuse to get in the car. Suddenly a little disappointed. Chapter 783. Mu Xing walked in front of the carriage. For some reason, he always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. That feeling didn't seem like they were licking his body, but more like a predator's peeping at its prey. The predator hid in the grass, approaching the prey little by little, ready to kill it at any time. Mu Xing only felt a chill on his back, and didn't dare to look back at all. He realized that the target he had randomly locked onto might not be an ordinary person. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, the sun was shining, and there were many pedestrians on the road. Even if the other party wanted to take action, he had to think twice. "Madam, we are here. The Baron has prepared a banquet. You can go in directly." Mu Xing stopped at the gate, with a humble attitude as if escorting someone to the right place. The noble lady got out of the car gracefully, and Mu Xing finally noticed the badge on her chest. It turned out to be a countess. She took 2 steps to Mu Xing. "Aren't you going to take me up?" Mu Xing refused directly. "Madam, there are still many guests waiting for me to greet." He stretched out his slender fingers and gently stroked Mu Xing's cheek. The nails were straight, but extremely sharp. Mu Xing thought they were cheetah claws. She licked her red lips. "I hope I can see you again tonight, young handsome man." Mu Xing lowered his head quickly and said nothing. Just when Mu Xing was considering whether to attack directly or run away, the mysterious countess had already passed him and walked into the gate. "Waiting for you." Until the noble lady walked into the gate of the castle manor, Mu Xing subconsciously shuddered. This woman is definitely not an ordinary person, more like a monster. What is going on in this ghost place? Did the cheap ancestor make such a mess before unifying the whole hamlet? Mu Xing did not dare to stay and hurried to find the next target. Luckily, he soon found the second target. Also a noble lady, this woman seemed much more normal than the mysterious and dangerous countess. She was also attracted by Mu Xing's beauty at first sight, and could not wait to invite him to get in the car. This time Mu Xing did not act as a guide, but a young man who was rejected and had no invitation letter and wanted to see the world in the castle. The delicate appearance naturally attracted the lady's sympathy, and she immediately decided to take Mu Xing to see the world. "I should have dressed up as a woman and followed the troop in." In the car, Mu Xing was indignant, and tried to resist the groping of the lady. Calm down, anyway, the Crimson Night is coming, and none of you can escape." Along the way, Mu Xing continued to use mental hypnosis to hypnotize the woman. Finally, before arriving at the castle, the hypnosis was completed, and Mu Xing entered the castle as the lady's male companion. The process went smoothly, and there was no suspicion. The castle was more luxurious than I had imagined. When I took over the castle, it was empty and cleaner than a rice jar visited by mice. Now I enter the castle again. How can it be so luxurious? Even though Mu Xing has seen so many big things, he is still shocked by the luxury of his ancestors. Luxury goods from all over the world can be seen everywhere, and the decoration is also top-notch. Various expensive wines, flowers, and candles are placed everywhere. The rise of the Dureshi's family did not start from this generation. By the time of the ancestors' generation, those predecessors had already accumulated a huge family fortune for him. No wonder, although he is not the highest-ranking noble in this southern land, he is the most respected noble. If they were not worried about being coveted by others because of their fame, the Dureshi's family would have been promoted from hereditary baron to earl, or even marquis long ago. With the strength of their family, it would be easy for them to be promoted to a noble. It was obvious that the family had been making a fortune quietly. After entering the castle, Mu Xing went straight to the area he sensed. It should be here. When he climbed to the 4th floor, he immediately sensed the breath of the observer's tower. But when he pried open the door, there was nothing inside. What's going on? Did he travel to the wrong time? Mu Xing carefully sensed the room. The breath of the observer's tower was clearly nearby, but he couldn't see or touch it. Mu Xing calmed himself down, tried to enter into meditation, and tried to contact his tower. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. "You can't find the tower here, brat. The time and space here are distorted. You need to go to the Star Farm and find the culprit that caused the time and space distortion. Only by destroying it can you untie this time and space deadlock." Mu Xing was shocked. It was the voice of the ant in the Cthulhu embryo. "Ant, where are you?" Mu Xing asked hurriedly. "I am at the critical moment of incubation. This place is good, and very suitable for me to incubate here." "You are going to be born?" Mu Xing said in surprise. "Of course not, it will be soon anyway." "Then can you tell me what happened here?" Mu Xing asked hurriedly. He believed that this lady must know some truth. A prisoner has been trapped here for countless epochs, and has gone completely crazy. After its power and authority have been alienated, many strange things have emerged. Your ancestors want to replace it, but it is not only the local residents who are vying for this power, but also the forces from outside the domain. Mu Xing slapped her head. "Oh, I think I saw your brother before, the one in yellow." "I already know, I was the one who pulled you in. Don't believe anything that Asta says, he's the best at lying and cheating." Mu Xing wasn't surprised, because it was she who made the vortex turn into a green vortex and saved herself from Asta. "It's because that bastard Asta messed up everything, and messed up the time and space of this world into a mess. I need you to help me get back the fallen star from the star farm. Maybe I can use the power to hatch." Mu Xing frowned. "You know my situation, you can't let me go alone now, right? I will definitely die." The other side seemed to be thinking, after a moment, "In this way, I will lend you some power, and at the same time, send the star color to you to help." Mu Xing frowned. "You really occupied my tower." "Oh, I have no choice now. Asta, that bastard, has been watching outside. Before I am born, I can only use your tower to protect myself. I promise, I will return the tower to you when I am born. No, I will get it back myself when the time comes." Mu Xing said expressionlessly. "Don't be angry, young man. The situation is complicated now, and I can't explain it clearly. Don't worry, as long as you help me get the things back, I guarantee that you will get some benefits. I have two conditions." Mu Xing suddenly said. "You say it, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it. First, I want you to help me find the seal of God, and second, you have to sign an alliance contract with me and swear on the old seal." Hey, you little brat, don't push your luck." Mu Xing was unmoved. "I'm doing this for safety reasons. Who knows if you kill me after I'm born? How could I sign or not?" The other party hesitated for a long time. "Okay, I agree, but I have a request." "You say?" "Before I can take care of myself, you have to take care of me until I can move independently." Mu Xing was stunned. "You didn't really start from a baby, did you?" Chapter 784. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, a comet with a brilliant tail of flame streaked across the sky and finally fell on an abandoned farm on the border of Hamlet. The shock wave generated by the comet's impact instantly crystallized the land within a radius of several miles, and the creatures living there began to undergo terrifying mutations. As the Lord, Baron Diarsis not only did not take any countermeasures, but instead ordered a complete blockade of all roads leading to the farm. Since then, occasionally brave explorers or mercenaries have tried to sneak in to investigate, but they have disappeared without exception. As time went by, this area gradually became a forbidden area that people were afraid to talk about. Even more strangely, the memory of the farm and the coming of the comet seemed to be slowly fading from people's minds. Today, almost no one remembered that there was such a cursed farm in the east of Hamlet. At this moment, a strange-shaped carriage was driving towards this restricted area at an alarming speed. From time to time, a dazzling scarlet light burst out from the carriage, expanding and contracting rhythmically like breathing. Every time the light bursts, the red horse pulling the cart will mutate violently under the radiation. After several mutations, the horse has turned into a hideous monster 3 meters tall and covered with metal-like scales. In the depths of the carriage, Mu Xing is concentrating on integrating the power of the divine seal and the obelisk to create a more perfect advent container. Perhaps due to the distortion of the farm's time and space, although he was teleported to a time node in the past, he can still maintain a stable connection with the outside world. The time and space of this world seems to be a self-contained system, with chaos inside and constant time outside. It was with this feature that he successfully contacted Lan, his greatest support. What shocked Mu Xing was that Lan actually found the plane where the pigmen were based on the coordinates he provided. As Mu Xing expected, it was indeed a place where a creator conducted life experiments. However, this world had long been abandoned by its owner, leaving it to follow the most primitive laws of survival. After Lan arrived, he took control of the entire plane effortlessly. Now Mu Xing only needs to use a special comp communicator to keep in touch with Lan, and can also use the summoning array to achieve cross-plane material transmission. In order to cope with the upcoming fierce battle, Lan specially built 4 superior-level advent carriers for Mu Xing's companions. These containers, which are made based on the genes of teammates, can perfectly adapt to the advent ceremony and exert 100% combat effectiveness. What Mu Xing didn't expect was that when he received these carriers through the summoning array, the leaked alien energy actually twisted the horses, pulling the cart into terrifying monsters. At this moment, Lan's voice sounded in his mind. "Child, I will find out the truth about this experimental site as soon as possible. This place is likely related to the disappearance of an ancestor-level creator." What? Mu Xing's heart was filled with turmoil. The creator clan has resisted the invasion of chaos for billions of years, and their defense has never been breached. Each ancestor-level being is the pillar of the clan. Each of these strong men, who have reached the half-step multiverse level, is an irreplaceable treasure. The fall of any one of them is an inestimable loss. Now that clues to the missing ancestor have been found here, how can Lan not pay special attention to it? Child, I can sense that the world you are in is full of dangers, and even my consciousness is blocked out. Lan said seriously. Mu Xing frowned. Is there a multiverse-level monster imprisoned here? I can't be sure, and I don't dare to explore it in depth, otherwise the madness will erode my consciousness through my perception. At present, my strength has only recovered about 70%, and it is far from reaching the peak state. Excuse me, how strong were you at your peak? Mu Xing couldn't help asking. According to the creator standard, it is the ancestor level, and in your system, it is the extreme of half a step to multiverse. Mu Xing was dumbfounded. Although he knew that Lan was very strong, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Do you have a chance to break through to the multiverse level? There is still the final transformation, but this step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Is the ultimate life form the key to open the door to multiverse? Mu Xing asked back as if he had thought of something. Lan was silent for a moment. It's different. The ultimate life must be multiverse, but multiverse may not be qualified to be called the ultimate life. For the ultimate life, multiverse is just the starting point. To be honest, there was a multiverse existence in the history of our race, but it eventually fell. Fell? Mu Xing was even more shocked. Is it because of the invasion of chaos? No, he lost himself in the research of the ultimate life, first fell into madness, and finally annihilated himself. This answer was completely beyond Mu Xing's cognition. It was unbelievable that a multi-level strongman would die because of studying a certain topic. Then is there any way to help you break through the multi-level? Mu Xing was eager to know how to make this backer stronger. The secret of the senior's promotion had long disappeared with him. Over the years, our race has never produced a true multi-level existence. Now hope lies in you. If I can observe the prototype of the ultimate life from you, maybe I can find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Mu Xing asked in confusion. Don't you already have all my genetic data? Why don't you just do a replication experiment? Lan chuckled. The creators once arrogantly thought they could manipulate the evolution of life at will and control the essence of life, but reality tells us that the ultimate life can only be born in natural evolution. You can guide, but you can't interfere. Your survival system does a good job in this regard, so you can cultivate 6 multidimensional strongmen. I didn't expect you to know so much about the survival system. Mu Xing was slightly surprised. Child, the survival system is far more mysterious than you think. It once invited our tribe to join the survival front, but we refused. Why? Because we firmly believe that only if we are strong enough can we survive the future catastrophe. Before the birth of a new multi-existence, we will not easily rely on any force. Mu Xing understands Lan's choice. After all, it is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. When he looked up again, his eyes were already burning with the determination to become stronger. He placed his hands on the Scarlet Summoning Circle and contacted Trix and Vigo through the Heart Contract Galaxy. After the carrier exploded in the dark dungeon, their consciousness was waiting outside the boundary. As usual, Gu Yin and Xiao Dai were responsible for keeping in touch with Terra City, and the others were ready to descend. This descent was much smoother than the last time. With the help of Lan, they completed the carrier fusion without entering the battle stage. When everyone in the carriage opened their eyes, the surging upper-level energy was stirring in the carriage. This feels great. It is exactly the same as the original body, and even more powerful. The teammates could not hide their excitement. Mu Xing said seriously, cherish this opportunity. It is related to whether you can break through the apostle level. He knew very well that the carrier prepared by Lan has unique evolutionary characteristics, and can fully demonstrate the whole process of promotion to apostle. After everything is over, they will return with this feeling, and will surely enter the apostle realm faster. Chapter 785. The clattering of horse hooves suddenly stopped, the giant horse neighed, and kicked its legs in a somewhat uneasy manner. We're here. Mu Xing lifted the curtain, and saw that the entrance to the farm through the call had been blocked by a fence. Looking through the call in front of him, he could vaguely see a blurry blue light rising into the sky. At this moment, a star-shaped creature that looked like a sea eel and flashed with colorful light emerged from Mu Xing's sleeves. Its special eyes stared at the blue light in the sky, and then swam around Mu Xing happily, as if urging Mu Xing. "You said you sensed the breath of the same kind?" Xing Jisai nodded, dragging a beautiful glare in the air as it swam. "Everyone, the farm ahead is where the falling star land is located. Our goal is to defeat the final boss of the farm, and get the falling star before the birthday party starts tomorrow." The others quickly jumped off the carriage with Mu Xing tricks waved the butcher knife, and quickly adapted to this new body. The others did the same, stretching their muscles and adapting to their bodies. Mu Xing walked to the valley, but before he got close, a skeleton woke up and rushed towards him, looking for death. Tricks chopped hard, crushing all the skeletons in front of him into pieces. A huge gap was also chopped in the fence at the valley. A necromancer chanted a spell on the fence, preparing to summon a combat pet from another world. "Catch him for me." Mu Xing noticed that the necromancer guarding here was not a dead soul, but a living person. Obviously, at this point in time, his young ancestor had not yet backstabbed the necromancers he recruited from all over the world. The madman rushed over, and in less than a minute, he returned with 2 chickens. The 2 necromancers were frightened, and their necromancy spells had no effect on the madman. Then, he was knocked down by 2 punches. He was caught in front of Mu Xing without any resistance. "Tell me, who asked you to guard here?" "I don't know what you were talking about." The 2 necromancers snorted coldly. Mu Xing grabbed one of them by the neck. "You'd better answer honestly, otherwise I have 10,000 ways to make you speak, including turning you into real undead." Feeling the terrifying aura rising from Mu Xing, the 2 necromancers were immediately scared. "It was Baron Dyer, sis, who hired us to guard the entrance of the farm." "Why are we guarding here?" Because the farm hides the starry sky object summoned by the Baron. It is very dangerous. We must prevent the internal communication." "Summoned by the Baron?" "Yes, the Baron got the method of summoning stars from an ancient book, so he organized a large number of wizards to perform the summoning ceremony. At a specific time, when the starry sky moves to a special trajectory, the starry sky objects can be summoned to Hamlet." "What is their purpose?" Mu Xing asked. The necromancer shook his head quickly. "Sorry, this is the Baron's secret. We have no way of knowing. I ask you, are there other people on the farm?" One of them said timidly, "There may be a few researchers, but they haven't left for a long time, and they may have died." After asking all this, Mu Xing gave the madman a look, and the madman raised his knife and killed the 2 necromancers. "Captain, this star-chasing place may be unusual. Should we make a long-term plan?" Wago suggested. "It's too late. We must clear the farm tonight." Mu Xing kicked the fence open. When they passed through the difficult path, they finally entered the farm. Everything in front of them made them feel incredible. The moonlight was pale, like a moldy veil, loosely covering this land cursed by the falling star. In the withered wheat field, the wheat ears that should have been golden had all turned into gray-blue crystals, with sharp edges reflecting blue light. Each wheat stalk was twisted into an incredible angle, and when the wind blew through, the whole field made a crisp sound like glass breaking. Farmhouses were sparsely piled at the end of the field. The wooden walls of the farmhouses were corroded by some kind of mucus, leaving honeycomb-like holes, and dark red crystals oozed out of each hole. The gate of the farm was open crookedly, and on the road paved with fine crystals, crystallized corpses maintained their postures in life. Some knelt down to pray, while others curled up with their heads in their hands, their faces forever frozen with twisted fear. There is a huge meteorite crater in the center of the farm. The meteorite crater glows with a faint green fluorescence, and the nearby soil and rocks have all turned into a translucent emerald color. Thick crystals grow out of the fields, forming a huge crystal forest. There are tiny crystal dust floating in the air around, and breathing it into the lungs will bring a needle-like stinging pain and a sweet smell of rust. This is not a place of death. When they approached, they had already attracted the attention of this crystal farm. Those crystallized statues. Suddenly it trembled and turned into an activated crystal creature. In addition to these farmers assimilated by the crystal, there were scarecrows in the rice fields and mutated small crystal creatures. Mu Xing and his companions were regarded as intruders in the farm, and they swarmed and attacked them. Mu Xing drew out his musket and shot a crystal farmer. With a thought, he pulled him into the battle stage. He breathed a sigh of relief. The battle stage mechanism did not disappear here. He planned to use the battle stage to test the waters and see the strength of the farm monsters. The stage takes shape. On the left are 4 teammates, and on the right are 2 crystal farmers and 2 small crystal monsters. The style of the battle stage also changes with the environment and becomes a beautiful crystal stage. Let's try the combat effectiveness of these things first. Mu Xing quickly gave the 4 teammates an attack order. The 4 of them first used the power below the upper level to test the attack. Mu Xing discovered that the combat effectiveness of these crystal monsters was extremely strong after encountering the radiation of the strange falling star, almost reaching the peak of the mortal world. Ordinary monsters are so strong, which shows the strength of the boss in this place. When the 4 crystal monsters were shattered, Xing Jizai excitedly rushed over and absorbed the mysterious power emanating from their corpses. With every point absorbed, the light on Xing Jizai's body became brighter. It was as if the energy in these crystals was the same as the energy in its body. These monsters are simply smelly and hard. Not only are they highly defensive, but their health bars are also so thick. They are stronger than the elite monsters on the first floor of the dark dungeon. After beating several rounds of monsters, the madman couldn't help but start complaining. What's going on here? When we enter the crater, the monsters there will be even stronger. Mu Xing responded, while observing the iron crown in his body. He thought the iron crown was fused into Anderson's body, and couldn't be separated. Unexpectedly, it came here with his soul and will. Obviously, the iron crown is not a physical entity, but closer to the spiritual level. By killing these crystal monsters, Mu Xing found that the iron crown was also constantly strengthening. Chapter 786. It seems to be able to grow continuously by absorbing pressure, whether it is its own pressure or the pressure of its teammates, it is within its absorption range. This can be regarded as good news. After all, what hinders their progress is not only the powerful monsters, but also the pressure that teammates are forced to accumulate after each battle. Originally, these pressures need to be released in various ways after returning to the camp. However, with the Iron Crown, Mu Xing only needs to think about it, and the Iron Crown can automatically absorb their pressure. It not only ensures the team's continuous combat capability, but also strengthens itself. The most important thing is that by killing monsters, he can also gain experience points. As his exploration range becomes larger and larger, the survival system begins to slowly take the initiative. At this time, the system sent a prompt. Please note that you and your teammates have been in contact with the falling star land for a long time, and the star pollution index has increased to 15%. If the pollution index exceeds 100%, you will become a member of the falling star land. Star pollution index? Mu Xing subconsciously tried to open the system terminal interface. The survival system had indeed regained some of its power, showing Mu Xing his current state. A faint blue glow had begun to appear on the surface of his body. These glows seemed to be signs of crystallization. He looked down at his arm, and the 15% pollution index Caesar caused star-like crystal spots to appear on his arm. Not only him, but others as well. They all showed varying degrees of crystallization on their bodies. Is there any way to avoid this kind of star pollution? System prompt. Star pollution is rule-based pollution, and the system cannot eliminate rule-based pollution for the time being. Just when Mu Xing was disappointed, the system popped up a prompt again. Survivors can clear the star pollution value by dying, and can use the local special time and space backtracking rules to backtrack death. By backtracking to accumulate pollution resistance, they can fight against star pollution to a certain extent. Mu Xing's face was happy. How should I operate? Can direct death trigger death backtracking? The system directly marked several key points. Please clear the following target points as much as possible, which can stabilize the system anchor point, and allow the system to quickly control the time and space mechanism here. Mu Xing looked at the 3 marked points on the map. They are Farm Lighthouse, Sacrifice Summoning Altar, Comet Fragment Nest. He looked back at several teammates. Did you all see the prompts? Yes, you can solve the pressure value, but the star pollution value is a big problem. We must clear these 3 marked points as soon as possible to obtain the death retracing ability. Madman said. Then let's get started. Caesar was eager to try. Oh, Captain, I forgot to tell you that we received the latest news from Terra before we landed. Vigo suddenly said. What news? The reinforcements of the survival line were blocked by chaos, and they may not be able to arrive here to support us in the first time. Mu Xing was not surprised. I believe the survival line will also hold back chaos, right? That's right, but we don't have much time left. Once the Chaos Army arrives ahead of time, our situation will be very dangerous. Mu Xing nodded. I understand. In this case, we must speed up the progress. He led everyone to the first node, the Comet Fragment Nest. This place is the birthplace of those small crystal monsters. As long as they are given time, various crystal monsters will be born continuously. So its priority is the highest. This nest is located in a large cluster of giant crystals, and the crystals emitting strong star radiation are constantly creating more crystal monsters. Everyone, follow me to crush this nest. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and his teammates showed their superior power one after another. Destroyed those glowing crystals like a rotten wood. Without these glowing crystals as support, the nest production speed was significantly reduced. When they killed their way to the depths of the nest, in the giant crystal cluster, a huge blue crystal was the core of the nest. Take my attack. Trix jumped and rushed over, and the other teammates quickly coordinated the attack and killed all the monsters that tried to approach and hinder Trix. The terrifying destructive force fell. Under the heavy blow, the crystal core was cut into countless cracks. Quickly retreat. Mu Xing noticed that after the crystal core was shattered, the terrifying star energy contained inside was completely out of control. If the core exploded, they would not be in a good situation. At this moment, Xing Jisai broke free from Mu Xing's hand, rushed over, and plunged into the core. The originally violent energy actually stabilized quickly. Then the colorful light occupied the entire crystal core. When the core exploded with a bang, it had already lost its power. Star color also grew rapidly to dozens of meters. Its swaying body dragged out a dreamy ribbon. When it flew back, it shrank again and coiled around Mu Xing's neck like a rainbow scarf. Well done! Mu Xing touched its head and was very satisfied with Star Color's performance. However, after only destroying one nest, their star pollution value soared to about 35%. Sure enough, if they did not have enough resistance, when facing the boss of the falling star land, they would probably be polluted and assimilated into crystal monsters before they could kill the boss. Then, they quickly rushed to the farm warehouse. This is where the altar for sacrificial summoning is located. The moment they pushed open the door of the warehouse, they saw a suffocating scene. What was piled up in the warehouse was not food, but densely packed crystallized corpses. It was hard to imagine what happened here. The huge altar was completely crystallized, and the patterns on it could barely be recognized. Mu Xing took a photo of this thing and sent it to Lan, hoping to find out the purpose of this altar from Lan. At the same time, as they broke into the warehouse, the crystallized corpses quickly revived. They twisted their crystal bodies and trembled in a strange manner. Kill! These things were no longer human, so Mu Xing had no psychological burden to kill them. He held 2 crystal muskets, new weapons made with flintlock technology. He found that meteorite crystals could perfectly accommodate the power of the Iron Crown. The bullets fired were more powerful and caused more pressure damage to the target. Even these crystal people fell into a manic state of pressure explosion after being shot, and began to attack the crystal people around them like crazy. It seems that the pressure rule is not only applicable to carbon-based creatures, but even crystal creatures cannot escape it. Is this the power of rules? Mu Xing murmured to himself, as if he had realized the true meaning of the power of rules. Although there is no need to contact the rules to be promoted to the apostle, if you want to advance from the apostle to the god level, understanding the rules is an inevitable difficulty. Now that he has realized this in the upper class, I believe it will be of great help to his promotion to the apostle. The teammates rushed into the warehouse, like wolves into a flock of sheep, and these crystal people were not a match at all. However, at this moment, those broken crystal people began to alienate and merge with each other, and gradually formed a 10-meter-tall crystal giant in the huge warehouse. Chapter 787. The crystal giant was covered with sharp crystal spikes, and the 6-sided core on its chest was constantly vibrating, emitting a high-frequency humming sound. With it as the center, strong radiation energy continued to spread around. Wherever it passed, everything was crystallized. Its aura also soared to the upper middle level. Several people looked at each other, released the power of the upper level at the same time, and joined forces to suppress it. Although the crystal giant was strong, it was blown up after only a moment in the face of 4 powerful upper levels. In this short period of time, their star pollution index soared to 60%. This star pollution is not good. Will I be turned into a glass statue before I can see the boss? The madman muttered. Let's go! There is another node. Mu Xing pointed at the lighthouse, that was out of tune with the farm style. The lighthouse is about 50 meters high, and is made of unknown black stones. It is more like a tall observatory than a lighthouse. The movable semicircular dome on the top of the lighthouse is equipped with a telescope for observing the starry sky. It is estimated that his ancestor observed the mystery of the stars in the sky through this lighthouse. Rather than saying it is stars, It is better to say that it is some luminous meteorites floating outside this planet. When it is dark, these luminous meteorites are like stars, lighting up the sky of Hamlet. Mu Xing and his men approached the clock tower, which was unprecedentedly smooth. There were no monsters setting up ambushes, and no monsters came to stop them. Captain, this place is a bit strange. Caesar looked around and looked at everything around him. The lighthouse was empty and quiet, with a dead silence. Mu Xing waved his hand, and the madman and Caesar separated immediately, and they were responsible for guarding the front and back doors. Mu Xing slowly pushed open the door, and a stale smell came to his face. This place has been abandoned for a long time. It was ruthlessly abandoned after being used by the ancestor. As soon as he stepped into the lighthouse, Mu Xing saw 2 dried corpses lying at the door. Vigo stepped forward to check and said, it was a close-range stab wound in the chest, and there was also a wound on the neck. Mu Xing checked the bodies. The 2 men were attacked and killed without any preparation. They didn't even realize they were going to die before they died. Mu Xing took out a record book from one of them. It contained 3 years of star observation data. Wei Gu, take a look. Wei Gu opened the record book with a serious face and quickly browsed the data. Captain, they are here to observe the laws of the movement of stars, and they are paying special attention to one of them. Mu Xing saw the star marked as T236, and almost every day's movement track of it was recorded in the book. Mu Xing noticed that there were many bookshelves on the first floor, and the bookshelves were covered with dust. Look here to see if there are any other useful records. Okay. Wei Gu nodded. Mu Xing continued to climb to the second floor. The first floor is the book area, and the second floor is the living area. There are also several corpses lying here, and their death states are almost the same as those on the first floor. These scholars are dressed differently, and come from all over the world. They were summoned here for the same goal. They observed the stars day and night, diligently, but were eventually killed mercilessly. The third floor seemed to be an experimental area. A lot of strange meteorite fragments were collected here. One of them was the most eye-catching, as tall as a person. The surface was black and looked like charcoal. When Mu Xing put one hand on the meteorite, the charcoal on the surface cracked, revealing the dense metal lines inside. Mu Xing reached out and touched the metal lines, and immediately felt a strong sense of affinity. This metal seems to be able to absorb the power of the Iron Crown. Mu Xing muttered to himself, and gently input the power of the Iron Crown. With the injection of this power, the black charcoal on the surface of the meteorite quickly disintegrated, revealing the metal block hidden inside. After absorbing the power of the Iron Crown, the metal block seemed to be activated, and its whole body trembled slightly. But then, the metal block began to absorb Mu Xing's Iron Crown power crazily. Frightened, he quickly cut off the connection. In just a few seconds, the power accumulated by the Iron Crown in his body was almost drained. That feeling of affinity suddenly turned into a sense of danger. Of course, this danger was to the Iron Crown. This thing seemed to naturally restrain the power of the Iron Crown. It could not only absorb the power of the Iron Crown, but also restrain the power of the Iron Crown. Mu Xing told Lan about this situation, and soon there was news from the other side. Child, this may be part of the special seal array of the Dark Prison. Seal? Yes, in the Creator's laboratory, we sometimes capture some powerful void creatures for research. And if you want these void creatures to stay obediently, the prison must be made of special materials. This material can perfectly absorb the power in the body of the void creature, making its body always weak and unable to accumulate more energy to prevent it from escaping. So, you mean that this meteorite may be part of the seal of this dark prison? Yes, since it has the power to restrain the Iron Crown, its use is self-evident. Having said that, Lan suddenly paused. Of course, there is a second possibility. The second possibility? The second possibility is to collect the power of the prisoner. The sealer uses these meteorites to strip the power of the prisoner bit by bit, and finally use it for the sealer. When we creators extract material energy or soul, we sometimes use this method. Mu Xing nodded in understanding. I see, then can I make this meteorite into a weapon to specifically restrain the power of the Iron Crown? Sure, you send the meteorite over, and I will help you make a special weapon that can give full play to its characteristics. Lan said. Mu Xing did not hesitate and directly used the summoning array to send this special meteorite, which was as tall as a person, in reverse. By the way, Senior, what do you think about the falling star on the farm? Based on the information you provided, I guess your ancestor must have found a way to destroy the seal, and the falling star he summoned should be part of a huge sealing system. He summoned it to the ground, which was a kind of destruction of the seal. Of course, it is not ruled out that he wants to use the power of the falling star to achieve some of his own plans. After hearing this, Mu Xing thought of Hamlet, who was constantly resetting. Did the ancestor borrow the power of this falling star? After hanging up the communication, Mu Xing continued to explore upwards. When he reached the 4th floor, there was an elevator that led directly to the top floor. "Captain, do you want me to guard here?" Trix said, carrying the butcher knife. "Okay, notify me as soon as there is any situation." "Understood." Mu Xing stepped on the elevator and went straight to the top floor. When the door opened, a sharp dagger stabbed at his throat. Facing the assassination, Mu Xing just stepped back slightly to avoid the attack and grabbed the opponent's wrist with one hand. With a twist, the assassin felt pain and the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. The opponent's left hand pulled out another dagger and stabbed at Mu Xing. Mu Xing was no longer polite this time and kicked him 3 or 4 meters away, hitting him hard on the solid base of the giant telescope. Chapter 788. When the man rushed towards Mu Xing again, with a dagger in hand, he was held against the head by the musket in Mu Xing's hand. Bang! The other party raised his hands and smashed the dagger on the floor. "Who are you?" Mu Xing frowned and looked at the boy in front of him. Girl. She looked 15 or 16 years old, with a very white face and a pair of gemstone-like eyes. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a blue crystal embedded in her forehead. This crystal was the same as those in the farm, as if it had grown out of her brain. At this moment, she dared not move at all, because the star color was emitting a strong colorful light and swimming around her. The air trembled, making a rapid electrical sound. The star color was very interested in the girl in front of her, and swam around her. The girl seemed to be very afraid of the star color in front of her, and trembled with fear. "Come back, don't scare me." Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the star color swam back to Mu Xing's shoulder, coiling around like a neck. Mu Xing looked around the dome. It was originally the observation platform of the lighthouse, but now it has been transformed into a temporary residence. There was a small bed in the corner. "Who are you?" Mu Xing asked. "Luna." The girl spoke in fear, but her voice was trembling, and she had not recovered from the fear. "Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you." Mu Xing thought of the researchers who were killed in the lighthouse. She should be the only survivor. The innocent big eyes looked at Mu Xing puzzledly. "Introduce yourself, you can call me Blood Moon." "Like your name, it also means the moon?" Luna was stunned for a moment, then shrank back. "Are there any others alive?" Mu Xing asked. No. At this time, the divine seal spread out the spiritual soothing wave, which gradually calmed the girl named Luna in front of him. "Okay, can we talk?" Mu Xing said seriously. The girl looked up. "As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you anything." About 10 minutes later, when Trix on the 4th floor looked up alertly, he saw the elevator from Mu Xing came up and down. But her focus was on the girl wearing the robe of the discordant researcher behind Mu Xing. "Captain, who is she?" "Her name is Luna, a child born in the land of falling stars." "How should I explain it to you?" "Forget it, go down first and talk slowly." After Mu Xing came down, others also noticed the mysterious girl Luna. Luna hid behind Mu Xing in fear. She seemed very uncomfortable facing these strangers. "Okay, let me explain it." Mu Xing roughly described the answer he got from Luna. "So, she was really born on the farm, and she grew this big in just 1 year?" "It should be the day when the falling star landed, which happened to be the day she was born, and her genes were affected by the falling star. When the researchers took her out of the crater, they found her special. So, they kept her in this lighthouse, but no one expected that she would grow so fast." Everyone was observing the girl. The crystal on her forehead was very eye-catching. "Captain, does she have any special abilities?" "Yes, she can control the time of objects to a certain extent, speeding up or slowing down. However, it cannot be used in combat because it needs to be activated in a quiet environment." "Captain, what are you going to do with this girl? Take her back to town." "That's the only way. Besides, I got this." Mu Xing handed them an experiment manual. "What is this?" "Records of the falling star summoning experiment. This place is indeed Baron Dereshi's test site. He attempted to destroy the seal of the dark dungeon by observing celestial phenomena. I just don't know why he terminated the plan. Maybe he had a new idea. Later, in order to cover up what happened in the falling star farm, he killed everyone, blocked the entrance and exit, and turned this place into a secret." Trix snorted coldly. "That Dereshi's looks honest and kind, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel in secret." Mu Xing shook his head. "You can know a person's face, but not his heart, and people will change. In the face of huge secrets and temptations, it seems understandable that the ancestors gradually became what they are now. Let's go, the node has been opened. Let's try death retracing first, accumulate resistance points, and use them to fight the boss. Mu Xing clapped his hands. The most important thing now is to help his aunt get back the fallen star. Time is tight, so he can't plan slowly. I try first. Caesar stabbed himself in the heart without hesitation and committed suicide. When he committed suicide, the familiar vortex reappeared. It had been a long time since I saw the death retrospective vortex of the system. Mu Xing stared at the vortex and couldn't help but feel something in his heart. Next to him, the girl Luna looked at this scene in surprise. The crystal between her eyebrows seemed to be spreading some kind of fluctuation. The crystal seemed to passively simulate the fluctuation of this vortex. But soon, Luna screamed and covered her head and fell to the ground. Mu Xing looked sideways and saw blue blood oozing from her forehead. This girl was indeed different from ordinary people. She was affected by the radiation of the meteorite, and even her blood was blue. Is she okay? Trix worriedly helped the girl up. She just fainted. Mu Xing responded indifferently. Here. Caesar has completed the death replay. Judging from his condition, the original nearly 70% of the radiation pollution has been completely removed. Instead, the star pollution resistance has been increased by 1 level. The first level can increase the star pollution resistance rate by 20%. It seems that the time and space node has been opened, and the survival system has gained a foothold here. The death replay has been completed. Then, others chose to commit suicide without hesitation, using death replay to remove the pollution. Let's go and test the water first. Mu Xing locked onto the giant crater in the center of the farm. That's where the falling star landed. With the crater as the center, everything within 100 meters was completely crystallized. The huge crystal column continued to grow and expand. And inside the crater, the dark hole seemed to go deep into the ground. Captain, what should we do with her? Can't we take her with us to fight monsters? The madman pointed at the unconscious girl. Leave her here first, and take her out after we defeat the boss. These survivors have the ability to rewind death, but this girl Luna doesn't. I don't know if she sensed that they were leaving, but the girl woke up on her own. She also realized that these people in front of her were not bad people, so she was not as scared as before. I will wait for you here, she whispered. If you encounter danger, run outside along the marked route. Mu Xing reminded. Okay. Until they walked into the pit, the madman asked in confusion, Captain, why are you so concerned about an unidentified girl? This is not your style. Mu Xing said with a serious face. She may be the key to our victory over the boss. She? Why? The other people were also quite puzzled. A farm without any living things suddenly appeared an unidentified girl. Don't you think it's strange? Captain, what do you mean? I have a guess that she may be the real fallen star. What? Chapter 789. The road leading to the underground is rugged and dangerous. As soon as we entered the underground, we were met with densely packed crystal monsters. These crystal monsters, which looked like ice cubes, were like soldier ants in an ant nest. When foreign invaders broke in, they would go out in groups to attack the invaders. However, facing the 4 superiors, these crystal monsters were killed instantly. They pushed forward all the way, unstoppable. Whenever the star pollution value exceeded 70%, several people would decisively use death replay to reset the status. After 3 death replays, they gained the 3rd level of resistance, which gave them a 60% pollution resistance rate. This greatly improved everyone's survivability. But Mu Xing felt that it was not enough. He believed that a resistance rate of at least 90% would ensure that the boss battle would not be affected by star pollution. However, the further you go, the slower the resistance rate increases. And the higher the resistance level, the slower the speed, so it becomes a big problem to continuously improve the resistance level. In the end, they had no choice but to continue moving forward with a resistance rate of 80%. Finally, after entering the depths of the underground, we encountered the strongest monster of this trip, the Starry Sky Phantom. That thing looked like it was made of translucent crystal material. On its crystal surface, transparent material was constantly flowing and reorganizing, like a nebula kneaded by an invisible hand. Inside its body, there was a rotating starlight flashing. Sometimes it was a deep purple-black, and sometimes it turned into a sickly fluorescent green, as if the light of a distant galaxy was imprisoned in its body. When this thing began to move, distorted afterimages kept leaving in the air, and space itself refused to record its form. Occasionally, a crack would appear on its head, revealing the spirally arranged crystal teeth inside. Several tentacle-like pseudopods extended from the trunk, splitting into smaller cilia at the end, each of which was wriggling autonomously. The most disturbing thing was that it would occasionally suddenly stop, and then the whole body would collapse and expand again, as if it was taking some kind of inhuman breathing. What the hell? Madman and Caesar both drew their weapons almost at the same time and stood in front of the team. The thing rushed out from the dense cluster of crystals, breaking countless crystal blocks along the way. The body squirmed, and two crystal limbs, like compound limbs, stretched out. Sharp crystal blades grew out of the tip. It was as fast as lightning. Mu Xing tried to pull it into the battle arena, but it was too fast for the bullets to hit it. 2 shots, the bullets lagged behind its speed and hit the crystal block. The appendage waved the crystal blade and cut like lightning. With a clang, Caesar's shield helped him block the attack. The space was distorted, and with a puff, it was actually cut open by the crystal blade. Countless fine crystal clusters grew out of the cracks in the space. Caesar was actually bounced back by this blow, and his body fell back. The monster's body began to vibrate at a high frequency, and it moved faster, swinging another appendage and stabbing at Caesar's chest. The madman next to him was also separated by his flexible tail. Behind him, Mu Xing's mental power surged, trying to control the monster for a moment. He raised his hand and fired a shot without hesitation. Bang! The bullet flew out, and the bullet carrying the power of the Iron Crown finally hit the monster in the front. However, Mu Xing failed to pull it into the battle arena. Warning: the mutant creature from the starry sky resisted the rules of this battle arena. Mu Xing was shocked when he heard the prompt. This thing could resist the rules of the battle arena? Fortunately, Vigo acted in time and erected a barrier to block the monster's attack. The sharp crystal blade slashed across the barrier, and the friction made a sharp piercing sound. The barrier shook rapidly and then broke. But Trix had arrived. She held the blade with both hands, and chopped down the butcher knife in her hand with the force of splitting Huashan. When the monster raised 2 limbs at the same time, holding Trix's butcher knife, the crystal blade hummed, and burst out with strong radiation light. Mu Xing fired continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets made of compressed crystals penetrated the crystal hard shell on the surface of the monster. Use one spear to attack another shield. Crystals collided with each other, and the same substances crushed each other. The power of the Iron Crown was poured into it and exploded. Just as Mu Xing thought, the power of the Iron Crown and the power of the comet were like water and fire, restraining each other. This power of the Iron Crown was called Obsession, and it exploded and spread directly in the monster's chest. The starlight rotating in the body suddenly became distorted and unstable. The monster howled and retreated. How could Mu Xing miss this opportunity? He fired continuously, making the opponent retreat continuously. Go to hell! Caesar roared, lowered his body, and rushed forward, piercing the curry stick in his hand with all his strength. The golden energy penetrated its body with unstoppable force. Explode! The golden energy penetrated and burst out from every crack in its body. The monster screamed and exploded into countless pieces. Is it dead? Everyone looked at the broken pieces, and the monster no longer looked like it. It should be dead. Mu Xing walked to the monster fragments, and there was no sign of resurrection. And Mu Xing took out a piece of dark blue crystal from the corpse fragments. This should be its core. Just holding it in his hand, Mu Xing felt the strong radiation. At the same time, Mu Xing found that his pollution value was rising rapidly, and the 4th level resistance could not completely resist this radiation. Good stuff, everyone come closer, use the radiation to upgrade to the next level. If they can reach level 5, they will gain 100% resistance to star pollution, and then they will have a better chance of winning against the boss. This crystal came just in time. 10 minutes later, when everyone's pollution value reached 70% again, they committed suicide collectively. After another death replay, the 5th level of resistance was already in hand. Let's go fight the boss. With the resistance fully stacked, they can finally face the boss in the deepest part of the mine. The 5 rolled up their sleeves and prepared for battle. As they went deeper, the radiation value here easily exceeded the limit of the 4th level resistance. If they had not been upgraded to level 5 in advance, they would have been assimilated into monsters. As they approached, a strange sound began to sound. Did you hear anything? What? Everyone looked at Caesar in confusion. It seems like there is a sound. Sound? Caesar raised his head suddenly. Here it comes. As everyone was wondering, a blue ripple suddenly hit, and everyone was hit by the blue ripple. In an instant, they seemed to be frozen in time, unable to move. Then, they saw everything around them going backwards. In a trance, they actually returned to the cave entrance again. What's going on? Why are you back? It's time reversal. Mu Xing's voice sounded. He knew this ability too well, because he had experienced various time reversals more than once. Will you ask us to dig a mine again? They found that although time went back, their own state did not go back. Not only did the pressure value increase, but even the consumed ammunition was not replenished. Try again. Mu Xing took the lead and rushed into the crystal cave again. About 20 minutes later, everyone returned to the cave entrance with a confused look on their faces. Captain, the situation is not good. If we keep going back in time, how can we approach the boss? At this moment, Mu Xing noticed Luna not far away. Chapter 790. I think we need to have a good talk, Miss Luna, or should I call you Miss Falling Star? Mu Xing took 2 steps forward and stopped just 1 step away from Luna. His deep eyes flashed with a light that saw through everything, and he stared at the girl in front of him with a sharp gaze. Luna blinked in confusion, with confusion written all over her face. What to talk about? I don't understand what you mean. No need to pretend anymore. Mu Xing's voice was low and powerful. As the real owner of Falling Star, don't you want to regain control of the body? As soon as the words fell, Luna's expression suddenly changed. She slowly stood up, and the innocence just now disappeared without a trace. The pair of clear eyes now glowed with a faint blue light, as if they could see through people's hearts. Interesting outsider. Her voice suddenly became ethereal and deep. How did you see through me? This sudden change immediately put Caesar and others in the back on alert. Captain, what is she doing? Mu Xing raised her hand to signal everyone to stay calm. He stared at Luna and said word by word. From the first time we met, I felt the unusual energy fluctuations in your body. You are not a human, but a higher dimension being. Elf, am I right? Elf? Luna's mouth curled up a mysterious smile. This title is quite unique. But I prefer to be called the Star Elf. This conversation confused Caesar behind him. Elves? Those legendary archers with pointed ears? No. The madman took up the double blades and patiently explained that the elves the captain was talking about were the juvenile forms of higher-level creatures. Do you remember the intracranial ion visualization method that the captain obtained at the abnormal point? Ah, Caesar was still confused. The madman sighed. That was the masterpiece of the Bayer-Watkins Institute. The elves were attracted to stay in the special breeding ground to form the intracranial eye. As the elves grow, ordinary humans can be exposed to higher dimensional existence. So that's it. But how did the elves appear here? And turned into a human? Everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Xing and Luna again. Mu Xing seemed to have heard their questions and directly revealed the answer. Because our Miss Luna is not an ordinary elf, but a rarer void elf. Void elves are the juvenile forms of the god of the void, born with extraordinary wisdom and almost eternal life. Before they fully mature, they need to live in a special carrier, and her carrier is the meteorite that fell on the farm. At this point, Mu Xing looked directly at Luna. Am I right? Luna did not comment. Her expression became more and more stern. I have to admit that your knowledge is indeed extraordinary. So what is your purpose? Cooperation. Cooperation? You help us crack the time reversal mechanism, and I will help you take back the carrier. Luna shook her head and sighed. This is impossible. Back then, I was attracted by the light on the surface because of curiosity, and accidentally fell into the hunting net trap, and was forced to become a falling star. Those humans tried to control me, so I had to strip off my consciousness and escape from the carrier, and live in this human baby. Now my carrier has been completely controlled, and even a new consciousness has been nurtured. It is impossible to return. She raised her head. This cooperation is of no benefit to me. Mu Xing was confident. Don't rush to refuse. Since you know that we come from outside the world, don't you want to take this opportunity to return to the void? There, it is not difficult to find a new carrier. Luna fell into deep thought and spoke after a moment. What are your conditions? It's very simple. First, help us crack the time reversal. Second, after defeating the falling star, the carrier will be recovered by me. In return, I promise to take you away from this world. Luna stared into Mu Xing's eyes. Why should I believe you? The choice is yours. You can continue to be trapped in this human body, and grow old and die like a mortal. But don't forget, as a void elf, the human body can't bear your will at all. You will grow faster and then age rapidly. So you actually have no choice. After a long time, Luna finally made a decision. Okay, I agree to cooperate. But I have an additional condition. Go ahead. Before you leave this world, you must take me with you wherever you go. Mu Xing chuckled. Are you worried that I will break my promise? This is a necessary guarantee before confirming your integrity. Deal? After that, Mu Xing stepped aside to make way. Now, please start your performance. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, Luna's petite body leaped lightly like a real elf, freely moving through the sharp crystals. She could resonate with the crystals, making them unable to hurt her. Sensing her approach, the meteorite deep inside began to vibrate violently, and the surrounding crystals burst into a harsh hum and dazzling light. Here it comes. The familiar strange sound came again. The next second, a blue energy tide surged out from the depths of the cave. However, this time, before the wave approached, Luna raised her hand and pointed. Not to smash it, but to absorb all the energy and open up a safe passage in the wave. This is so simple, even a madman couldn't hide his surprise. Mu Xing stepped forward and held the shaky Luna steadily. Are you okay? The human body is too fragile after all, even after transformation. Are there any other ways? Luna's eyes fell on the star color wrapped around Mu Xing's neck. It is the darling of the starry sky. If it can absorb the power of the void elves, maybe it can gain the ability to resist the tide of time and space. Mu Xing gently stroked the star color, which was as docile as a pet. The materialized star color exuded a soft light, and its smooth body flowed between his fingers. How to do it specifically? Conclude a temporary contract with me, so that it can borrow some of my abilities. After it absorbs enough meteorite power, it can operate independently. Noticing her hesitation, Mu Xing understood and said, Don't worry, our agreement remains unchanged. After getting the promise, Luna reached out to Star Color. Star Color looked at Mu Xing hesitantly, and only after getting the nod did it happily swim towards Luna. There seemed to be a natural affinity between the two. The contract was quickly concluded, forming a temporary symbiotic relationship. In return, Star Color would give back some of the absorbed power to Luna. Now we can move on. Luna walked at the front of the team, Star Color surrounded her, and the bright light made her look like a star angel descended to the earth, dancing in the crystal cave. At this moment, something strange happened. The high-speed crystal monsters that they had killed together before appeared again, and this time there were two of them. They came from both sides of the passage, so fast that they left distorted after images in the space. Get ready for the fight. Mu Xing protected Luna behind him, with two guns in hand. Bang bang bang. Special crystal bullets whizzed out. Taunt, barrier, thorns, shield. Caesar shouted, and the scabbard slammed heavily on the ground, instantly deploying multiple defenses. Chapter 791. Caesar's taunt mark landed precisely on the foreheads of the two starry sky phantoms. An invisible force instantly locked them firmly, forcing them to focus all their attention on Caesar. As the team's strongest shield, Caesar stepped forward without hesitation and used his tall body to build a safety barrier for his teammates. Seeing this, the others immediately launched tactical coordination, first concentrating their firepower to control one of them, and then focusing all their firepower on the other one. However, just when the battle seemed to be stable, the third starry sky phantom appeared from the entrance like a ghost. It appeared silently behind Luna, with its sharp crystal limbs raised high, stabbing straight down at the girl's vitals. With Luna's fragile human body, if this attack hits, she will definitely die. But how could Mu Xing let it succeed? He reacted immediately after being prepared. I saw that the star color instantly showed its true form, and suddenly transformed from a docile little loach into a dark purple energy python. The giant python roared deafeningly and entangled the sneak-attacking starry sky demon with lightning speed. At the same time, Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and his powerful mental power quickly pulled Luna away from the danger zone. Starry Color opened its bloody mouth and began to bite the starry sky demon frantically. Surprisingly, Starry Color seemed to be born to restrain these crystal monsters. Even if they were both superior beings, they could still gain the upper hand. What's more terrifying is that Starry Color, which has entered its original form, is completely detached from the entity and immune to all physical attacks, but can cause substantial damage to the material world. This almost bug-like ability makes it invincible. Luna looked at the fiercely fighting Star Color in shock, her voice trembling slightly. It really wants to kill me. Her tone was full of disbelief and deep disappointment. Obviously, she was not referring to the monster in front of her, but the newly born consciousness in the meteorite. Blood Moon, help me kill it. I can tell you a secret about it. Luna pointed to the fighting Star Color. Oh, what secret? If we, the Void Elves, are the juvenile forms of the Void God, then it is the descendant of the Void God royal family. Royal family? You mean the Star Color? Mu Xing was obviously stunned. Chaos has highs and lows, and the Void also has nobles and humbles. The Void royal family is the existence that stands at the top of all Void Gods. They are born with terrifying growth potential, and have absolute suppression power over other Void creatures. Although I don't know why this royal family fell into your hands and signed a contract with you, its potential is already evident. Potential? How come I didn't notice it? It was even slower than others when it was promoted to a higher position. Luna shook her head. That's because it hasn't awakened its inheritance yet. Once awakened, it will grow into a powerful royal void god. Moreover, only the royal family is qualified to break through the boundaries and reach the multi-level class. These words made Mu Xing's expectations for Xing Jicai soar instantly. He couldn't wait to ask, then how to awaken the inheritance? Eat. Eat? It needs to devour more void creatures to accelerate its growth and awaken faster. Mu Xing looked at Luna meaningfully. No wonder you took the initiative to propose a temporary contract with it. Luna looked embarrassed. I admit that I have selfish motives. After all, being able to establish a connection with the royal family is a great opportunity for any void creature. Are all of you void elves so smart? Wisdom is a double-edged sword for us. The advantage is that it can accelerate wisdom and promote growth. The disadvantage is, it will inevitably breed desire and curiosity. If I hadn't been attracted by the human sacrifice ceremony that year, I wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Before the voice fell, the battle was over. There was no need for Mu Xing to do anything. The three-headed starry sky phantom demon was easily solved. Xing Jicai excitedly swallowed them all, burped with satisfaction, lazily restored its physical form, rubbed Mu Xing's cheek affectionately, and then contentedly coiled around his neck. As for Luna, since she realized that she couldn't be eaten after the contract was signed, Xing Jicai didn't even bother to look at her. This made Luna even more embarrassed. Okay, let's keep moving forward. This time we will go all out and hit the dragon head. Mu Xing raised his arm and called out, and his teammates responded one after another. The defeat of the starry sky phantom stopped the fuel consumption of the mastermind behind the scenes, and began to shrink all their strength to prepare for the final decisive battle. Not only the crater, but the energy of the entire farm was frantically gathering towards the deepest part. Quick, speed up. Don't let it recover to its full strength. Sensing the enemy's intention, Mu Xing immediately ordered to speed up. Break it for me. Trix swung the heavy hammer and smashed the hard crystal walls in front of him one by one. When they broke through the last barrier, they finally saw the final boss of this adventure. The moment they stepped into this space, it was as if they had traveled to another dimension. This is a special space formed when a meteorite fell. There is no ground in the traditional sense, only floating meteorites and broken crystals as footholds. The entire space is shrouded in dark starlight, with countless tiny crystal particles suspended in it, reflecting a strange blue light. The huge dark crystal column grows wantonly on the surface of the meteorite like a living thing, with blue energy veins flowing inside. These crystals constantly emit an irritating low-frequency hum. The starry sky in the distance is actually a false sky made up of countless purple crystals. Occasionally, stars will suddenly go out or shift, creating a strong sense of dislocation. And when their sights finally focus on the center of the space, they finally see the true face of the behemoth. The huge meteorite is half hidden in the nebula-like mist, surrounded by several particularly large meteorites, and the surface is covered with blood vessel-like crystal clusters. These crystal clusters flicker with the breath of the meteorite, as if they have life. The crystal fragments floating in the space collided with each other in a weightless environment, making a crisp cracking sound. Suddenly, the sleeping giant beast woke up. A huge blue crystal eye slowly opened in the center of the meteorite, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire space. As the eyeballs turned, the iron crowns on Mu Xing and others' heads flickered violently, bearing the crazy rising mental pressure. If it weren't for the protection of the iron crown, I'm afraid they would have gone crazy under such a terrifying mental shock. At the same time, the huge meteorite released strong radiation that polluted the starry sky. Fortunately, everyone's radiation resistance level has reached level 5, and the 100% resistance makes them completely immune to this threat. At this time, Luna slowly walked to the front of the team. You and I are one. Don't obey the orders of that human anymore. He is definitely not a good person. I don't know what promise he made to you, but please believe me, this is not the right choice. Before she finished speaking, the huge meteorite suddenly trembled violently. The distortion of space caused time disorder, and violent energy swept in. Luna hurriedly held up the shield, but because she was not strong enough, she spit out a mouthful of blood in the confrontation and staggered back. Mu Xing quickly supported her. Are you okay? Be careful. It has completely become a puppet of that human, Luna said weakly. Help me. Kill it. Chapter 792. Mu Xing protected Luna behind him, and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, leave it to me. The other teammates moved forward side by side in tacit understanding, and launched an attack on the huge falling star at the same time. Just when the attack was about to hit, the crystallized universe around them suddenly twisted and changed, and an unprecedented grand stage was replacing reality. This was the most shocking stage Mu Xing had ever seen in his life. This stage was like a sacred temple suspended in the endless void, and its scale was far beyond imagination. Dozens of huge pillars stand tall, supporting a dome that can block out the starry sky. Each step is 10,000 meters high, as if it was designed for some kind of cosmic giant. They are as small as dust in it. At the end of the temple, a huge iron crown is quietly suspended. The 5 spikes shine with different colors of light, and the power fluctuations they emit distort the surrounding time and space, like an eternal symbol of royal power. What is this place? Mu Xing's voice trembled slightly due to shock. Surprise, fear, all kinds of emotion surged like a tide, and his body knelt uncontrollably to the iron crown. Just when he was about to bend his knees, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brow, as if resisting the power of submission. Want me to bow my head? Don't even think about it. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and stood up again under the pressure of a mountain. The iron crown seemed to be enraged, stirring up energy ripples visible to the naked eye, as if to punish this tiny existence that dared to resist. At the critical moment, a blood-red iron crown only a few meters in size appeared in front of Mu Xing, steadily blocking the incoming ripples. No matter how violent the energy storm was, the bloody crown remained motionless. Mu Xing stared at the bloody crown in front of him, and slowly stretched out his right hand. He clearly felt the power of the blood moon contained in it. When his fingertips touched the crown, countless memory fragments flooded into his mind like a flood. These memories did not come from the Pigman King, but from an older and more powerful existence. A long time ago, a powerful existence accidentally discovered the existence of the dark prison world. He was shocked to find that this world could resonate with the dark prison. So, he began to steal the power of the dark prison, using the entire world as an experimental field, trying to forge an eternal iron crown. However, no matter how many times he tried, he failed in the end. Finally, he left this world in despair, leaving behind only devastation. Many years later, in the dark prison world, an ambitious young man broke through the dimensional barrier and connected the two worlds again. Among countless experiments and pigman summons, an insignificant pigman was chosen. A miracle happened. The prototype of the iron crown that the experimenter dreamed of was born from its body. Although it was weak, it contained infinite possibilities. The story that followed was familiar to Mu Xing. He defeated the Pig King, and the other party let Mu Xing exchange the iron crown for his freedom. Originally, Mu Xing thought that being able to fuse the iron crown was purely a coincidence. Now it seems that all this is destined. Lan once told him that the powerful existence was a creator who used the blood moon technology to create countless lives in this world. Therefore, all creatures carrying the blood moon gene are essentially the same as the blood moon. As a blood moon awakener, Mu Xing is born with the ability to gather the power from the blood moon. In this way, the iron crown containing the power of the blood moon fits him perfectly. At this moment, facing the pressure of the huge iron crown, this small crown has turned into a protective artifact. Divine Seal, inject the stored blood moon power. Mu Xing gave a decisive order. That's right, there is still a trace of blood moon power sealed in the Divine Seal, which is his last trump card. Now is the best time to use it. When the power of the blood moon was injected into the blood-colored iron crown, the iron crown began to expand rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it reached a size of 10,000 meters. A blood moon phantom slowly rose in the center of the crown, emitting a strange light. At the same time, the huge iron crown in the temple stopped its energy fluctuations, as if it recognized Mu Xing's identity. What was even more surprising was that a mark flew out of the crown, and was directly imprinted on Mu Xing's forehead. What is this? Mu Xing touched his forehead and found that the mark was not a physical entity, but was directly imprinted on the soul. A miniature iron crown pattern can be vaguely seen. What does it mean? Just as he was wondering, the mark conveyed a message: Iron Crown Inheritance Mark. Pass the trial to obtain the Iron Crown Inheritance qualification. The brief explanation contains infinite possibilities. Trial? What kind of trial? Just as Mu Xing was about to ask, the huge iron crown seemed to sense his doubts, and gave a more detailed answer. Please defeat the projection of the heart to obtain the inheritance qualification. After winning, you can go to the real dark prison to accept the final trial. Mu Xing looked at the words that appeared in front of him in shock. A short sentence contained too much information. He wanted to continue asking, but the grand temple around him suddenly began to dissipate. The next second, he found himself in a battlefield made of crystals. Both his teammates and the opposing boss remained in a strange state of stillness. It was not until he looked up and looked around that time began to flow again. "Did you just see anything?" Mu Xing hurriedly asked his teammates. "What, Captain?" Caesar asked back with a confused look on his face. "It's okay, get ready for battle." Mu Xing realized that only he could see the temple illusion just now. He subconsciously touched his forehead, and his fingertips felt a clear touch, and the mark did exist. In other words, everything that happened just now was real. So, what is the projection of the heart? Where is the real dark prison? Mu Xing shook his head and decided to put these questions aside for the time being and deal with the falling star boss in front of him first. Caesar, defensive posture, ready to taunt. Vigo, open the knowledge protection barrier. Madman, use the roar of rage buff. Tricks, mark the target. Use the most reliable opening tactics. Before understanding the enemy's mechanism, first ensure the safety of the team. After completing all the preparations, Mu Xing took the lead in shooting. The special crystal bullet hit the falling star accurately, and the power of the Iron Crown exploded. The boss's pressure value instantly soared by 100 points. Mu Xing keenly noticed that after experiencing the temple incident, the power of his Iron Crown was significantly enhanced, and the power was greatly improved. Especially in terms of applying pressure, the effect is particularly significant. Even boss-level enemies instantly accumulated 100 points of pressure. Mu Xing's turn ended, and it was the turn of the falling star boss to act. It first summoned 4 crystal monsters, 2 star phantoms, and 2 falling star mages. These falling star mages are completely made of crystals and have human-shaped outlines. It is likely that they are derived from the falling star absorbing those necromancers. The 4 summons attacked Caesar at the same time. Caesar skillfully set up an energy barrier and blocked the attacks one by one. Every time he blocked an attack, he swung the curry stick to launch a fierce counterattack. Obviously, Caesar took the counterattack defense route this time. Although the single damage was not high, the bad luck aura above the monsters' heads made Mu Xing sure that he would win this battle. At this moment, the falling star boss suddenly launched an attack, and it could actually perform multiple actions in the same round. It suddenly rushed forward and burst out a suffocating green radiation light wave. Although the team members are immune to the pollution effect, they cannot completely offset the damage. Especially this special attack with strong corrosiveness. Chapter 793. Red flashed over everyone's heads, and the damage numbers kept fluctuating. Although the single damage was not high, the damage was frequent and frequent. More importantly, this radiation damage would continue to accumulate, and could not be purified by ordinary skills. We must fight quickly. Mu Xing stared at the status of everyone on the battlefield. The more rounds they had, the lower their chance of winning. When the falling stars round ended, everyone opened up directly, showing their superior power. First kill the monsters, then focus on the boss. However, after a round of attacks, Mu Xing frowned. This falling star not only has high damage, but also has a strong body. Whether it is defense or health, it is not comparable to the bosses encountered before. The hard crystal shell has a damage reduction effect. If the shell is not broken first, it is difficult to hurt the body inside. The blue eyeballs rolled around, as if mocking Mu Xing. Several people attacked with skills, but they didn't even knock down 1/10 of its health. When it came to the falling star round, it sacrificed the only unkilled star phantom on the field at the beginning. The health of the falling star, that the teammates had managed to whittle away, was instantly restored. Not good. Mu Xing's face became even uglier. Then, the falling star summoned 4 more summons. This time, it changed its strategy and summoned all the powerful defensive star guards. These star guards were all wearing thick armor and holding up blue shields, with defense and health reaching 1/5 of the bosses. Mu Xing began to miss the penetration buff of the evil spirit. The falling star attacked again, releasing a dazzling blue light. The terrifying radiation penetrated the body, not only causing a lot of damage to the challengers, but also increasing the corrosion layer. It seems that this is the strategy of falling star, trying to use the strong defense and health bar to wear us down. Mu Xing's face was cold, but fortunately he had a backup. "Come out, Luna!" he shouted, and several teammates started to summon Luna together. To be precise, they summoned Mu Xing's star color first. Because Star Color and Luna signed a temporary contract, they could use Star Color to summon Luna. The purple energy python flashed with colorful flowing water, turning into a light belt coiling on the stage. Suddenly, the stage time and space began to distort, and the petite Luna appeared from the distorted time and space. She closed her eyes, Her body was suspended in the air, and her hand slowly opened, adapting to the rules of the battle stage. The moment the falling star saw Luna, it made an excited high-frequency vibration sound. Luna slowly opened her eyes, and she stretched out her right hand, and a brilliant light shot out, directly connecting to the falling star. Two powerful consciousnesses began to fight for control of the falling star carrier. Luna's voice sounded, "I can control it for 3 rounds at most. After 3 rounds, I will lose control of the falling star carrier forever. But within these 3 rounds, I will try to control the carrier and weaken its defense so that you can directly attack its internal core." 3 rounds? That's enough. Mu Xing looked at Xing Jizai. "Go ahead, devour it to your heart's content." Xing Jizai received Mu Xing's order and excitedly rushed to the opposite stage, winding around the opposite stage like a purple ribbon. Whether it was the falling star itself or the summoned creatures, every ray of power they emitted was absorbed by the star color. When the falling star saw the star color, a little panic flashed in its eyes. As a member of the royal family, the star color had a natural restraint on these low-level elves. Even though the falling star in front of him had been severely mutated, the fear engraved in his bones could not be shaken off, further weakening the falling star's combat effectiveness. As the star color continued to absorb the power of the falling star, the hard crystal shell became extremely fragile. Like white wax, covered with dense cracks. Seeing that the time was right, Mu Xing ordered his teammates to attack. Trick slashed down with a butcher knife in his hand without hesitation. With a loud bang, the attack directly shattered the cracked crystal armor on the 4 star guards and applied the armor-breaking state. The madman rushed in and used the whirlwind slash, killing all 4 guards. Without the protection of the shield, the defense of these star guards dropped directly to a negative value, and all the critical damage was on their heads. After successfully killing these star guards, Caesar's scabbard has been switched to a curry stick. The golden long sword pierced the core of the falling star. Luna was struggling with its consciousness, causing the defense to slack off and the middle door to open. With this sword, 3% of the falling star's health disappeared. Vigo fired a cannon immediately afterwards, hitting its core at the same time, reducing its health by another 4%. Very good. Mu Xing raised the musket in his hand and charged it briefly. In the horrified eyes of the falling star, the power of the blood iron crown was compressed into a small bullet. Bang! The gunshot sounded. The crystal bullet had been dyed with brilliant red. The rotating bullet penetrated its thin inner defense and poured into the core. The bullet exploded, and the blood-red iron crown exploded in its body. Although the blood volume of the falling star was high, it still caused explosive damage under Mu Xing's targeted attack. A huge red number jumped out. The horrible damage of this attack directly knocked off 20% of its blood volume. At the same time, the pressure value soared from 100 to 200 points. Such terrible damage not only shocked the teammates, but even the falling star struggled violently. Luna, who was suspended in the air, spit out a mouthful of blood. "Can you still hold on?" Mu Xing asked. "Don't worry, I can still hold on." Luna gritted her teeth. She knew very well that this was her only chance. If she didn't get rid of this guy who had taken over the magpie's nest, she would be trapped in this world forever, trapped in this human body. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Luna could hold on for a few more rounds. His turn was over, and it was Falling Star's turn. The boss first summoned 4 star guards, and then made a second move, preparing to sacrifice 4 summons to replenish its own health. Hey, this thing is too rogue, summoning itself, sacrificing itself, and replenishing its own blood. Isn't it a perpetual motion machine? The madman couldn't help but curse. Don't worry, let it sacrifice. Mu Xing looked calm, as if he was not worried at all. Just when Falling Star sacrificed those star guards, Star Color was faster. Rushing forward, he opened his mouth wide, swallowed up all the energy of the sacrifice. This time, not only was the energy used by the boss to restore his health sucked away, but because of the flaws exposed, Star Color absorbed a lot of energy in return, and directly entered a weak state. Weakness. During the continuous round, attack power is reduced by 30%, defense power is reduced by 30%, and damage received is increased by 20%. This weakness buff is tailor-made for Mu Xing and his team. They were worried that they couldn't kill this guy in 3 rounds, but now he has crippled himself, which has helped them a lot. The falling star roared, emitting high-frequency sound waves, rushed over, and released radiation attacks again. This time it was not only radiation, but also pressure attacks. Unfortunately, Mu Xing was protected by the Iron Crown, and no amount of pressure would help. These pressures could also become food for the Iron Crown's evolution. Chapter 794. The iron crown emerged and directly absorbed all the black pressure. The surface of the blood-colored iron crown became more shiny, and the energy became more condensed. However, the 3 layers of corrosion were real damage. The health of several people has been reduced to below 50%. Not only that, in the state of corrosion, treatment is prohibited, which means that they cannot use medicine or treatment skills to restore health. Mu Xing silently calculated the health of his teammates in his heart, and he must get rid of the monster in the next 2 rounds. Attack! No need to restrain, Mu Xing needs them to fully unleash their attack power. The madman's anger has been accumulated, and a tall shadow of the god of war rises behind him. The 2 blades in his hands are close together, turning into a giant blade. The anger is burning, igniting the giant blade, and slashing at the falling star fiercely. Boom! If this attack is placed in the outside world, it is enough to split a mountain and tear a river. But it only knocks off nearly 10% of the life value of the falling star. This monster has thick skin and flesh, and its health is beyond the sky. It is not easy to knock off this amount of health. Then Trick swung his butcher knife, and cut out a weak black hole of matter. Caesar charged the curry stick in his hand and attacked. Vigo's cannon fired another shot. Teammates took turns to fight, and reduced his health to less than 50%. Mu Xing raised his musket, and pressed the power of the iron crown into the crystal bullet again. This time, the falling star finally got anxious and struggled wildly. He even killed 800 enemies, and lost 1,000 of his own. The internal core collapsed into 2 pieces, and then the small half of the core carrying Luna's consciousness was forcibly expelled from the body. Luna vomited blood in midair, and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Caesar came to catch her in time. Mu Xing seized the opportunity to pull the trigger and fired a shot. The huge red number rose again. The health of the falling star was reduced to less than 30%. Captain is awesome. The teammates couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The falling star showed a fierce look. It had just paid a huge price to eliminate Luna's consciousness, and hated Luna and Mu Xing. However, Mu Xing did not intend to give it a chance to counterattack. He directed the swirling star color to rush forward, wrapping around the huge falling star in front of him, and devouring its energy crazily. No matter how the falling star struggled, the star color was like a piece of sticky candy that could not be shaken off. The huge body spun wildly, and hit the ground. But the star color could be real or virtual, and physical attacks were ineffective against it, and the radiation energy released was also absorbed by it. Over time, the falling star's struggle speed became slower and slower. Mu Xing wanted to make it completely lose its attack and defense power. After a while of tossing, the pressure value on its head had exceeded 350. At this value, even if it is a falling star, it will be affected by the rules of the dark prison. The huge blue eyes began to turn red. Madness was spreading in its consciousness. Originally, this pressure value was not a threat to the falling star. But in order to drive Luna out, it killed 800 enemies and lost 1,000 of its own, causing the originally perfect core to split in half. How can the broken core with only half left resist the invasion of the pressure rules? The power of the dark dungeon invaded the core, mixed with the power of the iron crown left by Mu Xing, and completely exploded at this moment. Puff, puff, puff. The energy in the falling star was completely out of control, breaking through the hard shell and bursting out. Its health dropped from 30% at a very fast speed, and almost instantly fell to below 10%. The falling star had gone crazy, and completely forgot to launch an attack during its turn. After a while of random collisions, the turn time was finally exhausted, and the battle stage automatically jumped to Mu Xing's turn. Die! The 4 teammates launched attacks at the same time, crushing the falling star's shell and critically hitting its core. The 4 attacks hit almost at the same time. The falling star could no longer hold on, and its crazy consciousness was directly blown up, and the health of this terrifying boss at the end of the level was directly reduced to 0. When they came out of the battle stage, they all looked pale, and sat on the ground without any image. Damn, I almost capsized in the gutter. Caesar showed his health. As a meat shield, his health had dropped below 30%. Others were even worse. The corrosion damage in the last round left them with less than 20% of their health. In one more round, even if the falling star did not attack, their health bars would be emptied by 3 layers of corrosion. After leaving the battle, several people quickly purified the corrosion state and replenished their health points. Mu Xing approached the falling star and took the opportunity to dig out the huge core. This thing was what my aunt specifically asked for, so naturally I had to get it as soon as possible. It was not until then that Luna woke up faintly and looked at Mu Xing with a blank face. Is it dead? If it is dead, I will accept this falling star core. Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise and take you out of this world. Luna's bloodless face showed joy. His head tilted, he could no longer hold on, and completely passed out. At this time, Xing Jikai swam over happily, and it seemed to be very interested in the huge body of the falling star. You want to eat it? Xing Jikai nodded, then shook his head. He made a series of rapid and vague consciousness. You mean, you can try to absorb the power of the carrier, evolve in the falling star, and break through the apostle level? Seeing Xing Jikai shaking his body happily, Mu Xing showed a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that Xing Jikai would be the first to break through to the apostle level before he broke through to the apostle level. For him, this is undoubtedly great news. With the protection of the apostle level star color, his own safety will be greatly improved. At the same time, the star color is one of the lucky items of the observer tower. If he breaks through the apostle level, he can also gain great benefits. He really didn't expect that this trip to the farm would yield such a great harvest. Follow-up. Mu Xing took away the huge falling star and the star color together, and then hurriedly left the farm and rushed to Hamlet. The time and space in the farm are chaotic, and the time flow is faster than the outside world. So when he came out of the farm, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Tonight is the birthday party of the young ancestor, and the most important Crimson Night in Hamlet's history will also take place. On this night, everything in the town will change. On the way to the castle, Captain, can we prevent the Crimson Night from happening in advance? The madman asked. Mu Xing shook his head. According to the information I got from the prophet's notes, the initiator of the Crimson Night is a vampire monster who is good at disguise. If I guess correctly, the countess I met yesterday was the monster in disguise. Now it has sneaked into the banquet, trying to control the nobles at the banquet and kill the ancestor. But according to the prophet's records, the countess not only failed to kill the ancestor, but was killed by it. But it was from that day that the ancestor completely changed and became a madman who pursued forbidden power and dark dungeons. We are not here to change history. Believe me, history cannot be changed. If we take action, it will only add more variables. What should we do now? Are we just going to watch the Crimson Night happen? Caesar frowned beside him, obviously unwilling. Mu Xing shook his head. Let's wait and see what happens, and then act when the time is right. But before that, I have to get my observer tower back. The sound of the wheels gradually faded away. When we approached the castle on the hillside, the road was already crowded with people, and all kinds of carriages were even parked several kilometers away. Chapter 795. I didn't expect it to be so lively. Before coming, Mu Xing changed into a typical noble viscount's attire. Trix put on a black evening gown and took his arm. Crazy, Vigor, and Caesar were all dressed in neat guard uniforms. Trix looked around, curious about everything. Captain, I didn't expect you to look so handsome in a dress. She smiled sweetly. Mu Xing coughed and reminded with a fake smile. Be reserved, don't show off. This dress is so uncomfortable, and these crystal high heels, can I change into a new pair of shoes? Trix muttered. Mu Xing glanced at her. Not to mention, taking off that non-mainstream coat, putting on makeup, and wearing a dress, she looked like a noble princess. No, let's talk about it after entering the castle. Mu Xing rejected her proposal. At this time, the people in front of the queue to enter the castle finally got their turn. Mr. Viscount, please show your invitation letter. Mu Xing calmly handed over a forged invitation. He had been here once before, so it was not difficult to copy an invitation using the divine seal. The other party opened the invitation and took a look. It turns out to be Viscount Wilt. Welcome to Hamlet. Mu Xing nodded slightly, smiled, and pulled away Trix, who was about to reach out to grab the candy on the plate. The three bodyguards behind him suppressed their laughter and followed Mu Xing into the castle. Compared to yesterday, there were more people in the castle today. Not only all the nobles of Hamlet came, but also the nobles of the surrounding towns and territories. Among them were earls and even marquises. It can be seen that the young ancestor's connections had already demonstrated his strong influence before he took control of the entire Hamlet. It laid the foundation for the implementation of his own plan in the future. Mu Xing followed the flow of people into the hall. Everything goes according to plan. You stay downstairs. I will go upstairs to get the tower first. Mu Xing gave an order and prepared to go upstairs directly from the stairs next to him. However, as soon as Mu Xing went up to the second floor, he was stopped by someone. The countess in a red low-cut evening dress was holding a wine glass, and seemed to have been waiting for him here for a long time. We meet again, young handsome guy. Mu Xing frowned. What does this woman mean? Just when Mu Xing was considering whether to take action directly, she took 2 steps to him and shook the red liquid in the wine glass. When Mu Xing approached, he smelled the sweet smell of blood in the wine glass. The smell of mixed wine and water exuded a strange fragrance. This fragrance mixed with the smell of the Countess, forming a breathtaking smell. This smell is fascinating, and Mu Xing felt that his body was about to fly into the air after taking a sip. However, the next second, he woke up. I wonder what the Countess can do for you. She came closer, and her seductive red lips almost touched his cheek. However, Mu Xing not only did not feel the romance, but felt like a poisonous snake with its mouth open and fangs exposed was rubbing his neck. What a charming smell, handsome boy. Do you want to spend the night with me? This woman is bold and hot. If you don't know her identity, most people would have fallen into the waves of her chest. Mu Xing took a step back. Thank you for your kindness, Countess, but now is not the time. The birthday party of Hamlet's future master is about to begin. It doesn't matter. This doesn't hinder us. As she said, she was about to pull Mu Xing's hand. Mu Xing dodged and quickly stepped onto a higher step. Countess. Please allow me to change my clothes. Okay, I wait for you in the room on the 2nd floor. She said this without forgetting to throw a wink at Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked frightened and hurriedly climbed up to the 3rd floor. This caused the Countess to chuckle. After reaching the 3rd floor, Mu Xing quickly climbed to the 4th floor. Who was that woman? She was obviously waiting for him at the stairs. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and thought of a guy in a yellow robe. Could it be that guy? Not daring to neglect, Mu Xing pushed open the door of the room and quickly locked the door after entering the room. However, the scene in the big eyes made Mu Xing confused. The layout of this room was completely different from yesterday. What's going on? He looked around. Auntie, are you still there? He called in a low voice. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps, and a strong sense of danger came over him. Mu Xing's face changed, and he considered whether to retreat first. But if he went out now, what if he was hit head-on? While he was hesitating, the footsteps were getting closer and closer, heading right here. Mu Xing looked at the window behind him, and he immediately made a decision: jump out of the window. However, the moment he touched the window, a surge of magic power bounced his right hand away. Boundary? Obviously, this place was like a trap specially built for him. This body has no fighting power. It would definitely be too late to call for teammates to help. At this time, he heard someone holding the door handle and taking out the key to open the door. Mu Xing's heart was in his throat. At the critical moment, a green tentacle stretched out from the floor-length mirror next to him and suddenly dragged him into the mirror. The next second, the door was pushed open, and a warrior in heavy armor rushed into the room, followed by several necromancers. After entering the room, they searched for a while, trying to find the figure of Mu Xing, the intruder. However, after they carefully searched every corner of the room, they did not find any trace of Mu Xing. Instead, in the corner of the mirror, an eye quietly observed the situation outside. The heavily armored warrior turned his head suddenly, and saw his majestic body in the mirror. He approached the mirror and pressed his right hand on it. Commander, no one else was found. We don't have anyone here either. The voices of the necromancers sounded. Strange, the alarm was clearly triggered. Is the induction wrong? At this moment, a fat black-haired rat came out from the corner. As a result, before he could run out of the door, he was stepped on by the black-armored warrior into rat pieces. He picked up the potato chips and looked at them from top to bottom. After confirming that they were just ordinary mice, he waved his hand. Let's go and check the next room. Until these people left in a hurry, the mirror rippled, and Mu Xing rolled out. Annie, can you be gentle? Did you bring the things back? The voice was hurried. I brought them back. But what happened to those guys just now? These guys are very strong in combat, and their strength may have surpassed the upper level. That's right. This is the main reason why Mu Xing chose to jump out of the window instead of fighting head-on. It's hard to imagine that there are apostle-level guards in this castle. Don't worry, brat. This is the memory time and space of the ancestor. His subconscious will reject all outsiders. Those guys just now are just guards formed by the subconscious of the ancestor. Is this really the memory world of the ancestor? Isn't it the time and space of the past? Mu Xing frowned and asked back. The tentacles in the mirror danced. This is indeed the time and space of the past, but it is also part of the memory of the ancestor. Because the time and space of the past have long been integrated with the memory of the ancestor. What? Mu Xing exclaimed. Chapter 796. You don't understand even if I explain it to you. Did you get what I want back? I got it back, but where is my tower? You must not cheat me. Mu Xing stretched out his right hand towards the mirror. The tentacles in the mirror swayed. Taking out your tower will definitely attract the attention of the ancestors. Are you sure you want to take the tower now? Mu Xing was stunned. He heard that this lady seemed to have something else in her words. What do you mean? I sense that there is a special power of rule and authority in your body, right? Mu Xing was not surprised that this woman could sense the iron crown in his body, and nodded in acknowledgement. Now that they have signed a contract, they share honor and disgrace. She has inherited a wealth of knowledge, and perhaps she can provide him with some valuable advice. Mu Xing spread out his right hand, and a blood-red iron crown with 5 thorns appeared. The tentacles immediately grew dense eyes, staring at the iron crown and observing it carefully. How can you be so lucky, you little brat? You actually got the power of the authority of rules, although it is only a prototype. What? Any explanation? This is the key to evolution, something that many multidimensional beings have been dreaming of. Whether or not we can break through the multidimensional world may depend on it. Mu Xing was stunned. The Iron Crown is also related to multidimensional world or even beyond multidimensional world. I suddenly felt that this thing had become a hot potato. Auntie, now that I have this Iron Crown, won't it be coveted by others? Mu Xing said with some worry. As the saying goes, a man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a precious jade. With his current ability, I am afraid that he cannot keep such a precious gem. Don't worry, this is just a key. Wait until you use this key to obtain the real inheritance. How do you know I started the inheritance mission? Mu Xing's eyes widened, his emotions fluctuating. You, a stinky boy, really got the inheritance. A voice of surprise and doubt came from the mirror. I saw a faint light on Mu Xing's forehead, and the mark of the Iron Crown appeared in a red light. At this moment, even the tentacles coiled in the mirror were silent. It seems that you must take that thing tonight. What is it? Have you seen the woman on the second floor? That blood-sucking monster? The prototype of the Iron Crown was born in her body. This thing would have been obtained by the ancestors. Since you have already obtained the inheritance key, I suggest you try to take it first. Can you sense the power of the Iron Crown? Mu Xing asked subconsciously, and then felt that this was not right. What status is my aunt? It is normal to be able to sense the power of the Iron Crown. The voice came from the mirror again. Since you have embarked on this path, you can only go all the way. You should understand the truth that if you don't move forward, you will retreat when you go against the current. Mu Xing nodded. I understand. As he said that, he stuffed the huge falling star core directly into the rippling mirror. You are pretty good, brat. Although part of the core is broken, it is still intact. Mu Xing saw those green tentacles preparing to drill into the core. It seems that she intends to use the elf road and use the falling star as a carrier to incubate herself. Wait, I don't need to take out the tower, but you have to take out my summons and my props first. There may be a fierce battle tonight. As soon as the voice fell, several figures appeared in the room, Alessa, Maria, Wanming. They were teleported out one after another. They didn't know what happened yet, and looked around in confusion. Then, various props flew out of the mirror. Mu Xing grabbed the familiar moonlight sword with his right hand. Quietly leaving the room, he planned to meet the bloodthirsty countess first. At the door, Wanming, Alessa, Ram, I want you to cooperate with the Divine Seal and jointly build a small domain to try to block the connection between the castle and the outside world. Maria, Maxon, and Hunter, you guard the 4th floor. Maria looked at Mu Xing with some concern. I sense that this place is very dangerous. You have to be careful. Mu Xing nodded. Don't worry. This time we are in the dark and the enemy is in the light. Can we not run away if we can't defeat them? As he said, Mu Xing picked up the striped fat cat that was in a dormant state. As the carrier of the evil spirit's consciousness was now separated, and Mu Xing planned to summon it back before taking action. The summoning process went smoothly. With the visualization method and the main body as the trigger, it was easy to break through the boundaries of time and space and summon the evil spirit's consciousness from the dark dungeon. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw Mu Xing smiling at it. Turning around twice. You are really good. You can find a breakthrough and summon me back to the main body? Stop talking nonsense. How is the situation in the dark dungeon? The evil spirit shook his head. You must have offended the ancestor this time. He is looking for you all over the dungeon and almost demolished the 1st floor. It licked its paws, as if sensing the difference here. This place is interesting. The time and space before and after are actually a whole. The past and the future are on the same horizontal line, just in different positions. Will the ancestor rush to find me from the future? Mu Xing hesitated. Don't worry, He may be at a critical moment of fusion. I'm afraid he doesn't have the energy to take care of you. Fusion? I guess you should know the truth of this world. Of course, this is a huge dark prison, deep underground imprisoned indescribable existence. That's right, but if I tell you that this place is just a projection world, what do you think? Projection? How is that possible? Mu Xing's eyes widened. Then let me ask you, what is this place called? Illusionary world. Wait. Is everything here illusory? The so-called projection? It can't be said to be an illusory world. After all, when the power reaches a certain level, a thought can become real. So you can understand this place as a real projection world. Generally speaking, when the void god or the ancient god seals a powerful being, it will cut its body into multiple parts and seal them separately. And here, it has a unique name, the projection world of the heart. Heart? Yes, it's the heart you think of, the heart of the heart. You mean, there is a heart sealed in this place? You are not too stupid. Hearing this information, Mu Xing began to have a headache and frowned. Hey, what's your expression? This is the secret that I finally dug out from the depths of the dark prison. You should feel lucky. A red iron crown mark appeared between Mu Xing's eyebrows, and his face was full of bitterness. But the key is that the inheritance task I received is for me to defeat the projection of the heart. Doesn't this cost me my life? The evil spirit looked at the mark on Mu Xing's forehead with expectation, jumped onto his shoulder, and touched the mark with his cat's claws. That kid is really a chosen one. He can have dog shit luck wherever he goes. Ding, Fantasy World Mission Release, Fantasy World Heart. Successfully defeat the Fantasy World Heart, and reward the Dark Dungeon 2 World Admission Ticket, and the Fantasy World Heart. Just then, the survival system sent a task. Chapter 797. Out of the door. Mu Xing rubbed his temples, and the familiar tingling sensation came again. This time he really couldn't escape. The inheritance mission required him to defeat the heart of the fantasy world, and even the survival system issued a new mission at this critical juncture. But in a flash, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. Wait, the system only said to defeat the heart of the fantasy world, and there is no rule that you must do it yourself. Can't I find help? In an instant, dozens of plans flashed through his mind. But the most urgent task is to solve the current dilemma first. For example, as soon as he reached the corner of the second floor, he ran into the Countess, who had been waiting for a long time. Meow. The evil spirit followed Mu Xing, disguised as a pet cat. Mu Xing could only bite the bullet and walk in front of her. Just as he was about to speak, she put her index finger on her lips, pulled his hand, and walked to the next room. Mu Xing wanted to struggle, but found that some confusing power was beginning to erode his body. If he struggled, he would definitely be discovered by this woman. He could only let himself be pulled into the room and quickly contact other people to come to the rescue. Madam, now is not a good time. After Mu Xing was dragged into the room, he was pressed against the bedside table, and the Countess was obsessed with him. Mu Xing was also stunned by the sudden hotness. This woman is naturally charming, and it is easy to make people's brains hot and angry. However, fortunately, Mu Xing's sense of danger saved him, and the stinging feeling in his eyebrows made him wake up quickly. This woman has been coiled around him like a snake. Countess, I don't think it's appropriate now. What if someone... Don't worry, no one will disturb us, handsome boy, just obey me. She hooked Mu Xing's chin, and leaned forward with her fiery red lips. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who? Mu Xing took the opportunity to push her away, and stood up. The Countess's face also became extremely ugly. Excuse me, is Viscount Wilt here? The banquet has begun. The head of the family invites you to come over. Mu Xing recognized that it was Maria's voice. Thank God, she came to the rescue. When Mu Xing opened the door, she saw Maria in a maid outfit, with a dazed look in her eyes, as if she had seen Miss Doll at some point. There was a formal smile on that peaceful face. Mu Xing wiped the lipstick marks on her face awkwardly. Countess, I think we still have a whole night to discuss the philosophy of life, so there is no need to rush now, right? With outsiders around, the Countess had regained her reserved state, and lowered her head to tidy up her dress. Just after leaving the house, Trix also came to the rescue. Dear, where have you been? Why did you take so long? She ran upstairs in her high heels, hugged his arm, and acted like a spoiled child. Mu Xing got goosebumps all over her body when she heard the coquettish voice. It's nothing. I just went upstairs to take a look and went to the bathroom. Humph, the party is about to start. Why don't you hurry up and follow me? As she said this, she made a face at the Countess on the stairs. Mu Xing apologized to the Countess awkwardly. Let Trix pull her away. As he walked, he did not forget to complain. Fortunately you came in time, otherwise this captain would have been innocent, and would have been defeated by that woman today. Captain, I see you are enjoying it, aren't you? Trix said with a smile. What? Mu Xing stared. The Countess saw Mu Xing being dragged away, so she could only give up temporarily. The right hand holding the handrail of the stairs exerted a little force, and the hard iron railing was scratched with a clear mark. At the same time, the sound of music sounded in the lobby on the first floor. Baron Dereshes, dressed in a splendid attire, was walking out of the room on the red carpet amid the cheers of everyone. He had a blazing smile on his face, enjoying the happiness of being the center of attention. Mu Xing hid in the crowd and began to contact other teammates and assign their respective tasks. His goal tonight was to get the Iron Crown from the Countess's body. But this process could not be done by him, but by the ancestor Dereshes. Then he could rush to rob it, and maximize the benefits without affecting history. On the stage, the young ancestor was giving a speech and welcoming the guests to his birthday party. The atmosphere on the scene was pushed to a climax. At this moment, the Countess, who exuded a strong charm, was walking on the red carpet. She changed into a new dress, with sequins flashing between her lapels, attracting everyone's attention. All those who stood in front of her involuntarily made way. Those fat and pot-bellied male nobles stared at her, with their eyes wide open. The air began to be filled with a strong smell of hormones. Even the protagonist of today, the young Baron Dereshes, could not help but breathe heavily. When the Countess raised her right hand, he hurriedly went up to her, knelt on one knee, and kissed her hand. At this moment, she seemed to be the real protagonist of the entire banquet hall. She overshadowed Dereshes in front of her. What was strange was that in this situation, no one felt that there was anything wrong, but rather felt that it was natural. When he was young, Dereshes was indeed handsome and charming. After being rejected by Mu Xing, the Countess resolutely set her sights on her new prey. And it was obvious that the Baron in front of him was more likely to take the bait. He hurriedly ended his impassioned speech and immediately announced the start of the ball. He directly pulled the Countess to an impromptu dance. Everyone pay attention, it's about to start. Mu Xing issued an order in the team channel. Immediately, everyone was ready for battle. Master, the situation is not good, those security patrols are approaching. Maxon, who was in charge of guarding the upper floor, sent a warning. Mu Xing quickly informed the others. Everyone be careful, there are security guards in the castle generated by the subconscious of the ancestors, apostle level, and their combat effectiveness is unknown. Oh my god, apostle level? How to fight this? Caesar was a little confused. Don't worry, although these guys are all apostle level, they may not be able to exert the power of apostles. After all, they are just things generated by the subconscious, and it is impossible to have the power of a real apostle. Don't fight after you succeed, evacuate in time. Understood? The voices of the crowd came from the channel. When he looked up, Mu Xing noticed that the young ancestor was taking the Countess to the second-floor balcony. Get ready for action. Mu Xing's eyes became extremely sharp, and he began to gather all the power from the lucky charms. These powers gathered together could temporarily push his weak human body to the upper level. Although it was only the initial level of the upper level, if combined with the Iron Crown and the Moonlight Greatsword, even the initial level apostle could fight. He grabbed with his right hand, and the slightly dark Moonlight Sword fell into his hand. After a little power was injected, the dark sword began to shine with dim moonlight. The moonlight kept swallowing and spitting on the blade, making a vibrating humming sound. When Mu Xing walked to the second floor, on the balcony, the young ancestor was talking happily with the Countess. The moonlight fell from above and splashed on the two of them. In the shadow of the moonlight, the originally bright and beautiful Countess, with an outstanding figure, showed another ugly appearance. Chapter 798. As the shadows continued to change, the Countess, who was chatting happily with Diarcis, also underwent a shocking change under the moonlight. Her expression gradually twisted, and her beautiful face began to change. Her skin suddenly showed unnatural ripples, as if something was crawling under her skin. A thin crack appeared on her smooth forehead, oozing out a sticky liquid. Her eyelashes fell off one after another, and her eyelids turned up uncontrollably, revealing a complex pupil that split into countless small eyes. Her nose collapsed and deformed, her mouth was torn horizontally, and an insect-like mouthpart stretched out, and the dripping saliva corroded the ground and left scorch marks. The lower jaw made a crisp sound and stretched out unnaturally. The hair fell off rapidly, and two thin tentacles emerged from the top of the head, trembling slightly in the air. However, all these changes were ignored by the young ancestor. Or rather, he was completely confused and could not see the horrible truth. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and a mirror that could reflect the truth appeared on the wall opposite Dureshi's. Dureshi's, who was talking happily with the Countess, suddenly changed his face. He saw that the face reflected in the mirror was no longer the Countess's beautiful face. It was a terrifying alien that was completing its final transformation. The insect-like monster face frightened him. He instantly woke up from the Countess's confusion. He turned back suddenly, and not only the Countess in the mirror, but also the Countess in reality had turned into a monster. As if she realized that her true appearance had been discovered, the Countess's ugly face let out a piercing scream. 2 pairs of thin insect wings grew from her back, trembling and shaking, and pounced towards Dionysus. Dionysus was startled and took a step back to avoid the sudden attack. He took out a sharp dagger from somewhere. The dagger was engraved with magic runes, and was obviously a magic weapon. The Countess did not expect that the young Baron in front of her was so vigilant and extremely agile. She failed to catch the young Baron after a sudden pounce. When she wanted to continue attacking, the dagger in the Baron's hand was already swung over. Puff! The sharp dagger accurately cut across her neck. Red blood oozed from the wound on her neck. She showed an expression of disbelief on her face, and her body began to fall to the floor. Only Mu Xing knew that this seemingly fatal blow was just a cover for the Countess. How could a mere mortal's knife kill her? So Mu Xing moved. He crossed a distance of 20 meters almost instantly, and the moonlight sword in his hand pierced the Countess's heart without mercy. I want you to act. Mu Xing's face was full of murderous intent, and he released his violence without mercy. The power of the moonlight great sword that pierced into the Countess' body was unsealed, releasing the power of the apostle level. And in this attack, Mu Xing even infused the power of the Iron Crown. He immediately sensed that there was a surge of the Iron Crown power of the same origin, but different attributes in the Countess' body. This power almost instantly annihilated the purification power that permeated from the moonlight great sword. Fortunately, he injected the power of the Iron Crown in advance, otherwise he really couldn't suppress this power. The 2 Iron Crown powers collided with each other in her body, and the pain of tearing made the Countess scream miserably. The sound waves vibrated, and all the carved glass in the castle shattered instantly. The guests on the first and second floors covered their bleeding eardrums and screamed. The young Baron next to him was even knocked out by this force, and he hit the wall hard and fainted. Who are you? The Countess screamed strangely, and the tentacles on her head wrapped around Mu Xing's neck. How could Mu Xing let her have her way? He retreated to avoid the tentacles, and drew out the moonlight great sword at the same time. The great sword that pierced her body brought out a large amount of blood. The woman's body had completely turned into a weird insect body. Captain, the security guards are here. On the 4th floor, Maxon reminded loudly. Let Alessa and the others open the barrier to cut off contact with the outside world. As soon as the voice fell, the special domain formed by Alessa, the Dream, the Divine Seal, and Rom instantly enveloped the entire castle. Dream, the inner world, the dead space, now, with the blessing of Rom's time power, this domain could almost become real. It instantly isolated the inside and outside of the castle, blocking most of the ancestors' potential outside. At the same time, Mu Xing gave his teammates an attack order. Kill! Leave no one alive. He knew very well that since the Countess dared to come here, she must have made a plan in advance. At least half of the guests were monsters under her command. Sure enough, when the Countess was attacked by Mu Xing, the harsh sound waves activated the eggs in these people's bodies. Some guests trembled and foamed at the mouth. The limbs were twisted in strange postures, and their chests were torn open from the inside out by something. Ugly and grotesque insect monsters emerged one after another. Brothers, kill them all. Trix tore her dress into a short skirt and kicked off the heels of her high heels. With her right hand, she carried the 2-meter-long giant butcher knife on her shoulders. With one step, the floor collapsed, and she swung the butcher knife like a whirlwind, causing a bloody storm in the hall. TSK, 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 so violent. Who dares to marry this woman in the future? Caesar smacked his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, Trix's heavy butcher knife almost hit his nose. Blood dripped onto the ground along with the butcher knife, and Caesar's cold sweat fell onto the ground. What did you just say? I said Miss Trix is naturally beautiful, gentle, virtuous, sweet, and lovely. She is loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when she sees her. That's more like it. Caesar couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead, and only dared to mutter in his heart. The madman came all the way from the corridor next to him with 2 double-edged swords. There's a fight on the 4th floor. Let's go upstairs first to help. Everyone looked at each other and ran upstairs. When passing by the 2nd floor, Mu Xing was chopping off the Countess's head with lightning speed. Captain, do you need help? No, I can handle this guy. As they rushed all the way to the 4th floor, Maxon in Iron Man form was just knocked away by a punch. Madman and Caesar were quick to stop him together. The one who attacked was a warrior wearing heavy armor. Only a pair of black pupils were revealed under the thick iron helmet. He exuded a strong murderous aura. Everyone be careful, this guy is an apostle-level strongman. Don't confront him head-on, just hold him back. As soon as the words fell, Maxon's chest exploded, and the reactor was directly blasted into powder by that punch. As a superior, he was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the power of the apostle. Fortunately, Maxon was connected to an invisible timeline. In a complex spider web on the 4th floor, a stupid spider was crawling backwards. Maxon was dragged back to the state before he was killed by the timeline. The black-armored warrior obviously also noticed the spider Rom who controlled time and attacked it. Stop that guy. Madman and others rushed forward to stop the black-armored warrior who was attacking. It's just a fake apostle. I thought he was so awesome. Brothers, let's blow him up together, Caesar shouted. After several people joined forces to block the attack of the black-armored warrior, they launched a counterattack at the same time. Chapter 799. They were all experienced warriors, who had fought their way out of the survival world. Even when facing an apostle-level enemy, they were not afraid and suppressed him forcefully. What's more, he was just a pseudo-apostle, who was directly beaten up by the 4 of them. Just after killing the black-armored warrior, 2 necromancers in the back cast necromancy on them. Vigo pushed with his right hand, and the blue barrier kept moving forward. The powerful necromancy was pushed back by the barrier. The other 3 advanced forcefully. The madman jumped in with a slash, and the whirlwind slash created a fierce storm. Trix and Caesar, one on the left and one on the right, directly crushed the 2 fragile necromancers into pulp. After killing the threat in front of them, everyone quickly retreated to the 2nd floor to support Mu Xing. As soon as they arrived at the 2nd floor, they saw that Mu Xing had cut off the Countess's hideous head. The bright red blood kept dripping from the broken end to the ground. Although he killed the Countess, Mu Xing was not happy, because he did not find the iron crown in this woman's body. It shouldn't be. Mu Xing held the head and observed it carefully. Those who didn't know would think he had some special hobby. Then he grabbed the headless body and began to feel around. Captain, although it's human nature, we shouldn't, at least we can't. Mu Xing rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? The thing I want is lost. Boom! Just then, there was a violent crash outside. The whole castle was shaken. It's bad, Captain, there are many fake apostle guards outside. Vigo warned loudly. Rely on the barrier to stop them. Mu Xing gave the order in a deep voice, without hesitation, and directly summoned the observer tower hidden on the 4th floor. The movement of the tower instantly rolled up a time and space storm, making the entire hamlet extremely unstable. What's going on? Mu Xing's expression changed slightly. The evil spirit ran over from somewhere and jumped onto his shoulder. Someone used your tower to stabilize time and space. Now you move it at will, which will naturally cause chaos in time and space. Use my tower to stabilize time and space, ancestor? Mu Xing frowned. He felt a faint line caught by him. But when he wanted to think further, the line disappeared without a trace. But it doesn't matter, anyway. Since he chose to tear his face, there is no turning back. When the tower returned to his hands, the long-lost observer's consciousness returned to his consciousness again. After regaining control of the 9-story tower, Mu Xing immediately turned on the observer's perspective. He didn't believe that the Countess could disappear under his nose. Soon, he found the clue. So that's it. Mu Xing's mouth turned cold. He discovered the secret of the Countess. Her true form was not the hideous insect man in front of him, but the strange nematodes that had long been distributed in the bodies of those guests. These tiny nematodes had been mixed into the wine and water at the beginning of the banquet and were drunk by the guests. Although she disguised herself well, all of this could not escape Mu Xing's fiery eyes. The observer tower in his hand expanded rapidly, generating a strong suction force. The tower absorbs not energy, but the rules of this world. At the same time, Mu Xing tries to inject the power of the iron crown in his body into it, and he intends to take the opportunity to condense the 10th layer. This is the first time that Mu Xing actively drives the observer tower to absorb the rules of the world. As the illusory iron crown begins to be built above the 9th layer, the 10th layer gradually condenses. Previously used by the ancestors as an anchor point to stabilize time and space, the observer tower has already passively absorbed enough world rules. Now that Mu Xing has injected the core essence, the framework of the 10th layer is naturally constructed. As the suction force grew stronger, the spreading ripples affected the entire castle. The countess hiding in the guest's body was anxious. She realized that her trick had been discovered by Mu Xing. Countless tiny nematodes oozed out of the guests' bodies, quickly gathered together, and solidified into human form. What can I do to let me go? The countess stared at Mu Xing with fear on her face. She had to bow her head due to unprecedented fear. Hand over the iron crown, and I will spare your life. I don't know what you are talking about. The countess frowned. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Since you won't give it to me, I take it myself. The attack outside became more and more fierce. The barrier built by Huan Ming and the others might not last long. Mu Xing grabbed the countess's neck and let the red bloodworms drill into his body. But soon, the worms struggled to exit Mu Xing's body. Die! Mu Xing shouted, and the blood-colored iron crown condensed behind him, and the powerful attraction forcefully extracted the power of the iron crown hidden in the bloodworms. As the insects screamed as their power was extracted, their bodies quickly shrank, like dehydrated bean sprouts. Above Mu Xing's head, an imperfect iron crown condensed into shape. This iron crown was not blood red, but black with a metallic luster. This was the power of the original iron crown. When Mu Xing began to absorb this original iron crown, countless memories of the countess began to flash in his mind. She was originally a tiny blood-sucking worm that parasitized animals. In an accident, the host accidentally fell into a sinkhole. The strange flesh and blood in the Tianqing saved her life. By devouring and absorbing the strange flesh and blood in the Tianqing, she continued to mutate and became a mutant blood-sucking worm with abnormal power. She originally thought that she would be trapped in this Tianqing cave forever. Until one day, a young girl who went up the mountain to collect herbs accidentally fell into the deep pit. The girl was killed on the spot, and she tried to parasitize the girl. Something magical happened. After she parasitized the girl, she quickly merged with her, obtained the girl's memory and wisdom, and completely occupied this body. When she climbed out of the Tianqing with joy, she realized that the world she lived in was so vast. From that day on, she began to regard herself as a human being and successfully mixed into human society with her abilities. But soon, she discovered her own problems. After all, she was a bug, and the fusion with the human body was not perfect. Over time, rejection would occur. And in order to maintain the fusion state, it is necessary to maintain this balance by devouring flesh and blood. Fortunately, with the power she has, she can easily confuse those humans who are obsessed with her. After mastering the survival rules of the human world, she began to rise gradually, becoming a noble and controlling power. She used her abilities to create loyal believers and slaves. After gaining power, she didn't even need to go out hunting herself, and loyal believers would personally deliver food to her. At the same time, she found that the more blood she swallowed, the more believers she controlled, and the stronger she became. At the same time, a strange power began to condense in her body. This power made her stronger and stronger, and she soon became a famous countess. Gradually, she began to identify with her human identity, and hunting became just a way to stimulate her ordinary life. Until one day, in the far south, a power of the same origin began to attract the power in her body. So she decided to go and find out. Chapter 800. Mu Xing already knew what happened next. The countess came from afar and traveled thousands of miles to Hamlet to attend the ancestors' banquet. Mu Xing went deep into the countess's memory and dug out the latest memory scenes. When she came to Hamlet, she felt that this land was different. She felt that the iron crown in her body seemed to resonate with some kind of rhythm deep in the earth. This was especially true when she was close to the castle. So, she made a decision that she would seize the castle and grasp the source of that power. So, on the night of the full moon, during the birthday party, she chose to kill Baron Diarsis. However, she was killed by Mu Xing, a weak and helpless pretty boy. In the prophet's diary, the description of the Crimson Night in Hamlet's hidden history is extremely obscure. The diary records that during the Crimson Night, the Countess changed her true form and tried to attack the Baron, but was killed. After Diarsis cut off her head, he suddenly had an idea for some reason. He used the monster's blood to make wine and distributed it to all the nobles at the banquet. A scene that subverted common sense happened. Everyone mutated after drinking the wine. That night, the blood volume was dyed bloody, and the crimson plague swept the entire castle. The nobles roared and turned into monsters, and then killed each other. Everyone died. When the morning sun illuminated the castle again, only Diarsis came out covered in blood. It was also from that day that the ancestor became the real ruler of Hamlet. He controlled everything and became the supreme master of this land. But from the scene just now, the Countess had a strong vitality. Facing his threat, She turned into a bloodworm and lurked in the guest's body. Since he couldn't kill her with one blow, how did Dionysus kill the Countess with one blow in history? Or, she didn't die at all, but used her flesh and blood to take over Dionysus' body, or merged with Dionysus. If so, it seems that Dionysus' temperament changed drastically later. When he was young, Dionysus was a playboy, but from that day on, he became unfaithful to women, focusing on the research of necromancers and summoning from another world. Could it be that his ancestor was replaced by the Countess in the Crimson Night? No. Mu Xing quickly denied this possibility. Because if the ancestor was replaced, he only needed to continue to parasitize and control more people to make himself stronger, instead of spending a lot of effort to dig dungeons and study pigment summoning. Then the only possibility is that the ancestor paid a certain price in the Crimson Night and took control of the initiative of flesh and blood fusion. And the facts seem to be just as Mu Xing guessed. When Mu Xing extracted the power of the Countess's iron crown, the young ancestor, who was originally unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. His eyes flashed with fanaticism and excitement. It's finally over. The influence that stinky woman brought to me has finally been completely ended by you. I really didn't make a mistake about you. Mu Xing frowned and looked at the young ancestor in front of him. This old thing really came. The young body has been controlled by the old soul. It seems that my guess is correct. You brought me here in order to use my power to change history. The ancestor looked at Mu Xing with some surprise. You are not surprised at all? Mu Xing shook his head. That's why you placed my tower here, to stabilize time and space. Because changing history will cause various chain reactions, and even cause the world to backfire. You want me, an outsider, to bear the cost of changing history, not yourself, right? The young ancestor laughed loudly. It seems that you outsiders are not all fools. It's a pity that those guys who came here before were not as smart as you, so they could only be buried in this dark and crazy world. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. No wonder all the explorers who entered this world before died. It turned out that it was the masterpiece of this ancestor in front of him. Now, his consciousness is projected from the future and descended into this young body. He must have a purpose. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Mu Xing asked back. You can kill me, so that I can completely cut off the connection with the past, leaving only one true self in this world. Perhaps only in this way can I get what I want and become the true god of this world. The ancestor had a crazy look on his face, and the whole person seemed to have gone crazy. Several teammates beside him raised their weapons. Captain, let me smash him to pieces with a hammer. Mu Xing stopped tricks. He stared at the ancestor. Baron Direxus, how about we make a deal? Trade? How about using the power of the iron crown I collected to get back the body you took away? 2 iron crowns appeared in Mu Xing's hands. One was the bloody iron crown from the Pigman King, and the other was the blackthorn crown from the Countess, the latter of which had a metallic luster. Direxus on the opposite side narrowed his eyes. If I kill you, I can still get these 2 things back. Suddenly, Mu Xing appeared in front of him like teleportation, and grabbed his neck. His expression had become extremely cold. My body is in your hands after all. Direxus on the opposite side rolled his eyes, because he was pinched. Although he will be very powerful in the future, he is just a mortal now. How dare you deceive me? But your body is very interesting. If I fuse it, maybe I can completely break through that step. If you have the ability, just kill me, and let me completely get rid of my worries. Mu Xing snorted coldly. Don't bluff. If you can force my body to fuse, why are you here to bully me? My body is not something that everyone can fuse. Mu Xing was more and more convinced that his body was in the hands of this old immortal. However, his body was protected by chaos, nurtured by the blood moon embryo, protected by the primordial sea, and guarded by the old seal. Unless this ancestor had completely merged with the heart in the dark prison, what could he do to him? The ancestor's eyes flashed with resentment. Obviously, Mu Xing was right. After so long, he still couldn't find the key to open Mu Xing's body. Not to mention merging with that body with unlimited potential. Ha ha ha. The ancestor suddenly laughed. So what? My goal has been achieved. As long as I kill you in the past time and space, everything you have will belong to me. Then let me see if you have the ability to do it. Mu Xing wanted to take the initiative and seal the ancestor. However, the opponent was faster, and his body was directly ethereal and disappeared. Mu Xing's face was ugly. Everyone, give me 10 minutes. I will try to make my soul, and will break through to the apostle level. Caesar raised the curry stick in his hand. Leave it to us. Just 10 minutes. Count me in, and you can break through with peace of mind. We will take care of those guys outside. Trix patted his chest and promised. Mu Xing and Crazy looked at each other, and there was no need to explain their tacit understanding. Finally, Mu Xing looked at Vigo. When will our reinforcements arrive? Vigo shook his head. We can only let Guyang go first, but the puppet soldiers we trained should be useful. Puppet soldiers? Yes, we used the Chaos spaceship to train a large number of pseudo-superior puppet soldiers, and now they are just in use. Chapter 801. When everyone rushed out of the castle barrier, they immediately regretted their previous big talk. The whole hamlet has changed a lot. The soil was turned up, revealing the bright red flesh and blood underground, and the thick blood vessels were like winding gullies. Dense and strange creatures were crawling out of the blood vessels derived from the underground. What the hell? Everyone be careful, these monsters come from the dark dungeon, and these monsters are all mutated from various cells in the heart. Mu Xing's voice rang in everyone's ears. He has integrated into the observer tower, and is fully committed to building the 10th floor. This is the benefit of being an observer. Even without a body, the consciousness can be upgraded. The 10th floor is the key. It is an important cornerstone for the advancement of the apostle. It will take some time for the observer tower to fuse the Iron Crown, so he needs the help of his teammates. As he spoke, those giant cells began to mutate. Red blood cells turned into swallowing monsters, like slime. White blood cells turned into thin octopus monsters with eyes. And the most terrifying ones are those macrophages. 6 tentacles drilled out of the body, opened the fleshy mouth, and a huge vertical pupil burst out with psychedelic light. Some small lymphocytes mutated into ferocious rabid dogs. It was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of that heart was. After the cells in the heart transformed into monsters, the weakest ones were at the upper level. The giant monsters transformed from macrophages even broke through the upper level, and were on the verge of the apostle level. Wherever these monsters passed, everything in Hamlet was distorted and mutated. The soil turned into blood, and the rocks grew flesh and blood. Dense tentacles sprang out from the broken doors and windows of the buildings. The mountains in the distance opened their mouths and grew terrible eyeballs. Are we bragging too early? Caesar shrank his neck, and the curry stick in his hand dimmed a lot. Don't worry, we rely on the captain's barrier for defense, and we have time backtracking as a trump card. The worst that can happen is an endless war of attrition. The madman grabbed 2 chain blades, and scorching flames rose from the blades. Vigo and Trix began to use their respective observers to open a summoning channel. Using Vigo's observer tower as an anchor point, they began to transmit a large number of puppet soldiers cultivated by the Chaos spaceship. Although these puppet soldiers are average in strength, they are large in number, and can be used as cannon fodder for a while. Go, go, go! As soon as these puppets were teleported here, they were sent to the battlefield and entangled with the monsters transformed from red blood cells. Those white blood cells are more like back row mages, constantly spewing sticky foam, and the puppet soldiers will die if they touch it. The white foam is extremely corrosive, and half of the body will be melted quickly if it is touched. And those macrophages wriggle their tentacles and devour them all the way. No matter the enemy or the friendly army, they could not escape its devouring and became the nutrients for its continuous growth. In a short period of time, it grew from more than 3 meters to a behemoth of several dozen meters in height. A dark beam of light burst out from the black vertical pupil. Wherever the beam passed, the space seemed to be polluted, twisted and rotten, and oozing disgusting pus. The beam blasted towards the castle on the hillside, and hit the domain barrier covering the castle. The barrier trembled violently, and was corroded to form a big hole. Fortunately, there was Rom's time power in the domain. After the barrier was penetrated, it quickly pulled time, and restored it to the state before it was penetrated. At the same time, countless dark monsters began to emerge in the field. Although their ranks were low, they could be used as consumption supplements for the puppet soldiers, and delay time as much as possible. At the same time, Mu Xing was building the 10th floor of the observer tower with all his strength. In the past, he passively extracted the rules of the world, and then built a new layer. Now the situation is special, and he must rely on his own experience and knowledge to build the 10th floor. This is not easy, especially when you are in the fantasy world, and will be affected by the rules of the fantasy world. If you are not careful, all your efforts will be wasted. Moreover, the power of the Iron Crown is very special. If you force it to merge before you fully understand its essential characteristics, it will also lead to unknown consequences. Unfortunately, the ant on the 9th floor is still incubating. With her help, the progress will probably be much faster. And now, he can only rely on himself and the half-baked evil spirit. It turns out that building the 10th floor is very difficult. Just now, just 1/3 of the construction was completed, but with a slight mistake, the 10th floor collapsed again. Mu Xing tried many forms, solid, liquid, and even using pure time and space to build the tower, but all ended in failure. Evil spirit, do you think my idea is wrong? I have tried all kinds of carriers, but they can't perfectly contain the power of the Iron Crown. The fat cat shook its tail. Since the Iron Crown comes from the prisoners underground and from the dark prison, can the 10th floor be built directly like a prison? Mu Xing shook his head. I have simulated the experiment, but I always feel that the form is not the key. Suddenly, the evil spirit raised his head. Wait, I remember. What's wrong? Remember the first floor of the dungeon built by your chief ancestor under the castle? Of course, I remember that the dungeon was built on the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Ascalon. Do you mean that I should imitate the style of the kingdom of Ascalon? No. What I mean is that the core of the dungeon is not bricks and stones, but flesh and blood. The evil spirit waved his claws and projected the true appearance of the first floor that collapsed after he was rescued by the prophet. The bright red flesh and blood wall was covered with wailing heads. Mu Xing seemed to realize something. I understand. It's the body. Just like the soul needs the body to carry it, the Iron Crown also needs flesh and blood to carry it. He clenched his fists and quickly took out the gene sample stored in the first layer. He began to clone himself on a large scale. At the same time, he let the divine seal gather all the clones and build them into the appearance of the 10th layer. This time, when he once again infused the power of the Iron Crown into the 10th layer, the bright red flesh and blood walls seemed to be activated and squirmed excitedly. Mu Xing began to integrate the blood-colored Iron Crown into the core of the 10th layer. It came from the Pigman King, and the Pigman King and the Blood Moon were of the same origin. So the integration was particularly smooth. However, when Mu Xing wanted to integrate the Iron Crown taken from the Countess's body, something went wrong. They were like incompatible positive and negative magnetic fields, not only difficult to integrate, but also produced a strong repulsion phenomenon. What's going on? Why are they mutually repelling? Is it the power of the two Iron Crowns with different properties? Mu Xing remembered that the Iron Crown seemed to have 5 different power attributes. They are rage, suspicion, betrayal, despair, and obsession. If the power obtained by the ancestors was the power of obsession extracted from the throne of the prophet, then the power held by the Pig King is rage, and the power held by the Countess may be suspicion or betrayal. If so, it is understandable that the two Iron Crowns would repel each other. Suddenly, Mu Xing's eyes lit up, and he thought of a way to make them coexist harmoniously. Chapter 802. Since 2 Iron Crowns will repel each other if they stay on the same floor, can we divide them into 2 floors? This will not only offset the repulsion between them, but also because they are of the same origin, the 2 floors can be merged into one at any time. If I have the opportunity to obtain the power of the other 3 Iron Crowns, I can combine 5 into 1 and achieve absolute balance. Do it as soon as you say it. Mu Xing began to build the 11th floor on the basis of the 10th floor. He deliberately built the 10th and 11th floors relatively low. Each floor is only 1/5 of the normal floor. Reserve space for the other 3 small layers. When the 5 kinds of Iron Crown power are gathered, they can be fused together to form one layer. Because the space is reserved, it does not prevent him from building the real 10th layer. When these 2 small layers are built, it will be much smoother to inject the power of the Iron Crown again. Although there are only 2 small layers, because the power level is extremely high, it is enough to serve as the basic carrier for the promotion of the Observer Tower. The 10 kinds of power are transformed into 10 origins, which are poured into Mu Xing's consciousness and soul, allowing his thinking level to continue to rise. The Observer promotion is different from other promotion routes, and the focus is on inheritance. They focus on the inheritance of knowledge and spirit, so there is a parliament and the mysterious heart contract galaxy in the special space. Whenever an observer meets the promotion conditions, he can use the heart contract galaxy to receive inheritance. Descendants can always go higher and further, standing on the shoulders of giants. The exploration of the predecessors is to enable the later generations to reach the peak faster, and then take over the baton from the predecessors, and continue to explore the unknown. So, when Mu Xing completed the construction of the 10th floor, the next step was to go to the heart contract galaxy to find a master. If someone is willing to become his master, they can accept his inheritance and use the inheritance to promote advancement. Now Mu Xing is a level 4 observer. If he wants to be promoted, he must reach the level 5 observer. Alter is a genuine level 5 observer, and his life level has reached the apostle level. His master is a level 7 observer from the heart contract galaxy, who is stronger than the speaker. At this time, in the dark galaxy, the moon representing Mu Xing suddenly lit up and burst into a dazzling light. Instantly, he attracted the attention of the surrounding stars. As a newcomer, he didn't really understand the rules here. He wanted to find a master, but didn't know where to start. So, he directly raised the loudspeaker and began to make a server-wide announcement. Looking for a master, looking for a master, promoted apostles looking for a master. Soon, his reckless behavior alarmed many light spots around. The light spots communicated with each other, complaining about whose child was so messy, but soon, Mu Xing's announcement attracted the attention of more light spots. "Hey brat, what's wrong with you?" A familiar voice sounded beside him. Mu Xing looked back and saw a bright star flickering. Mu Xing recognized his voice, and said with surprise, "Are you Speaker Adrian?" Adrian seemed to be sleeping or meditating just now, but was woken up by Mu Xing's loudspeaker. "This is the Heart Contract Galaxy. You will be punished for shouting like that." Punishment? Mu Xing was stunned. Did he get into trouble? Adrian on the opposite side seemed to stretch himself. "Those who disturb the order of the Heart Contract Galaxy will be put in solitary confinement at the least, and exiled forever at the worst, and will never be able to return here." "Old man, don't scare me." Mu Xing subconsciously looked around, and he felt more stars projecting their sights towards him. "Wait, why is your heart contract so big?" Adrian screamed as if he was startled. "What? Where is it big? Isn't it normal?" Mu Xing couldn't see his own state, but felt that his surroundings seemed to be brighter than others. Adrian looked at Trix and Vigo's star points speechlessly. "Why didn't these two kids notify me? What happened to the speaker?" Mu Xing was confused. "The size of your heart contract is larger than those of the 7th level, comparable to the 8th level seniors in the depths of the galaxy. Are you an 8th level observer who came here to play the pig and eat the tiger?" Mu Xing was speechless. "What is this? You don't know my level yet? This time I came here to find a master. We encountered some troubles in the fantasy world, and we may need to temporarily upgrade or something." Adrian was silent for a moment, then asked a little nervously, "What do you think of me being your master?" "Really?" Mu Xing's tone was slightly surprised. He was in need of a guide. In his opinion, Adrian, as a level 6 peak observer, was a good choice. However, soon, a star brighter than Adrian approached here. The discussion continued. "Young man, choose me as your master. I have been a level 7 observer for 10,000 years. I guarantee that I can be your guide. Young man, choose me. This guy is just a level 7 beginner observer. How can he recommend himself? I am a level 7 advanced observer. Choose me. I guarantee that you can be promoted to level 6 observer as quickly as possible. Don't listen to those guys. Young man, choose me. I am at the peak of level 7. In just a moment, Mu Xing was surrounded by a large number of densely packed bright spots. Speaker Adrian didn't know what corner he was squeezed into. Mu Xing was confused. Where did all these big guys come from? Level 7 observers are multi-level strongmen comparable to Chaos Lords. Are they so worthless now? A handful in the Heart Contract Galaxy? Although he had long known that the observer had a huge system, he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. What surprised him the most was that some moons in the surrounding galaxies began to move towards him. "It's over. Are they here to cause trouble for me? Chairman, help me. Have I gotten into trouble?" Mu Xing quickly asked Adrian for help. "You are so lucky. You have attracted the attention of so many big guys. Wait. Is it because of you that the last galaxy turmoil happened?" Adrian's tone became hurried. "What turmoil? I don't know." Mu Xing was so anxious that he jumped up and down. If there is a physical body, you will definitely see a Mu Xing scratching his head. A sudden, round moon appeared beside him. The brightness of this moon is much stronger than those stars. Even the observer who claimed to be at the peak of level 7 just now was just a giant star, not a moon at all. Level 8. An unimaginable number popped up in Mu Xing's consciousness. "It seems that you were the one running around in the galaxy last time." The voice was hoarse but powerful, full of magnetism. The tone was full of majesty that could not be questioned. Mu Xing was so frightened that he dared not utter a word. Level 7 is multidimensional, so level 8. Isn't it the level of a real boss that surpasses multidimensionality? Such moons are rare in the entire Shinji galaxy. It is estimated that there are only about 100 of them. And these moons are of different colors. From light white to dark blue, the darker the color, the higher the level. Don't ask how Mu Xing knew it, because he saw those moons approaching him at a very fast speed, almost surrounding him. And at this moment, an extremely low voice sounded in his consciousness. "Boy, if you want to live, follow me." Chapter 803. Mu Xing was wondering about the voice when he felt a dim moon appear behind him. The moon emitted a dark purple light, and even an old face could be seen on it. It appeared so abruptly, as if it was teleporting behind Mu Xing. The purple light spot turned into a big hand pressing on Mu Xing's heart contract. Good boy, your foundation is so solid, not bad. No, who the hell are you? Mu Xing felt that there was a wretched uncle opposite him touching his chest muscles, with a perverted look on his face. If you don't want to die, come with me. You have merged with the chaos consciousness. If those old scholars find out, they will peel off your skin. What? Mu Xing heard that this guy was not trying to scare him, and he became nervous all of a sudden. Don't worry, aren't you looking for a master? You are a weirdo who is just right for a weirdo like me. Come with me, and I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. You? Mu Xing expressed doubt. Although this guy looks like an 8th level observer of the moon tier, his breath is unstable, as if he will fall from the 8th level at any time. Or maybe, he is just a fake level 8, making people suspect that he is a liar. Huh? Dare to question me? I will show you what real skills are first. After thinking for about 3 seconds. Oh, the situation is not good today. How about demonstrating it another day? Mu Xing was extremely speechless, and at the same time noticed that there were more and more moons around him. At the same time, he finally discovered the specialness of the guy who called himself the master in front of him. He was so close to him, but the moons around him didn't notice him. Wait, you said they were going to peel off my skin? Are you kidding me? Can I lie to you? I can't even tolerate these old men who rely on their seniority. So how can I tolerate a chaotic consciousness to become an observer? Fortunately, you hid well, and they haven't seen through you yet otherwise. What else? Otherwise, you will be miserable. You will probably be caught and used as a guinea pig no matter where you go. Mu Xing looked at the moons approaching around him in doubt. He was really unfamiliar with this place. He tried to contact Speaker Adrian, but his voice was completely drowned out by the surrounding noise. Not to mention contacting, he couldn't even find Speaker Adrian's location. Please take me away, senior. Mu Xing made up his mind. He didn't dare to gamble. If he lost the bet, it didn't matter if he was arrested, but what about his teammates outside? A vulgar voice came from the dark moon. Hee, you are calm and decisive in making decisions. You are a good seedling. Let me take you to fly. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple moon suddenly appeared and pulled the heart contract representing Mu Xing to his side. His sudden appearance also attracted the attention of the surrounding stars. Look, it's that guy, how come he's here? Oh my god, isn't he the guy on the wanted list? Wasn't he expelled from the galaxy? How can he come back here? At the same time, the surrounding moons obviously noticed something was wrong and roared. Damn it, it's that guy, stop him quickly. However, the purple moon showed a very abstract panda emoticon. Ha ha, want to catch your grandfather? In the next life, I kidnap you first, goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, the purple moon suddenly wrapped Mu Xing's heart contract, turned into a comet, knocked away countless stars, and disappeared in the depths of the galaxy at a high speed. After a few seconds, those moons successfully arrived here. The moon flickered, and they began to communicate quickly. The huge information flow distorted the nearby galaxy, causing those fragile star points to go offline one after another. Soon, the moons reached a consensus. The ranking on the wanted list moved up one more place, from 3rd to 2nd. At the same time, they issued a notice to the entire galaxy, and they must catch the guy who kidnapped Mu Xing. Soon, a broken meteorite zone appeared. This place was full of broken meteorites and broken stars, and occasionally you could see the moon broken into several halves. Realizing that he had been tricked, Mu Xing struggled violently. Asshole, you are a wanted criminal, how dare you fool me? The purple moon, however, had a calm expression, as if it was nothing. Mu Xing snorted, turned around and left, turning into a dazzling stream of light. This scene also scared the purple moon, and he quickly caught up and blocked Mu Xing. TSK, young man, I really like you more and more. When others are at your level, let alone running away, it is impossible to move in the galaxy. We are indeed on the same path. Who is on the same path with you? Mu Xing began to regret that he should not have wavered just now, and ended up being brought to this remote place by this guy. He was in a hurry to find his master to be promoted to an apostle. Oh, don't worry, as the old saying goes, meeting is fate. Isn't it the fate of our meeting? I don't think so. Mu Xing was in a hurry to leave. He didn't want to spend too much time here. As a result, Mu Xing was pulled back by this guy's words just after flying a distance. Are you planning to break through to the 5th level observer? If so, I advise you not to go back, otherwise you will die, and I won't stop you. What do you mean? Mu Xing finally stopped and looked back in confusion. They don't tolerate outliers. You and I are all outliers. Look at me. I've been on the third wanted list for many years. No, I should be the second outlier now. I've been wanted by them all over the region for so many years. I've been a rat all my life. They, the orthodox, can't tolerate outliers like you and me. Either you become a guinea pig in their experiments, or you're treated as a threat and dealt with. I feel like you're lying to me. Mu Xing frowned. You know whether I am deceiving you or not, and I think you are also an observer who has risen to the top through unconventional means. In the eyes of those old immortals, observers like you are already considered outliers. Mu Xing frowned. He sensed that this guy was not lying about this matter. Take a deep breath. I don't care about these. I need to be promoted now. I need to break through the realm. You want me to believe you, unless you can help me to be promoted. The expression on the purple moon changed again. Of course, I have no problem helping you. I am even willing to be your master. But before that, I have to see if you are qualified. Mu Xing showed 7 origins expressionlessly. Is that enough? TSK, you are promoted with 7 origins at the beginning. You really have the style of my old master. Let me see your foundation. The purple moon seemed to see through Mu Xing's secret, and its sight was projected on Mu Xing's observer tower. The first floor is good, the second floor is also good, the third floor, the fourth floor. He saw all the way to the 7th floor. You are really a genius. The first 7 floors are natural, as if they were carefully designed, perfect. Wait, you have already reached the 10th floor of the tower? Let me see. Wait. The 8th floor. What the hell? You hit an ancient god of time in the tower? What the hell is the 9th floor? Why can't I see through it? Ah, my 24K golden laid dog eyes are blind. Chapter 804. It took a while for this nervous guy to calm down. But he didn't dare to look around anymore, and went around the 9th floor, and looked at the 10th floor. His expression became extremely solemn. You kid are going to die, and you dare to touch the unknown rules and authority? What's the matter? Anyway, that guy is crazy. It's a waste not to take it. Hearing this, even Purple Moon couldn't help but take a breath. I thought you were just an alien, but I didn't expect you to be a real pervert. But your 10th level is not perfect. What's the matter? Mu Xing didn't say anything. Before officially confirming whether this guy is trustworthy, it is best to remain silent. Okay, I understand. How about this? I will help you get promoted first, and then you can consider whether to stay and be my apprentice. You want to help me? Mu Xing's expression was strange. Purple Moon seemed a little excited. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting junior like you. If you are willing to accept me as your master, it is not impossible to help you solve your problems. Really? Mu Xing was a little excited. Although the guy in front of him looked unreliable, he was able to take him away in front of a group of level 8 observers, which was enough to prove his strength. Wait, I have another question. If I am taken out of the Heart Contract Galaxy by you, will I be unable to return in the future? Purple Moon seemed to know what he was going to say. Don't worry, as long as you become my apprentice, everything will be fine. Before I left you a coordinate. When you learn how to hide, create an avatar, and go back quietly, you can contact your companions. Mu Xing sighed, knowing that the pirate ship would probably not be able to get off today. Okay, in that case. Master, please accept your disciples' greetings. A figure with white hair and a youthful face, with an immortal look, immediately appeared in the purple moon. Okay, let me help you open the spiritual bridge, penetrate the universe, and become an outstanding young man in the new era. What the hell? Before Mu Xing could react, a feeling of enlightenment came over him. Mu Xing's consciousness was directly forced back to the observer tower. Then, a voice rang in his ear. This place is interesting. It looks like a battlefield of multi-party games. Wait, dear disciple, where is your body? Isn't this your real body? Mu Xing patiently explained it again. So your real body was taken away by the little jerk who claimed to be the ancestor? Xing frowned, his face full of helplessness. This guy's sharp personality was out of place among the gentle, calm, and steady observers. Don't worry, I will help you get your body back. No need, I will get my body back by myself, and you, master, can't come directly after crossing such a long distance. Ahem. Well, don't underestimate me, I just need to use a little strength. Well, this place is too far away, I can't come for the time being. But don't worry, my dear disciple, I will support you behind the scenes. Let me help you get promoted first. As the words fell, the feeling of enlightenment became more intense. As an observer, climbing to the top with the wisdom ladder accumulated by predecessors is indeed smoother than the promotion path of other professions. Especially the promotion of pure spiritual level, it is more effective. When the 10th level of spiritual realm gradually took shape, thanks to the guidance of the Chief Master, Mu Xing quickly completed the transformation and sublimation of the spiritual level. When he slowly opened his eyes, everything in front of him became different. When he looked at the monsters whose cells had changed, he instantly saw through the essence of these things, as if they were illusions constructed by illusion. His visual ability increased rapidly, and his eyes penetrated the thick rock layer, and saw the dark prison deep underground. When he wanted to go further, the divine seal appeared and stopped him from peeking. It warned Mu Xing that he could not continue to observe deeply, otherwise it would be dangerous. Mu Xing quickly retracted his sight, and projected his sight outside the illusion world. The world barrier could no longer block his consciousness. With a glance, he found 3 spaceships. One was their team's Chaos spaceship, one was hidden in the cracks of time and space outside the fantasy world, and the other was hidden in those drifting meteorite belts. The other 2 were from Chaos, but one was from Baihuan, and the other was very well disguised, carefully observing the situation in the fantasy world. Mu Xing's eyes passed through the void, and returned to the Chaos spaceship. Except for Gu Yan, the other 4 people were sleeping in the hibernation cabin inside the spaceship. His mind-body suddenly appeared in the cabin, scaring Gu Yan. "Captain?" Gu Yan looked at the illusory Mu Xing with surprise. "It's me. I found 2 Chaos ships nearby. Go and blow them up. The mission on the ground is almost completed. Be ready to help us evacuate the fantasy world at any time." Mu Xing didn't hesitate, and gave the order directly. "Captain, are you in trouble in there? Just now, the communication between me and Wei Ge and the others was interrupted. Don't worry, we can solve it. In addition, I want you to send a letter to Terra City, asking them to quickly start planning the real Dark Dungeon world. Something big will happen there." "Something big? Just report it to them, they should know what to do." "Understood." After Mu Xing gave the order, his mind moved and his consciousness returned to the observer tower. There is indeed a huge gap between the 5th level observer and the 4th level observer. The barrier of the fantasy world that the 4th level observer cannot break through can be easily broken through by the 5th level observer. He began to look forward to the ability of a level 6 observer. "By the way, what level of observer is my Chief Master? He won't lie to me, will he?" When Mu Xing tried to contact the Chief Master, he seemed to have gone offline. He only left a message: "My dear disciple, those old men have come to my door. I will go to avoid the limelight first. When the storm is over, I will come back to help you solve the problem." After reading the message, Mu Xing rolled his eyes. This Chief Master is really unreliable. He quickly tried to contact Lan. "Senior, how can we return to the future time and space of the fantasy world? Breaking the time and space nodes can destroy the stability of this fantasy world. I have helped you lock the location of the time and space nodes, but can you handle these monsters?" "Don't worry, Senior. I have been promoted to an apostle in spirit. A group of pseudo-apostle monsters are nothing to worry about." "Very good. In that case, I will come in 3 fantasy worlds to help you completely defeat this fantasy world." Mu Xing's face lit up. This big guy is finally going to take action. Then, a large sword made of black metal was sent over. The large sword was engraved with dense patterns. It was a weapon made of the mysterious meteorite metal. After just a little activation, Mu Xing felt that the power of the iron crown in his body was affected. The material of this thing comes from the meteorite seal, which specifically restrains the power of the iron crown. So, Mu Xing directly named this sword Meteorite, which just happened to be a pair with his own moonlight. "My good ancestor, clean your neck and wait for me to come back and chop you to death." On the blade, dense runes and patterns rippled, emitting a dim light. He raised his 2 swords, and rushed out of the observer tower. At this time, the defense line of the madman and his men was retreating step by step, and the dense cell monsters were approaching the limit. Even the barrier of the isolation castle began to shake, and could not hold up. Chapter 805. I can't hold on any longer. Ah. Caesar had just blasted a giant macrophage monster, when he was overturned by more monsters. He flew back like a cannonball. The expected violent collision did not come, and his uncontrolled body was like hitting a ball of soft cotton. He turned around suddenly, and saw Mu Xing appearing in pure spiritual form. "Captain?" He looked surprised, and his eyes were full of expectation. "Let the others retreat, and follow me closely, I will take you flying." As soon as the voice fell, Crazy and his men were forced back to the vicinity of the castle by the advancing cell monsters. Mu Xing moved. A crescent moon pierced the haze above Hamlet, and the whole sky seemed to be cut in half. When the huge crescent moon turned into an indestructible blade and fell, it immediately set off a 20-level gale. The ferocious cell monster army tried to maintain balance in the gale, but behind the gale was the blazing white moonlight sword energy. Before the cell monsters could react, they were cut in half by the moonlight sword energy. Mu Xing raised the moonlight great sword in his hand high, and a bright white moon was hanging in the air. Suddenly, countless beams of light fell from the sky and landed in the hellish hamlet. The entire town was destroyed in an instant, and those fleshy peaks and cliffs burned in the moonlight. Even the dark red blood vessels extending out of the ground had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and retreat underground. Mu Xing took a step forward, instantly crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, and appeared in front of a savage macrophage monster. This macrophage had expanded to 100 meters tall, and was the strongest among these macrophages. A blurry iron crown appeared in its terrifying vertical pupil. The space ahead was twisted, and surging energy gathered in its pupil. A gray-black beam of light shot out, trying to blast Mu Xing to pieces. Facing the threat, Mu Xing just used it to try out his new weapon. The black meteorite sword chopped it down without hesitation. The 100-meter thick beam was split into two, and the strange power separated the violent energy torrent, leaving a shallow mark on the cell monster. The torrent split into two and flew far away. Half of it fell on the forest area in the east. The entire forest was evaporated, leaving only a huge pit. The other half fell on the beach in the south. From then on, the beach became a bay, as if a giant monster had eaten out a huge hole, and the rocks and sea water were silently evaporated. The macrophage monster in front of the thing suddenly trembled, and the hideous pupil suddenly oozed black liquid. The huge body like a mountain fell to both sides. Such a powerful monster was actually cut in half by Mu Xing's sword. "Captain, you are awesome." Caesar's flattery immediately came from behind. "Follow me and kill them." Mu Xing's cold voice sounded, without a trace of emotion in his tone. "Kill!" The madman roared and activated the God of War pattern, and the two sharp blades rose into flames, and then released them completely without any hesitation. Without any worries, he tapped the potential of this body to the limit. The momentum soared all the way to the pseudo-apostle realm. Even so extreme an explosion would greatly reduce the existence time of this body. But it can also provide him with valuable experience for advancement. Others did the same, releasing the potential of this body to the limit, and their combat power soared. As for Mu Xing, as an observer, after his spirit and soul advanced to an apostle, he could fight with a pure spiritual body without the protection of the body. However, to be safe, he still planned to create a temporary carrier. The observer tower has been taken back, and 10 origins rushed out of the tower in an orderly manner. Every step Mu Xing took, an origin fell. The first layer aggregates his body, the second layer strengthens his spirit, the third layer stabilizes his emotions, the fourth layer infuses him with hope, the fifth layer materializes his dreams, the sixth layer strengthens his life, and the seventh layer sublimates his soul. This is not over yet. The eighth layer, the spider realm, gives this body the origin of time, and the ninth layer obelisk blesses this body with the origin of matter. The newly built 10th layer projects a halo, which condenses into a metallic ring behind Mu Xing. 2 black thorns appeared on the ring, one red and one black, representing the 2 powers of the iron crown that he mastered. When Mu Xing walked out of the light, the terrifying aura emanating from his body made the cell monsters feel fear and awe. Mu Xing bowed slightly, and made a running posture. 2 big swords crossed on his shoulders. The moment he raised his head slightly, he disappeared again, crossing with a huge army of cell monsters. When he appeared again, there were only broken limbs and arms on the ground behind him. When the wind blows, it is as if it has experienced thousands of years of weathering, turning all the flesh and blood into ashes. "I really underestimated you." The young ancestor stared at Mu Xing, who was close at hand. He held a big sword in each hand, and the black and blue light flickered, and he approached step by step. "For your own evil ambitions, you studied necromancy, suppressed the residents of Hamlet, colluded with bandits and pirates, built dark dungeons, and attracted victims one after another. You betrayed, killed, and went crazy, step by step to this point today. Have you ever thought about what you will see today?" "Ha ha ha." The young ancestor laughed wildly. "Boy, I admit that I underestimated your potential and strength, but don't forget, this is always my territory. All these years of hard work and planning are for my grand plan." The ancestor opened his arms, and the ground shook under his feet. Mu Xing saw that the soil and rocks were melting and turning into bright red flesh and blood. The whole hamlet returned to its original appearance in this change. "Have you ever known the true truth of this world? When I first came into contact with it, I was attracted and mad by this wonderful truth. I tried my best to study all of this, trying to find the secret of the truth of the world from those complicated books. Until one day, the female monster came to my castle. She tried to control me with her blood, and at that moment, I saw it, I saw everything. In the deep underground, in the extremely dark dungeon, the real master of this world is imprisoned. I heard him calling my name, tempting my body, and I knew I had to get there. So I dug desperately, digging down desperately. I wanted to rescue him from the cage. Suddenly, the young ancestor covered his face, and scratched his face from top to bottom with sharp nails, as if he didn't feel the pain. When he raised his head again, he only had a pair of bloodshot eyes, which reflected endless madness. He is crazy, and the eternal dark prison has made him completely crazy. Do you know how disappointed I am? Is all my efforts just to rescue a madman? From that day on, I made a decision. I want to help him escape from the dark prison and take back everything he has lost. Then, I saw the heart. Chapter 806. Mu Xing stared at the young ancestor in front of him. His deep eyes seemed to penetrate the fog of time and space. He knew clearly what the heart in the other person's mouth represented. It was a forbidden object that was eternally imprisoned in the depths of the dark prison. The heart from the indescribable one had already fallen into madness and the eternal imprisonment. However, even so, his twisted influence was still spreading in the world. It gave birth to a deformed human civilization, which grew wildly on this land like mold. For thousands of years, this crazy heart has never stopped trying to break free. Since ancient times, it has been constantly luring various civilizations and individuals, trying to break the cage with the help of external forces. Unfortunately, all attempts ended in failure. The closest to success was the ancient kingdom that has been lost in the long river of history, Ascalon. Sadly, the last king of Ascalon saw through the prisoner's conspiracy at the last moment and betrayed the contract with the being in the prison. For this, the entire kingdom paid the price of sinking into the abyss, and the king himself suffered eternal curse. That failure completely destroyed the remaining sanity of the prisoner. Until 1,000 years later, the young ancestor living in Hamlet came into contact with this power through coincidences again and again. At first, he naively wanted to save the imprisoned existence. But when the truth was revealed, he made a crazier decision: to replace it. He wanted to become the master of the prisoner. Now, all the disguises have been torn off. Mu Xing was originally an outsider who came to this fantasy world just to investigate anomalies. But he was accidentally involved in this dispute across time and space. Along the way, he took every step carefully, accumulated strength, and finally stood in front of the ancestor. Reiterate my terms of the deal. Mu Xing looked up and looked directly at the other party. What can I exchange for my body? The young ancestor showed a sarcastic smile on his face. It's ridiculous. This is my world. Outsiders have no right to bargain. If I kill you, I can still get everything I want. Mu Xing slowly raised his sword. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's talk with the sword. He knew that facing such an arrogant person, only by completely crushing his arrogance can he gain equal dialogue rights. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color. The land under the ancestor's feet began to twist and wriggle, and the sky dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light faded and darkness fell. Obviously, the ancestor had mastered part of the power of the heart, and it was easy for him to control light and darkness. When darkness completely enveloped the world, countless dark monsters emerged from the shadows. These monsters that once forced Mu Xing into a desperate situation now gathered like a tide, but they did not attack Mu Xing, but gathered in the direction of the ancestors. Just like the fusion of corpses, these twisted monsters began to devour and fuse with each other. In a blink of an eye, a super monster as high as a kilometer rose from the ground, and it was still expanding. Captain, take the initiative, Caesar shouted anxiously. Mu Xing raised his hand to stop. Wait until the space-time node is completely condensed. Only by completely integrating them can we destroy the node in one blow and return to the future. But, the madman calmly interrupted, relax, Caesar. When have you ever seen the captain do something he is not sure of? Hearing this, Caesar's tense nerves relaxed a little. Everyone held their breath and waited for the super horror to complete its final form. Is this all your trump card in the past time and space? Mu Xing looked at the ancestor coldly. To be honest, you disappoint me. The ancestor narrowed his eyes. The terrifying demon under his feet had broken through the apostle level and reached the intermediate level. The thick tentacles attacked Mu Xing with the power of destruction, while brewing terrifying dark energy. The meteorite sword in Mu Xing's hand suddenly lit up runes. He leaped up. The sword light was like the moon, and cut off all the attacking tentacles. The ancestor obviously did not expect that Mu Xing would have such strength after the breakthrough. What shocked him even more was that Mu Xing's teammates were also amazingly powerful, opening up a path for his advance. Under the gaze of the beast's numerous ferocious eyes, Mu Xing crushed the ferocious fangs with his sword and cut off the slippery tentacles that tried to approach. With a low roar, he stabbed the long sword into its forehead. This 2-meter-long sword is as thin as a toothpick compared to the 1,000-meter beast, but it contains incredible sealing power. The ancestor who controlled the beast suddenly changed his face. You actually turned the sealed meteorite into a weapon, and perfectly released its restraining power. Mu Xing sneered. Are you satisfied with this gift? As the rune was fully activated, the originally violent beast was like being injected with a strong anesthetic, and its huge body quickly collapsed. Die! Mu Xing slashed with all his strength, and the moonlight sword energy split the beast in two. In its broken body, Mu Xing saw the crystal core as tall as a person. Sure enough, you used the power of the falling star to summon these monsters from the future. The trump card was exposed, and the ancestor roared angrily, Don't be complacent. If I hadn't been restricted in the past time and space, crushing you to death would be like stepping on an ant. How shameless. In that case, I will go to the future to meet you in your prime. Mu Xing thrust the meteor sword into the crystal core without hesitation. The stable spacetime structure inside began to twist and collapse. A terrifying force spread out. Retreat! Mu Xing led his teammates to retreat rapidly. As soon as they retreated from the kilometer range, the crystal core exploded, forming a terrifying spacetime vortex that madly devoured everything around it. After several minutes, this distorted spacetime node gradually disappeared. Is it over? Trix asked with lingering fear. Mu Xing looked solemn. The past time and space are no longer stable. But I killed my ancestor when he was young, which is equivalent to helping him break the shackles of the past. He will only be stronger in the future. What should we do? The teammates looked at him at the same time. At this time, a weak voice sounded, I can take you to escape from this cage world. The speaker was Luna, the Lord of the Falling Star. There was a mixture of anticipation and fear in her eyes, fearing that Mu Xing would abandon her in this world on the verge of collapse. Don't worry, I said I would take you away. Mu Xing said calmly, but running away is not my style. Are you crazy? Luna explained. If he completely controls the heart of the seal, no one will be able to leave this world. Mu Xing raised a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. We are indeed not capable of doing it alone. But we are not fighting alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the spacetime node that was about to dissipate suddenly expanded rapidly, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. Go! The past spacetime is about to collapse. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and took his teammates and Luna into the spacetime tower. Just as he was about to leave, the long-missing evil spirit suddenly appeared. Wait for me, brat. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Chapter 807. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and looked at the evil spirit, which was obviously rounder. There were suspicious food residues on its fur. Eating again? He reached out, and poked the evil spirit's round belly. It seemed to have gained some weight. It was wobbly when it walked, and it had no neck. The evil spirit flexibly jumped onto his shoulder, and its fur trembled proudly. Want to have a share? Call me uncle. Mu Xing grabbed its neck, and stuffed it into the fourth layer of space. Noisy. Then he turned around without hesitation and faced the violent time and space vortex. A confident smile appeared on Mu Xing's lips. Go! He jumped directly into the core of the vortex. The twisted turbulence that would kill ordinary people turned into gentle ripples 3 inches away from him. The obelisk mark on his left hand glowed with a faint blue light, and the thread of time on his right hand flowed with golden ripples. Soon, he successfully reached the end of the vortex, and the past time and space were squeezed into a ball, turning into an unbreakable barrier. Mu Xing took out the meteorite sword and drew a brilliant sword energy in the chaos. When the familiar breath came to his face, the sword tore through the void, and Mu Xing rushed out of the crack like an arrow. The hamlet in front of him was burning. Blood-colored smoke rose from the charred forest, and unnatural black waves surged in the bay. The ground seemed to have been bitten by a giant beast, and the church spire was inserted diagonally on the cracked square. Mu Xing's pupil shrank suddenly, and the observer's vision instantly penetrated the ground. Under the castle, the dungeon that should have only 2 floors actually extended to 4 layers of abyss. At the bottom, Bai Huan was pressing his hand on the crystal coffin of his ancestor. The 2 sides seemed to be communicating. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, and raised his head suddenly, with 2 scarlet eyes under his ferocious face. The moment his eyes collided with Mu Xing's, the whole dungeon seemed to resound with the sound of a tsunami. Everyone, assemble. Mu Xing threw out the observer tower, and before the 5 figures landed, they heard his hurried order. The ancestors will wake up early. The madman just touched the handle of the knife, and the ground suddenly shook violently. Mu Xing's eyes were wide open. It's too late. The spatial ripples enveloped everyone and teleported them. When they opened their eyes again, they were standing in the front yard of the collapsed castle. Master Anderson. Adele ran into his arms, like a frightened lark. Mu Xing caught the little maid with one hand, and glanced at the assembled mercenaries. Raymond's armor was covered with volcanic ash, and Victor was using his body to block the falling rubble for the wounded. Listen. Mu Xing raised his hand, and summoned dozens of rune carriages, and the wheels ignited blue flames before they even hit the ground. Everyone get on the carriage immediately, and leave Hamlet. Although they didn't understand what the Lord was going to do, they didn't dare to refute and quickly did as he said. When the last injured person was carried onto the carriage, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the castle in the distance. The convoy began to speed away from the danger. Mu Xing turned his head suddenly, and saw that the entire mountain was slowly rising, like some ancient giant beast stretching its back. Wait. Where is Baldwin? His voice made the air suddenly cool down. Lord Baldwin went to the west of the city. Mu Xing frowned and looked up. That was where Hamlet's orphanage was. My lord, I go and save them. Raymond stepped forward and asked for his order. I go too. Victor also stepped forward. Mu Xing saw their determination. Although they had only been together for a few days, they had already developed an extraordinary friendship. At this time, the convoy stopped by the roadside. Okay, you continue on your way, and stay as far away from Hamlet as possible. I save the others. My lord. Obey the order. Yes. Although Victor and the others were reluctant, they shouldered the responsibility of escorting the personnel. The wilderness is not peaceful now. Without their escort, the convoy may not go far. Master, can I follow you? Adele looked at him with tears in her eyes. Mu Xing stared at the girl in front of her. Although for her, she only replaced Anderson for a few days. But for her, this different master gave her different care. Mu Xing looked at her. Adele, I have to tell you the truth. In fact, I am not your young master. I am not Anderson. I know. He died the day he rolled down the hill. Adele whispered. You know? Mu Xing narrowed her eyes. She lowered her head, her eyes red. Young Master Anderson is timid and cowardly, and he fantasizes about unrealistic daydreams all day long. But since the moment you woke up, the young master seemed to have changed. At that time, I knew that you were already the new young master. Then you still. Adele shook her head. For servants like us, being sold to someone as a maid is not a fate we can decide. I only know that the young master is the best young master Adele has ever met in her life. Mu Xing was silent, looking at those shining eyes. A trace of sympathy rose in his heart. Go to the northern city and wait for me. If I come back, I will find a better future for you. If I don't come back, promise me to live well. As he said this, Mu Xing stuffed a box into her hand. When she looked up, Mu Xing had already disappeared. Adele, get in the carriage. Victor hurriedly pulled her into the carriage. Only then did the maid come to her senses, and gently open the box. What came into view were several bank deposits with an amount of more than 10,000 gold coins. And the warm perfumed silk scarf. She held the silk scarf tightly, and tears fell uncontrollably. The wheels began to turn, and the surrounding scenery began to recede. She opened the curtain and looked back. You must come back, master. At the same time, Hamlet West Street. Mu Xing crossed the ruined streets. Under the terrible disaster, humans were as fragile as mayflies. There were countless casualties. Mu Xing came all the way to West Street. The orphanage here had collapsed. Only Baldwin was sitting on the steps covered in blood. He was holding a dying little girl in his arms. Baldwin? He looked up suddenly. Lord Anderson? What's going on here? He said gloomily. Although some were rescued, a few still died. Lord Anderson, please save her. He pointed at the little girl in his arms. Mu Xing nodded and approached, gently stroking her forehead with his right hand. Suddenly, a green light of vitality lit up, and the dying little girl miraculously recovered her breath. Baldwin, Hamlet has reached the end of his road, leave quickly. He waved his hand, and summoned 5 or 6 carriages. At this time, the plague Dr. Paracel also rushed over. Mr. Baldwin, there are too many injured people. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. Baldwin looked at the castle on the top of the mountain, and clenched his fists. The culprit of all the crimes is there. Don't worry, I will solve all this. Mu Xing said seriously. Baldwin hesitated for a moment, and finally loosened his clenched fists. He stuffed a book into Mu Xing's arms. What is this? A prophet asked me to give it to you. He said that the book must be handed over to you. Prophet? Where is he? He entered the dungeon and never came out again. Mu Xing took a deep breath and held the book tightly in his hand. Chapter 808. The situation is not good. The madman stared at the collapsing hamlet, which had become a purgatory on earth. The crying crowd was trying to escape the town, and some nobles drove their carriages recklessly and ended up crashing into burning houses. The ground cracked, and the wriggling flesh and blood appeared under the hard rock. High-pressure steam gushed out of the cracks, and something was waking up underground. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and all the summoned creatures appeared beside him. Just then, Gu Yin sent a message. Captain, the Chaos Army is not far away. How long will it take? About 3 hours. What did the Parliament say? Reinforcements for the survival line are coming, but our foundation in the void is still shallow, so it is difficult to mobilize on a large scale. And the Chaos Front seems to have strengthened its war preparations. If we take large-scale action, it will inevitably cause a chain reaction. I understand. It means let us solve it ourselves. Mu Xing's expression was solemn. Captain, although the Parliament cannot provide large-scale support, it has sent 2 half-step multidimensional strongmen to meet us and help us evacuate. That's more like it. Mu Xing hung up the call and looked at the others. You all heard the call just now. Do you have any ideas? Captain, your opinion is our opinion. Just tell us how to do it. The madman trusted Mu Xing 100%. That's right, we follow the captain's orders. Trix also took over the conversation. Mu Xing nodded. There are still 3 hours before the Chaos Army approaches, and there must be many masters coming. Even if there are restrictions on the rules of the fantasy world, I don't think that the fantasy world rules alone can suppress the mighty Chaos Army. So, I decided to get as deep into the dark dungeon as possible when the Chaos Army approaches. If I can get rid of the ancestors, that would be the best. Even if I can't, I have to completely detonate this prison and not let chaos take advantage. But Captain, can we really get into the depths of the dungeon with our strength? Wago hesitated. Don't worry, our reinforcements will arrive soon. Reinforcements? Didn't you say that the reinforcements from the survival line won't arrive for the time being? I didn't say it was reinforcements from the survival line. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Xing's hand lit up, and the bright white light shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark sky. A huge blue summoning array appeared in the sky. That summoning array was definitely the largest they had ever seen, and it could almost cover the entire hamlet. This is... Then, they saw a dense mass of strange flesh and blood soldiers emerge from the summoning array. They were wearing biomass armor and marching in unison, just like a disciplined elite army. These soldiers were not weak at all, and each of them had a strong aura of superiority. The most important thing was that these soldiers were all corpses created by Lan using the Blood Moon technology. Although their aura was single, as if they were cloned. But as cannon fodder to assist Mu Xing in attacking the dark dungeon, their combat effectiveness was sufficient. Captain, they are from the creator's experimental world you mentioned, right? Mu Xing nodded, not hiding anything. Yes, after Lan took control of the experimental world, he transformed these potential creatures into zombie soldiers. As the only world that can penetrate the fantasy world, they are our reliance in this battle. Hearing this, the teammates who were originally worried were eager to try and wanted to enter the dark dungeon. And the ancestors seemed to have sensed the threat from the ground. As the earth was torn apart, an ancient underground royal city that had been buried for thousands of years began to slowly emerge. The ancient royal city had long since decayed, and the ruins told of its past glory. The magnificent royal palace was no longer as magnificent as it once was. And now, on the smooth chronicle stone tablet of the royal palace, a skinny blind prophet was tied up. He drooped his head, and green pus kept dripping from his empty eye sockets. He seemed to sense the changes in the surrounding environment, and slowly raised his head. There were only 2 pieces of rags hanging on his skinny body, like a zombie. The breath of life is dying. At this time, a familiar figure walked up to the top of the monument step by step from the stairs behind the stone tablet. He grabbed the prophet's weed-like hair and looked at Mu Xing, who was standing at the forefront of the army of flesh and blood soldiers. You are finally here, Blood Moon. By Huan, I thought you had died in the dungeon, but I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Mu Xing's teasing voice sounded. Bai Huan's eyes were red, and he only had endless murderous intent facing Mu Xing. Blood Moon, you will die today, no one can save you. Mu Xing shook his head. Why waste your time? If you want to fight, then fight. But you, the noble prince of chaos, have now become a slave of 3 surnames. First you joined the first line of defense, then joined the first Chaos King, and now you join the natives of this mere fantasy world. You really disappoint me. Bai Huan trembled all over, and a terrifying dark aura gushed out of his body. His body continued to alienate, completely abandoning the fragile body of the Advent. His aura instantly rose from the upper position to the Apostle. And the level is still rising, the initial stage of the Apostle, the middle stage of the Apostle, and the advanced stage of the Apostle. He is only one step away from reaching the level of his original body, and only one step away from the peak of the Apostle. But at this time, the white tentacles were dyed black like ink. The cooperation with the ancestors also allowed him to gain gifts from the ancestors. The mark of the Iron Crown is engraved on his chest and back. Obviously, he has obtained part of the power of the Iron Crown. It is just unknown which of the 5 powers of the Iron Crown it is. The Iron Crown mark on his chest lit up, and the 5th thorn on the right was particularly dazzling. Mu Xing recognized that it was the power of obsession. "Today is your death, Blood Moon," he roared, and the ground behind him surged, squeezing out several thick blood vessels. Densely packed cell mutants emerged from the blood vessels. Seeing this, Mu Xing no longer hesitated and waved his right hand forward. "Kill!" The army of corpses roared and rushed towards the ancient city. At the same time, Mu Xing also moved, and took the initiative to meet Bai Huan, who attacked him. Bai Huan held an exaggerated bone blade, colliding with Mu Xing's double swords. "I underestimated you before, and you actually broke through the apostle level. However, you are only a beginner apostle, and a spiritually sublimated apostle. Are you worthy of being my opponent?" The ferocious bone blade burst out with the strongest power. The high-level apostle is worthy of being a high-level apostle. He got the upper hand at the first encounter. Boom! Mu Xing was repelled head-on and flew out. Just after landing, a sense of danger came from the ground, and he suddenly jumped up on his tiptoes, while spinning and slashing down. The sword blade collided with the black tentacles that rushed out from the ground. The sword that could easily cut off the super chaotic demon was now constantly bounced off by the tentacles. The tentacles were extremely tough. After blocking the attack, they instantly dispersed and turned into a strangling net. At the same time, Bai Huan flashed to the sky with no emotion in his eyes. A white tentacle pointed downwards. With that tentacle as the center, a half-black and half-white area opened up and suppressed Mu Xing. Chapter 809. At this moment, there are wolves above and tigers below, and neither the domain nor the tentacles can be easily broken by Mu Xing's power. But if he does nothing, he will be crushed by the threats from both sides at the same time. A brilliant purple light burst out from Mu Xing's body. The star color, which has advanced to the apostle realm, rushed out of his body, blocking the strangulation of those black tentacles like a swimming dragon. Facing Bai Huan's domain, Mu Xing must avoid being pulled into his domain, otherwise he will definitely lose. So when Bai Huan's domain had not yet fully opened, he pulled his right hand hard, and a timeline was pulled in his hand. The time in the small range began to reverse, and the expanding domain was reversed to a state that had not yet been released. Then, Mu Xing teleported out with a thought, and directly activated the power sealed in the Moonlight Great Sword in his hand. At this moment, the power of the apostle level was released unceremoniously from the sword. The cold moon was in the sky, and a bright white light column fell from the cold moon in the sky. At this moment, the Moonlight Great Sword in Mu Xing's hand was brighter than Caesar's curry stick. The dim hamlet was illuminated by this light. Keep unlocking it for me. As a pseudo-artifact, it not only has the power of an apostle, but can even reach the realm of gods if it is fully unlocked. This is the first time that Mu Xing has fully released the power of the Moonlight Great Sword after getting it. In the past, I couldn't bear this power when I was at a higher level. Now that I have advanced to the spiritual level of an apostle, I finally have the qualifications to initially control it. After the sword was unsealed, it trembled with great spirituality. Moonlight, cut! Mu Xing chopped down at the expanding black and white domain with all his strength. Bai Huan had just obtained the power of darkness, and Mu Xing was sure that he had not yet fully mastered this power. Although the domain condensed by the two powers was powerful, there was also an irreconcilable crack. Mu Xing's sword chopped directly on the crack, and at that moment, a power beyond the apostle realm burst out. Crack. In Bai Huan's unbelievable eyes, he watched Mu Xing chop through his domain. How is this possible? A beginner apostle, who has not even condensed a domain, actually cut through my black and white domain. How dare you? Bai Huan's surprise turned into anger, and then into rage. He rushed out of the separated black and white domain, the iron crown mark on his chest lit up, and the power of obsession was poured into the bone blade. With a loud shout, The bone blade in his hand condensed the power of a high-level apostle and blasted towards Mu Xing's sword. Boom! The entire hamlet was destroyed again, and the blazing forest fire was instantly extinguished by the shock wave. The ground in the wilderness was scraped open 3 times. The entire hamlet's broken house was turned into powder in this collision. The zombies and cell monsters that were fighting were also blown away. Only the castle on the hillside, like an indestructible fortress, still stood. So strong. In the distance, the teammates who were leading the team to attack the castle in a roundabout way saw this scene and were all shocked. I believe we will be promoted to apostle soon. The madman clenched his fists. At the same time, the center of the battlefield, the two stood facing each other. In the collision just now, no one got any benefit and was blown away. However, Bai Huan retreated much less than Mu Xing, which shows his strength. Mu Xing used 2 big swords as breaks to pierce the rocks, and was also blown away for 1,000 meters. He returned with a teleportation, and the small scars on his body disappeared in an instant. Very good, I did underestimate your strength, but that's it. Bai Huan's tone became colder, the mark on his chest was completely activated, and his body began to mutate rapidly. It seemed that he was about to transform from a chaotic creature into a more twisted and chaotic demon. At the same time, the mark on his back began to light up. You actually got the second power of the Iron Crown. Mu Xing's tone was solemn. Are you scared? But it's too late. He roared, and the 2 powers of the Iron Crown merged rapidly. At the same time, his body began to shrink into a human form. White tentacles grew on his left back, and black tentacles grew on his right back, like wriggling wings. The muscles of his body were like steel wires, full of power and explosiveness. Behind him, a 2-toothed iron crown condensed. In addition to the obsession power of the 5th tooth, there is also the betrayal power of the 3rd tooth. Bai Huan's strength has soared directly to the peak of the apostle. Since Bai Huan has exploded, Mu Xing is naturally unwilling to be outdone. With a low shout, the 10 origins turned into a halo behind him. In the halo, the blood-colored iron crown and the black iron crown overlapped. The black iron crown, like Bai Huan's 3rd tooth, is the power of betrayal. This betrayal power is needless to think about. It comes from the Countess, and was later seized by the ancestor and became his power. The blood iron crown is different from the obsession power that the ancestors got from the throne. It comes from the rage of the Pigman King. Bai Huan frowned immediately after seeing the strength displayed by Mu Xing. 10 origins, 2 powers of the Iron Crown. How is this possible? You actually control 2 powers of the Iron Crown? A strong jealousy gushed out of Bai Huan's chest. I, Bai Huan, am the only genius in this world. Why do you do that? I kill you! He roared, controlling the 2 powers of the Iron Crown to kill Mu Xing. Mu Xing was not in a hurry. He raised the 2 swords high, the Moonlight Great Sword in his left hand, and the Meteorite Great Sword in his right hand. The 2 swords collided with each other without any hesitation. A magical thing happened. Under the smelting of Mu Xing's 10 origins, and the 2 powers of the Iron Crown, the 2 great swords merged into one. At this moment, it not only obtained the grade of the Moonlight Great Sword, but also the characteristics of the Meteorite Great Sword. The runes on the blade lit up, and it was ready when Bai Huan rushed over. How crazy was the fight between the 2 apostles? They fought all the way from Hamlet to the east coast. Wherever they passed, mountains were broken and rivers were destroyed. The land was covered with knife and sword scars that were thousands of meters long. The convoy that was trying to leave Hamlet was terrified. Look, is that the Lord? Someone saw Mu Xing flashing across the sky and recognized his appearance. With a loud bang, the 1,000-meter mountain in the distance was instantly broken in half. Gods? Is that a battle between gods? Adele held the box, opened the curtain, and looked up at the sky. The whole sky was about to be split into pieces, and the vertical and horizontal cracks in time and space reflected the dark void. Don't stop the car, speed up and leave here. Baldwin was worthy of being a retired king. He quickly calmed down and directed the convoy to move forward. Because he found that Mu Xing was intentionally or unintentionally avoiding them, trying to pull the battlefield to a farther no-man's land. Is our Lord a god from heaven? This power to destroy the world. Even a real god can only do this, right? Someone exclaimed. Baldwin did not speak, but quietly put on his golden mask and whipped the horse's buttocks. The horse neighed and ran faster. At the same time, in the sky, Mu Xing was still confronting Bai Huan. But the battle between the 2 sides was fierce, and neither could do anything to the other. Bai Huan, isn't the cooperation between you and me very pleasant? Why do you have to be a dog for a native? Be a dog for a native? You are wrong. I have always been loyal to the first Chaos King. The battle with you is just a personal grudge, just to delay time. Chapter 810. Delaying time? Are you waiting for the first Chaos King behind you to make a move? Mu Xing snorted coldly, as if he had been mentally prepared, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Yes, I just need to delay you. The ancestor underground, who can never fuse his heart, will become the key to the advancement of the first Chaos King. By then, our first Chaos Front will usher in a new Chaos Overlord and regain the advantage. Oh, really? Then you may not know that while you are delaying time, I am also delaying time. Mu Xing grinned. Bai Huan frowned, as if realizing something. He turned his head sharply, and saw Mu Xing's teammates rescuing the prophet from the stone tablet. You? Bai Huan was furious, and wanted to go back to defend, but this time it was his turn to be dragged down by Mu Xing. Humph, he's just a blind prophet. What's the use of rescuing him? Bai Huan said coldly. I forgot to tell you, the ancestor is about to wake up. Let's see what you can do to stop him. As soon as the voice fell, the ground began to shake again. Something was struggling underground, and a crazy roar came from deep underground. Mu Xing stood in the sky and saw the earth rising continuously. Something was trying to break out. But at this time, outside the planet, the floating meteorite array began to flash, and the starlight fell, constantly strengthening the seal. At the same time, outside the world, a huge vortex was taking shape. The incomprehensible power of chaos emerged in the void, and the void around the fantasy world was completely distorted. It was hard to imagine what was forcibly tearing the void and trying to descend from a distant world. Mu Xing quickly contacted Gu Yin. What's going on outside? Didn't I ask you to destroy the spaceship? Failed. Captain, I have destroyed both spaceships, but they left hidden coordinates that I could not find. Beside him, Bai Huan mocked. You don't think that destroying my spaceship will stop me from summoning the first Chaos King? I'm telling you, it's too late. The first Chaos King is about to come, and I will help Lord Chaos King get the original Iron Crown. As long as the first Chaos King swallows this world, he can break through the multiverse in one fell swoop, and even go further. Bai Huan opened his hands, and he was using himself as a coordinate to guide a powerful existence to come. The breath in the void was so terrible that even Yuan, and the Lord of Jiolong City, did not have such momentum. It is worthy of being the first Chaos King, who is known as the strongest half-step multiverse. However, at this moment, Mu Xing was not only not in a hurry, but began to look forward to the arrival of the first Chaos King. Because only enough threats can make the ancestors underground feel the crisis, and want to fuse the heart at all costs. In order to achieve perfect fusion, the ancestor would definitely try to break through the protection of his original body, and attempt to occupy his own body. And now, it is the best time for him to take back his original body. Sure enough, when a tentacle of the first Chaos King rushed out of the vortex, the whole planet trembled. The ancestor felt the threat approaching and began to fuse the heart desperately. The first Chaos King has arrived. Blood Moon, you are finished. Bai Huan laughed excitedly. Bai Huan, you are really a loyal dog. Bai Huan slashed with his sword, but was blocked by Mu Xing's sword. When they looked into each other's eyes, he saw calmness and undisguised confidence on Mu Xing's face. Bai Huan, I think you miscalculated one thing. What? The two sides collided again, and then quickly separated. With their strength, neither of them could do anything to the other for a while. Bai Huan had a solid foundation, and was strong. Mu Xing had the meteorite sword, which was specifically designed to counter the power of the Iron Crown he possessed. The two sides formed a short-term balance. However, for some reason, Bai Huan always felt that the boy in front of him was holding back something bad. As time went by, this feeling of uneasiness became more and more serious. At this time, more tentacles of the first Chaos King stretched out from the vortex. The surrounding void was anchored by these tentacles, becoming the anchor point for his descent. As the anchor point was stretched, a behemoth of indescribable size began to descend. However, at this moment, Mu Xing picked up the communicator. Senior, are you ready? The time is ripe. Here it comes. A deep and powerful voice came to Mu Xing's ears. That voice was extremely safe. In Bai Huan's surprised eyes, a terrifying aura burst out from Mu Xing. Are you crazy? You want to sacrifice yourself? That's right. What Mu Xing was doing at this moment was to sacrifice himself, or to sacrifice the temporary body he condensed with 10 origins. He wanted to use this body to summon the arrival of Lan. Presumably, the first Chaos King could only descend in the void, while Lan could descend directly in the fantasy world. Mu Xing's eyes were full of madness, And this look made Bai Huan feel for the first time the madness and terror of this harmless young man in front of him. Sacrifice it to me! Mu Xing roared, and the huge summoning array appeared again, and this time it was even bigger than the last time. It quickly expanded to be larger than the planet in front of him. A strong sense of weakness came over him, and Mu Xing felt that his body was hollowed out. Although it was only a temporary carrier that was sacrificed, it still consumed a huge amount of his original power. He knocked his head. System, you have been watching for so long. When will you help us if you don't help now? Today, as long as the system helps Senior Lon, maybe we can add another multiverse to our survival line in the future. Mu Xing knew that the system clone was always there, calculating the feasibility of Mu Xing's plan. Soon, the system clone seemed to have finally made its own decision. Endless energy began to gather towards the summoning array. Blood Moon, you actually want to summon a half-step multi-dimensional being in the fantasy world? Ridiculous. Bai Huan pretended to be calm and mocked. I think you are the ridiculous one. If you haven't seen the world, stop talking. With the help of the system, the summoning array quickly expanded more than 100 times again. A dazzling light suddenly burst out next to the red dwarf star in the center of the fantasy world. Then, the huge red dwarf began to twist and collapse. The terrifying gravity rippled around it, so that the red star became extremely unstable. There was only one possibility for this situation to happen, that is, an object with a larger mass than the red dwarf was approaching. Mu Xing knew that Lon was coming. Seeing this scene, how is this possible? How is this possible? Can you really summon helpers inside the fantasy world? Bai Huan's confidence collapsed. He looked out of the fantasy world. The huge body of the first Chaos King was still trying to pass through the void vortex. The first Chaos King seemed to have sensed the changes in the fantasy world. Before his main body descended, some tentacles had already approached the fantasy world, trying to force their way through the barrier and enter the fantasy world. However, this fantasy world barrier could even block the survival system. So how could a half-step multiverse first Chaos King easily break through it? As soon as the tentacles approached the barrier, they were cut off by invisible scissors. The tentacles that could easily destroy a star field were defeated here. Boom! The tentacles gathered into a hammer and smashed the barrier hard. The barrier vibrated, generating a terrifying recoil force. Puff puff puff. The tentacles extending from the vortex continued to explode. Chapter 8:11. The first Chaos King's first force breakthrough was blocked by the barrier. If brute force alone could tear the barrier, the survival system would have already descended and taken control of the entire fantasy world. However, if even such a powerful survival system could not easily achieve this, how could the first Chaos King easily break through? Therefore, this first attempt was destined to end in a miserable failure. As for whether the first Chaos King had other tricks up his sleeve, it was no longer within Mu Xing's consideration, because Lan's descending speed would only get faster and faster. Bai Huan's pupils were still frozen with shock and disbelief. The first Chaos King, who was almost invincible in his mind, also encountered setbacks here. He decisively gave up the idea of a quick victory, knowing that with Mu Xing's current strength, it would be difficult to kill him in a short time. His body suddenly twisted and retreated quickly. At the same time, in the direction of the castle, before Mu Xing took the initiative to attack, the ancestor who was dormant underground could no longer hold back. He knew very well that if he continued to sit and wait for death, there was only one way to go: death. After all, he was just a mortal body, relying on opportunistic methods to merge part of the power of the prisoner's heart. It was wishful thinking to try to control the power of God with the power of a mortal. Therefore, he made a decision that he must completely kill Mu Xing in order to stop Lan's arrival. At this time, as the space around the red dwarf continued to distort, part of Lan's huge body had descended into this world. The ancestor who felt the crisis finally appeared. He stood in front of the old gate of the castle, still wearing the dark red dress that appeared in the crimson night. But now the ancestor has lost some of his arrogance, and has become more mature. There are large patches of white frost in his hair, wrinkles on his face, and endless fatigue in his eyes. Bai Huan flashed back to the ancestor's side, and whispered in his ear. The two sides were conspiring quickly. They reached a consensus in a very short time, and stood on the same front. Mu Xing naturally did not want to fight against the two people at the same time, and had to find a way to divide them. It would take time for Lan to fully descend. With his current strength, it was indeed a bit difficult to fight against the two at the same time. Since the strength is insufficient, the only trick left is to use verbal attack. I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise when my backers come, this is where you will be buried. Bai Huan sneered first. Blood Moon, Don't think that you can control the overall situation by summoning a half-step multidimensional strongman. When the first Chaos King breaks through the boundary and reigns in this world, you and your backers will be wiped out. Mu Xing laughed when he heard this. How can this fantasy world be compared to ordinary fantasy worlds? The gods of the void use the world as a cage and the starlight as a barrier. The dim sun can only release the minimum energy to maintain survival. The seal constantly strips the prisoner's rationality from the dark prison. These rationalities give birth to humans, continue to consume their memories and reason, and make the prisoners fall into depravity forever until they are completely crazy. In essence, the humans in this world and the prisoners in the prison are one. I believe you all know this truth. Especially Baron Diarsis, you merge the prisoners' hearts to gain power, but you are just taking back your own things. But Mu Xing suddenly paused and raised his hand to point at Bai Huan. Chaos is definitely not a good thing. Their ambitions are obvious throughout the void. The ancestor narrowed his eyes. No need to sow discord here. Mr. Bai Huan and I are in a cooperative relationship. You are our common enemy at this time. Mu Xing shook his head. Enemy? It seems that your understanding of chaos is not deep enough. They are crazy, they are twisted, they swear to destroy all material existence, and no grass will grow wherever they pass. And you, Baron Direxis, have you ever thought about the final outcome of cooperating with chaos? Seeing that the ancestor's expression was shaken, Mu Xing took advantage of the victory and pursued. Chaos only needs two kinds of people, the dead and slaves. You have spent 100 years planning and trying to become a god, just to become a running dog of chaos? No, chaos will not be like this. The ancestor roared. Mu Xing said coldly, why not ask those worlds destroyed by chaos, have they ever been forgiven for surrendering? Bai Huan hurriedly interrupted. Mr. Direxis, don't listen to this person's provocation. I, Bai Huan, swear in the name of the first Chaos Front that we are not the kind of people who will destroy the bridge after crossing the river. Ha ha ha. Mu Xing laughed loudly, looking at the ancestor with a changing expression. He is a fallen Chaos Prince. What can he use as a guarantee? Just his mouth. Baron, have you not seen the key point yet? Why not ask the Chaos Prince next to you about his real purpose of coming to this world? I'm afraid he never told you that if the first Chaos King wants to break through the half-step multidimensionality and become a true multidimensional strongman, the power of the Iron Crown in the dark prison is the key. Do you think you are a collaborator? It's ridiculous. When will Chaos discuss cooperation with the food on the table? The ancestor suddenly turned to Bai Huan. Mr. Bai Huan, is he serious? Bai Huan was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to cut Mu Xing into pieces. But he finally suppressed his anger. Mr. Diarsis, don't fall for Blood Moon's divisive plot. The goal of the first Chaos King is indeed the power of the Iron Crown. But that's all. Seizing power is actually helping you to completely control the heart of darkness. With your power, how can you control the prisoner's heart in its prime? We took away the power of the Iron Crown, and the heart left behind is enough to help you become a god. Besides the heart, the prisoner has other parts, so there is still a lot of room for our cooperation in the future. And the kid in front of you is the most urgent. He hates you to the bone. You took his body away, and the fight has been going on for a long time. Even if you want to make an enemy, you should distinguish between the primary and the secondary, right? Bai Huan looked directly into the hesitant eyes of his ancestor. He was sure that his ancestor would make a wise choice. With the pride of the ancestors, they must be confident that they can get rid of the control of chaos afterwards. The ancestor slowly raised his head, as if he had made up his mind. He looked at Mu Xing. Your words really make me waver. How about making a deal? If you voluntarily sacrifice your body and leave the fantasy world, I will cooperate with you. Mu Xing almost laughed in anger when he heard this. The arrogance of these old-time nobles is really hopelessly stupid. I thought you were smart enough, but it seems that I overestimated you. The short-sightedness and arrogance of the nobles are simply stupid. Mu Xing tightly grasped the Moonlight Great Sword and split it in two with a click. Bai Huan took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Blood Moon, stop being hypocritical here. Didn't your survival front come to this world to control the fantasy world? Baron Diarsis chooses to cooperate with our chaos or surrender to your survival system. It's just one of two choices. At least we give absolute freedom, instead of binding people in rules and regulations like the survival system, making them live worse than a dog. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Bai Huan's words became more and more sharp. Mu Xing was about to refute, but a deafening sound suddenly came from the starry sky. No need to say more, just fight. Chapter 812. Mu Xing's face lit up when he heard the voice. His mouth was worth delaying time. His backer finally arrived. When he looked at the starry sky, The red sun was fading faster and faster. No, it was not that it lost its light, but there was a huge monster several times larger than it next to it. The huge monster exuded a radiance like the blazing sun. Since the last separation, Lon has awakened from the dead state. He gathered his strength and condensed himself again. Not only did he recover his former strength, but he even broke through life and death due to a disaster, allowing him to go one step further. The red dwarf star was like a small ball in front of him. The burning fireball finally couldn't hold on, and began to twist and collapse. The red flames continued to gather towards the larger existence behind him. The energy of a star was swallowed up in an instant. At this time, where was the shadow of the red dwarf star in this fantasy world? Only the glowing and hot mist replaced the original star. He simulated the gravity and mass of the red dwarf star, so the entire fantasy world did not suddenly collapse because of the disappearance of the red dwarf star. How is this possible? How could he come to the fantasy world in his true form? Bai Huan's face was full of disbelief, and a strong sense of fear surged in his heart. At the same time, outside the fantasy world, the first Chaos King also began to show his true body. The densely packed eyes stretched out from the vortex, and its body was like a giant lobster covered with tentacles. The claws and limbs were replaced by tentacles. The head was covered with eyes, and a scar that could not be completely healed extended from the head to the abdomen. When they first arrived in this void, everyone felt a great pressure. At this moment, two half-step multiverses looked at each other, one in the fantasy world, and the other outside the fantasy world. The void set off a terrifying void storm. Wherever the void storm passed, the invisible fantasy world barrier was reflected. Creator Clan? The low voice of the first Chaos King sounded. At this time, Lan's voice sounded in Mu Xing's mind. This first Chaos King's combat power is far superior to mine. The fantasy world barrier may not last long. I will buy you time to stop this first Chaos King, and you go to take back your body and the Iron Crown. Mu Xing said, with my strength, I'm afraid I'm no match for them. Don't worry, I will bless you and your teammates with strength and raise you to the upper limit of the power level of the fantasy world. As soon as the voice fell, several beams of light enveloped Mu Xing and his companions, even including Mu Xing's summons. A super buff appeared above their heads, the Creator's Guardian buff. During the duration of the buff, the realm will be raised to the peak of the Apostle. Not only the buff added by Lon, but also the survival system that has been silent for a long time has blessed them with various buffs. Pressure immunity buff, negative resistance buff, mental immunity buff, dark adaptation buff. These buffs are specifically targeted at the pressure of various special environments in this fantasy world. Are we cheating? Such a strong buff. Caesar clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body, as if he could do anything and blow up a planet with a punch. The ancestor felt a sense of crisis and a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. Mr. Bai Huan, what should we do now? Bai Huan looked grim. As long as we block their attack, they will surely die when the first Chaos King breaks the barrier of the fantasy world. Then we will see the wonderful scene of the half-step multiverse they rely on being torn into pieces by the first Chaos King. The ancestor nodded and took Bai Huan directly to sink underground. He planned to rely on the dark dungeon to fight a defensive battle. Not good, Captain, they are going to run. Seeing them leave, Caesar pretended to chase them. However, Mu Xing did not seem to be in a hurry. They want to hide underground and rely on the fourth floor of the dark dungeon, so force them out. Force them out? How? Mu Xing walked up to the blind prophet. The other party seemed to sense Mu Xing's approach, and his dry lips opened and slowly raised his head. The face without eyes was numb after being tortured. I need your help, Mu Xing said. What do you want to do? The prophet asked weakly. At this point, it is meaningless to continue to maintain this prison. Instead of being broken by the enemy with force, it is better to take the initiative to attack and release the prisoner. What? You want to release the prisoners in the dark prison? The prophet subconsciously grabbed Mu Xing's arms. Do you know what this means? Mu Xing nodded. Of course I know, but we have no other choice. If we are beaten into the fantasy world by the terrible chaos, everyone will die. The prophet hesitated, but if the seal is opened and the prisoners wake up, it will also bring about a world-destroying disaster. Mu Xing said, choose the lesser of two evils. If you release them voluntarily, I can still find a way to protect the lives of this world, but if the first Chaos King breaks through. The prophet's hand holding Mu Xing's arm suddenly loosened, as if he had lost all his strength. I understand, but it is impossible to unlock the seal by relying on my strength alone. The seal on the ground can be unlocked, but how to unlock the seal of the starry sky? Mu Xing patted his arm. Don't worry, I have already prepared for the starry sky. He waved his right hand, and Luna appeared in front of him. Did you hear what I said just now? Luna nodded. I heard it. I can cooperate with you to unlock the seal of the starry sky, but I have a condition. You want me to save those elves, right? Yes, at least they are innocent. They don't want to be caught here and used as seals and trapped in the starry sky for tens of millions of years. Okay, I promise you. For Mu Xing, as long as he can win, saving those elves is just a matter of convenience. As he said, Mu Xing began to give orders. The teammates were responsible for fainting the dark dungeon, the prophet was responsible for breaking the underground seal, and Luna was responsible for solving the seal of the starry sky. At the same time, deep in the dark dungeon, Bai Huan, who was observing every move outside, frowned all the time. What on earth does this Blood Moon guy want to do? The ancestor patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I have been managing the dark dungeon for many years. Although my main body cannot move easily, and can only passively defend. But don't worry, they can't get in. The underground is my territory. The apostle-level cell warriors are endless. I can consume them to death. My power can also be integrated into the darkness to destroy their spirit and will. Before they reach the 4th floor, they will go completely crazy. Hearing this, Bai Huan was relieved. Speaking, the ancestor looked at Bai Huan. Mr. Bai Huan, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Request? I want to have a face-to-face communication with Lord First Chaos King. Bai Huan was about to refuse, but the voice of Lord First Chaos King came from the special chaos communicator in his hand. Promise him, you go to build a communication channel, I want to talk to him in person. But Lord First Chaos King, is it inappropriate to do this? Are you questioning my decision? The other party's tone was full of unquestionable majesty. Lord First Chaos King, I dare not. Remember your identity, you are just a dog I raise. Go and build a communication channel. It's too late to hold you accountable. Yes. Bai Huan clenched the chaos communicator in his fists. The disposable communicator had lost its effectiveness and turned into powder in his hands. His face changed several times, and his fingers were pinched white. Chapter 813. To unlock the seal of the earth, the sealed door is the key. In the whole world, only Hamlet has a sealed door underground that can be called a breakthrough. And it is not easy to destroy the sealed door. The ancestors have controlled this door for a long time. So if you want to destroy the sealed door, you must destroy the power guarded by the ancestors. Originally, Mu Xing had to break into the 4th floor of the dungeon to approach the sealed door, but now it is not necessary. With the help of the prophet, they can take a shortcut to enter the 4th floor. No, it cannot be said to be the 4th layer, but another layer of space. Back then, the prophet was punished and cursed for betraying the prisoner in the prison. His kingdom sank into the ground, and he was dragged into the endless abyss. He was tortured there until the prisoner went completely crazy, and he found a chance to escape. The passage that the prophet found when he escaped back then has now become the best choice for Mu Xing to bypass the iron wall defense of his ancestors. At the same time, he split out a clone, followed Luna into the sky, and faced the stars that sealed the world. The seals on the ground and underground must be destroyed at the same time. If only one is destroyed, the other seal will be completely locked. Unless it is broken violently, it will be difficult to open it in a short time with Mu Xing's power. Therefore, it must be foolproof. Finally, they stood in front of the gate. The gate stood in the deepest part of the underground, like a creature vomited out from the stomach of hell. It was not built, but more like it grew out of the surrounding flesh and blood walls. The dark metal surface was covered with rusty lines, like blood vessels, and it glowed a sickly dark green under the dim light of the torch. The edge of the door frame was carved with twisted reliefs, and countless humanoid creatures were struggling and curled up in the stone. Their limbs were mutated in pain, and flesh and bones were twisted into tentacles and limbs, as if they were forcibly blended together by some indescribable force. In the center of the door, a huge ring-shaped rune was etched, with 3 snake-shaped characters connected end to end, like an eternal curse. Is this the sealed door? Mu Xing stared at the door in front of him, standing in front of the eternal darkness. It is impossible to imagine what kind of unknown and terrible things are hidden behind this gate. The prophet walked to the gate with an oil lamp in his hand. His skinny fingers gently touched the door, and the fingertips did not feel the coldness of metal, but a numbing warmth. The door squirmed, as if it would turn into a living thing at any time. The prophet's fingers trembled slightly, and then he took a step back. If you want to destroy the sealed door, you must break the power of the iron crown added by the ancestors. Mu Xing winked at Maxon next to him, and the other party understood and swung his fist quickly. Boom! The door made a dull sound, and a miniature nuclear explosion exploded at the extreme distance. However, this door seemed to be unconstrained by the laws of physics, and the miniature nuclear explosion did not harm it at all. It seems that it can only be broken by the power of the same attribute. Mu Xing took out the dark meteorite sword and began to activate the runes on it. At the same time, a dazzling crystal appeared in his left hand. Lon copied the process of the Pigman King awakening the power of the Iron Crown, although he failed to actually create a round of Iron Crown. But it helped Mu Xing gather a large amount of rage power. Now, all this rage power is gathered in the crystal in his hand, which is also his greatest reliance to break the power of the ancestor. I don't know if it sensed that Mu Xing was approaching the sealed door. The ancestor also hurried back. Are you crazy? You actually want to destroy the sealed door? The face of the ancestor condensed on the flesh and blood wall next to the door. Oh! Are you anxious? I talked to you in a good mood before, but you didn't listen, and now you want to come and stop me? The ancestor roared. Don't you want your body back? If I ask you for it, will you just give it to me? Besides, it's just a body. As long as the consciousness and soul are immortal, I will create a more perfect body sooner or later. Didn't you also commit suicide and abandon your body, and merge your soul consciousness into the prisoner's heart? You? The ancestor didn't expect Mu Xing to be so stubborn. Humph, a mere mortal wants to break the seal set by the void gods. It's just a foolish dream. Mu Xing didn't bother to pay attention to this guy's verbal attacks to delay time. He crushed the crystal in his hand, and the surging furious power gathered in the meteorite sword. This power made the ancestor's face change. Where did you get such a strong power of the Iron Crown? The ancestor was obviously anxious. At this time, Bai Huan rushed over from somewhere, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping Mu Xing. Mu Xing had already contacted Luna in the starry sky, and she had reached an agreement with those brothers and sisters. Just waiting for his order. Blood Moon, stop it, you will destroy everything including yourself. The ancestor shouted anxiously. Blood vessels have emerged on the surrounding flesh and blood walls, and apostle-level cell monsters are approaching for support. Dorichis, I don't believe in evil the most, and I hate threats the most, break it. He growled, and stabbed the gate with all his strength with a meteorite sword in his hand. On the gate, an iron crown appeared. It was the Iron Crown of 3 thorns. This ancestor really kept a trick. In addition to obsession and betrayal, there is also the power of suspicion. He has mastered the power of 3 iron crowns. However, Mu Xing instantly penetrated the barriers imposed by the 3 layers of the Iron Crown with the blessing of a huge amount of rage power. With a sound of puff, the sword blade seemed to penetrate a door of flesh and blood. Open it for me! The rage power in Mu Xing's meteorite sword exploded completely without any hesitation. At the same time, in the starry sky, the seal that had been broken into a corner was now completely collapsing. Countless meteorites began to fall to the earth. Meteors streaked across the sky, setting off a gorgeous meteor shower. As the seal in the sky was broken, the underground sealed door was torn apart, and the dark prison that sealed the prisoner began to crumble. I don't know if the prisoner who lost his mind in the prison sensed something, but he struggled madly. As he struggled, a huge hole was torn open in the broken sealed door. It's over, it's over. The ancestor looked at Bai Huan. Mr. Bai Huan, quickly let the first Chaos King repair the seal, otherwise everything is over. His fusion with the heart has not yet been completely successful. If the seal is broken at this time, he will lose the opportunity to control the heart, and may even be assimilated in turn. However, Bai Huan was expressionless in the face of the ancestor's request. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. From the moment you stepped over the authority to make a deal with the first Chaos King, we have become enemies. Hearing this, the ancestor was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Huan's revenge to be so strong. Bai Huan, you dare to betray the first Chaos King. If he knows, he will never let you go. Ha ha ha, let me go. I have been fighting for him for so many years, and I have worked hard even if I have no credit. But now all my efforts are denied because of your words. Now you want to kick me away. Don't think I don't know what deal you have reached. In your deal, I didn't contribute at all. Bai Huan vented endless resentment like a shrew, turned her head and looked at Mu Xing. Shuiyue, do your previous conditions still count? Mu Xing's mouth curled up slightly. Of course, but you have to show me your sincerity first. Chapter 814. Sincerity? Heh. What sincerity? Bai Huan, don't let this scoundrel in front of you bewitch your mind. If I had known earlier, you and I would be allies who share weal and woe. An imperceptible panic flashed across the face of the ancestor. The pale face was slightly distorted by emotional fluctuations. Bai Huan burst into a crazy laugh when he heard this. Ha ha ha. Bewitched, I've had enough of you hypocritical faces. A dark iron crown suddenly condensed in his palm. The originally symmetrical teeth were now severely distorted, and violent energy surged on the surface of the crown, and the surrounding space was distorted by this energy. His left hand slashed in the air like a blade, and the squirming flesh on the ground was torn into a bottomless ravine. With the traction of his fingers, a crystal coffin rose slowly from the blood abyss. Bai Huan! How dare you! Countless faces of ancestors instantly appeared on the surrounding flesh walls, and the distorted faces issued overlapping roars. There were roars coming from the distant passage, and countless cell monsters were coming like a tide. Mu Xing watched coldly, and with a flick of his right hand, Hunter and Maxon rushed out like arrows. With the blessing of the Creator buff, even the Hunter's double blades were lingering with the terrifying power of the Apostle level. Wherever the knife light passed, those hideous cell monsters were not even a match, and they turned into bloody and fleshy fragments in the shrill wails. Bai Huan suddenly opened the coffin lid, grabbed the throat of the ancestor's body, and lifted it up. This body that has been sleeping for 100 years is the empty shell left after the ancestors used the secret method of necromancy to strip the soul in pursuit of immortality. What is creepy is that the body that should have decayed not only maintains an amazing degree of freshness. Now, under the nourishment of the energy fed back by the soul, it shows the vigorous vitality of a 40-year-old man. Blood Moon, listen carefully. Bai Huan's eyes flashed with crazy light. As long as this body is destroyed, his soul will be severely damaged. Coupled with the collapse of the sealed door, it is the best time for you to take back your body. A hideous smile appeared on his lips. Does this letter of surrender still appeal to you? Mu Xing nodded slightly. Even though he was careful, he did not expect Bai Huan to be so ruthless and resolute. But whether the other party was sincere in surrendering or had other intentions, in this tense situation, it was always good to have one less enemy. Bai Huan did not hesitate to press the twisted and deformed iron crown against the chest of the ancestor. Amid the hysterical screams of the ancestor, the violent energy contained in the iron crown completely erupted. Those carefully arranged protective barriers were easily torn apart like thin paper. The twisted energy madly eroded this immortal body, the flesh and blood continued to twist, and the vitality quickly disappeared. At this moment, the ancestor was facing a life or death choice. Either immediately return to the body on the verge of collapse, or make a desperate attempt to break through Mu Xing's defense and use his body as a springboard to complete the final fusion with the prisoner's heart. At the moment when the ancestor hesitated, Mu Xing had clearly sensed the location of his body. He sensed that the ancestor chose to take a risk and began to frantically attack the defense of his body. Mu Xing cast a meaningful glance at Bai Huan. I have witnessed your sincerity. Next, I hope you can show me more sincerity. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already rushed into the sealed door like an arrow from a bow. The scene behind the sealed door made Mu Xing's pupils shrink suddenly. This is a complete world of flesh and blood, and its scale is dozens of times larger than the world formed in the body of the ancient god Kos. What's more terrifying is that every inch of flesh and blood here exudes a suffocating crazy will. Countless twisted negative emotions surge from all directions like a tide, trying to pollute the invader's mind. If it weren't for the system buff, I'm afraid I would be assimilated into a crazy monster the moment I stepped in. In order to hinder Mu Xing's progress, the ancestor summoned an overwhelming number of cell monsters to form a defense line. Mu Xing snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the summoned army rushed out like a torrent, tearing a bloody path in the flesh and blood barrier. Master, Bai Huan is a man who cannot be trusted. I'm worried that he will betray the cooperation again. The warning of the divine seal echoed in his mind. Don't worry, I know Bai Huan's character and nature. Mu Xing slashed the white blood cell monster that blocked his way with a sword, and the stinking body fluid splashed in the air to draw a hideous arc. This traitor is born with a rebellious nature. As long as the benefits are enough, he may turn against us at any time. Then why do you? We just take what we need. Mu Xing's eyes flashed coldly. I want to take back my body, and he wants to take revenge on the first Chaos King. As for his hidden calculations, they are all futile in the face of absolute power. Mu Xing charged forward with his sword, and there were also summoned troops around to assist him. These cell monsters could not resist his sharp edge at all. As he went deeper, his sense of the main body became stronger and stronger. When Mu Xing used the meteorite sword to split the last flesh and blood barrier, a dazzling glare suddenly enveloped his vision. When his vision was restored, he was shocked to find that he was actually in the feast called Crimson Night 100 years ago. He quickly calmed down and sensed his current situation. On the scarlet carpet, the elegantly dressed nobles were surrounding a certain figure like the moon surrounded by stars. Mu Xing tried to break free, but found that he had no control over this body at all. He seemed to be reliving this dusty memory through the perspective of his ancestors. The memory of the Crimson Night that belonged to his ancestors. While drinking, the ancestors' eyes were suddenly attracted by a graceful countess. After only half an hour of dancing, he fell hopelessly in love with this beautiful lady. When the two of them came to the balcony on the second floor to whisper, the beauty suddenly revealed her hideous true face, a terrifying insect monster in human skin. At the critical moment of life and death, the ancestor succeeded in killing the monster with his instincts trained over many years. The moment he touched the thorn ring that appeared on the other person's body, a huge amount of taboo knowledge poured into his mind like a flood. The desire for truth made the ancestor sip the monster's blood crazily, and even shared it with other guests. And all this was a trap carefully designed by the countess disguised as prey. She controlled everyone with her own blood, turning them into blood demons. Finally, she locked onto the ancestor, her first chosen prey. However, when the monster's fangs were about to pierce the ancestor's neck, the ancient blood that was dormant in the ancestor's body suddenly awakened. This game, which was supposed to be a game between predators and prey, eventually turned into a tragic fight between two extraordinary beings for the body. In the end, of course, it ended with the victory of the ancestor. It was also from that bloody night that Hamlet's wise lord disappeared completely. In his place was a madman obsessed with dark power. He delved into necromancy to explore the mysteries of the soul, summoning creatures from other worlds to touch the taboos of life, setting up a lighthouse on the farm to peek into the truth of the starry sky. Finally, in the endless digging downwards, the eternal sealed door was seen. Chapter 8:15. In order to completely crack the ultimate mystery of the ancient forbidden door, in order to glimpse the dark truth hidden behind this world shrouded in heavy fog, the ancestor paid any price. For decades, he devoted himself to research almost crazily. He began to study those cursed ancient books day and night. He first recruited the most elite mercenary teams from all over the world at a high price. He ordered them to go deep into those creepy underground ruins to find any possible clues. Although each exploration was accompanied by heavy casualties, he considered these sacrifices to be necessary costs. Because each time, he could bring back more intelligence he needed. He paid money, and those mercenaries paid with their lives, which was a perfect deal for him. Day after day, year after year. Finally, with his almost paranoid persistence, the key that could open the underground dark door was held in his hand. He was ecstatic, and took the key to the underground. When the door slowly opened, he saw the most essential truth of this world. In the eternal dark abyss, there is a terrifying existence that can subvert all cognition. At first, he naively wanted to rescue this poor prisoner. He cast forbidden star magic, summoned meteorites to fall, and attempted to destroy the ancient seal built by the stars. However, in the process, he glimpsed more unknown mysteries of the universe from the falling stars. It was precisely because of this knowledge that his mentality was completely changed. Greed spread and grew in his heart like a poison. He began to desire eternal life and covet the supreme authority that only gods are worthy of. He even tried to replace the imprisoned terrifying existence. Once this crazy idea came into being, it could never be erased from his mind. After careful consideration, he made a decision that could change his fate. He resolutely cut off all ties with the world and stepped into the door to the endless abyss without hesitation. With the help of forbidden necromancy, he completely separated his soul from his body. He also used the fusion secret technique obtained from the alien creatures to force his consciousness into the prisoner's divine body. However, reality soon gave him a blow. He was horrified to find that with his mere mortal willpower, it was almost impossible to control this divine body. What was even more terrifying was that not only did he fail to control this body, but he was gradually eroded and assimilated by the crazy consciousness contained in it. At the critical moment, when he was about to be completely swallowed up, fate unexpectedly gave him a chance to turn things around. A greedy descendant came to Hamlet Castle, trying to take over the ancient castle and all its properties. This foolish descendant accidentally discovered the secret left by his ancestors during the exploration. He was also tempted by the dark power deep underground. He began a crazy exploration of the dark dungeon underground. However, he was not the ancestor, nor did he have the strength and luck of the ancestor. Soon he accidentally died in the depths of the dungeon. It was precisely because of this accident that the fate of the ancestor was changed. The ancestor was shocked to find that the souls and flesh of these descendants and the mercenaries he found could become excellent nutrients. Every time he devoured a soul, his will would become stronger. The ancestor keenly seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This discovery made him ecstatic. He immediately began to use various means to lure the descendants of his bloodline scattered around the world back to Hamlet. As the number of dead souls in the dungeon continued to increase, his consciousness finally reached a delicate balance with the madness in the prisoners. What is even more exciting is that he can absorb all kinds of negative emotions from these dead people, and use this to condense the power of the Iron Crown, which symbolizes absolute power. Suspicion, betrayal, obsession. These dark emotions have become the source of his power. After obtaining the power of the Iron Crown, he began to attack the most core part of his body, the heart. He firmly believed that as long as he could control this heart of God, he could completely control this divine body and realize his ultimate ambition to become a god. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow again. Even though he had absorbed so many souls, his power was still as insignificant as a firefly to the bright moon when facing the original owner of the heart. Not only was the power he had accumulated with great effort consumed in an instant, he was also almost completely devoured by the backlash of crazy consciousness. After escaping by chance, he completely changed his strategy. He decided to adopt a steady nibbling tactic. He cleverly used the power of the falling star to constantly reset Hamlet's time loop, lure batches of unsuspecting explorers to come and die. After a long tug-of-war, he finally gradually gained control of the heart. From being helpless at first, to being evenly matched later, to now having a clear advantage, he seemed to be only one step away from success. But just when victory was in sight, he discovered a fatal problem. Even if he successfully merged the heart into a god, he could not escape the eternal cage set by the void gods. After careful consideration, he came up with a plan that would satisfy both parties. He planned to separate the heart from this huge body. But this required a container strong enough to hold this divine heart. So he began to collect the bodies of the dead descendants, and tried to refine a perfect container. The first experiment collapsed after only a few minutes, but this failure unexpectedly gave him a glimmer of hope. In the decades that followed, he kept trying to improve it, but encountered setbacks again and again. Just when he was about to give up hope, a survivor from another world. He accidentally broke into Hamlet. This stranger who called himself a survivor had a strong body that could resist the erosion of the heart of God to a certain extent. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak to meet his needs. With an idea, the ancestor decided to use this survivor as bait to lay a trap to attract more powerful visitors from other worlds. After careful planning, 2 high-level survivors arrived as promised soon. He easily caught them with traps and conducted new experiments. The experiment made a breakthrough, and he successfully refined an apostle-level container with one of them. But the ancestor was not satisfied with this, and deliberately let the other person go, hoping to attract a more powerful prey. What he really needed was a god-level container that could break the confinement of the void. This opportunity did not make him wait for long. When a mysterious chaos spaceship quietly docked near the fantasy world, he sensed that the opportunity to change his destiny had come. Sure enough, Mu Xing saw himself in his perspective without surprise. As soon as he approached the fantasy world, he was already spotted by the ancestor. At the moment he entered the fantasy world, the ancestor used the rules of the fantasy world to perform flesh and blood separation on him, seizing this dream-perfect body. Chapter 8:16. The ancestor succeeded, but also failed. This seemingly victorious body seizure actually laid the groundwork for failure. He successfully seized Mu Xing's body with infinite potential. But at the most critical moment, the mysterious 9-story tower took away the most precious spoils, Mu Xing's complete soul and consciousness. Even if the ancestor tried his best to chase, and finally found the uncontrollable mysterious tower, Mu Xing's soul had long disappeared. What annoyed him even more was that although this dream body contained infinite possibilities, his consciousness could never fully penetrate it due to the powerful guardian power. At the same time, on a dark path beyond the ancestor's sight, a carriage full of unknown things was slowly driving into the cursed town of Hamlet. The gears of fate began to turn again. Mu Xing, who had transformed into the ancestor's descendant, Anderson, was stepping into this dangerous place alone. In the next few days, he cleared the castle haze, leveled the ancient ruins, wiped out the bandit gangs, defeated the pirate invasion, and was invincible all the way. At first, the ancestor did not notice this descendant, until the messenger of the Chaos Force, Bai Huan, came to the door and brought a shocking secret. This so-called descendant was the real Mu Xing that he had been searching for. The ancestor who learned the truth immediately laid a net, trying to completely put an end to this great threat in the dark dungeon. However, fate played tricks on him, and the battle in the dungeon still allowed Mu Xing to escape successfully. When the ancestor found that Mu Xing had traveled to the past time and space, he chased him relentlessly, and vowed to strangle him in the long river of history. But this seemingly ordinary opponent kept evolving in the battle. When Mu Xing returned from the past, the ancestor's clone was no longer his opponent. Out of helplessness, the ancestor had to temporarily ally with the chaos forces. But the development of things always exceeded his expectations. Because of his ambition, he met the first Chaos King alone, and at the same time planted the seeds of betrayal. Just now, during the confrontation between the two sides, Bai Huan suddenly attacked, not only stabbed him in the back, but also destroyed his body. He was forced to choose the latter path, and fight to the death with Mu Xing. When Mu Xing broke into the sealed door alone, the ancestor realized that this would be the last chance to win. At this point, the torrent of memories suddenly stopped. Mu Xing felt as if he had merged with his ancestors, and those memories were as real as his own experience. But he clearly realized that this was just a trick by his ancestors to devour him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark and empty world, with a lake of consciousness under his feet, reflecting countless memory fragments in the ripples. In the fragments, the memories of the ancestors at different ages kept flashing. A carefree childhood, an ambitious youth, an ambitious middle age, and an old age that gradually fell into madness. Mu Xing was watching. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the darkness. Under the luxurious aristocratic clothing, the ancestor's calm face could not hide the surprise in his eyes. I had tried so hard, but I failed to assimilate Mu Xing's soul and consciousness. So you took great pains to lead me here, just to let me watch this lame show? Mu Xing broke the silence with a sneer. The ancestor frowned. You could resist my memory assimilation? Assimilation? Mu Xing showed a sarcastic smile. With these fragmented memories, you want to shake my will? Don't be complacent, Mu Xing. The ancestor's voice gradually became colder. I have seen part of your memory and understand your past. As a survivor, you can only struggle in a world where you have no control. Why don't we merge into one, and we will surely create a more brilliant future. Fusion? Mu Xing raised his eyebrows. Sure, as long as you are willing to be devoured by me, and take me as the leader, I don't mind fusing with you. The ancestor narrowed his eyes. This is my territory. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Mu Xing stood with his arms folded. Do you really think I will rush into the tiger's den without any preparation? What do you mean? Dorichis, I know your abilities too well. In addition to high-level authorities such as the Iron Crown, you also mastered the law of flesh and blood when fusing the heart, didn't you? Do you think I will fall into your trap knowing your trump card? The ancestor's face suddenly changed. Wait, you are a clone? No, I am a complete soul will. Mu Xing said, as if it was a matter of course. If you don't use bait to fish, how can a big fish take the bait? The ancestor, sensing the crisis, quickly retreated, trying to escape from the consciousness space. But would Mu Xing give him a chance? He had already contacted Bai Huan in the outside world to completely destroy the ancestor's body. Although the ancestor's soul has been separated, how can the connection between the body and the soul be easily cut off? The intense pain caused by the destruction of the flesh made the ancestor wail heartbreakingly. Mu Xing took advantage of the victory and pressed a palm on the forehead of the ancestor. Since you are so eager to devour me, I will let you eat enough. A huge torrent of data rushed out from Mu Xing's palm. The vast information of the observer heritage and the obelisk was madly poured into the ancestor's consciousness. The ancestor's soul swelled and twisted like a balloon, and almost collapsed under the impact of the torrent of information. Seizing this gap, Mu Xing quickly broke through the ancestor's consciousness cage. The scene in front of him shocked him. In the huge underground space, an indescribable huge heart was suspended in the world of flesh and blood. This heart had grown a vague head and limbs. The face of the ancestor was looming in it. And below the heart, Mu Xing saw his true body. A gray moon entangled by countless flesh and blood tentacles. Although his consciousness was out of his body was still resisting stubbornly. The old seal was hanging high, and the chaotic mycelium was surging, blocking all the tentacles that attempted to invade. Divine Seal, Scan. Mu Xing, who had been prepared, integrated the Divine Seal into his soul before entering. The integrity of the body is 82%, the degree of alienation is 25%, and the energy reserve is 63%. Hearing this result, Mu Xing felt relieved. If he delayed for a few more days, the instinctive defense alone would eventually be broken. He rushed into the gray moon without hesitation, and felt the soul return, and the body burst out with amazing power. The flesh and blood tentacles wrapped around him were instantly shaken away. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Mu Xing successfully returned to his body. The moment the soul and the body merged, The light of the 10th floor observer tower poured down. Mu Xing did not choose to escape, but decided to break through the apostle rank here. He took out the apostle core and umbilical cord, these gifts from the ancestors. Now thinking about it, everything is the careful arrangement of the system. He finally understood that the ultimate goal of the system might be the prisoner's heart in front of him. From the moment he acquiesced to his body being taken away by the ancestors, the system was guiding him to gradually adapt to this world. Experience points, iron crown, falling stars. All for him to face the ultimate existence of this world with an equal attitude. At this moment, his soul has almost completely adapted to the rules of the fantasy world. Only one step away, he can completely get rid of the world's rejection. And now, it's time to fight for the prisoner's heart that symbolizes the supreme power. Chapter 8:17. There is an essential difference between the apostle realm and the higher realm. To be promoted to a higher creature, one needs to go through the process of condensing the origin and achieving self-sublimation. This is a transformation journey from an ordinary life form to a higher life form. However, the requirements of the apostle realm are more stringent. The origin must be tempered to the extreme realm, and the secondary sublimation of the origin must be achieved before it can continue to evolve to a higher level. But simply completing the sublimation of the origin is far from enough. This is just the first step to the apostle realm. The next more critical thing is to territorialize the origin. This is a gradual process from the inside out. From complete control of oneself, gradually expand to control of the surrounding world. In this process, you need to try to use your own origin to influence all existence in the outside world. Reshape the energy, matter, and even space-time structure of the outside world with your own will. Not only that, this is also the only way for life to establish a deep connection with the origin of the world and the laws of the universe. The apostle realm is also known as the apostle of God. The results of cultivation in this stage are directly related to whether one is qualified to ascend to the God realm and break through the shackles of life in the future. Therefore, it is crucial to lay a solid foundation in the apostle realm. For this reason, Mu Xing carefully prepared 10 different origin powers in order to break through the apostle realm. The origin is like the building blocks for building a high-rise building. The more building blocks there are, and the better the quality, the more solid the foundation will be, and the stronger the strength will be after becoming an apostle realm. Now that Mu Xing's consciousness has returned to his body, his spiritual level that has reached the apostle realm immediately triggered a chain reaction in his body. In order to match the high-level consciousness, his body began to undergo all-round adaptive evolution. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to complete the sublimation of 10 origins in a short period of time. But Mu Xing holds the two great treasures, the apostle umbilical cord and the apostle core, plus the newly acquired power of the iron crown. Under high-intensity pressure, his advancement speed will definitely be far faster than that of ordinary people. Moreover, his consciousness has already gone through the sublimation path once, and now the physical evolution is just a step-by-step rewalk, which is destined to be smoother. Mu Xing's mind moved slightly, and 2.5 apostle umbilical cords appeared in his palm. Then he reached into the flesh and blood wall beside him, and easily took out the last half of the apostle umbilical cord. In order to integrate Mu Xing's consciousness, the ancestor gave him extremely high authority, and even opened his own origin core. As a result, Mu Xing was not assimilated, but almost became the master. The items hidden by the ancestor naturally could not escape his eyes, and this half of the umbilical cord happened to be stored in the ancestor's secret warehouse. Now that he has collected the last half of the apostle's umbilical cord, Mu Xing has 3 complete apostles' umbilical cords in his hand. But that's not all. Mu Xing actually merged the 3 apostles' umbilical cords into one. When the fusion was completed, a brand new umbilical cord appeared in his hand. Looking down, the name of the umbilical cord has changed. The second umbilical cord. The second umbilical cord. A mysterious link between the spirit and the universe, which can directly perceive the operation of the rules of the universe. Although the description is concise, it shocked Mu Xing's heart. Because what he held in his hand was no longer an ordinary apostle's umbilical cord, but the legendary umbilical cord of God. As we all know, God has 3 umbilical cords. The first one once connected the God to his mother. The second one connected the spirit to the universe. And the third one connected consciousness to the origin, which is the most mysterious I-cord. Now Mu Xing has obtained the second umbilical cord of God, which means that he can connect to the origin of the universe earlier than other apostles. Early exposure to the operating mechanism of the rules of the universe lays a solid foundation for understanding and mastering the rules in the future. He could not wait to start fusing this precious second umbilical cord. At the same time, he took out the apostle core and began to extract the apostle heart energy contained in it. This apostle heart was originally a reward from the system. Now he knew that this thing was actually a bait set by the ancestor from the fantasy world under his feet. Since it is a bait, it naturally needs to be tempting enough to attract the target. For this reason, the ancestor did not hesitate to inject the precious power of the Iron Crown into it, the power of suspicion from his third Iron Crown. This old guy really spent a lot of money. When Mu Xing used the Iron Crown to draw out the power of suspicion, the fourth tooth began to condense on his Iron Crown. So far, rage, betrayal, obsession, suspicion, the 4 powers have gathered in the Iron Crown. Unknowingly, he has mastered 4 of the 5 powers. In addition to the power of suspicion, the Apostle Core also contains a huge amount of flesh and blood energy. Ordinary people dare not absorb it easily, but Mu Xing is willing to do it, allowing the main body to devour it crazily. With the injection of this powerful energy, Mu Xing felt that the main body finally reached saturation and began to sublimate to a deeper level. 10 kinds of original power fell from the 10-story observer tower: body, spirit, emotion, hope, dream, life, soul, time, matter, and the Iron Crown. Strictly speaking, the Iron Crown has surpassed the scope of origin and even surpassed the rules. It is more appropriate to call it authority. Although Mu Xing cannot fully exert the power of this authority, it is more than enough to assist the evolution of the body with its downward compatible characteristics. The 4-toothed thorn crown appeared above his head, and a strong pulling force suddenly came. It was as if an invisible hand was going to elevate him directly from the upper level to the god level. At this moment, his perception broke through the limitations of time and space, crossed the galaxy, and reached the origin of the universe. It seemed that he only needed to take a light step to transcend the mortal world and become a god on the spot. However, at this critical moment, Mu Xing stopped. He clearly realized that the powerful authority of the Iron Crown could indeed ignore the origin and rules and force him to the throne of God. But this was tantamount to becoming a rootless duckweed and becoming a half-puppet of the Iron Crown. The future can only move forward along the path set by the Iron Crown. How is this different from the ancestors, who lost themselves and tried to ascend to heaven in one step? Obviously, the consciousness and obsession of the ancestors are still subtly influencing him. But he is Mu Xing, not the ancestors. Even if he ascends to the gods, he should be down to earth and step by step climb the supreme ladder of gods. So Mu Xing resolutely took a step back, and the ladder of gods in front of him dissipated instantly, and all illusions were shattered. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel fortunate for his calmness. If he had taken that step at that time, there would have been no turning back. He quickly channeled this power into his body. Since he chose not to ascend to the godhood in one step, he could not waste this precious energy. He wanted to build a more solid foundation. At the same time, he also planned to merge all the heterogeneous organs in his body into one. Chaos Hyphae, Blood Moon Power, Observer's Consciousness, Dark Gold Core, Primordial Ocean, Primordial Sacrifice Embryo, Intracranial Eye. There are too many unique existences gathered in his body. Now is the critical moment of advancing to the Apostle Realm. He wants to take this opportunity to integrate all of this. In the past, he was not strong enough, but now that he has the power of the Iron Crown, he can use this authority above all else to forcibly suppress the fusion. Lon once said that to breathe the ultimate life form, one must reach the ultimate realm of life. Now, he has the ultimate of the flesh, Blood Moon. The ultimate of the will, Chaos Will. The ultimate of the spirit, Observer's Knowledge. Coupled with the blessing of the ultimate external objects such as Dark Gold Energy, the Original Ocean, and the Original Sacrifice Embryo, Mu Xing believes that the time is ripe. He decided to follow his aunt's example, merge all the powers into one, and build an ultimate embryo. Using himself as a container, he nurtured a new self. In this process, he needed to constantly improve the embryo's structure and continuously strengthen its essence. When it hatches, it may be the time when he becomes the ultimate life form that Lon said. At the same time, condensing the ultimate embryo also has a significant bonus to the external body, which can greatly enhance the strength of the current body. The integration of various abilities can also allow him to burst out with more amazing power. Chapter 8:18. When the ancestor woke up from his confusion, he saw Mu Xing walking out of the giant gray flesh cocoon. How dare you use me in reverse, and complete the leap of life level? The ancestor was so angry that his teeth itched. Mu Xing slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of imperceptible divinity flashed in his eyes. With the help of the second umbilical cord, Mu Xing came into contact with the essence of the world earlier than other apostles, and experienced the laws of the universe. With the observer's knowledge, he saw through the details of the ancestor in front of him at a glance. At this time, the ancestor was just an apostle who forcibly evolved by borrowing the blood and flesh of the prisoners, and the soul power of his descendants. Although he was at the peak of the apostles, in terms of strength, he was probably not as good as the rookie who had just broken through the apostle. Even the combat power of the pseudo-apostle was terrible. His biggest reliance was the prisoner's heart that he had merged with nearly half of. He relied on controlling the prisoner's heart to mobilize the prisoner's power. To some extent, his power was comparable to that of a god. But his mistake was that he should not be so greedy, and wanted to completely control the prisoner's heart by devouring his own body. If the ancestor wants to open the seal of his body, he must get the key, and the key is Mu Xing's spirit and soul. Unfortunately, Mu Xing's apostle-level spirit that has been tempered for thousands of times is far from the deformed soul physical fitness that the ancestor has forcibly improved by fusing countless descendants' souls. As a result, Mu Xing instantly counterattacked and then forcibly controlled the ancestor for half an hour. When the ancestor finally escaped from the maze of massive and complicated information, he found that Mu Xing had already completed the apostle advancement. At this time, the two looked at each other, and the ancestor's eyes were only filled with deep fear and horror. He didn't dare to fight again, and just wanted to escape back to the prisoner's heart. But how could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? His right hand grabbed the ancestor's consciousness like lightning. The ancestor's original consciousness was not strong, and it was supported by the consciousness of the descendants that were fused and swallowed. Mu Xing's right hand directly penetrated the shell of those fused consciousnesses and pinched the ancestor's original consciousness. He pulled out the original consciousness and stuffed it into the cage he had prepared in advance. This was a clone he created with 10 origins. Dorichis, don't you want my body? I will give him to you now. Mu Xing smirked as he stuffed his soul in. As soon as he stuffed it into the clone, the ancestor let out a sharp cry, realizing that this was not a gift from Mu Xing, but a conspiracy by Mu Xing. The clone body was heavier than he had imagined. It was so difficult for him to control it with his consciousness, let alone fight with the help of this body. This body was indeed powerful, but with the current mental strength of the ancestor, he could not bring out the combat power of this body at all. It was like being welded to death in a mecha that had lost its power. The powerful combat weapon had now become a cage that imprisoned him. Blood Moon, don't think you have won. The prisoner's heart has lost my control, and will be completely out of control. You destroyed the seal, and the dark prison can no longer restrain it. Everything is over. Really? But why do I feel like it's just the beginning? Mu Xing pointed his finger, and the power of the iron crown flew towards the huge prisoner's heart. The heart trembled violently, and the whole planet seemed to begin to tremble. Are you crazy? What are you going to do? The heart is right in front of you. Why don't you try to take it over? Instead, you want to wake it up completely. The ancestor said with a strange expression. Take over? You are crazy, but I am not. Don't you understand? This heart is not something you and I can covet. Force fusion is a dead end. And why is there only one heart here? Why is this place called a fantasy world? That's because the whole world was built to seal this heart. Do you really think you can become a god by taking over a heart? The ancestor stared at Mu Xing, obviously unconvinced. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly grabbed the ancestor and teleported from the depths of the Earth's core to the ground. After breaking through the apostle, his control over the power of time and space became more profound. Roar! As soon as he left the center of the Earth, the prisoner's heart went completely berserk. The entire hamlet collapsed directly, and huge tentacles shattered the rock layer and stretched out from the deep underground. Then, endless madness gushed out from the cracks. Captain, what happened? Crazy and the others were still fighting those cell monsters, and then, they saw the collapsed hamlet, and Mu Xing who suddenly appeared in front of them. Is everyone okay? No injuries with the super buff, just some cell monsters, nothing to be afraid of. Soon, they noticed the changes in Mu Xing. Captain, have you been promoted to an apostle? Mu Xing casually threw the ancestor on the ground. Although there are some twists and turns, the result is good after all. Everyone looked at each other, and the surprise on their faces was hard to hide. Well, now is not the time to celebrate, it's coming out. Who? Everyone was wondering, and saw the whole hamlet fall, and the terrifying and crazy breath gushed out. Without the restraint of the seal gate and the seal of the stars, nothing can restrain the prisoner's heart. The thick tentacles stretched out from the depths of the earth, and were crawling out little by little. Lan saw this, and hurriedly approached the sealed star. And the first Chaos King was also anxious, and released his trump card without hesitation. A rotten finger appeared in the void. The rotten finger was only half, but the breath it released made Lan feel terrified. When the finger fell, the indestructible barrier quickly rotted and deteriorated. Even the surrounding void was infected by this corrupt force, and festering abscesses grew. Such a horrific scene made Mu Xing look solemn. Such a fight was no longer a situation they could intervene in. But at this moment, a huge clock appeared, and the hands of the big clock in the void began to reverse. The fantasy barrier corroded by the terrifying broken finger was repairing rapidly. At the same time, a huge triangular geometric body covered the fantasy world, forming a new barrier. Where did you come from? How dare you stop me? The first Chaos King completely emerged from the vortex of the void, and his huge body was several times larger than Lan's body. A golden light suddenly burst out in the distant void. A golden dragon of inestimable length was coming from the distant void on the long river of time. The voice arrived before the person arrived. You are just a traitor. What can I do if I stop you? The golden dragon spewed out a dazzling torrent, which turned into a great wall, directly spanning between the first Chaos King and the fantasy world. Our support has arrived. It's Qin Qian, Lord of Jiolong City, and Karen, Lord of Lurenberg. Caesar was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Mu Xing looked at the two people who finally arrived from the distant void. These two people are old acquaintances, whether it's Qin Qian or Karen, Lord of Lurenberg. And it's been a short time since we last met, and the Lord of Lurenberg has actually broken through to the half-step multidimensional level. What puzzled Mu Xing was that although these two people were quite powerful, facing the strongest half-step multidimensional first Chaos King, could these two people really stop him? The moment he saw Qin Qian, a hideous face appeared on the huge alien body of the first Chaos King. Who did I think it was? Isn't this my most respected senior brother? Zhou He, that old immortal, actually sent you and Karen's trash here. It seems that Chaos' latest offensive is going well. Chapter 819. Zhou Liang, how dare you call Master like that? If I had known he was you. Qin Qian stood in front of the first Chaos King and transformed into a golden dragon to confront him. Shut up, Qin Qian. Don't mention that man's name in front of me. Remember, I'm not Zhou Liang now. You can call me the first Chaos King Dukan Sebastian. At this time, inside the fantasy world, Hamlet continued to collapse, and Mu Xing chose to temporarily avoid the edge and stay away from the center of the battlefield vortex. The first Chaos King seems to have a special relationship with the Lord of Kowloon City. Trix's gossiping heart was burning. I've heard some secrets. The first Chaos King Zhou Liang is the apprentice of Zhou He, one of the 6 multiverses of Terra City. Is this news true? Wego couldn't help asking. Caesar shook his head. It's not a secret, but most people keep silent about it. You guessed it right. This strongest traitor is not only Zhou He's apprentice, but also his only son. No way, with a multidimensional father, why would he choose to rebel? At this moment, Trix's mind instantly filled in a bloody family ethics drama of more than 200 episodes. Don't guess, Zhou Liang's rebellion was accidental and inevitable. It was a conspiracy against the Terra City Council. When Zhou He was about to break through the multidimensional, how could Chaos let him do so? So he sent spies to target his son Zhou Liang early. In the end, Zhou He made a choice between the safety of Terra City and his son. He chose the former, right? Others understood. Yes, it was because of this that the Chosen One completely turned evil and joined the Chaos camp, becoming the strongest half-step multidimensional and the first Chaos King who is famous in the void. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and retracted their previous ridicule. Can the Lord of Jiolong and the Lord of Lurenberg really stop Zhou Liang? Mu Xing shook his head. The survival system should have its own considerations. Our mission has been completed, and we are ready to retreat. Retreat? You probably don't have a chance. A cold voice suddenly sounded. The ground in front suddenly collapsed into a huge pit. The spiral pit seemed to lead deep underground. A wave of madness gushed out of the huge pit. Everyone stopped immediately and drew their weapons. It was not that they didn't want to run, but countless flesh and blood tentacles surged out from the ground, forming a huge cage that trapped them. At the same time, flesh and blood rolled in the pit, and a huge and blasphemous monster was slowly crawling out from deep underground. It was an alienated heart of flesh and blood. And on the heart of flesh and blood, Mu Xing saw a familiar face. Bai Huan. Yes, it was Bai Huan. His alienated head protruded in the center of the huge heart, like a pale gem embedded in rotten flesh. His face still retained the prince's coldness, but the skin had been replaced by creeping blood vessels, and purple veins were twisted under the skin, surging with black blood. The heart itself had long been completely alienated, and had grown densely packed eyes. Rather than a heart, It was a living altar. The dark red ventricles opened up, like a corrupted rose, and every beat squeezed out sticky black blood. Silver-white metal veins grew from his bones, entwining his organs like thorns and piercing deep into the ground. He opened his arms, trying to make himself look more sacred. But where was his face that looked sacred? He looked like an indescribable monster. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. You really surprised me, Bai Huan. As Mu Xing's voice fell, Bai Huan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes struggled, as if he was trying to suppress the madness that kept attacking him and keep his sanity. Blood Moon, I'm not like you. I have no choice. The Chaos Camp is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. I have chosen to betray the first Chaos King. I will have no place to stand in the Chaos Camp in the future. I said, I can recommend you to join the survival line. Mu Xing frowned. Ha ha ha. Join the survival line? Although I, Bai Huan, am humble, I also have the bottom line and dignity of being the Prince of Chaos. I saw a rotating iron crown in his hand. Blood Moon, we have been fighting for so long, how about we make a bet? Bet? Let's bet on who will be the final winner today, and the winner will be eligible to take everything from the other party. Next to him, the madman grabbed Mu Xing with one hand. Don't bet with him. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Don't worry, it's okay. He turned around and glanced at Bai Huan and said, this battle is inevitable. He can't escape, and neither can I. This is our fate in this fantasy world. For some reason, Mu Xing saw a vague line again, the line called fate that pulled him and Bai Huan together. I have a condition. Mu Xing looked up. Say it. Let my companions leave, and I will bet with you here. Bai Huan stared at Mu Xing, as if only Mu Xing was in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Okay, I agree to your condition. Mu Xing said without turning his head, Madman, you go first. But the captain... Let's go! Although they were extremely reluctant, they knew that if they stayed here, they would only become a burden to Mu Xing, and would restrict his actions. Let's go! The madman took a few people, and ran towards the gap opened by Bai Huan. Come back alive. The madman shouted at Mu Xing. Don't worry, you won't die. Mu Xing waved at him. Until his teammates left, he turned around and looked at Bai Huan. How do you want to bet? First, I want to bet on your luck. Second, I want to bet my life with you. What do you mean? First, I want to bet with you whether the first Chaos King can control the fantasy world or your helpers can stop him. Mu Xing nodded. Okay, I bet with you. How about using your and my iron crown as chips? Looking at Mu Xing's calm eyes, Bai Huan couldn't help but twitching his eyes. Why are you so confident? Don't you have any fear? Fear comes from inner confidence. I'm confident that I can win, so I dare to bet. Bai Huan's eyes kept twitching. Since he met Mu Xing, he seemed to have never won, so he has come to this point step by step. Very good, then second, I want to bet my life with you. Bet your life? How to bet? I guess you are also here for this prisoner's heart. In this case, let's see who can last longer under the erosion of this prisoner's heart. Do you think I am sick to accompany you to die? Let the prisoner's heart erode? Mu Xing sneered. You have no choice, Blood Moon. The power of the Iron Crown you have obtained is only a temporary Iron Crown. Without a solid carrier to carry this power of authority, it will dissipate sooner or later. Mu Xing did not speak, and carefully sensed the state of the Iron Crown in his body. He even pinched the dozing evil spirit to wake him up. Is what he said true? Yes, only the strong above the multiverse are qualified to control the power of authority. Even if you get it now, it is only temporary, because you have not yet obtained the recognition of this power of authority. How can I get its recognition? Mu Xing asked. Unless you can get the inheritance. Mu Xing took a deep breath, and it turned out that he was waiting here. This is what the inheritance mission means. Since you can't avoid it, you can only fight hard. Mu Xing looked up. Okay, I bet with you. Chapter 820. Before the gambling game started, Mu Xing contacted Lan immediately and told him his decision. Lan said solemnly, there is more than one way to choose, but you chose the most dangerous one. Mu Xing smiled and said, the greater the risk, the greater the return. There is no need to bet so big. Lan's tone was full of concern for the younger generation. Senior, only gambling games with unknown outcomes are called gambling games, and gambling games with known outcomes are called investments. What do you mean? What I mean is, I already have a way to deal with this situation. Child, although I admire your confidence, the first Chaos King has amazing combat power, and the two reinforcements outside may not be able to stop him for long. Don't we still have you, Senior? A bitter arc appeared at the corner of Lan's mouth. In your eyes, I am the type who is good at fighting? He sighed softly. The combat power of the creator has never been proportional to the rank. What's more, I am a pure research type, and it is a fluke that I can reach the average level of the same rank. The first Chaos King. Lon took a deep breath and lowered his voice unconsciously. His strength is already infinitely close to the multiverse level. It can be said that he is the closest to the multiverse among the half-step multiverses I have seen. Mu Xing just raised his eyebrows disapprovingly. No matter how strong he is only half a step after all, right? What if a true multiverse is born here? For example, let you break through? That's impossible. Lon smiled bitterly. I know my situation better than anyone else. Being able to revive and maintain the status of the ancestor is already a miracle, and going one step further, that is simply. Mu Xing suddenly pointed to the deep ground under his feet. What if we devour the flesh and blood in the prison? Lan's breathing obviously froze. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, that prisoner, even if it is just a flesh and blood body derived from his heart, his status may have reached the multidimensional level. If I forcefully merge with an existence of this level, my consciousness will collapse in an instant. The most likely result is complete madness. After a moment of silence, Mu Xing heard the senior's resolute voice. If this is the only way to save you, I can give it a try. But I'm afraid I can't hold on for long. Forget it, give it a try. Even if you fail, you will just fall asleep again. Hearing this, Mu Xing fell into a long silence. At first, he thought that Lan's love for him was largely due to the fact that he carried the other's long-cherished wish to create the ultimate life. But now it seems that the deeper truth is that this senior truly treats him as his own child. He remembered that the moment he asked for help, the creator who had just awakened came to his aid across thousands of worlds regardless of the barriers of time and space. He remembered that when he was in a desperate situation in the fantasy world, the figure that tore through the void and descended did not hesitate at all. And now, this once high and mighty being was willing to gamble on a crazy gamble with a 1 in 10,000 chance for his own slim chance of survival. Mu Xing took a deep breath, and the cold air stung his chest. Since his parents passed away, he had not experienced such a protection at all costs for a long time. Don't worry, senior, it will be fine. If you believe me, go ahead and gather the flesh and blood in the cage. I will hold the prisoners tightly in the bet with Bai Huan. If the senior can't suppress it by gathering flesh and blood, I have other trump cards. After the voice fell, Lon didn't hesitate at all. Okay, in this case, kid, then I will go crazy with you once. Mu Xing turned his head and appeared in front of Bai Huan in a teleportation. As the degree of fusion between this guy and the prisoner's heart became higher and higher, his mood gradually became crazy and irritable. Hey, are you still okay? Don't go crazy before the gambling game starts. Stop talking nonsense. Do you still want to gamble? Mu Xing stretched out his right hand. Let's start. 2 crystal tentacles suddenly stretched out from the big pit. The tentacles like nerve lines extended to the backs of both parties. The moment the gambling game started, it was like a sharp needle, directly piercing into the back of their necks. The pupils of the 2 people instantly expanded, and their consciousness was connected together. Mu Xing knew that this was a danger, but also an opportunity. Now that he had obtained the Iron Crown, if he wanted to keep this power, he would have to fight for the qualification of inheritance in the future. In the fantasy world, only one heart forced him into a desperate situation. If he couldn't resist the erosion of a heart, he would not think about seizing the inheritance. This was a preview at this moment. If he could hold on, it would prove that he was destined to have the Iron Crown. If he couldn't hold on, he could only blame himself for his lack of strength and low potential. It would be better to go home and grow sweet potatoes. Bai Huan on the other side seemed to have the same idea. He was able to obtain 3 kinds of Iron Crown power, which meant that he must have accepted the inheritance mission. The inheritance mission can be given to many people, but there is only one inheritor in the end. The 2 looked at each other and whispered at the same time, "Fight!" A terrifying torrent of consciousness flowed into the sea of consciousness of the 2 people along the crystal nerve tentacles, pulling the consciousness of the 2 people into a blood-red world at the same time. This is the core area of the prisoner's heart, and it is also the place where the prisoner's crazy consciousness is condensed. Between the 2 of them, there was a rolling materialized consciousness. It looked like a rotten chaos, with endless madness and shouting permeating from that rotten will. Not to mention ordinary people, even if a higher-level creature came here, it would be instantly assimilated by madness. And now, they will face this materialized crazy consciousness. Whoever can hold on to the end will become the final winner. At the same time, a projection of the outside world appeared in front of them, projecting the three half-step multiverses fighting outside the fantasy world. Qin Qian is very strong, and can be ranked among the top half-step multiverses in the entire survival line. But he is facing Zhou Liang, who is known as the strongest Chaos King. Before this genius joined Chaos, he was known as the most likely survivor to become the sixth multiverse of Terra's city. And there is a multiverse level farther above, and all kinds of resources are inexhaustible. From the moment he became a survivor, he laid a solid foundation. Later, he flew high all the way, like an egret soaring into the sky, or like an eagle overlooking the world. After only a few rounds of fighting, Zhou Liang had already gained the upper hand. On the other hand, Qin Qian was losing ground. If it weren't for Karen's support, he would have been defeated long ago. Karen is a half-step multidimensional manipulator of time and space. His time and space power is different from Mu Xing's. His time ability is related to the big clock he condensed. He uses his own time to control the reversal and forward rotation of external time. Although there are not many changes, the key is the word precision. In terms of spatial ability, it is more inclined to geometric space manipulation. It is also condensed to the extreme, and the powerful defense is so strong that even Zhou Liang cannot break it instantly. When the first Chaos King began to get serious, the two city lords were completely suppressed. However, it is not an easy task to kill Qin Qian and Karen in a short time. If the two city lords are forced into a desperate situation by him, he, Zhou Liang, will also have to pay a price of blood. At this moment, Zhou Liang was anxious because he noticed that Lan in the fantasy world began to attack the prisoners in the dark prison. That thing belongs to me. How dare a mere creator snatch the opportunity from me? Stop it! Boom! The rotten finger fell again. This finger was so powerful that the first thing to be shattered was the triangular space barrier protecting the fantasy world. After breaking through the barrier, the finger continued to advance, and tapped on the barrier of the fantasy world. The ripples were rippling, as if they were about to break at any time. The barrier of the fantasy world was also the last defense of the fantasy world. If the barrier was broken, nothing could stop Zhou Liang from coming. Fortunately, the barrier of the fantasy world was stronger than expected, and it was not broken by a finger. However, the rotten pollution began to spread on the barrier, spreading like a poisonous sore. Chapter 821. In the heart space, Mu Xing was staring at the rotten finger in the picture. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature's finger this was. Even the illusion barrier set up by a group of void gods could not resist it. The power level of this finger has surpassed the ordinary multiverse. Zhou Liang is worthy of being the strongest half-step multiverse. He can even find things of this level. Bai Huan's mocking voice sounded, "Blood Moon, you will definitely lose this round. The two city lords alone can't stop the first Chaos King. The barrier of the fantasy world could not stop the advance of the severed finger. You are not still expecting the half-step multidimensionality you summoned to turn the situation around, are you?" Mu Xing was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He was suffering from the continuous crazy erosion at this time, and felt that his brain was about to explode. Fortunately, he had the system buff, the protection of the Observer Tower, the Chaos Wheel and a series of trump cards. Is it not possible? Mu Xing calmed his mind, and asked in a deep voice. Ha, you don't think that the first Chaos King only has this trump card, do you? Your half-baked backer also wants to devour the prisoner's flesh and blood? The madness in that flesh and blood is so great that even a true multidimensional strongman cannot resist it, let alone a half-step multidimensional one. Bai Huan's lips slightly raised, his eyes flashing with a light of insight, as if he had seen through all of Mu Xing's cards. He waited leisurely, looking forward to enjoying Mu Xing's embarrassed posture when he was defeated. However, Mu Xing remained calm, without any wavering between his brows. The calm and steady demeanor made Bai Huan's complacent expression gradually solidify. Really? Why do I feel like the fun has just begun? As soon as the words fell, outside the fantasy world, the first Chaos King actually projected a second rotten finger. The finger fell with the first finger, growing larger in the wind, and just touched the weakest part of the rotten abscess on the barrier. Crack! A sharp shattering sound rang out, and the barrier could no longer hold on, bursting like a mirror, breaking into countless glass shards. Ha ha, you lose, Blood Moon. Bai Huan laughed crazily. The huge finger continued to advance, and pointed at Lan. Senior, get out of the way, Mu Xing reminded loudly. However, Lan did not choose to dodge, but directly abandoned 1/3 of his body, and faced the broken finger head-on. Boom! 1/3 of the creator's body exploded directly, blocking the advancing broken finger. The broken finger's offensive was repelled, unable to continue advancing. Although the first Chaos King was angry, he could only be forced to retract the broken finger. His body was violently up and down, and some festering spots appeared on his body. Obviously, the price of using this broken finger is very terrible. Even if he is the strongest half-step multidimensional, he still has to pay a heavy price. Qin Qian and Karen looked at each other and blocked Zhou Liang directly. "Get out of my way!" Zhou Liang roared, and the power of the strongest half-step multidimensional began to be completely released. Qin Qian roared, "If you want to fight, then fight. If you have the guts, step over my body first." His body was shining with golden light, and it actually split from a golden dragon into 9 golden dragons. The 9 dragons coiled, shaking the void and setting off a storm. A vast ocean appeared out of thin air around them. 9 dragons gathered, controlled the ocean, flicked their tails gently, formed a huge wave that covered the sky and the sun, and slapped Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang attacked with his body, and the destructive force caused by the collision was enough to destroy a physical universe. Fortunately, Karen released the triangular space barrier to protect the fantasy world again in the first place, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. "You are quite capable. It seems that I underestimated you, my senior brother," Zhou Liang said in a cold tone. "I didn't expect that you also touched a corner of the multiverse and controlled a strand of multiverse power." After this wave of collision, Qin Qian flew backwards, and the 9 dragons turned into 1 dragon again. There were countless wounds on his body, and golden blood was dripping. At this time, a large clock appeared behind him, and time was reversed, pulling him back to the time state before the injury. As for Zhou Liang, he was also repelled, and some injuries also appeared on his body. But the next second, great chaos surged out of those wounds, and all the injuries were repaired in an instant. "Qin Qian, did you see it? This is the power of chaos. Now that I have achieved the great perfection of the body of chaos, the next step is to condense my own chaotic will. By then, I will gather all the advantages of survivors and chaos at the same time. When I advance to multiverse, I will become the strongest multiverse. And you, my senior brother who I once respected so much, I am afraid you will never witness the dawn of multiverse again in your life. Because you will die in my hands today, and this is just the first step of my revenge on Zhou Yuan." "You lunatic," Qin Qian growled. "You should know that in that situation, Master had no other choice." "Ha ha ha." Zhou Liang laughed. "So I can only become a victim of Terra's city, and a pawn abandoned by you? He, Zhou Yuan, is the high and mighty multiverse. He is noble and great. He deserves everyone, but he is not sorry for me. I am his son." Zhou Liang shouted, his eyes turned red, and an increasingly terrifying chaotic aura rose from his body. Behind him, an even more terrifying chaotic shadow emerged. The shadow was a distorted human figure, the craziest and most twisted form from the depths of his heart. Qin Qian hesitated to speak, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. But at this moment, Mu Xing's voice sounded like a broadcast. "The first Chaos King, right? Zhou Liang, right? I just want to say that you are wrong. Your father deserves everyone and you. You, the little bastard, couldn't resist the temptation and boarded the Chaos pirate ship. Don't think I don't know where your terrifying talent comes from. It's the result of a deal with Chaos, right?" As soon as these words came out, not only Qin Qian and Karen's faces changed, but even Zhou Liang's face changed. "Where did you come from, you little rascal? Stop talking nonsense, and you dare to talk about me. Ha ha ha, you know whether you were talking nonsense or not. I checked your information. When you first became a survivor, your talent was only excellent. But until the day you advanced to the top, you suddenly became the strongest genius with extraordinary talent. All the worlds you experienced afterwards were related to chaos. In the nightmare battlefield, you can always return safely from the desperate situation surrounded by chaos. Your strength is getting stronger and stronger, and your growth rate is getting faster and faster. In the end, you will become the most outstanding child of destiny, and a role model for young people in the survival line. Others don't know, but you can't fool me. All your talents come from your deal with chaos. It is chaos that has given you powerful talents. As a deal, you betrayed the survival line a long time ago. In the Battle of Terra City, if you hadn't betrayed the information of Terra City, how could Terra City have almost fallen? Shut up. Zhou Liang roared, and one hand crossed the void and grabbed Mu Xing. At this time, Qin Qian and Karen attacked at the same time to stop Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, is what he said true? Have you really betrayed the survival line and betrayed your master a long time ago? Qin Qian asked with red eyes. Ha ha. Now that things have come to this, since someone has pointed out the secret of the past, I am too lazy to hide it. That kid is right, It was indeed me who took the initiative to choose to trade with chaos. Why? Chen Qian growled. Because I want to become stronger, not live forever under the aura of that multifaceted father. He only restrains me, only disciplines me endlessly, and every step of my life is under his planning. So, I want to jump out of this suffocating planning circle. I want to jump out of the taboo that even he can't touch. Only in this way can I get rid of him forever. It's not me who's wrong, it's Zhou Yuan. Chapter 822. You? Chen Qian was furious. He had thought of many possibilities. But he had never thought that the truth would be like this. He trembled and pointed at Zhou Liang. You disappoint me so much. In that battle, although your father chose Terra City, it was just a stopgap measure. After the plan succeeded, he went into the chaos alone to take you back. In the end, he was besieged by 3 chaos lords, and was rescued from the brink of death. He didn't let you down. It was you who didn't give him any chance to redeem himself. Hearing this, Zhou Liang on the opposite side remained indifferent, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. City Lord Chen Qian, stop trying to wake up this bastard. You may not know that the reason why Mr. Zhou Yuan was almost besieged and killed by 3 chaos lords was because he betrayed his father. If a person has good intentions, he will leave a way out for everything, but he is different. He is only evil to the core. Rebellion, unwillingness, disappointment are just his excuses to cover up the ambition and evil thoughts hidden in his heart. After hearing this, Zhou Liang was not angry, but smiled. Boy, it seems that I underestimated you. You are the first person to see through my true nature. How about joining chaos with me? Join chaos? Chaos is qualified to invite me to join? Only a self-satisfied loser like you is willing to associate with that garbage. Mu Xing was very rude and didn't give any face. Nothing else. Before this trip, the biggest task he received was to make a fishing bait. The fantasy world is the line, he is the bait, and the first Chaos King Zhou Liang is the big fish he has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, he only needs to tighten the thread of hatred steadily to lay the most deadly foreshadowing when the net is closed in the future. Continue to open the mouth cannon to attract hatred. Zhou Liang, do you know what I despise you the most? It is obviously your own evil thoughts that are causing trouble, but you insist on making yourself look like a victim. You really make me feel sick. A rubbish like you is worthy of being with me? No wonder even your most loyal subordinate, Bai Huan, looks down on you and wants to draw a clear line with trash like you. Bai Huan on the opposite side, ? He didn't say anything, but cursed Mu Xing 1,000 times in his heart. What does it have to do with me? A shit pot will be thrown on his head as soon as he looks up. Okay. Zhou Liang laughed in anger. Boy, you have successfully angered me, little apostle. I will personally catch you and Bai Huan, the traitor, and let you enjoy the endless torture. Mu Xing directly retorted. Come over if you have the guts. Your master and brother Bai Huan will wait for you here. Bai Huan, If he was not at a critical moment, he would have rushed over and strangled Mu Xing to death. Chen Qian and Karen were also very upset. Are young people so tough now? Is it stupid? Or is it bold and careful? They could only hope for the latter. The two looked at each other, and could only try their best to stop Zhou Liang. You dare to stop me? Zhou Liang roared. Mu Xing's ridicule made him want to grind him to ashes. Every word was like a sharp blade stabbing at his vitals, tearing off the mask he had disguised for so many years. He had been pretending for so long that he even believed that he was innocent and was forced into it. Now that Mu Xing had exposed him, he was naturally furious. Seeing that Zhou Liang was almost crazy, Mu Xing quickly stopped mocking him. At the same time, he contacted Lan. Senior, how are you doing? Not good. The madness contained in the prisoner's flesh and blood is too terrifying. I may not be able to hold on. It doesn't matter, Senior. Just gather and devour. I lend you Dagon's old seal. Dagon? The legendary loyal servant of the great Lord of Raya? Huh? Senior, you actually know the Lord of Raya? Don't discuss it. That is a taboo that cannot be touched. Mu Xing, I'm afraid the Senior doesn't know that the taboo is now being incubated in his observer tower. Without hesitation, Mu Xing quickly said Dagon's old seal over. Senior, I have opened up some of the permissions of the old seal for you. With the half-step multidimensional power of the Senior, you should be able to exert some of its power. Soon, Lan's exclamation came from the other side. How is this possible? This is the old seal of Dagon's origin. How could it be in your hands? Of course Dagon gave it to me personally. Otherwise, who can take away an old seal from the past? Wait, the past? This is Dagon from the future. How is this possible? Don't worry, Senior, stay calm. Just tell me if it will work. Yes, yes, yes. With the old seal suppressing the crazy will in the prisoner's flesh and blood, I can not only devour these flesh and blood, but even go further. His tone suddenly paused, thinking of something. So, kid, is this also part of your calculation? Mu Xing did not hide. The chaos is coming. I have not grown up yet. I need shelter. After thinking about it, only the senior is suitable. If the senior can take the opportunity to take that step, it will not be in vain for my layout to this point. Of course, if Dagon's old seal is not enough, I still have a backup plan. And? Lon was already confused. He just slept and woke up. How come the world has become something he doesn't recognize? Senior, time is running out. The first Chaos King is coming. Mu Xing reminded. Haha, just wait and see. How can I let down such an opportunity? Without any worries, Lon directly wrapped the dark prison planet with his body, and the core penetrated the sealed door and rushed into the center of the earth without hesitation. He planned to swallow the entire planet from the inside out. Hey, senior, don't swallow my people. Mu Xing reminded quickly. Don't worry, I have transferred all the humans in this world to another world in advance. Hearing this, Mu Xing felt relieved. Rumble. The entire planet began to shake violently. The face of Bai Huan on the opposite side suddenly changed. Blood Moon, what did you do? Nothing, just adding some spice to our bet. Bai Huan had already sensed the situation outside, and the entire prison star seemed to be swallowed by someone. Are you crazy? Do you want to devour this dark prison and devour the flesh and blood of the prisoners? He knew that Mu Xing was crazy, but he had never thought of being so crazy. No, this is impossible. The madness contained in the flesh and blood of this prisoner will only make him crazy even if he is swallowed by multiple beings. Mu Xing was too lazy to explain and turned his attention to the outside world. In the battlefield outside the world, Qin Qian and Karen were almost unable to hold on. Zhou Liang was completely anxious when he saw the entire planet being swallowed. What he had been trying so hard to get was now going to become someone else's meal. It was like a cooked duck flying away. How could he not be anxious? And the more anxious Zhou Liang was, the harder Qin Qian and Karen tried to stop Zhou Liang. Mu Xing was worried that they couldn't hold on, so he quickly sent a message. 2 city lords, please stop Zhou Liang for a while, and then we will definitely turn the tide. Although they didn't know what Mu Xing had, they were personally recruited by the survival system to assist Mu Xing, so they naturally believed what Mu Xing said. Don't worry, my friend Xue Yue. Even if you risk your life today, you must hold back that ungrateful bastard Zhou Liang. The 2 city lords looked at each other, and directly disintegrated their bodies, and began to burn their origins. Zhou Liang was furious. Are you crazy? You want to stop me even if you burn your origins? In that case, let you bunch of trash see my true strength.